responsible for our acts. He, for instance, had been told that after his case was settled he would be deported as a pernicious foreigner. Well, that was all right with him since he had burned the place down. If he kept on like this he would end up in Tierra del Fuego. For the moment, he was living very quietly as a result of his legal situation and a case of jaundice contracted during the trip with Allerton. Any more trouble and his bail would be revoked. He even went out without a gun, like a petit bourgeois. He did have a slight habit, having had to cut out drinking completely because of the jaundice. He was wondering where to go next. It had to be someplace where he was a virgin on the police blotter, as he detested limitations of any kind. He certainly wasn't going back to the States, which would be like putting on a straitjacket. Early in 1952, Allerton left to visit his grandmother in Oklahoma. Mexico was getting a little uncomfortable. He was still under surveillance as a witness in the Burroughs case. Once, after escaping surveillance, he tried to beat the tab in a restaurant. He was walking briskly down the street when he heard the click of an automatic. He stopped walking, turned around, and saw a Mexican policeman pointing a .45. He was arrested and released, but felt it was time to move on. He was also tired of Bill pursuing him, although he had to admit it, Bill was a character. He had all the attributes of a gentleman: loyalty, honesty, generosity. On the other hand, he had about every known vice. He drank a great deal, and he was a drug addict, a criminal, and a homosexual, even though he hated faggots and queens, like the one who used to come by the bounty kissing everybody in sight and proclaiming, "I may be old but I'm still desirable." In spite of his vices, Allerton sensed, Burroughs had great strength of character where others were overcome. He would survive. In April 1952, Burroughs received some news that almost made up for all the horrible things that had been happening. The publisher A.A. Wynne had paid $1,000 for his book Junkie. It was Allen Ginsberg's doing. It had seemed to Allen that Burroughs' only route to redemption was to exercise his talent for writing. As Burroughs sent him chapter after chapter, Allen began to appreciate his eye for the precise sociological detail and his absence of self-pity and self-protectiveness. Acting as Burroughs' agent, Allen did the rounds of his contacts in the publishing world. There was his Columbia classmate Louis Simpson, an editor at Bobbs Merrill. He, too, had been in a mental hospital and undergone shock treatment. Allen remembered the story of a mutual friend visiting Simpson at his 20th floor apartment on East 72nd Street. Simpson asked him if he had a watch, and took it, and dropped it out the window, saying, "We're in eternity, we don't need time." Simpson, Allen thought, might appreciate Burroughs' lower depths vision, but he didn't, and turned the book down. He next took it to Jason Epstein, an editor at Doubleday, who said, "The prose is not very good. This could only work if it was written by someone important, like Winston Churchill." "What about the line the taxi drivers were orienting themselves with their horns, like bats?" Allen asked, which came from some reservoir of zoological information that would only have occurred to Burroughs. "Well, that's a good line but it doesn't make a book," Epstein said. Allen later realized it was hopeless to show Epstein anything new or original. He was willing to publish only what had already been done. Years later, Allen sent him the work of a younger poet, entitled Factory, and got back a rejection letter saying, "Our younger editors don't think this is very good poetry, but they also point out that it is an attack on the factory system, and after all, what would we do without factories?" Allen amused himself by composing imaginary rejection letters from Epstein clones. "Dear Mr. Marx, your long diatribe against the capitalist system is not without interest, but without free trade how could publishing exist? Dear Mr. Dostoevsky, this gloomy novel of yours may be of interest to the psychiatric community, but we do not feel that it would appeal to a general audience." Well, there was always his friend from the Nuthus, Carl Solomon, who was working as an editor for his publisher uncle, A.A. Wynne. Upon his release from the hospital, Solomon had followed Alan's suggestion that they should both try to lead normal lives. He had found a girl and got married, and he and his wife were doing freelance editing when he was hired by Wynne, the husband of his mother's sister, who had a small trade house with a paperback division called Ace Books. Alan hoped that Solomon could convince his uncle to publish the daring new work of his friends, and put him on to Jack Kerouac, who had not yet found a publisher for On the Road. But when Kerouac brought in the huge scroll the book was typed on in one uninterrupted paragraph, Solomon was horrified. He wanted a James Michener type box, something ready to go to the printer. Solomon had a novel approach toward writers, which was to insult them, and he wrote Kerouac that his pose was that of a nasty, stupid, worthless, idiot brat son of a royal house. The hero of On the Road, he wrote, reminded him of a zinc penny, symbol of the 40s, inflation, the loss of respect for authority, the Second War, demonism, the atomization of the American petty bourgeoisie, the frustration of the kid clutching the penny, loss of contact with this earth. So I proceed to the classic and absurdly American problem of the brilliant young punk's second book, Solomon went on. They were arguing over the size of the advance and Jack was acting like an undertipped head waiter when because of a misunderstanding I clearly explained to you what you, torn between Bennett Cerf and the turd in the toilet bowl, take as an insultingly low figure. We are interested in getting from you neither a book nor a turd of the month. My uncle and I are money changers. You Canucks are always smart businessmen. The French and the Jews uphold the democratic tradition. On the rebound from his own Dadaist, Artaud-like extravagances, Solomon distrusted Kerouac's vagabond romanticism and did not publish On the Road, but when Alan sent him Junkie he liked it, and so did his uncle, who thought it had a positive side, in that Burroughs had tried to break away from drugs. However, it had to be handled carefully, because the portrayal of drug addiction in those days was out of bounds as the subject of a book. Addiction was seen as an absolute evil. Addicts were called dope fiends, and what was worse than a fiend? To cover himself, Wynne decided to publish Junkie as an ace paperback, coupled in the same volume with a book by a former agent of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, Maurice Hellbrandt. This way, the law enforcer and the lawbreaker would have equal time. The book came out in 1953 as a 35-cent 2 books in one. On one cover was Junkie, by William Lee, Burroughs' mother's maiden name, with the subtitle Confessions of an Unredeemed Drug Addict. On the other, upside down, was Narcotics Agent, by Maurice Hellbrandt, the reprint of a book first published in 1941, which was described as more thrilling than any fiction story. Shortly after accepting Junkie in the spring of 1952, Carl Solomon had a nervous breakdown, left his wife, smeared the walls of his apartment with paint, attacked books with knives, stabbing them repeatedly, stopped traffic by throwing his shoes at cars, and ended up in Bellevue. I wasn't sure which it was, he said, this reality or the other one, and there are so many realities. For Burroughs there was only one reality, and that was after so many years of failed hopes, going back to the routine sent to Esquire in 1938 publication. I owe it all to Al Ginsberg, he wrote Kerouac on April 8. He is a real friend. The publishers expected a commercial success and were clamoring for his new book, which he had been working on 10 hours a day to get into shape. This was an account of his pursuit of Allerton. The 2 books would be a tale of 2 afflictions, drug addiction and homosexuality, and there was some talk at the time of running them together in one volume. It seemed to Burroughs that they had all hit the jackpot. He was being paid a $1,000 advance, Jack had done well with the town and the city, and Alan had a $1,000 grant and the assurance of publication of a book of poems with a preface by William Carlos Williams. Alan echoed this optimism, writing Kerouac, I can't believe that between us 3 already we have the nucleus of a totally new historically important American creation. With Junkie coming out, Burroughs could at last call himself a writer. The book validated him, gave him a profession and a purpose. Every man needs a métier, in the words of Gertrude Stein, and at last he had one. Writing Allen that some of the boys at Mexico City College had gone to Alaska for jobs, he added, "Thank God I am a man of letters and don't have to expose myself to the inclemencies of near-Arctic conditions." When it was published in 1953, however, the book went completely unnoticed. There was not a single review of what appeared to be a lurid paperback exploiting the taboo subject of drug addiction. No one but his friends knew Burroughs had written it, since he used a pseudonym to keep his parents from finding out he was the author. Thus, Junkie is an example of an important book that was ignored at the time of its publication. A short, autobiographical account of Burroughs' addiction, it follows the tradition of such picaresque novels as Laurence Sterne's Tristram Shandy and Céline's Voyage au bout de la nuit. Like Céline's Ferdinand, Lee the narrator is a magnet for events, and a spokesman to express the author's horror of society. Written in a deadpan documentary style that owed something to the private eye novels of Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett, and begun at the urging of Kells Elvins as a memory exercise, Junkie reads like a report, but from the wrong side, as though an account of a death in the electric chair had been written from the point of view of the condemned man. On the surface, Junkie appears to be an objective slice-of-life document on the subculture of addicts. But in the context of Burroughs' alienation, the book is about finding a place to belong. It is a sequel to Burroughs' favorite childhood book, Jack Black's You Can't Win. By taking drugs, Burroughs gained admittance to an outlaw society which he found morally no worse than so-called normal society. The addicts were a sorry lot, with their thieving and their whining for credit and their apathy, but the citizens of straight society were no better informers, corrupt cops and hypocrite doctors, with a sprinkling of Johnsons, or decent folk, on both sides. The narcotics agent is the focal point for a hostile intrusive force. You could feel him walk right into your psyche and look around to see if anything was there he could make use of. In writing that he had first tried junk out of curiosity and ended up hooked, Burroughs was masking his real motive, which was his attraction to a society of outcasts, and the use of junk as a means of entree. In those terms, junk had a social use, in that it helped him gain acceptance, just as bringing a remote-controlled model boat to the pond in Central Park will help you to be accepted by the model boat enthusiasts who gather there daily. Like any social group, the addict underworld had its code of conduct: suspicion of newcomers, the appreciation of experience, the do's and don'ts of scoring and pushing. It was all highly regulated, very much like the world outside. It was also a widespread urban subculture, with a universal language and etiquette, so that Burroughs could pick it up wherever he went, in New Orleans or Mexico City. Thanks to junk, Burroughs found a place in society which he had been denied repeatedly, when he washed out as a newspaper reporter, an OSS candidate, and in all his other vain attempts to join the mainstream. In this first book, he was content mainly to describe usages, like a visitor to some jungle tribe bringing back the details of their odd customs. They eat human flesh, don't you know? There are, however, indications of future themes in embryonic form, so that the book finally is like a black and white photograph of a seedy urban neighborhood in the 1940s, with period cars parked in the street, painted over here and there with the visions of a master of the fantastic such as Hieronymus Bosch. His hatred of insects, going back to the invasion of scorpions and centipedes in East Texas, makes its appearance. One afternoon I closed my eyes and saw New York in ruins. Huge centipedes and scorpions crawled in and out of empty bars and cafeterias and drugstores on 42nd Street. Weeds were growing up through cracks and holes in the pavement. There was no one in sight. A monstrous, insect-like figure appears, hanging around junk neighborhoods and secreting a substance to prolong life. Burroughs had gone to Mexico to take the bogomolette serum, which he thought of as a con, and also connected the figure to the servant underworld which had harmed him in childhood. What is his? The insect figure's lost trade? Definitely of a servant class and something to do with the dead, though he is not an embalmer. Perhaps he stores something in his body, a substance to prolong life of which he is periodically milked by his masters. He is as specialized as an insect, for the performance of some inconceivably vile function. The image of the hanged man who achieves sexual orgasm just as his neck snaps can also be traced to his youth. Hanging was the method of capital punishment in Missouri when Burroughs was growing up, and he often saw photographs of hanged men in the newspapers. The linking of death by hanging with sexual orgasm had to do with a puritanical instinct that pleasure is wrongful and must be punished. There was a further connection with addiction, which brought suffering and the danger of death through withdrawal and overdosing. The hanged man represented the addict, in that his condition was one of terminal pain, with junk providing relief from pain, a form of pleasure the Puritan conscience could condone. Also in embryo was the idea of the quest, which in later Burroughs books would entail leaving behind a decaying body and a polluted planet. In Junkie, he moves from place to place, finding one as unsatisfactory as the next. Finally, finding nationwide hysteria in the United States, he leaves the country. At the end of the book, far from giving up drugs, he is planning another trip to look for Yeg, which may be the final fix. Perhaps the kick of Yeg will help him escape from his body, the kick being the momentary freedom from the claims of the aging, cautious, nagging, frightened flesh. When Burroughs and Allerton planned to sail up the coast of South America, they thought it might be better to hug the shore, since they were not experienced sailors. In Junkie, not being an experienced writer, and lacking self-confidence, Burroughs hugs the shore, keeping his own experience in sight and seldom straying off into stylistic depths. There is a spare, clear-eyed quality to the writing and a precise, unromanticized rendering of a previously unexamined social group. Junk, as he put it, was a way of life, deserving of notice, and Junkie is a memorable book, good enough to make a short list of exceptional confessional novels. Jack Kerouac thought it was like Hemingway, but better than Hemingway, and wrote a blurb, "A learned, vicious, Goering-like sophisticate makes the first intelligent modern confession on drugs." Stands classic and alone. Chandler Broussard also admired Junkie, and taught it in his writing class as the first novel of its kind. Within a year of publication, Junkie had sold 113,170 copies, a more than respectable sale for a paperback in those days. Burroughs found that being a published author had its irksome side. When he was asked in April 1952 for a biographic note, he felt as if someone had put to him that most inane of questions, "Tell me about yourself." He felt like writing back a parody of the author as a man of multiple occupations. He had worked as a towel boy in a Kalamazoo whorehouse, lavatory attendant, mail whore, and part-time stool pigeon. He was currently living in a remodeled pissoir with a hermaphrodite and a succession of cats, which he took pleasure in torturing, favoring kerosene over gasoline because it burns slower. When Carl Solomon wanted to know whether he minded being identified as a homosexual, he replied that he was in the vein of T.E. Lawrence and all manner of right Joes, and that as long as Solomon maintained the distinction between the strong, manly, noble types and the leaping, jumping, window-dressing, cock-sucking fags, it would be all right. In May 1952, Jack Kerouac arrived on a visit, feeling gloomy because On the Road was being rejected all over the place. Bob Giroux, who had taken the town and the city, did not want it. When Jack had brought in his 120-foot roll of paper and said he would not change a single word, Giroux said it was his first experience with the "my words are sacred" attitude. Even Shakespeare, he told Jack, who they say didn't blot many words, blotted some, and Jack, "You ain't Shakespeare." Then Scribner's, which had accepted John Cleland Holmes's novel Go, turned him down. A friend of Jack's and Allen's, Holmes had used them as characters in the book. Kerouac thought Holmes's novel was terrible, whereas On the Road was inspired in its entirety. It was, he felt sure, as good as James Joyce's Ulysses, and as path-breaking, and should be treated with the same gravity. Was this the fate of an idiot, he wondered, or the general fart smell of New York? He knew that Ginsberg and Holmes would give their right arm to match the writing in On the Road. All these cheap little shits were the same, and he'd wasted 15 years of his life among the cruds of New York, From the millionaire Jews of Horace Mann who'd kissed his ass for football and now would hesitate to introduce their wives to him, to the likes of Ginsberg, a small-sized variant of a poet. As for Holmes, everybody knew he had no talent, and his book stank, while On the Road was great and unpublished. Allen had even fucked him up with Giroux when he had brought Neil to his office, and Neil right away tried to steal one of his books. But none of that mattered, for one of these years he was going to knock off 3 masterpieces in 1 year, like Shakespeare in his Hamlet Lear Caesar year. Once he had the dust of Great Mexico on his shoes, Jack felt better. He arrived by bus on a Saturday, and the women were making tortillas, and the radios were playing Pérez Prado. He felt close to Bill, who looked like a mad scholar, surrounded by the pages of his new novel, which Jack suggested should be called Queer. Bill missed Joan terribly. She lived on in him. His son was gone, and his boyfriend had left, it seemed for good. His life was empty of everything save kicks and art. But he was the same wise philosopher, and when Jack complained about Holmes, Bill said that envy or resentment is only possible when you cannot see your own space-time location. They went to the bullfights, and to Lola's bar, and to the Mexican ballet, and took some peyote together, which launched Burroughs into a monologue about being a prisoner. I feel awful, I feel worse than if I was suddenly a prisoner on the high Andes. Jack connected with 2 women, one a big-breasted American, the other a splendid Mexican whore, and began writing his new novel, Dr. Sax, a character partly based on Burroughs. Then a friend of Jack's arrived, Slim Simon, the bass player, known as the Scooper, with the goatee and the thick crepe soles and the great driving style, who used to play at the Club 229 in San Francisco. He wanted to open his own bop joint with some local boys, and came around every day. But he made a poor impression on Burroughs, who could tell a junkie on the mooch when he saw one. "No, I don't want to buy any," Slim said, "I'm kicking. Just let me have half a fix." Here was a guy driving around in a new Chrysler and too cheap to buy his own junk. What am I, Burroughs asked himself, the Junkies Benevolent Society for Chris' sakes? Jack was getting on his nerves for the same reason. During the brief time he had money, it was like pulling an impacted molar to get him to part with any. After the first week he was flat and did not put out centavo one. Burroughs was picking up the tab in toto. Also, he asked Jack to keep the bag of grass he was smoking, which Burroughs had bought, out of the apartment, since he was out on bail and would be in serious trouble in case of a shakedown. And what did Jack do but ask old Dave to bring him the bag so he could hide it somewhere? Old Dave tipped Burroughs off. But that was only one example of Jack's selfish, inconsiderate, and downright insufferable behavior. Jack was so paranoid he thought everyone else was plotting to take advantage of him, so he had to act first in self-defense. Whenever Burroughs bought food, Jack ate it all. If there were 2 rolls left, he ate both of them. Once he flew into a rage because Burroughs had eaten his half of the remaining butter. To share on an equal basis was something he considered unreasonable. When in July Jack talked about leaving, Burroughs loaned him $20 to speed him on his way. Jack, in the meantime, had soured on Mexico, complaining about the food and the lack of sanitation, and thought that Bill, with his alternating periods of nagging and sullenness, had joined the sinister forces working against him. They had talked of traveling to South America together, but that was something Burroughs now refused to consider. As for Jack, he was terrified by Burroughs' stories of deadly South American snakes. All in all, Jack's 2 months in Mexico were a strain on their friendship. No sooner had Jack left than Bill Garver, the Times Square overcoat thief, turned up, having collected an inheritance that gave him enough to satisfy his habit in Mexico City, and having left a trail of bad debts in New York. Burroughs went to meet him at the airport, and saw his tall, bent frame, and his thin face with the white hair combed back. He had blood all over his pants from having used a safety pin on the plane to shoot up. Garver said the situation for addicts in the U.S. was bad, 8 years in Washington, D.C., for possession of an eyedropper. Burroughs found him a room with a hot plate, a dresser, a full-length mirror on the inside of the door, pink drapes, and an easy chair. Garver brightened it up with photographs of Orozco paintings he cut out of Mexican magazines. His wants were few: a little Nescafe, an occasional ham sandwich, his newspaper, and his junk. In some ways, Garver felt, the addict was not unlike the artist, in that they both liked to be alone and didn't go running around looking for things to do. They had it all inside, and did not turn away from the study of good books. Garver had read H.G. Wells's Outline of History 100 times, and was an authority on Alexander the Great, the only general I know of, he would say, who rode in front of his cavalry swinging a sword. One day not long after Garver's arrival, Burroughs went to the office of Burnaby Giraudeau, who asked him whether he knew anyone who was interested in buying an ounce of heroin for $500. Burroughs passed the offer on to Garver, who was looking for a heroin connection, and together they went to see Giraudeau, who took the stuff out of a drawer and put it on the desk, saying, "I don't know anything about this stuff. All I use is cocaine." He used it before trials, and sniffed it with tequila, placing it on his hand in lieu of salt. Burroughs poured some out on a piece of paper. It was grayish-black and didn't look right. He and Garver rolled their sleeves up and took shots, as people walked in and out of Giraudeau's office, paying no attention. "It's H," Burroughs said, "but there's something not exactly right about it." Garver, already loaded on goofballs, thought it was all right and bought it. The next morning at 11, on a bright summer day, Burroughs opened his eyes to find Garver standing by his bed, looking cadaverous in his midnight blue overcoat, his eyes gleaming wildly. "You just going to lie there on your bed?" Garver asked, "with all these shipments coming in?" "Why not?" Burroughs said, annoyed at the intrusion. "This isn't any fucking farm." "Shipments of what?" "Pure, drugstore Garver said. Then he pulled back the sheet and blanket and climbed into bed with Burroughs' shoes, overcoat, and all. "What's the matter with you?" Burroughs asked. "You crazy?" Garver went hee. Looking into his bright vacant eyes, Burroughs saw that he was not himself, and carried him back to his room, confiscating what was left of the ounce of heroin. Soon old Dave arrived with some laudanum, and they poured a good belt down Garver's gullet, which had a sedative effect. He stopped raving about shipments and went to sleep. "Maybe he die," old Dave said, "and they blame it onto me." "If he dies you clear out," Burroughs said. "Listen. He's got $600 cash in his wallet. Why leave it for some Mexican cop to steal?" They searched his clothes and his room looking for his wallet, but couldn't find it. The next day when Burroughs came around, Garver looked fine. He couldn't remember anything, but said, "Good thing I stashed my wallet." He turned up the mattress and the wallet sprang open, thick with crisp bills. But Garver depressed him because he was such a wreck, on the nod all the time, fumbling 5 minutes for a word. The only thing that had ever held him together was the necessity of stealing, and without it he was falling apart. In September, Allerton turned up. Burroughs was hurt that he had been in Mexico City 5 days before coming to see him, and made a scene. Allerton asked why they couldn't just be friends, with no sex. Burroughs explained that it was too much of a strain just having him in town was ruining his digestion, sleep, and nerves. He felt that with Allerton he had done everything he possibly could and failed completely. Allerton was with a con man called the Colonel, and they were headed for Panama and points south, where the Colonel sold advertising space in non-existent publications. Well, thought Burroughs, if he preferred the company of such dull characters to his own, there was nothing to be done. Burroughs still had Angelo, a Mexican boy he saw twice a week, but commercial sex left him absolutely cold. He showed Allerton the manuscript of Queer, which chronicled their meeting and travels together, and Burroughs' painful and unrequited effort to connect with another human being. Allerton read it and said, "Well, it's not a bad yarn, but don't get the idea you're anything in the way of a writer." That seemed to be the consensus, for the people at Wynne decided that publishing Junkie was dangerous enough without teaming it with a book about homosexuality that might land them all in jail. He badly wanted to leave Mexico City, but his case still had not come up. There were endless delays. If it wasn't a religious holiday, the court secretary had gone on vacation and taken his file along. Then in November, there seemed to descend one of those bad luck periods that affect everyone. He had a habit again, and his pocket was picked of $200. But that was nothing compared to what had happened to Gerardo. A car driven by a 17-year-old boy had sideswiped his Cadillac and damaged the fishtail. Gerardo pulled the boy out of his car, and in the ensuing argument, shot him in the leg. The boy died of tetanus in the hospital. Whether the boy had been killed by Gerardo or the people at the hospital was an interesting legal point, but Gerardo didn't wait to find out and fled to Brazil. Not long after Gerardo's departure, the other lawyers in his office told Burroughs they would need more money to keep him out on bail. Once the shakedown began, Burroughs thought, there would be no end to it. He decided to follow Gerardo's example and skip, even though it would mean forfeiting the $2,000 bond. He later learned that he had been sentenced in absentia to 2 years suspended. He had a friend, Tex Palmer, known as Tex the Trotskyite, who was resourceful and had a car. Tex was in a spot of trouble himself over some forged cashier's checks, and was also ready to skip. He suggested to Burroughs that they pull a bank robbery first, and we can hole up in Bolivia where I've got some Trotskyite connections. Burroughs talked him out of that plan, and in December 1952 they left Mexico City, heading north, and crossed the border without incident. Burroughs had been there 3 years, but there was no one he wanted to say goodbye to. 11. Colombia. 1953. When 4-year-old Billy Burroughs came to St. Louis in October 1951, he stayed at first with his father's brother, Mort, and Mort's wife, Miggy. Mr. and Mrs. Vollmer had brought him on a chilly day, and he had nothing on but a light shirt. They were terribly bitter, and Mrs. Vollmer said, "I hope Bill Burroughs goes to hell and stays there." Billy spoke a little English and a little Spanish and sang La Cucaracha. He said, there were men's under the bed and the men's were fighting. Billy was unmanageable. He screamed at night, and once he bit Miggy, who finally said, "I cannot cope any longer," and sent him to live with his grandparents. Laura was 63 and Mode was 66 and had a heart condition. They continued to operate their gift shop, Cobblestone Gardens. Billy knew that his mother was dead, but not the circumstances. He had not had time to store up many memories of her. He remembered being in a crib with a net over it, under a tree that must have been in East Texas. He remembered a tiled floor in Mexico City, and walking behind his mother up the steps to their apartment, and thinking that her calves were sort of heart-shaped. He remembered a trip in a car, and his mother saying, "How fast can this old heap go?" His father had played a game with him called Our House. He had drawn a picture of the house. It was in the jungle, up on stilts, because the jungle was full of dangerous tigers and jaguars. There was our house, and even our monkey. It was a safe place. But now his mother was dead, and his father was away, and his sister was gone, and he was living with his grandparents. Billy was afraid of the dark. He slept in his grandparents' bedroom, and Laura would hold his hand across the beds until he fell asleep. Billy felt it was dangerous to reach across the darkness for his grandmother's hand. He might be intercepted, or worse, find that the hand he touched was not the familiar hand he knew. One day, 2 of his grandparents' friends in the gift business, Tom and Clark, came for tea. Laura mentioned that Billy was afraid of the dark and Tom looked at him teasingly and said, "Are you afraid there's something under the bed?" And everyone laughed, the kind of laugh that is meant for the soothing of children, but Billy saw Tom's eyes as the only living things in the room, and they were not laughing. Billy asked his grandmother why it was that he, Billy, always seemed to look just before something happened, and she said it was a great gift. He wondered how she could say that and not realize that when he said the dark was dangerous, it was. One day Moat was reading Billy Dr. Seuss's Horton Hatches the Egg, in which Horton the elephant does a favor for Maisie the lazy bird while she goes on vacation to Palm Beach. When Laura came home, Moat said, "Guess what? Billy and I have decided to move to Palm Beach." At first it was said as a joke, but it began to seem like a good idea. Laura and Moat were at an age where they wanted to get away from the St. Louis winters. They also, according to Miggy, felt that the actions of their son had distanced them from their friends. It did not help one's social and professional position in St. Louis to have a son who had been jailed for shooting his wife. On one particularly cold day in March 1952, Moat said, "I put a snowsuit on that child for the last time." In the spring, they sold the house on Price Road and moved to Palm Beach, an island that was a concentration of green, in terms of vegetation and money. They bought a 2-bedroom ranch house at 202 Sanford Avenue which was lined with royal palms. The Kennedy estate, surrounded by ivied walls, was half a mile away, and some of the other names on the mailboxes in the vicinity were Rockefeller, Kellogg, and Dodge. Palm Beach was a perfect setting to demonstrate the insularity of great wealth. "We have 3 bridges that lead to the United States," was a Palm Beach saying. West Palm Beach, on the mainland, had originally been developed as a dormitory for servants. On Worth Avenue, the shops had an understated elegance designed for customers who were not alarmed by high prices. Moat and Laura reopened Cobblestone Gardens at 233 Phipps Plaza but soon moved to Worth Avenue, joining Cartier, Elizabeth Arden, and Brooks Brothers. Cobblestone Gardens was the shop where a charming and well-bred couple in their 60s would greet you at the door and sell you porcelain birds, music boxes, and garden furniture. In December, having skipped from Mexico, Burroughs arrived in Palm Beach to spend Christmas with his parents and son. Laura and Moat were discreet as always, and asked no questions concerning recent events. It was as though Burroughs was a blackboard, whom they could periodically erase, starting over with a clean slate. Burroughs was kicking, and went to see a local doctor who put him on cortisone and told him he was in perfect health. He spent a good deal of time with his son, making up for his absence, taking him to the beach, and fishing off the jetty at the end of town, and showing him how fast he had walked through the jungle, and taking pictures, and driving past the estates that had tunnels leading under the public road to their private beaches. Billy copied his European style of eating, with fork upside down. Burroughs loved his son, and was aware of his duties as a father, but for the moment it was better that the child remain with his parents. He was homeless, and had no idea where he would settle. His only plan at present was to go back to South America and look for Yeg, let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their sway. By mid-January 1953, he was in Panama City, and it was the same old Panama, inhabited by the crummiest people in the hemisphere, half of whom seemed to be pimps. "Want nice girl? See naked lady dance? Hey, meester, you fuck my sister." Discovering a bad case of piles, he checked into the American hospital to have them operated on. After 4 days in the hospital he was in a foul mood. Coming upon a group of American women in the hall, probably officers' wives, he overheard one of them say, "I don't know, I just can't eat sweets," and commented as he passed, "You got diabetes, lady." He would leave for Bogota when he was in a condition to travel. He was in pain and junk sick, and whenever he sat down a little pool of blood collected, as if he was menstruating, so that he had to buy maroon slacks. Bill Garver had passed through and gone, having heard it was easier to score there than in Mexico, and Burroughs was glad to see the last of him. By January 25, 1953, Burroughs was in Bogota, a gloomy city at 9,000 feet. He felt the dead weight of Spain, somber and oppressive. His hotel room had no window, and the bed was too short. The next day, he went to the university to get some information from the botany department. Around noon, he found himself in a large dusty room full of plant specimens when a tall, husky man came in, with a strong face and close-cropped hair, wearing steel-rimmed glasses and Ivy League tweeds, who was muttering, What have they done with my cocoa specimens? In a tone of refined annoyance. Ah, a fellow American, thought Burroughs. He was in luck, for the man was Richard Evans Schultz, a world authority on hallucinogenic plants. At Harvard, Schultz had taken a botany course and realized that the study of narcotic and psychoactive plants was a wide-open field of research. He had switched his major from pre-med to botany and written his senior thesis on peyote. He had what you might call a vocation, being amazed that such powerful substances that had changed civilizations, existed in ordinary-looking plants that grew wild. There were about 500,000 species of plants, and primitive man, being curious, put them in his mouth. Some were nourishing, some alleviated illness, some made him sick, and some killed him. End of experiment. Their use went back to the dawn of man. The Ebers Papyrus, written in Egypt in 1500 BC, told of message runners who developed ulcers and plastered their legs with green mud from the soil. They were applying antibiotic-secreting fungi. Some plants, and in these Schultz specialized, took you to Wonderland. After getting his PhD in 1941, he had gone to Colombia to study arrow poison plants in the northwest Amazon, also scouting rubber sources for the government. He lived there with the Indians for 12 years, eating what they ate and sleeping where they slept, traveling by canoe, delving into folk usage, using Indian assistants, learning the language, catching malaria and beriberi. The region was rich in plant hallucinogens, and Schultz collected 24,000 specimens, identifying 6 new psychoactive plants in years of hard exploration. In a spirit of scientific inquiry, he had sampled a wide variety of drugs, sacred morning glories, sacred mushrooms, peyote, various types of yeg. What he hadn't tried hadn't yet been found. On that day in January 1953, Schultz was working in the herbarium during his 2-hour lunch break, when no one was around to bother him, and he saw this gaunt fellow come in, obviously an American, and asked if he could help. It turned out that Burroughs was Harvard 36 and Schultz was Harvard 37, and this common background induced a certain amount of good fellowship. Burroughs said he was looking for yeg specimens, and Schultz pulled some out and saw at once from the way Burroughs handled them that he wasn't a botanist. The meeting between Schultz and Burroughs illustrated 2 approaches to knowledge, the scientific and the romantic. Schultz had spent most of his adult life studying hallucinogenic plants. He was a recognized expert with a patiently accumulated fund of knowledge. Burroughs knew almost nothing about yeg, but had a tenacity of purpose born of a devout hope, the hope that yeg would be the ultimate mind-bending drug that would somehow change him in crucial ways. In the tradition of the romantic quest, he had simply started out, without preparation or instruction, rather like a primitive man, and had stumbled onto the expert who knew more about hallucinogenic plants than any other. Schultz was puzzled that someone would come all this way without knowledge or training to look for yeg, but explained that the drug came from a vine known botanically as Banopstriosis, of which there were 100 species growing wild in the Amazon jungle. The bark from the stems of these jungle lianas, when pounded and boiled in water with or without other ingredients, made a vision-producing beverage widely used by the Indians. Depending on the region, the drink was called ayahuasca, kapi, or yeg. The myth of creation among the Macuna Indians had it that they had come down from the Milky Way in a canoe driven by an anaconda snake, with a man and a woman and 3 plants: the cassava or tapioca, the cocaine plant, and the yeg. Now people might laugh at that, Schultz said, though they didn't laugh at the myth of Genesis, which had a snake chasing a woman with an apple in its mouth, so you had to ask yourself, which was more ridiculous? In any case, the Indians included yeg in their myth of origin, which indicated the importance it had in their society. It caused visual hallucinations, and the Indians used it to commune with the spirit world. The Ecuadorian Indians explained the altered state produced by yeg by saying that during that time the soul left the body, and was wandering around in space with the ancestors, and when the soul came back the altered state was over. Schultz told Burroughs he had tried yeg. "I got colors but no visions," he said. Burroughs' best bet, he said, was to go down to the Putumayo River, which formed the border between Colombia and Ecuador and Peru, where he would find medicine men who made the stuff. He'd better take along a hammock, a rubber bag, and various medicines. Traveling by bus and train, Burroughs headed toward the southwestern corner of Colombia, on the border with Ecuador, past Cali, a pleasant, semi-tropical town, and on to Popayan, a university town where U.S. residents told him, they hate the sight of a foreigner down here. You know why? It's all this point for and good neighbor crap and financial aid. The more you give the bastards, the nastier they get. On January 30th he reached Pasto, which hit him in the gut with a punch of depression. High mountains all around, sod-roofed huts, a crummy-looking populace. The higher the altitude, it seemed, the uglier the people. Everyone had a hair lip or one blind eye or one leg shorter than the other. Schultz had given Burroughs an introduction to a German who ran a winery. All the German did was complain about his health. His bad heart, his bad kidneys, and I used to be tough as nails, he said. The German told him to go to Moco, about 40 miles east of Pasto, where he would find Yeg. Moco was one of those end-of-the-road towns, with muddy streets. After that, it was mule or canoe. He reached Porto Limon by truck, where he found a brujo, medicine man, who agreed to prepare a cold water Yeg infusion in exchange for a quart of aguardiente. This was a far less potent preparation than boiling, but Burroughs had vivid dreams in color, and saw a composite city, part Lima, part Mexico City, and part New York. He continued down the Putumayo River, where the towns were called Porto this and Porto that, traveling by canoe with outboard motors. In Porto Asis, one of the members of the Policia Nacional asked to see his papers. There was at the time trouble with Peru, and Porto Asis was right on the border. The cop noticed a mistake on his visa. The consul in Panama had dated it 1952 instead of 1953. Burroughs found himself under house arrest pending a decision from Moco. He was furious at being stuck in the dreary Putumayo town, with its dirt road along the river, its cantina, its few shops, and its mission of Capuchin fathers. The fathers, however, turned out to be good guys, who interceded for him and invited him to dinner, serving wine and liqueurs. They lived the life of Riley, Burroughs thought. When they snapped their fingers the natives jumped. But as the days wore on he felt that he was on his way to establishing himself in the capacity of village wastrel. Sepulchral telegrams arrived from Moco, saying, "We are studying the case of the foreigner from Ohio." By this time he had malaria and was running such a high fever that the doctor who came to his hotel exclaimed, "Caramba!" Finally it was decided that he would have to go back to Bogota and get a new visa. It was like some lunatic board game, where if you landed on the wrong square you had to go back to your starting point. The return to Bogota in March, however, turned out to be a blessing in disguise, for Burroughs was able, thanks to Schultz, to attach himself to an official Cocoa Commission expedition, which included 2 English and 2 Colombian botanists. The Englishmen, Doctors Barclay and Halliday, from the Imperial Institute of Mycology, were specialists in broom rot, the disease of cocoa, and the Colombians went along to collect plant specimens, while Schultz was trying to convince the Indians to plant rubber trees, which they were reluctant to do, for it took 15 years for a tree to produce rubber. Back Burroughs went to Moco, where this time another German friend of Schultz, who owned a finca and did a little gold panning, put him onto the real thing. Burroughs was taken to a thatch hut with a dirt floor, where a brujo of about 70 with a cherubic, unlined face sat in front of a bowl on a tripod. Behind the bowl there was a small wood shrine with a picture of the Virgin, a crucifix, a wood idol, a bunch of feathers, and a little package tied with ribbons. The brujo crooned over the bowl and shook a little broom over it, to whisk away evil spirits. After sampling it, he handed Burroughs an ounce of the black liquid in a plastic cup. It was oily in texture and bitter in taste. Burroughs' first thought was that wasn't enough, I need more, which he recognized, based on precedent, as a dangerous reaction indicating that he had taken too much. 2 minutes later his head began to spin. Blue flashes passed in front of his eyes. Rushing for the door as a wave of nausea hit him, he found that he could hardly walk. His feet were like blocks of wood. "All I want is out of here," he kept saying in uncontrolled hebephrenic repetition. Outside, he fell on all fours, retching and convulsed with spasms. The medicine man stood over him, saying something, which Burroughs understood as a request to return to the hut, and he shook his head. This Brujo, he was sure, must specialize in poisoning gringos. "You've come to the right place, just drink this straight down." He downed some nembuttals and felt a bit better, but was still delirious. He felt himself change into a negress with convulsions of lust. Then he was a negro fucking a negress. Everything was writhing as in a Van Gogh painting. Complete bisexuality was attained. He was a man or a woman alternately or at will. Yeg, he later reflected, really did what other drugs were supposed to do. It really bent your mind. It was the most complete negation possible of respectability. Imagine if every complacent, middle-class American took it. Imagine a small-town bank president turning into a negress and rushing into nigger town in a frenzy to solicit sex from some buck nigra. He would never recover the preposterous condition known as self-respect. Perhaps the preliminary sickness had been a motion sickness of transport to the Yeg state. H. G. Wells in The Time Machine had written of the vertigo of space-time travel. In any case, the delirium lasted about 4 hours, after which Burroughs went back into the hut and lay down under a blanket. During the night he had chills like malaria, but the next day he felt all right, and rejoined the Cocoa Commission expedition in Moco. The two Englishmen spent hours looking through microscopes for tiny spots on leaves, which led to some hilarity, while the two Colombians pressed specimens. Schultz complained about the buildup along the river, where there was now town after town. You have to walk miles to get to the jungle. Burroughs noted that Schultz was in with the natives, and not above amorous dalliance with indigenous females. A coolness developed between the Colombians and the British, who thought they were deliberately procrastinating in the mornings to avoid an early start. "So long as they can collect any old weed they don't give a ruddy fuck," one of the English botanists told Burroughs. Eventually they reached the naval base of Puerto Leguizamo, which was named for a hero of the last war with Peru, and were put up on a Colombian gunboat, the Santa Marta, where they were able to take showers. It was a great improvement over the jungle, thought Schultz, gleaming white and comfortable, with the sailors polishing the brass. But Burroughs in his disgruntled way complained that the Colombians ran a loose ship and said he wouldn't be surprised to see someone shit on the deck and wipe his ass with the flag. Wanting to sample Yeg in other areas, Burroughs was eager to proceed with his trip, and found a plane back to Bogota. When native hustlers approached him there, asking, "You speak English?" he replied, fluently. By May 5, he was in Lima, hanging around the bars near the Mercado Mayorista. Lima was the promised land for boys, all available to the Yankee dollar. He had seen nothing like it since Vienna in 1936. But you had to keep an eye on the little bastards or they'd steal everything you had, including your skivvies. He hid his money in his hatband. Rather than stay in a hotel, he found a hole in the wall near the public dump, a former shop with a pull-down shutter. It was cheap, and he could bring boys there. When he walked out on the sidewalk there were so many vultures he had to kick them aside. They came by the hundreds to the dump to eat the fish heads. He had never seen a city with more vultures than Lima. They were all over the public buildings in Bolivar Square. They were useful, however, in that they ate the garbage and kept the streets and beaches clean. On May 15, he heard that Junkie was out, and that Wynne had run an ad with blurbs from Kerouac and John Cleland Holmes. A week later he got $270 as part of his advance, and that night, a boy stole it. Peruvian boys, who had no inhibitions about showing affection, had none about stealing either. A few days later he was rolled again, losing his glasses and pocket knife. What a nation of kleptomaniacs! In all his experience as a homosexual, he had never seen such idiotic pilfering. The trouble was, he shared with the late Father Flanagan of Boys Town the deep conviction that there was no such thing as a bad boy. He wondered about himself. Here he was 39 years old, and it seemed that the older he got the less he knew, the less wisdom, maturity, and caution he had. Oh, well, if he had listened to his analyst he would have given up boys and become an assistant professor in some Midwestern university, hatching a cancer of the prostate. Instead of which he was demonstrating judo to young boys in lush bistros. God keep me from ever being a wise old man praised of all, in the words of the immortal Yeats. Peru was an improvement over Ecuador and Colombia in that the Peruvians didn't have the small country inferiority complex. In Peru they had pocos, Peruvians who did not like other Peruvians, which was a sure sign of a superior civilization. In Peruvian towns they had what you wanted, whereas in other South American towns they never did. In a river town they did not stock fish hooks, in a place infested with mosquitoes they had never heard of citronella. That was the way it was, a determination to be stupid and jerk water. In mid-June, Burroughs left Lima for the high jungle, stopping in the farming center of Tingo Maria, which had a US.4 agriculture station. It gave him the stasis horrors, the unendurable feeling of being just where he was and nowhere else, as if he would have to stay there forever. It reminded him of H.G. Wells's The Country of the Blind, where a man is stuck in a country where everyone has been blind for generations and they have lost all concept of sight. Pucallpa, another high jungle town, he liked better, although he fell in with some Peruvians at the hotel who drove him crazy with their stupid Spanish jokes. When they said that American literature did not exist, he lost his temper and told them Spanish literature belonged in the outhouse on a peg with the old Montgomery Ward catalogs. On the waterfront he met a boy who said he had nothing to eat, and invited him for a sandwich at the hotel. When the boy arrived carrying a Bible with an inscription from your friend the chief of police in Contamana, one of the Peruvians, a furniture salesman, put his hand to the back of his head and said, "And a very special friend, my dear, no." The hotel owner introduced him to a Protestant missionary, a member of an outfit called the Linguistic Institute, financed from some place in Oklahoma. They were all over Peru, teaching Indians the Bible. The missionary was going to take Burroughs upriver in his motorboat, but when he saw him take a drink he said, "Jesus will come to you." "That's all mythology," Burroughs said, ruining his chance for a ride. What a lousy Christer, thought Burroughs, and what a difference from the Capuchins, who didn't mind a drink and ate the local food, whereas this guy subsisted on spam. Burroughs had been about to make another Yeg connection, but the missionary said Yeg came from the devil. He finally made the connection, and this time he did not go into convulsions. When it got to be too much he took Nembutal. Taking Yeg 5 times, he built up a tolerance. It was without a doubt the most powerful drug he had ever experienced, producing a complete derangement of the senses. Yeg was an insane, overwhelming rape of the senses. Back in Lima in July, he was sick and discouraged. Lima was damp and depressing, and none of the Mercado boys were around. He felt the urge to leave right away, and took a bus to Talara, on the coastal desert in the north, and from there to Panama City, that mongrel town of pimps and whores and recessive genes. In Chico's bar they were playing It Wasn't God Made Honky Tonk. The G.I.S. all had that light concussion canal zone look. A B-girl sat next to him, and when he declined to buy her a drink, she asked, "Why are you so mean?" "Look, if I run out of money who is going to buy my drinks?" he asked. "Will you?" The girl looked surprised and said, "Yes, you are right. Excuse me." He left Chico's and walked down the main drag, and a pimp seized his arm. "I got a 14-year-old girl, Jack, Puerto Rican. How's about it?" "She's middle-aged already," Burroughs said. "I want a 6-year-old virgin, and don't try palming your old bats off on me." The next day, coming back from the embassy on a bus after picking up his mail, with a newspaper resting on his knee, a mestizo sat next to him, snatched the paper, and started reading it. Burroughs snatched it back and said, "If you want to read my paper, ask for it. Where is your politeness?" "You are a Polish Jew?" the mestizo asked. "No, American," Burroughs said. "Lie." "You Polish," said the mestizo. Burroughs was on the point of saying, "You ought to know an American when you see one, we run your jerkwater spick country," but told himself to watch his temper. It was time to leave. "Panama, how I hate your cheatin' guts." Passing through Mexico City, he ran across a couple of people from the Bounty days and asked if they had heard from Allerton, but no one knew where he was. Burroughs felt an ache of longing, remembering their trip. If he suddenly appeared, Burroughs would have a new routine for him, the skip tracer. "You meet all kinds on this job, kid. Every now and then some popcorn citizen walks in the office and tries to pay friendly finance with this shit." Slowly he opens a thin brown hand, revealing a roll of yellow $1,000 bills. The hand turns over palm down and falls against the chair. The bills lie there crumpled on the red tile floor. Imperceptibly, the skip tracer straightened up. "Keep that in case you're caught short, kid. You know how it is in these spick hotels. You gotta carry your own papers." He walked to the door, polishing the nails of his left hand on the lapel of his worn Glen plaid suit. The suit gave off an odor of mold when he moved. He looked at his nails. "Oh, about your account. I'll be around soon. That is within a few. We'll come to some kind of an agreement." The door opened and wind blew through the room. The door closed and the curtains settled back, one curtain trailing over a sofa as if someone had taken it and tossed it there. By mid-August 1953, Burroughs was in Palm Beach for a brief visit with his family. His parents continued to support him with $200 a month, but it was clear they did not want him living where they lived. The trouble was, there were places where he might have liked to live but couldn't, because of legal problems: New Orleans, Mexico City, New York. In September, however, he went to New York for the first time in 6 years, to visit Allen Ginsberg. It was a different city, a different country, a different planet, a different decade. There were no roaring 50s as there had been roaring 20s. The post-war equation did not lend itself to merrymaking, two superpowers with the ability to destroy each other, the Russians having exploded their first atomic bomb in 1950. Then the Korean War started, the first example of the superpowers waging war by proxy in the Third World. The Pentagon replaced the WPA as big spender. At home, Senator McCarthy exploited fears of communism, federal employees went before loyalty boards, and subversive organizations were listed by the Attorney General. Robert Oppenheimer, maker of the A-bomb, was charged with having communist sympathies. Charlie Chaplin was refused entry into the United States on the ground of being a dangerous character. The Little Tramp, dangerous. Life went on. Levittown's, The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit, The $64,000 Question, Doctors Spock and Kinsey, The Joy of Cooking, Are You Now or Have You Ever Been? Jane Mansfield, with her rayon hair and little girl voice, and William F. Buckley, with his meretricious God and Man at Yale, were two examples of the moral hypocrisy of the 50s. The Eisenhower years. Eisenhower having been, in passing, president of the university from which Allen Ginsberg had been suspended and Jack Kerouac had been barred as an unwholesome element. Swept up in some degree by the mood of the 50s, Allen Ginsberg was trying to live a normal life as a regularly employed heterosexual. He lived at 204 East 7th Street right off Tompkins Square Park. He worked for the World Telegram, making up the stock market quotations, and he had girlfriends. But in June, when the Rosenbergs were executed, he sent President Eisenhower a telegram, "You have the Rosenbergs' blood on your hands." When Fulton Lewis, Jr., said on the air that the Rosenbergs smelled bad, Allen thought, an ugly image. The stinking Jew. When Burroughs turned up in September, Allen invited him to stay at his apartment. They were making breakfast the morning after his arrival when a garrulous and disheveled young friend of Alan's appeared, wanting to sell a suitcase full of miniature liquor bottles of various hues that he had stolen from a queer bar. The young man was Gregory Corso, who would become a leading figure of the Beat movement, and who had in common with the others that he was a misfit, self-invented, rebellious, and blessed by the muse. If Ginsberg, Kerouac, and Burroughs were the three musketeers of the movement, Corso was their D'Artagnan, a sort of junior partner, accepted and appreciated, but with less than complete parity. He had not been in at the start, which was the alliance of the Columbia intellectuals with the Times Square hipsters. He was a recent adherent, although his credentials were impressive enough to gain him unrestricted admittance, and he added to the core group's ethnic diversity a Canuck, a Jew, a Wasp, and now, an Italian. In one of his journals, Corso wrote, "Gregorio Nunzio Corso, address oblivion, school death." It wasn't quite that bad, although his life did have a strong element of Dickensian pathos. His beautiful 18-year-old mother, Michelina, ran off with a lover back to Italy when he was 6 months old, in 1930. His father, Fortunato, placed him with foster parents, of which he had had 3 sets by the time he was 10. The agency that arranged the placements believed that it was not healthy for a boy to become attached to a foster mother. Never having known his real mother, Gregory loved his first foster mother as his own, and was grief-stricken when at the age of 2 he was separated from her. One day his first foster mother came to see him at his second foster home and gave him a quarter, which he lost. After that, he started wetting his bed. In the third foster home, they gave him a rubber sheet and wouldn't let him drink water after 6 p.m. When he was 10, his father, by now remarried, took him back, and he went to live on the Lower East Side. His father was an obstinate, uneducated Italian, who had never read a book or listened to classical music. When he got mad, which was often, he yelled, "I should have thrown you down the toilet bowl." His stepmother competed with his father on the decibel level, screaming, "He wets the bed, he wets the bed." In 1942, Gregory stole a radio from the lady downstairs and was sent to the youth house for 4 months, which was heavily populated with older black youths belonging to gangs: the Comanches, the Lucky Gents, the Sabres. He was so regularly beaten that in despair he put both hands through a window and was sent to Bellevue for observation, and released. By this time his father was in the Navy, and Gregory was sent to a Christian Brothers home, where he was made to stand on the main path from the cottage to the mess hall, holding his rubber sheet. He ran away and took to the streets. Oh, yes, another thing: his obsession with watches, symbols of life's impermanence and pain. Each hour wounds, the last one kills. When he stole a wristwatch from the dresser drawer of his third foster parent's bedroom, he was spanked. When he stole $10 from his father's pants and bought a Mickey Mouse watch, his father beat him with a razor strap. When he stole a watch with a gold case from a sleeping man, he wasn't caught, and hocked the watch. Raised a Catholic, he had First Communion and Confirmation. He went to church every Sunday and said hundreds of Hail Marys for the poor. He kissed Cardinal Spellman's ring and a piece of the True Cross. He went to confession and made up venial sins to mask his true and mortal sin of masturbation, and when he admitted to masturbation he had to say 100 Our Fathers and 100 Hail Marys, and he could not understand why. At 13, the only pure joy he knew was forbidden, and he broke from the church he was through with the only "we shall see the face of God" routine. His formal schooling ended at the 6th grade, but his street schooling continued, and when he was 16, he and 2 friends planned the holdup of a household finance office. Gregory was the master burglar who bought surplus World War II walkie-talkies from an Army-Navy store. The burglary was a success, netting $21,000, and Gregory took off for Florida. His 2 Confederates, however, remained in New York, where their conspicuous spending led to their arrest. They gave away their partner, who was sentenced to 3 years in the state prison in Dannemora, New York. The judge said he was a threat to society because he had put crime on a scientific basis. Small and jaunty, a sort of street-smart Italian combination of Tom Sawyer and the Artful Dodger, Gregory had to defend himself in prison from being a freehole. If you allowed yourself to be fucked, you were finished. Black gangs tried to rape him, but he fought back fiercely, and the mafia inmates did their bit to protect a fellow Italian. They gave him advice: don't you serve time, let time serve you. When you're talking to 6 people, make sure you see 7, in other words, self-esteem. Gregory started reading in prison, discovering the great printed acreage of literature, which anyone could make his own by the simple act of opening a book. He also discovered that for anyone who was small and puny, the best protection was to be a clown. If you could make people laugh, half the battle was won, and he worked at it with a frenzy, going the limit, falling on his face. Just as Lucien Carr was transformed by his stay in prison, Lucien, who liked to say that Gregory's past was institutional, so was Gregory, but in a different way. What emerged from the sordid chapters of his life, the foster homes, the youth house, Dannemora, was the love of beauty with a capital B, and the burgeoning of a poetic sensibility, the old flower in the dunghill routine. As Jack Kerouac put it, Gregory had risen like an angel over the rooftops of the Lower East Side to become a poet. Back to New York in 1950 came Gregory Corso, aspiring poet, who soon met Allen Ginsberg, aspiring poet. Ever the go-between and arranger, Allen took his discovery, the street urchin convict poet, to see Mark Van Doren, who looked at his prison poems and pronounced, "Too much mother." He then showed Gregory's work to John Cleland Holmes, who said something about green armpit poems. A friendship formed, and one day Gregory asked Allen if he was queer. Would it make any difference? Allen asked. It's all right, Gregory said, but it wouldn't have been in prison. At that point, in 1951, Gregory was smitten with a sultry-eyed Latin American sculptress named Marisol Escobar, and was competing for her favors with a black man twice his size. One night in the Minetta Tavern, Miss Escobar's dusky suitor approached Gregory and said, "Don't go near Marisol again." Something snapped inside Gregory's head. Suddenly he saw a gang of leering blacks holding him down and calling him a little wop and trying to tear his pants off, and he smashed his beer glass on the bar and pushed the broken glass into his rival's face. Not knowing where to go, he went to Allen's, showing him his cut hands, and saying, "Look what I did, I could have blinded the man." Exhausted and distressed, he lay down on Allen's bed, but soon felt his belt being unbuckled. "Here, I need some warmth from this guy, and he's trying to put his little fat Jewish dick into me. At a time like that. Come on." Their friendship survived this contretemps, however, and Gregory continued to show up at Allen's, as he did on the morning in September 1953 when Burroughs was there. Burroughs saw a young man with a lively, expressive face and a lot of wavy brown hair, who was rather like a hyperactive child, with a rap as manic as Neal Cassidy's. He had a knack of saying things that other people might think but would not say. If there was a man with warts on his face, Gregory would observe, "They say you get warts from toads." Say your father was dying of cancer, he would ask, "Hey, did your old man kick the bucket yet?" There was in Gregory the need to defy, to be provocative, to be constantly testing every human relationship. That morning, when he saw that he had no takers for his liquor bottles, he said he would make toast, and he burned the toast. Gregory felt that Burroughs had taken an instant dislike to him. He sensed jealousy. Here was this young Italian kid that Allen obviously liked. Gregory's intuition was correct, for in the odd way these things happen, Burroughs was now in love with Allen. Years before, in the Columbia days, Allen had said that he and Burroughs were destined to enter into some sort of extreme Lucien Carr, David Cameron relationship, and when Burroughs heard about it he said, "Ridiculous, I'm not attracted to him." But in the intervening years, Allen had become Burroughs' lifeline. When Joan died, he was not outraged or judgmental. He continued to offer sympathy and friendship. No matter what Burroughs had done, Allen got it across that his respect and fondness for him had not changed. Burroughs, who saw himself as monstrous in the eyes of others, was uplifted by Alan's loyalty. In addition, it was thanks to Alan that Burroughs had realized his ambition to be a published writer. Alan had believed in the book and had taken it around. Burroughs, with his perennial sense of isolation, had built up a tremendous dependence on Alan, as stalwart friend and able ally. Alan was his audience of one, to whom he wrote long letters while on his Yague expedition, letters that were the initial form of a possible book. Alan was flattered. Burroughs had been a mentor and elder statesman of their Columbia days. And now Burroughs needed him. His wish to be respected, his own fragile sense of worth, were gratified. And yet Alan was unprepared for the intensity of Burroughs' feelings. At the time he was seeing a black girl, Aline Lee, but she had been offended when he told her, "I've been in the bug house and I've had enough trouble with my Jewish relatives and I can't bring home a colored girl." It wasn't prejudice on Alan's part but a kind of flippant social gaucherie, and a surrender to the mores of the 50s. In any case, he introduced her to Kerouac, who used her as the main character in The Subterraneans. But when Burroughs showed an erotic interest, Alan was perplexed. He had never thought of Bill that way. His taste was for strong young guys, but Bill was 39 to his 27. On the other hand, Alan thought, if he's really that involved, why not be generous? He knew what it was to have heartaches and be rejected, as he had been, innumerable times. And he felt, I am a remarkable person and he is a remarkable person, and we must surpass ourselves. Alan accepted Burroughs' advances, not from desire but as an extension of friendship and an act of kindness. Sexually, it was too bizarre to be satisfying. For Burroughs in the act of sex underwent an amazing transformation. This reserved, sardonic, masculine man became a gushing, ecstatic, passionate woman. The change was so extreme and startling that Alan was alarmed. What Burroughs wanted was to take the passive role. Alan was surprised to see that he could have an orgasm that way. There was nothing reciprocal in it. Having it done to him was enough. Alan did it a few times but got a bit squeamish about it, perhaps because Burroughs' reaction was so intense it scared him. He seemed to melt completely, to take on a different identity, as he had in Narcoanalysis with Dr. Wolberg, to become some recognizable female type, a St. Louis dowager perhaps. His distinction and reticence gave way to a mushily romantic, vulnerably whimpering female persona, as if he was able to contain within himself the personalities of both sexes. To Burroughs, it was another instance of being possessed by beings over which he had no control, but to Alan it was unsettling. Also, Burroughs' thin, almost childlike body was not to Alan's taste, which ran more to the bodybuilder muscle man. The other alarming factor was the depth of emotion that Burroughs demonstrated, which to Alan seemed inappropriate. Burroughs aspired to complete mutual possession. He wanted some kind of uncanny, primordial, protoplasmic union, some kind of complete symbiosis. He wanted to graft and absorb the other person. Alan later reflected that Burroughs' writing was shot through with images of this desire to possess. The character of Bradley the buyer in Naked Lunch, going around and literally absorbing all the young junkies, was a parable of his own erotic fantasies. In Sex, Burroughs disclosed the secret of his multiple selves. Alan reflected that it left him in a dangerous position, for in dropping his guard he became a target for mockery. Alan wondered what he had gone through at the Los Alamos school, where, being unable to show his soft and feminine side for fear of being ridiculed, he had found acceptably oblique ways of presenting himself with parodies and routines. Burroughs wanted to be made love to and possessed, but to Alan it was an unsatisfactory situation. The more evasive Alan became, the more Burroughs pressed for a total commitment. Alan's inability to respond made him feel guilty, and there were earnest discussions, in which Burroughs compared his relationships with Allerton and with Alan, and tried to come to terms with his extravagant demands. He was annoyed, for instance, that Alan continued to see girls. Burroughs felt more keenly than ever his inability to have a successful love relationship. It had not worked out with Allerton because he was straight, and now it was not working with Alan, even though Alan was homosexual. Alan was trying to think of a way to wind it all down without rejecting Burroughs. One day they went out for a walk and Burroughs was chiding him for his lack of response, and all the frustration that Alan had been storing overflowed, and he turned to Burroughs and said, "I don't want your ugly old cock." Burroughs stood there, as if rooted in the pavement, and Alan saw his whole body shudder. It was the worst thing that Alan could have said, an intemperate answer born of defeat, a rejection of his body, a rejection of the deeper intimacy that Burroughs sought, the life commitment, in which Alan saw his entire life monopolized. Alan's outburst put an end to the erotic aspect, which in retrospect might come to be seen as a temporary aberration, a single scene in a long-enduring friendship. His face had the look of a superimposed photo, reflecting a fractured spirit that could never love man or woman with complete wholeness. Yet he was driven by an intense need to make his love real, to change fact. Usually he selected someone who could not reciprocate, so that he was able cautiously, like one who tests uncertain ice, though in this case the danger was not that the ice give way, but that it might hold his weight to shift the burden of not loving, of being unable to love, onto the partner. Burroughs fell back on his stance of sardonic diffidence, and Alan thought of a line of William Carlos Williams's, "Unworldly love that has no hope of the world and that cannot change the world to its desire." They remained friendly, and explored the new village scene. It was very different from Columbia in the 40s when the only hip people were the Times Square hustlers. Now there was a whole new generation, partly documented in Chandler Broussard's 1952 novel, Who Walk in Darkness, who knew what the word hip meant. They could be found at the San Remo bar and other village hangouts, forming the nucleus of a counterculture. Then there were those people whom it was impossible to classify, but who somehow found themselves in the Ginsberg-Kerouac-Burroughs orbit, like the classics scholar Alan Anson, still sharing a house with his maiden aunt in Woodmere, Long Island. Anson had in the meantime become secretary to W. H. Auden. In 1948 he went to hear Auden lecture at the New School on the Merry Wives of Windsor. "It's such a boring play," Auden told the audience, "but it did give us a great opera," and proceeded to play Verdi's Falstaff on the phonograph he had brought along. Instead of providing scintillating comment, he pretended to be absorbed in the libretto, which provoked the audience into restiveness. There were cries of "We came here to hear a lecture." Anson, an Auden loyalist, responded with "Shut up," and was rewarded with an introduction to the poet and an invitation to carry his record player home to Brooklyn. Then Anson showed Auden a paper he had written on the Sea and the Mirror poems, and Auden complimented him by saying, "You've seen the figure in my carpet," and asked Anson to be his secretary. Anson's hope that the job would be a passport to the Muses was soon dashed, for all he did was pay bills and make travel arrangements. Auden discouraged all attempts at being Boswell to his Johnson. It was not one of the great secretariats, like Beckett and Joyce, Anson recalls. By the time Burroughs was back in New York in the fall of 1953, Anson's aunt had died, and he had rented the house to the novelist William Gaddis, which gave him a small income, enough to travel to Europe. Calling Allen Ginsberg one day, he was told that Burroughs was there. Burroughs was to him an intriguing but enigmatic figure, whom he had heard about from Allen but never met. "I very much want to meet him," he told Allen, and Burroughs got on the phone and said, "Come on in, man, take a cab, we'll pay at this end," which struck Anson, who was something of a penny pincher, as a lavish gesture. Burroughs and Anson hit it off so well they decided to travel to Europe together. They weren't sure where they wanted to go, but decided to start from Rome. "I'm going to steep myself in vice," Burroughs announced. But he had to steep himself in parental favor first to refurbish the old exchequer, and left for Florida, agreeing to meet Anson in Rome at Christmas time. Once again, Burroughs was on the move, and this time he didn't know where. Mid-December found him aboard the Greek liner Nea Hellas, complaining bitterly about the dirty staterooms, the terrible food, the hair in the jam, and the length of the trip 12 days. He reached Rome before Anson and felt miserable. It was cold, nothing was heated, and instead of bars, they had soda and ice cream joints with no place to sit down. You would be standing next to some citizen sucking on a banana split, and find a maraschino cherry in your dry martini. Then he had an argument with the hotel clerk, who had enough garlic on his breath to deter a covey of vampires, about visitors in his room. Anson arrived, and went around visiting churches, which to Burroughs were just piles of stone. Allen spoke enough Italian to negotiate several affairs du coeur. But after 10 days, Burroughs hated Rome, and would rather have been anywhere else, even Quito. Anson decided to go to Venice, where he would remain for years. Burroughs for some reason decided to head for Tangier. He had read Paul Bowles's novels The Sheltering Sky and Let It Come Down, set in Fez and Tangier, which had a reputation for wickedness. It sounded like his kind of city worth checking out. 12. Tangier. 1954 to 1958. On February 5, 1954, Burroughs celebrated, if that is the right word, his 40th birthday in Tangier. 40, the halfway point of life, a time for taking stock, pausing, and asking hard questions. What have I accomplished? Have I met my goals? In what direction is my life going? For Burroughs, the answers were disappointing. At an age when most men are solidly established in their careers, he was still being supported by his parents, like an eternal adolescent. His one published book had made no ripple on the literary waters. His future as a writer was uncertain. He himself had no idea whether he would ever write another book. His life since his graduation from Harvard could to some extent be summed up like a police rap sheet: forged prescriptions, drunk driving, possession of narcotics, and criminal imprudence, a south-of-the-border euphemism for homicide. He had succeeded in distancing himself from his class and family background, but his progress had been chaotic. He was a man tormented by his drug addiction and the memory of his wife, her head slumped, a trickle of blood running down her face. His life resembled one of his South American expeditions, in which he fell into every possible accident and error, losing his gear, being arrested for a misdated visa, shivering in the wind on a bare mountain slope above the tree line, chilled to the blood-making marrow with despair and loneliness. Burroughs could not shake his feeling of apartness from the rest of the human race. Enter the American tourist. He thinks of himself as a good guy, but when he looks in the mirror to shave this good guy, he had to admit that, well, other people are different from me and I don't really like them. This makes him feel guilt toward other people. Despite severe bouts of depression, he had the fortitude to keep going. I have crippling depressions. I wonder how I can feel this bad and live. Very few people are ever in contact with that area of human despair. I've survived by confronting it. I let it wash through me. It seems paradoxical to say this about a man who was indentured to narcotics, which might be seen as the worst form of self-indulgence, but Burroughs had considerable strength of character. He had deliberately set out to live a certain way, and would not be swayed from his purpose. He approached life with a sense of mission, as in his quest for Yeg. He had great personal courage, bordering on foolhardiness, as when he drank the potion prepared by the medicine man, knowing nothing about the proper dose, and it almost killed him. He had those very Emersonian qualities of self-reliance and a personal point of view, as if following Emerson's advice to the scholars at Dartmouth College: be content with a little light, so it be your own. Explore and explore. Be neither chided nor flattered out of your position of perpetual inquiry. Although cast in the mold of the American original, as exemplified by Emerson and Thoreau, there was an added dimension to Burroughs, a dark side, which was his belief in a magical universe. This had been noted early on, in his Los Alamos report card, which mentioned his interest in the morbid and abnormal. Yes, I had and have an insatiable appetite for the extreme and the sensational, for the morbid, slimy, and unwholesome. At Los Alamos I was reading Baudelaire, The Flowers of Evil, and Burning Incense. My nannies brought me up on black magic. Trip and stumble, slip and fall. I would not have had such nurses had I not been receptive ground. As Wordsworth, in Intimations of Immortality, trailed clouds of glory, Burroughs trailed clouds of witchcraft. As a 5-year-old, looking down the hall of the house on Pershing Avenue, he had such a feeling of oppression and dread that he burst out crying. When his brother asked him what was wrong, he couldn't explain. It was a feeling of being hopelessly at a disadvantage, which he later identified as the visitation of an inimical spirit. In college, he read books on Tibetan magic, and the works of the French master of the occult Eliphas Lévy, who gave him a key to success, vouloir sans désirer, voilà le secret du pouvoir. To want without desiring, there is the secret of power. He studied the Golden Dawn, the psychic society that Yeats belonged to, and became a connoisseur of ghost stories. To Burroughs, behind everyday reality there was a reality of the spirit world, of psychic visitations, of curses, of possession and phantom beings. This was the single most important element of his life, just as the single most important thing about Graham Greene is his vision as a lapsed Catholic. At Los Alamos, Burroughs put a curse on a boy who had rejected him, and when the boy got sick, he felt that the curse had worked. In New York, he put a curse on a hoodlum friend of Jack Anderson's who had borrowed a gun which he did not return. A few days later, both his hands were blown off when a drum of gasoline he was handling exploded, and he died, another demonstration of the effectiveness of curses. We assume that everything happens by accident. My attitude is that nothing happens by accident. Of course, if you put a curse on someone it may boomerang, but you take the chance. It's like the Old West, if you shoot somebody, there are gonna be 10 people looking for you. You may have to do it in self-defense. It's nothing to be undertaken lightly, but in many cases it has to be done. Another thing about curses, often they don't hit the person they're aimed at. As for me, I've won some and lost some. It was because the sense of dread persisted that Burroughs went into analysis. Through narco-analysis he was able to identify several of the personalities that seemed to be competing for control of his being, but that did not alleviate the condition. Finally, he confronted what he felt to be his situation. External forces, some benign and some inimical, were trying to inhabit him, and he had to wage a daily battle to keep them in line. The world was divided between potential allies and potential enemies. Burroughs was in the position of primitive man, who believes that the animal or human sacrifices he has offered to the gods have brought rain. There were forces out there that had to be appeased or guarded against. In the magical universe there are no coincidences and there are no accidents. Nothing happens unless someone wills it to happen. The dogma of science is that the will cannot possibly affect external forces, and I think that's just ridiculous. It's as bad as the church. My viewpoint is the exact contrary of the scientific viewpoint. I believe that if you run into somebody in the street it's for a reason. Among primitive people they say if someone was bitten by a snake he was murdered. I believe that. A city built on low sand hills at the northwestern tip of the African continent, Tangier was unique for two reasons. Geographically, it was the only city overlooking both the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, thus straddling two worlds. Legally, it was an international zone. Whereas the rest of Morocco was under French rule, Tangier was governed by the consuls of 8 European nations, and had 3 official languages: French, Spanish, and Arabic, and 2 official currencies, the franc and the peseta. From this special position many benefits flowed. Legend had it that the city's origin went back to the Greek hero, Hercules. Walking along the shores of the Mediterranean, en route to pick up some of the golden apples in the gardens of the Hesperides, about 60 miles south of present-day Tangier, Hercules spied a lovely young woman dozing in the sun. It developed that she was married to a local giant named Antaeus, who was the son of Gaia, goddess of earth. As long as any portion of his anatomy touched the ground, he received powerful charges from Mother Earth that made him invincible. Antaeus challenged Hercules for ogling his wife, and they fought, but every time Hercules threw him, the giant bounced back. In one last, prodigious effort, Hercules lifted him off the ground and crushed him to death in his mighty arms. Then he buried him on the continent's northwest corner, where Tangier today stands. Antaeus was the god of losers, which made Tangier an appropriate haven for all the washed-up people who gravitated there, with stories of having been robbed of their wealth and their power and their strength. The actual history of Tangier was one of foreign occupation, so that a certain kind of cosmopolitanism, at once wary and raffish, became inbred. The Berbers were followed by the Phoenicians and the Romans, the Portuguese in the 15th century, and the British in the 17th. A period of Moroccan monarchs ended in 1912, when the French and the Spanish partitioned Morocco, and Tangier was made a special zone. Writers and artists passed through. Mark Twain came in 1867 and wrote that the houses of the native quarter were so jammed together it seemed like a crowded city of snowy tombs. All the men seemed to be money changers. At last he had found something uncompromisingly foreign. Matisse lived and painted there from 1911 to 1913. Because of its special status, Tangier was a hub of unregulated free enterprise. Anyone with a valid passport could become a citizen of the city. It was a free port, with no import duties or income tax. Gold could be bought over the counter. Anyone with a letterhead and a storefront could open a bank, of which there were close to 100. Anyone with a fistful of cash could become a money changer, of which there were more than 100. Post-World War II, Tangier became a multinational boomtown, a capital of permissiveness. Smuggling was a respectable profession, drugs out and guns in. It was said that the CD license plates did not mean corps diplomatique but contrabandier distingué, distinguished smuggler. Tangier being by definition a place where everything was freely bought and sold, it gained a reputation for wickedness. In his widely syndicated column, as I was saying, Robert Ruark wrote in 1950 that Sodom was a church picnic and Gomorrah a convention of Girl Scouts compared to Tangier, which contained more thieves, black marketeers, spies, thugs, phonies, beachcombers, expatriates, degenerates, characters, operators, bandits, bums, tramps, politicians, and charlatans than any place he'd ever visited. What Ruark did not catch was that although lenient, Tangier was also provincial. It was a small town, where you kept seeing the same people, and everyone knew everyone else. The Arabs, Spanish, French, and expatriate residents coexisted in polyglot harmony. In spite of languid law enforcement, there was little crime. The bulk of the population was made up of hard-working shopkeepers and merchants. There was also a glittering expatriate fringe of the well-born and truly wealthy. Barbara Hutton wore a diadem and sat on a sort of throne when she received guests in her whitewashed, crenellated palace in the Medina. On the mountain, as an outlying hilly area was known, the inimitable David Herbert, younger brother of the Earl of Pembroke, maintained the traditions, and the cuisine, of English manor life. When Burroughs arrived in January 1954, he caught at once the special character of the city, its quality of exemption. It was exempt from every interference. There was no pressure of any sort to curtail private behavior. Hard drugs were routinely sold over the counter. Kip and hashish were openly smoked in little clay pipes with wood stems. Boys were so plentiful you had to fight them off. Here at last was the sanctuary of complete non-interference he had sought in his wanderings. The cop stood there with his hands behind his back, a benign and unthreatening presence. In Morocco, no stigma was attached to homosexuality. According to the distinguished anthropologist Edward Westermarck, author of Ritual and Belief in Morocco, it was regarded with indifference by the Moroccans except in the case of boy whores or of men who practiced passive pederasty, who in the next world would be condemned to wash their faces forever with the urine of Jews. Another attractive feature to Burroughs was the low place of women in the society. They were veiled and shrouded, so you hardly noticed them. From the country there arrived men on donkeys followed by women on foot, bent over almost double under their load of charcoal. There was no mistaking their subservient role. Tangier was also a place where magic was a part of daily life, where sorcerers mixed love potions and poisons, where members of secret brotherhoods went into trances and cast spells. In the souks the medicine men sold their wares: powders, bottled elixirs, bunches of herbs, bits of bark, dead lizards, colored stones, all arranged on anatomical charts spread on the ground. Burroughs found a room in a house at 1 Calle de los Arcos near the Saco Chico, Little Market. The owner, Anthony Reedhorst, a portly fellow known as Dutch Tony, made a living arranging assignations with boys in his quarters for visiting English and American gentlemen. Burroughs hung out at the Café Central in the Saco Chico, the meeting place and switchboard of Tangier, and as good a place as any to size up its inhabitants. He saw young Spaniards in gabardine trench coats talking about soccer, Arab guides smoking kif pipes, pimps and smugglers and money changers, a parade of boys being appraised by expatriate queers, and above all, a parade of losers stuck in Tangier, where, in the words of Auden, the lonely are battered like pebbles into fortuitous shapes. Tangier was the world capital of the stranded. Here was a Danish boy waiting for a friend to arrive with his money and the rest of his luggage, who each day met the ferry from Gibraltar and the ferry from Algeciras. Here was a Spanish boy, waiting for a permit to enter the French zone where his uncle would give him a job. Here was an English boy waiting for a money order, having been robbed of his valuables by a girlfriend. There was in Tangier a high concentration of people with vague and unlikely prospects, who sat around cursing their luck and hoping for deliverance. They would get a job on a yacht, or smuggle whiskey into Spain, or write a bestseller. At cafe tables they traded schemes, fantasies of diamond or gun running, of starting nightclubs and bowling alleys and travel agencies, and Burroughs knew that in spite of their confident voices and decisive gestures, none of it would ever come to pass. The idea, the plan, the project would be allowed to disintegrate undisturbed. All their lives these people had taken wrong turns, they had drifted with an unlucky current, and they had ended up in Tangier. Of course it was natural for Burroughs to fall in with the lowlifes. He was not invited to the castle to sit at Barbara Hutton's feet, or to the mountain to have dinner with Lord David Herbert on the hibiscus-clad terrace. The friends Burroughs made were known as the Calamity Sisters. There was Eric Gifford, who worked for the English-language Tangier Gazette and took care of his elderly mother. Gifford had ability and intelligence, but nothing worked for him, he was either too late or too early. He had lost his money in a beer-raising venture in the Caribbean. It looked like a sure thing, but it turned out there was a local moth that infested the hives. The beer-raising venture was one brief chapter in a long saga of misfortune. "It's the sort of thing that could only happen to Eric," said his friends. Who but Eric could have been held for months in a detention camp as a Spanish communist during the Franco years? Gifford had gone to good schools in England, he was willing to work and he spoke 5 languages, but he bore the indelible brand of bad luck and failure. Then there was Bernie Butler, name changed, the shameless sponger, who looked like some aborted, early variant of Homo sap, blackmailing the human race with his existence. "Remember me? I'm the boy you left behind with the lemurs and the baboons. I'm not equipped for survival like some people." His greedy blue eyes would search for a hint of uncertainty in yours, and he would make his pitch, "Nobody else will buy me a drink, will you?" If you bought him one, you would be rewarded with the story of his fall from wealth, of his betrayal by dishonest associates, of his promised inheritance. "Dear Aunt Harriet is dying, and I'm so afraid the nurse will get hold of her money." He had a regular route knowing that so-and-so was good for coffee, and so-and-so might be good for lunch. Another character who passed through but didn't stay long was Porter Tuck, an American bullfighter who had been touring Spain as El Rubio de Boston, the Boston Blonde. He had taken a bad goring, a cornada in the lung, and there was a photograph of him in a Spanish magazine over the caption "Dead American." He thought of suing the magazine, but instead went to New York with all his bullfighting capes and got a job as a waiter in a Spanish restaurant. Over the years he went downhill and did some time for paper hanging. When Burroughs was in New York in 1965, he got a call in the middle of the night, and it was Porter Tuck, whom he hadn't seen in years. "Can I come over and see you?" he asked. "For God's sake, Porter, it's 3 in the morning, come this afternoon." "That's a laugh," Porter Tuck said. The next day Burroughs turned on the radio and heard that he had shot himself on a bridge. "I guess the magazine was right," he thought, "he was dead and didn't know it. Some people died in installments, a bit here and a bit there. It was like the old joke about the razor, just try to shake your head 10 years from now." Burroughs composed an epitaph for Porter Tuck. "Nobody likes a walking stiff. And they like him less with every whiff. So find yourself a plot of sod. And lie down for the love of God." Also in the checkered career category was Paul Lund, known as Paul of Birmingham. The son of a respectable import-export executive, Lund had turned to crime for fun and profit. In Birmingham, he stole the payroll of the Ladywood Hospital and held up the Grove Cinema. In Blackpool, he held up the Yellowway Coach Company. Over the years, he became an authority on English prisons. At the bottom of the list were the antediluvian will prisons like Dartmoor and Parkhurst and Winson Green, with a number of halls leading out like spokes from a central hub. The bedding was filthy, the food was inedible, and they still gave you the cat for certain offenses, which was known as having your back scratched. Reading Jail was the best nick in England, with only 150 inmates. The screws told him he had Oscar Wilde's old cell, B23. Finally his father said, "If you must be a blackguard, Paul, go and be one somewhere else and not on my doorstep." Lund came to Tangier, and was soon involved in smuggling cigarettes from the Canary Islands. But he was caught at sea by the Italian Coast Guard and was imprisoned in Livorno, where he contracted tuberculosis. Back in Tangier, Lund wound down his criminal activities and opened a little bar, the Navarra. In England he was facing what they call pen indefinite as an habitual criminal. Burroughs liked his stories of the English underworld and his picturesque lingo. A good friend of Lund's was George Greaves, a big, fat, puffing Sydney Green Street character, whose adventures had taken him from his native Australia to Tangier, where he was the stringer for the London Daily Express. Greaves lived so obviously beyond his means that he was suspected of selling information to the Moroccan police and the various Legations. Seen at all the parties, he was known for his lascivious and usually slanderous stories. Greaves liked to invite his friends to breakfast, and once invited Burroughs and Paul Lund, to whom he said, "Listen, Paul, if you can get me a little information on arms shipments, I think a lot could be forgotten. How could I look at myself in the mirror if I did something like that?" Lund asked. "Well, Paul," Greaves said, "you have to take a broad, general view of things." This seemed to Burroughs the highest expression of the justification of corruption that he had ever heard. He never tired of repeating it, mimicking George's slow and insinuating down-under drawl. He was the most completely corrupt person Burroughs had ever met. A cut above the Calamity Sisters was Don Cotton, name changed, a blond and blue-eyed man in his 30s from Ohio who had been a captain in the Air Force. Cotton wrote a social column in the weekly Morocco Courier under the sobriquet Barnaby Bliss, and went around to parties collecting bits of gossip. He had an unsavory reputation as a police informer, dating to a crackdown on homosexuals after Moroccan independence in 1956, when Tangier lost its international status. "If they call me," Cotton told Burroughs, "I'm going to spill the beans on everybody. Think I'll leave Paul Bowles sitting up there in his ivory tower? I'll just blow the whistle." He was questioned by police and apparently gave some names. Paul Lund called him Grassy Gird, to grass meaning to squeal in British criminal argot. A fellow boarder at Tony Dutch's, Cotton introduced Burroughs to the Tangier boys scene. As an example of how inexpensive it was, he got 2 Arab boys to screw each other for 60 cents. "Leche, we want leche milk," Cotton said as boy number 1 lay down on his stomach on the bed and boy number 2 rubbed spit on his prick. The boy contracted, his breath whistling through his teeth, and he pushed himself off with both hands, showing the leche and asking for a towel. Then he lay down on his stomach and boy number 1 took over. He was more passionate and came almost at once. When Burroughs expressed surprise that they would perform so cheaply, Cotton said, "They are hungry." The whole episode made Burroughs feel sort of like a dirty old man. It was thanks to the ubiquitous Cotton, however, that Burroughs met the one person in Tangier he most wanted to know, Paul Bowles. Bowles was an established writer with a growing reputation, who had published 2 novels and a collection of short stories that Burroughs admired. He was, in short, what Burroughs wanted to be. The 2 men had in common that, finding the United States inhospitable, they had chosen to live in the tolerant international climate of Tangier. They also shared a disgust with the life they saw around them, combined with a will to survive. Burroughs would have endorsed this passage from Bowles's short story Pages from Cold Point: "Life is visually too hideous for one to make the attempt to preserve it. Let it go. Perhaps someday another form of life will come along. Either way, it is of no consequence. At the same time, I am still a part of life, and I am bound by this to protect myself to whatever extent I can." Like Burroughs, Bowles had been unhappy as a child and had grown up with a feeling of apartness. Born in 1911 on Long Island, he was the only son of a failed concert violinist turned dentist. His grandmother told him that when he was 6 weeks old, his father had tried to kill him by throwing open the windows of his room during a midwinter snowstorm. Instead of a bond of trust between father and son, there was hostility and suspicion. In self-defense, Bowles became guarded and dissembling, retreating into a fantasy life. After briefly attending the University of Virginia because Poe went there, he left for Paris when he was 20 and was taken up by Gertrude Stein and her group. Like Burroughs, Paul married a woman he loved very much, even though he was a homosexual. In Jane Eyre, he found the same slightly off-kilter quality that he had, the same way of looking at the world that others would find peculiar. They were allies in their strangeness. Paul was a composer, and Jane wrote a novel called Two Serious Ladies. It was through helping her with her novel that Paul first thought seriously about writing. In 1947, leaving Jane in New York, he came to North Africa, wanting to get away from the atmosphere of literary coteries. "I want to take every poet and shove him down into the dung heap," he wrote a friend, "kick all his literary friends in the ass, and try to make him see that writing is not word bandying, but an emotion seen through the mind." Bowles traveled 3,000 miles by bus through Algeria, seeking out difficult places and uncomfortable situations. His logic was that if a place was unbearable, it was not surprising that he felt so ill at ease. It was useful to find places to live in that you could hold accountable for your anxieties. There were things that happened to Paul of which his friends said, "That's pure Paul," in the sense that they seemed to distill his off-center vision. In Algeria, for instance, a boy stole 400 francs from Paul, and when Paul uncharacteristically beat him up, the thief asked for an extra 100 to cover his hospital bills. Paul went into isolation in the Sahara to write The Sheltering Sky, writing his parents that living in the atmosphere of the novel has to become and stay more real than living in one's own life. His aim was, as he told a friend, to look only, everywhere, all hours, for that new way of looking at the human thing, the heart. In 1948, he moved to Tangier, where Jane joined him. They led separate sexual lives. Jane pursued a rough country girl named Sharifa, who sold grain in the market, while Paul had various Moroccan male friends. He didn't know why he stayed in Tangier, he said. It was out of inertia, or because it was cheap, or because it satisfied his capacity for being ill at ease. By the time Burroughs arrived in 1954, he had been there so long it was too much trouble to pull up stakes. The only way to live there, he said, was to remember constantly that the world outside was still more repulsive. When Cotton brought Burroughs around that January, Bowles had paratyphoid and was not at his best. Burroughs saw a small blond man, finely made, like a Meissen porcelain figurine. He had a natural elegance of gesture and manner, and smoked kif in specially ordered filter-tip cigarettes, with a holder which he waved while talking. He spoke very deliberately, weighing every word, and always with a slight air of bemusement, as if the unspoken subtext of his conversation was "Pucks, what fools these mortals be." Glad to be talking shop with a fellow writer, Burroughs told him he wanted to get out of his junkie contract, because his publisher was holding $350 of his royalties as a reserve against returns, but Bowles said that if he had signed the contract there was no way to change it, and advised him to get an agent. Burroughs did not seem to take to that idea, and Bowles wondered whether he thought agents were dishonest. At that point, Burroughs seemed rather gray and insubstantial to him, as though flickering in and out of focus. He looked furtive, like someone being questioned at a police station. Perhaps it was the drugs he was taking. When Bowles made no effort to see him again, Burroughs felt snubbed, and wrote Allen Ginsberg that he was a shameless faker. To Jack Kerouac, he wrote, "The one time I met Paul Bowles he evinced no cordiality. Since then he has made no effort to follow up the acquaintance under the circumstances it is his place to make advances once he knows that I am here and who I am. He invites the dreariest queens in Tangier to tea but has never invited me, which, seeing how small the town is, amounts to a deliberate affront." On thinking it over, however, he decided there had to be a reason for what he perceived as Bowles's coolness, which was that Bowles must be engaged in illegal currency operations and did not want anyone tracking heat into his trap, particularly someone who might be suspected of dealing drugs. A currency dealer would shun like poison anyone to whose garments clung the leprous taint of narcotics. Generally, Burroughs felt that he had for some reason, perhaps because of his addiction, been put in Coventry by the Tangier intelligentsia. The bar where writers and the international set gathered was Dean's, run by a dark gentleman named Joseph Dean, who was either an Egyptian of noble birth or a Jamaican of wealthy antecedents. It was common in Tangier to hear several versions of a person's background. A certain doctor, for instance, was either a survivor of a concentration camp or a Nazi wanted for war crimes. Just down the street from the Minza Hotel, Dean was the barman of legend, a resident wit who offered free counseling with the free lunch. Dean's was a club, an information agency, one of the consolation prizes of life in Tangier. When Burroughs went there, however, he felt hostility. Dean did not want to serve him, as though he would bring the place bad luck. That was fine with Burroughs, who savored Dean's disapproval, rolling it on his tongue with a glass of good dry sherry. The other fashionable gathering place was the 1001 Nights, a restaurant in a narrow wing of the Menebai Palace on the Martian, a plateau overlooking the straits where there were many large houses. The creation of the Swiss-Canadian painter Brian Geeson, the 1001 Nights marked perhaps the high point of expatriate life in Tangier, with its dazzling Moroccan food, its band of 5 musicians, and its dancing boys. It prospered only briefly, but there was nothing like it before or since. The decor was Moroccan banquettes, wooden tables surfaced with tiles, and brass lanterns with colored glass panels. The menu was a wooden tablet into the surface of which the bill of fare had been artfully burned. Geeson's paintings, scenes of Morocco and the Sahara, hung on the walls. Burroughs had been to an exhibition of Geeson's work in the Rembrandt Hotel soon after arriving in Tangier, and found the paintings undistinguished. He could draw, but had no real reason to do so. When he went to the restaurant, he found Geeson, a tall, broad-shouldered man with thick sandy hair and the ruddy, bony, narrow-eyed face of a Swiss mountaineer, cold and imperious. He was as niggardly in personal relations as he was in his paintings, thought Burroughs, who could make no contact with him. As a fashionable restaurateur, he had just the right sort of glacial geniality. Last night the coat room was stacked with mink, he told Burroughs. There's a lot of money in Tangier. Geeson was crazy like a fox, Burroughs thought, and had a paranoid conceit. He was a man who never had one good word to say about anybody. As for the ferret-faced dancing boys, with their narrow shoulders and bad teeth, they reminded him of a bowling team from Newark. As Burroughs settled into Tangier, he had his usual objections. Everybody had both feet in your business. Some character he had never seen before had come up to him and said, "Your friend Ali is in the Saco Chico. Please give me 1 peseta." Their lousy weed tasted like it was cut with horseshit and had no more boot than corn silk. The Arabs were a gabby, simple-minded crew, who did nothing but smoke weed and drink mint tea and sit around playing card games. You couldn't put your garbage out in a container because the container would get stolen. He was deeply hurt that he had not heard from Alan, who was traveling in Mexico, for 4 months. The withdrawal symptoms had been worse than with Allerton. He hadn't realized he was so hooked. He couldn't write or take an interest in anything. Nothing was worse than waiting day after day for a letter that didn't arrive. It seemed to Burroughs that he was always knocking himself out for his friends, who dismissed him as a vampire. But in spite of it all, he continued to love Alan, and nothing cancelled love. Perhaps he should attempt some account of Joan's death. His reluctance had nothing to do with bad taste, it had to do with fear. Not exactly the fear of discovering unconscious intent, but something more complex and horrible, the fear of realizing that her brain had drawn the bullet toward it. He remembered Kells Elvins's dream, the night of Joan's death, before he knew, of course. Burroughs was cooking something in a pot and Kells asked him what it was and Burroughs said, "Brains," and opened the pot to show him what looked like a lot of white worms. The idea of shooting a glass off her head had never entered his mind consciously, until out of the blue he had said, "It's about time for our William Tell act. Put a glass on your head, Joan." Why, instead of carrying it out, had he not given up the idea? Why indeed? He was afraid to go too deeply into the matter, although he knew that he had aimed from 6 feet for the very top of the glass. In February things picked up when Burroughs met an 18-year-old Spanish boy named Kiki, whose anti-Franco father had been killed in the Civil War, and who lived with his mother and his brother. Kiki reminded him of Angelo in Mexico City, with the same slightly oriental cast of face, the same very straight black hair, and the same brown eyes. It seemed to Burroughs that wherever he went he met a replica of the same boy. A good-natured, indolent youth, Kiki came to visit every day. The arrangement was satisfactory, for Burroughs did not like the bother of looking for boys. Rather than losing interest after a few times, as many homosexuals did, he liked to stay with the same person. He also preferred a simple relationship without emotional entanglement. He saw too many examples of Tangier queens making fools of themselves over Arab boys. Obviously there was a confusion of levels. The queens were thinking of love, while the boys thought in terms of practical advantage, of bettering themselves, of helping to feed their families. And why shouldn't they? Kiki was a tranquil, healthy young male. Burroughs kept the sex on an adolescent level, and didn't ask him to do things he didn't want to do. Kiki's standard objection was, "Tu me haces marican, you're turning me into a faggot." It was so pleasant to loll around smoking pot and having sex. They would doze off in the delicious sleep of a hot afternoon in a cool darkened room, with the sweet, imperceptible drawing together in sleep, leg inching over leg, arm encompassing body, hips hitching closer, stiffened organ reaching out to touch warm flesh. Kiki was playful. He would blow smoke through his pubic hairs and say, "Abracadabra," as his cock rose out of the smoke. At the same time, Kiki had his limitations, and Burroughs often felt lonely, for he had no one to talk to. If he went into one of his routines, Kiki gazed at him with pensive brown eyes like a puzzled deer, eyes that asked, "What is the American talking about? Should I laugh now? Is he good for an extra 25 pesetas today?" With no companionship except for Kiki, Burroughs fell back on drugs. Over the counter he bought a German-made synthetic morphine called Yocodol, the best junk kick he had ever had. The manufacturer, having discovered that it had a side effect of euphoria, stopped making it, but there was still a supply in Tangier, which Burroughs proceeded to exhaust. At first, he shot Yocodal every 4 hours, then he narrowed it down to 2. Between shots, he felt the gravity pull of junk in his cells. When he looked at himself in the mirror, he seemed almost transparent, his body pared down to bone and muscle. He looked down at his dirty trousers, which he had not changed in weeks. His life had but a single purpose, Yocodal. The days slid by, strung on a syringe with a long thread of blood. He kept to his room, with the shutters closed. In April, there was trouble at the pharmacia. The police were cracking down because a German tourist had been found dead in a ditch of a drug overdose. Muy difícil ahora, very hard now, the druggist said. Burroughs could sense the static, like a telephone off the hook. One day it took him hours to score for 2 boxes of Yocodal. In broken English, Tony Dutch complained that because of Burroughs there was now police surveillance of his house, ACH, 13 years, and never before I have such a thing in my house. And since 2 weeks are here in Tangier 2 good English gentlemans I know since long time, with them I could make good business except my house is watched at by the Arabics. Burroughs paced his room, repeating, I have to quit. He offered Eric Gifford $50 to help him take a reduction cure. The idea was that Gifford would keep his clothes so he couldn't go out, bring him food, and dole out decreasing amounts of drugs for 10 days. But it was rough, and on the second day, May 10th, Burroughs took the other boarder's clothes and sneaked out and bought a box of Yocodal ampoules. Gifford discovered the unused ampoules, which he confiscated, took Burroughs' money, and told the other boarder to lock his door. By God, he said, I'm being paid to do this and I'm going to do it right. One reason Burroughs wanted to kick was that Kels Elvins had come to Tangier for a visit. He was now living in Rome with a new wife, a Danish beauty named Mimi Heinrich, and he was still trying to write. Kels was appalled at finding Burroughs in such a decrepit state. It was worse than Mexico. He had wanted to travel through southern Morocco with him, but he was damned if he was going anywhere with a junkie who could get them both arrested. Kels did not like Tangier, which seemed to him a mixture of poor Arabs and snobbish Europeans. In the parade bar he got into a conversation with a man who answered in monosyllables and then let the conversation lapse. You come here direct from the States? Kels asked. No, from Brazil. And how did you come? By yacht, of course. That was Tangier for you, thought Burroughs. No snotty uptown New York fags could compare with the ones they had here for utter pretentious, insincere, inhuman snobbishness. Anyone who came on straight and sincere was looked upon with contempt. As he reported to Allen Ginsberg, when in late June he took Kels to an Arab restaurant that was like a remodeled bus station, Brian Geeson was there and wanted to cut me, but I am learning the practice of this dreary tribe. I never saw him, he never got the chance to cut me. Kels left for Madrid on July 3, and Burroughs wished he had left with him. Tangier was dragging him like a sea anchor. Burroughs had cut junk almost to the vanishing point but was sick with a fever and swollen joints. He slept 20 hours a day and his weight was down to 125 pounds. Finally he called a doctor, who diagnosed rheumatic fever. There was a secondary ankle infection, and the doctor drew out a jigger full of pus. Kiki nursed him through his illness, fixing him soup and tea, stroking his head, and tucking him in. Burroughs felt a need for non-sexual intimacy, which Kiki provided. Kiki's mother, who at first had been upset at the arrangement, was now reconciled because Kiki contributed to household expenses. Burroughs sometimes felt that he loved Kiki. Usually he was sweet and affectionate, although he could also be sulky and abusive. There were times when Burroughs felt faced with a hostile stranger, who shocked him with tirades of abuse that sometimes reduced him to tears. He had always felt the fear with those he loved that they really hated him and that he would suddenly be confronted with their hate. Kiki always said afterward that he was only joking, but once Burroughs got mad and slapped him. One night in August Kiki came in late and announced that he was going to have his arms and chest tattooed. Burroughs begged him not to ruin his beautiful copper-brown skin, It's like you were going to put a plug in your lip, or a ring in your nose, or knock out your front teeth to put in gold teeth. It's a desecration. He gave Kiki $10 he could ill afford, his last sport coat, and one of his 2 remaining pairs of pants on the promise that he would never get tattooed. Although Burroughs was fond of him, Kiki was not his partner of choice. He still brooded about Alan and hoped that they might have a life together. In a dream, he was with Alan in the country, somewhere hot like Texas, red clay, roads, and farms. He wanted to be with him, but Alan kept saying, "Today I am spending with Jack, tomorrow with so-and-so," and Burroughs asked, "What about me?" Feeling hurt and rejected, he packed his suitcase and started down the Amazon alone in a canoe. Burroughs decided to go back to the United States and join Alan in California. "Seems I can't make it without him," he wrote Kerouac. "I learned that during last 6 months we separate." Alan had also had a dream about Burroughs while traveling in Mexico. He and Jack and Joan had gone to see a movie about Rome, in which there were scenes of Burroughs traveling by bus through Europe. "Can we ask the movie company to show us the unedited scenes?" Alan asked. "No," said Joan, "it's a bad idea. Leave them alone." A passing paisano said, "It's a sort of miraculo, that by accident he was chosen and used in these scenes in the film." "No tamper with the miraculo," Joan said. Bill was on a bus in Spain, looking solitary and grim. He had disguised himself with a brush mustache because he feared he was being pursued. In June 1954, Alan was back from Mexico and went to visit Neil and Carolyn Cassidy in San Jose, California. Alan resumed his pursuit of Neil, and one day Carolyn caught them in bed and there was a horrible scene. Neil ran off to his railroad job and Carolyn ordered Alan to leave, but he sat and faced her and actually watched her face turn green with anger and jealousy as she said, "You've always been in my way ever since Denver. Your letters have always been an insult. You're trying to come between us." Flashing across his mind as Carolyn upbraided him was the remembrance of a trip to Lakewood with his mother when he was 14. They had become separated and she had gone into a drugstore and had an attack of paranoia. He found her in the drugstore with a shoe in her hand, surrounded by cops. When he called out to her, she yelled at him that he was a spy. Alan moved to San Francisco, got a job in market research, and started going out with Sheila Williams, who had been married at 18 and had a 4-year-old kid. When Burroughs heard that he was making it with a chick, he was upset. US chicks wanted it all. It would be the end, because at that point he couldn't stand being around Alan with no sex. There was a cafe scene in Frisco, Alan wrote Kerouac, and he had met the poet Robert Duncan, a friend of Ezra Pound's, who runs a crappy though sincere Pound-type poetry circle. His poetry was no good because he was too hung up on his Pidlainite sensibility, but he was a nice and curious person. Upon hearing in September that Burroughs was on his way, Alan confided his feelings to Jack Kerouac. "The impossibilities of his demands are ultimately inescapable unless I let him carry me off forever to Asia or something to satisfy his concept of his despair and need. I do like him and would love to share a place with him if it could be done, which it will be, but he is going to be frantic and possessive. You know, he was against his own will, having tantrums of jealousy in NYC even over Dusty Moreland, a girl Alan was seeing. He was annoyed. The situation with Sheila will be a madhouse. I don't know how to manage it. Bill will enforce his idea so much he will make me reject it and take it as a hopeless horror. He has of course calmed down a lot since midsummer, but he still puts all his life in my hands. Even I never went that far. It's a real bitch, man. I can't be his one soul and only contact forever. I can only be his nearest and best. What a situation, surrounded by mad saints all clawing at each other, and I the most weird." In October 1954, Burroughs arrived in New York and ran into his editor on Junkie, Carl Solomon, who was wearing the white uniform and peaked cap of a good humor man. My God, what was he doing selling ice cream, Burroughs wondered, when he should have been sending out his royalty statements. Burroughs felt he had been treated rudely and dishonestly by his publisher. Solomon explained that he had left his uncle's firm and was hiding out from his family, who were trying to kill him because he hadn't turned out well. He proudly added, the top good humor salesman in his area. Burroughs wrote Alan that Solomon seemed quite mad, adding, there was more foolery yet if I could but remember it. Wanting to discuss the Alan situation, he went to see Jack Kerouac in Richmond Hills. Jack saw that he was distraught, and, hating to see a friend suffer, told him a white lie to make him feel better, saying, Alan really secretly wants to be with you as before. Otherwise, you see, Bill, he wouldn't write and discuss and rehash so much. Jack's true feelings were that maybe Alan didn't want Bill around because he had become so strange and frightening and secretive. Anyway, he really didn't want to get involved in the homosexual difficulties of Alan and Bill, and wished that they could all return to the Beat Generation confessions and honesties of the 1947 period. Alan was furious when Burroughs passed on Jack's hopeful assessment, and at once harshly replied that Burroughs' stringent requirements of love were exasperating and idiotic. Rather than join Alan in California, where he clearly was not wanted, Burroughs went to see his family in Palm Beach, where he met with a less than enthusiastic reception. There was no room in the house on Sanford Avenue, and he stayed in a hotel. You probably won't want to stay more than 2 weeks, his mother said. The house was mortgaged, the shop was mortgaged, and they didn't know whether they could keep giving him $200 a month. But as Burroughs wrote Allen Ginsberg on October 15, they have a bad conscience about me. Besides, they've been giving me money so long it's a habit. They don't have what it takes to kick the habit and me out on my ass, which is what I would do in their place. Allen sent another negative letter, in which he said he had his needs, too, to which Burroughs replied, I just wish your needs were more compatible with mine. He wondered what to do next. Here he was in Palm Beach, completely isolated, with censorious parents threatening to cut off his allowance. San Francisco was out of the question. He couldn't make it in the States, being virtually unemployable except in take-anything jobs. He was over 40, with no work record and no references. What could he say when a potential employer asked him, what have you been doing for the last 20 years, Mr. Burroughs? Since they didn't want him hanging around Palm Beach, he would blackmail his parents into sending him back to Tangier, where at least life was cheap and he had kiki. In San Francisco, Allen was relieved that Burroughs had not come out. He just knew that they would have gotten involved in some kind of absolute sad idiocy, and he would have to sit and listen to his routines, mercilessly applauding. He wasn't interested enough. Bill was like a vacuum that constantly needed to be filled. You had to give him all your attention, and Allen's attention was turned in other directions. His objection wasn't to queerness but to Bill's wild, strong, frightening, uncanny chill thrill. Bill's letters were driving him to distraction, so how much worse would it be in person? Sometimes there were 3 letters a day. It was as if a letter specter was zipping around him. Finally he had to tell Bill, no, don't come. What a sad mess it was. A couple of months later, as it turned out, Allen met his lifelong lover and companion, Peter Orlovsky, a handsome, blonde, brawny 19-year-old, the son of a white Russian cavalry officer who had migrated to New York. Peter had a poetic though off-center sensibility. He was discharged from the army after saying, "An army is against love." He moved to San Francisco and went out every day with a bottle of Lysol to scrub the sidewalks, feeling that he had a mission to keep the city clean. He met the painter Robert Lavigna, who asked him to model, and through him he met Allen. In the meantime, Burroughs had left Palm Beach and gone back to Tangier in November, 1954, feeling that if he stayed any longer it would unseat his reason. The place was a horror, with no slums, no dirt, no poverty. What a relief it was to get back to Tangier, with its smelly, dirty native quarter, its sunless streets and blind alleys, its disreputable Europeans and bogus fugitives. There was an end-of-the-world feeling about Tangier. When the druggist sold him his daily box of Yocodol ampoules he smirked as if giving him the bait to a trap. Perhaps the whole town was a trap and someday it would close. Nothing much had changed, except that Paul Bowles had left for Ceylon. But that paranoid bitch on wheels, Brian Geeson, was still there, as were the assorted losers and con men. Burroughs found a place in the Casbah, 4 rooms for $23 a month, and Kiki often came to spend the night. As his second year in Tangier began, Burroughs concentrated on trying to write, but it was horribly difficult. He was certain he had no talent, and sat for hours looking at a blank page. The paradox was that although he felt that he could accomplish nothing, writing appeared to him as an absolute necessity. And yet he had the impression that what he did write was only evasion, sidetracking, notes. He was walking around the shore of a lake, pretending to study the flora and the fauna, and afraid to jump in. What he did write he sent to Alan, who was still his receiver, and to whom he wrote, on January 12, 1955, "Alan, I need you so much. Your absence causes me, at times, acute pain. I don't mean sexually, I mean in connection with my writing." At the same time he was jealous that Alan had found Peter, and wrote, "Your setup with Peter sounds rather grim and beat. What do you talk about?" It was hard to come to terms with the reality that he and Alan would never have a life together. It was hard to come to terms with loss and suffering. The withdrawal pains were comparable to kicking junk. You could avoid the pain by avoiding emotional involvement, but that was not the answer. As Burroughs wrote to Kerouac, "I say we are here in human form to learn by the human hieroglyphs of love and suffering. There is no intensity of love or feeling that does not involve the risk of crippling hurt. It is a duty to take this risk, to love and feel without defense or reserve." In 1955 Burroughs began to see that Tangier could serve as a model for the setting of his novel, which he called Interzone. Tangier was as much an imaginative construct as a geographical location, a metaphor for limbo, for a dead-end place, a place where everyone could act out his most extreme fantasies. On one level, Tangier was a reconstruction of the world in a small place. He would attempt a novel-length work, even though he knew it would be unpublishable. He would write it in the style of his most outrageous routines, such as The Talking Asshole. He wasn't sure what he was writing about, but he began to see that it had to do with larval forms, transitions, emergent telepathic faculties, attempts to control and stifle new forms. He knew that the routine was his special form. It was unpredictable, with the author always trying to outdo himself, to go a little further, to commit some excess, since he was trying to hold the attention of a particular person. Before the book was written, he already had a title, courtesy of Jack Kerouac, Naked Lunch. But to write steadily, Burroughs had to get out of the straitjacket of junk. All he did when he was on junk was wait for the next shot. While waiting, he could spend hours looking at his big toe. In May, he checked into Dr. Aptel's clinic on the Martian for a 2-week sleep cure. He took barbiturates, chloral hydrate, and thorazine, and lost 30 pounds. It struck him as a ridiculous cure because it upset the whole cycle of sleep and waking. But he saw it through, determined that he never wanted to see any more junk as long as he lived. He would rather sell lottery tickets like the dwarves and blind men in the Saco Chico than touch it again. By July, he was hooked again. 2 weeks had not been long enough to kick. He might have made it but for coming down with painful neuralgia in his back. That finished him, and he lapsed into Demerol, which was evil shit. It was heartbreaking to be hooked again after taking that awful cure. He was disgusted with his prevarications. Every day he found some excuse for buying the absolutely last box of ampoules. What a dreary display of weakness. He might try having Kiki take his clothes away and measure out the pills, but oh God, he'd tried that so many times before. There was one bright spot, which was that Paul Bowles was back from Ceylon and invited him to tea with Brian Geeson. "Oh, impossible, impossible," Brian said to Paul, "I know, I've seen him staggering around, he's just an old junkie," but Brian came anyway, and the tea was quite a success. Bowles appreciated Burroughs' storytelling abilities and saw him for what he was, a genuine original. The best thing about him was that he always made sense and he was always funny. At any point of the night or day, the whole machine of his vitriolic humor was going full blast. In contrast to Bowles's diligent traveling and investigations of Moroccan life, Burroughs made no attempt to learn about the country or to speak the language. Bowles admired his "I remain myself everywhere" stance, since he had, in the first years that he had lived abroad, fretted about becoming deracinated and adapting to an alien culture. But Burroughs made no effort to adapt, and the thought that he was an exile never crossed his mind, for wherever he might be, thought Bowles, he remained as American as the general store in a one-horse town. Burroughs knew he had to kick to continue his work, but was reluctant to leave the safety of junk. A song from his youth rattled in his head, about an old black man who had sold his cabin and patch of ground to go north for better pay. But Dina, she don't want to go. She says we're getting old. She's afraid that she will freeze to death. The country am so cold. That story about the work and pay. She don't believe it's true. She begs me not to do the thing that I am bound to do. Dina was junk, which had all the claims on him that a wife of long standing might have. But in September, thanks to currency fluctuations that made the dollar worth more, Burroughs checked into a private room in the Jewish hospital. The cure was Dolofine every 4 hours, which gave him bizarre ideas, strange things I have in heart that will to hand. He was writing, but he had no control over what he wrote. I am trying, he wrote Allen Ginsberg from the hospital on October 20, to create something that will have a life of its own, that can put me in real danger, a danger which I willingly take on myself. A few days later he left the hospital, off junk, and feeling feisty. His attitude in his work, he wrote Allen, was let petty kings the names of parties know, where'er I come I kill both friend and foe. He was also feeling sexy, but was getting tired of monogamy with Kiki, which reminded him of Dryden's description of the Golden Age, ere one-to-one was cursedly confined. From his bedroom window, he watched the boys in the courtyard of the Italian school across the street with his 8-power field glasses. They wore shorts and he could see the goose pimples on their legs in the morning chill. At this time there was a great deal of political agitation in Morocco. Demonstrators called for the return of King Mohammed V, exiled by the French. There were riots in the French zone, and in August the rioting spread to Tangier. Its international status did not protect it from the nationalist surge. Burroughs saw store shutters slamming, women jerking their babies indoors, and people running through the streets giving the three-fingered salute, for Allah, the King, and Morocco. In September, the French promised to give Morocco independence, and in November the King made a triumphant return. One of his first pronouncements was that he would abolish Tangier's international status. It would become a Moroccan city like any other. This, of course, was like sounding the siren for abandoned ship. Overnight, hundreds of homes and businesses posted for sale signs. 40 tons of gold in Tangier vaults were transferred to Geneva. The country club lost membership so fast there were more caddies than golfers. Brian Geeson eventually had to close the 1001 Nights the Minx had fled. In San Francisco, Allen Ginsberg was making the poetry scene and pushing his own work and the work of his friends. He showed Burroughs and Kerouac's stuff to the ranking San Francisco poet, Kenneth Rexroth, who said that Dr. Sachs sounds like it was written on pot. The sentences are always diffuse, as if he were wandering, not driving forward to the point of the book. I know it's great writing, I just have the feeling he's gone astray somehow, on the wrong track. Now you take Burroughs, he'll never amount to anything, like Kerouac, but he knows how to write. He tells you straight off and you read through in a rush and he's going in one direction, tells you what happened, catches your attention and takes you fast. Rexroth read parts of Kerouac's Visions of Cody to Robert Duncan, who responded with, as Catherine Mansfield said when she read Ulysses, this is obviously the wave of the future. I'm glad I'm dying of tuberculosis. Allen met the respected critic and friend of Faulkner and Hemingway, Malcolm Cowley, who told him, keep away from Burroughs, I understand he killed his wife. Alan had quit his market research job and moved in with Peter Orlovsky, into a North Beach apartment at 1010 Montgomery Street. In August and September of 1955, he was putting down thoughts on scratch paper, and the thoughts had to do with madness. For Carl Solomon was straitjacketed in Pilgrim State Hospital, where he was given 21 electroshocks. Poor Carl, the disciple of Artaud, who had burned money to protest the evils of materialism. In using Carl as his character, Alan could also write, without naming her, about his mother, Naomi. She was also in Pilgrim State, the largest mental hospital in the world, in Brentwood, Long Island, which houses 25,000. Alan could not write directly about his mother because he did not want to admit that it was he who had recently signed the commitment papers for her lobotomy. When Alan was 7, Naomi had become convinced that doctors had planted 3 big sticks down her back as antennae to receive radio broadcasts from the ceiling. The voices sent by President Roosevelt alternately praised her as a great woman and mocked her as a radical and a bad girl. And this is where it had all led, with the son agreeing to his mother's lobotomy. Out of Alan's feelings of guilt, Howl was composed, "I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness." In October, Alan rounded up some of the young poets for a reading at Gallery 6, a remodeled auto repair shop with white walls. Invitational postcards were sent out, promising all sharp new straightforward writing. On October 7, an audience of about 150 watched Kenneth Rexroth in a white turtleneck introduce the poets, Philip La Mancha, a 28-year-old former surrealist, Philip Whalen, a Zen Buddhist from Oregon, Gary Snyder, another Buddhist and former lumberjack and seaman, Michael McClure, the youngest of the group, and Alan. In the audience, Jack Kerouac cheered them on with cries of "Go," and "Yeah," beating out the rhythms of the poetry on his wine jug as if he was at a jam session. The evening belonged to Alan, a thin and rumpled 29-year-old who that night had a kind of incandescence, as though he'd been dipped in phosphorus. As someone in the audience later said, when Alan read Howl, it was like bringing 2 ends of an electric wire together. It was Alan's spiritual confession, and all his friends were in it, Burroughs, Kerouac, Neil Cassidy, who sweetened the snatches of A Million Girls Trembling in the Sunset. It had an absolutely compelling incantatory quality, and seemed to be a manifesto for all the misfits of the 50s, the rejected, the deviants, the criminals, and the insane, who could unite under his banner. Strong stuff, thought Lawrence Ferling Hetty, who had founded the City Lights bookstore and publishing company in North Beach in 1953. He had the sense that a barrier had been broken. It would be impossible to go back to the genteel drabness of academic poetry. As soon as he got home from the reading, he sent Ginsberg a telegram that was a paraphrase of the message Emerson had sent to Walt Whitman after reading Leaves of Grass: "I greet you at the start of a great career. When do I get the manuscript?" Howl just blew things up completely, Rexroth said. That night was the birth of the San Francisco Renaissance. It led to divisiveness, however, for Rexroth had been challenged as king of the castle. Alan was brash when sober, when drunk he was insulting. At one of his Friday afternoon at-homes, Rexroth was approached by a boozy Alan, who said, "I'm a better poet than you." Some months later, Rexroth's wife, Martha, ran off with the poet Robert Creeley, and for some reason Rexroth thought Alan had had a hand in her departure. At a party for the poet and anthologist Oscar Williams, Rexroth started cursing Alan as soon as he walked in the door. "There are no knives in heaven," Alan said, and Rexroth calmed down, taking Alan aside and asking him whether it was true that they had all held orgies with his wife in Alan's Berkeley cottage, and whether Alan had gone around giggling and ridiculing him because his wife had left him. Alan denied both charges, which he said were pure invention, and he and Rexroth resumed their increasingly uneasy friendship. At the start of 1956, Burroughs took stock of his situation. The last 2 years had been a blur of drugs. His attempts to kick had failed, and once again he had a heavy habit. He was taking so much dope that he woke up in the middle of the night with someone squeezing his hand. It was his other hand. He heard about a doctor in London who treated addicts, and prevailed upon his parents to send him $500 to go there. When he went to the American consulate to get his passport renewed, the consul said, "Well, Mr. Burroughs, you will of course satisfy the local people before you leave. In other words, pay his bills," which he now had the money to do. On the theory that drug addiction was a metabolic illness, Dr. John Yerbury Dent had developed a form of treatment that consisted in regulating the addict's metabolism with a morphine derivative called apomorphine, made by boiling morphine with hydrochloric acid. Dr. Dent had first tried apomorphine, an emetic used to treat cattle, on alcoholics, and found over the years that he could also use it with considerable success on heroin addicts. He took only 2 patients at a time, however, since he spent a great deal of time with each. He had been treating addicts for 15 years when Burroughs came to his small clinic at 24 Addison Road. Said Dent, sizing up his gaunt new patient, "Would you feel comfortable if you have a shot before we talk?" Once on the program, Burroughs was given 1.5 grains of apomorphine, which produced vomiting in 2 minutes. The dose was then reduced to 1/20th of a grain, which he received by injection every 2 hours, day and night, for 6 days. At the same time he continued to receive morphine injections in decreasing doses, first 1/4 of a grain every 6 hours, 1/10 of what he had been taking, and then 1/8 of a grain. After 6 days, he was getting the apomorphine shots every 4 hours and the morphine shots every 12 hours. The entire treatment lasted 14 days, and for the first 4 days and 4 nights, Burroughs couldn't sleep. No sedatives or sleeping pills of any kind were used. "You'll sleep when your body is ready to sleep," Dr. Dent said. It was pretty bad, but Dent came by to see Burroughs at 2 a.m., staying until 5, and they had long talks about the Mayans. This time, Burroughs vowed, there would be no backsliding, not one shot of paregoric or codeine or Demerol. Dr. Dent gave him 3 tubes of apomorphine in case of emergency. It turned out to be the most successful cure he had ever taken, and he remained off drugs for several years. Burroughs hated London, which seemed to him overregulated. He had seen a sign in a pub that said, "No liquor may be consumed after time is called. Drinking must stop at once, no time being allowed for consumption." So when time was called, Burroughs supposed, you had to spit your drink out on the bar. As soon as he could, he left London for Venice to visit Alan Anson, who had an apartment there on the top floor of a palazzo in the Via del Carrozze. Alan was in love with Venice, its lagoons and hidden riches. This was the last golden era, when people still had liveried servants and private gondolas, and the old families like the Volpes and the Cicignas held court in their peony nobles. Burroughs, however, thought it was basically one big tourist postcard. Half the population seemed to be made up of real estate agents. A distinguished old fellow, the Count de Ville, who wore ribbons of various colors in the buttonhole of his lapel, invited them for an aperitivo. He was retired from the diplomatic service, and said, "I do not know whether they will give me another assignation." It turned out he wanted to rent them an apartment. Burroughs took up rowing Venetian style, that is rowing forward, in the direction you are looking, and went to dinner with Anson in an 18th-century palazzo. In July they were invited to a cocktail party for the British consul at Peggy Guggenheim's Palazzo Vani dei Leoni, opposite the Prefettura, City Hall. Peggy's gondoliers were all in white with a turquoise sash. Since 1951, her palazzo had been open as a museum. Great paintings hung in the bathrooms, alongside her stockings, and the Calder mobile in the entrance, positioned too low, struck inattentive guests in the eye. Brancusi's 2 Birds was in the sculpture garden, and on the white marble terrace overlooking the Grand Canal there was a 6-foot-high bronze by Marino Marini of a horse and rider, who greeted passing gondolas with his head thrown back and outstretched arms and a penis in full erection. So as not to offend the nuns who came on holy days to be blessed by the patriarch in the Prefettura, Peggy asked Marini to cast the penis separately, so it could be unscrewed. But when it was stolen during a party, the new one was soldered on. Burroughs, who drank heavily when he was not on junk, arrived at the party tanked, and when Anson advised him that it was customary to kiss Peggy Guggenheim's hand, he said, "I will be glad to kiss her cunt if that is the custom," a remark that was overheard by one of her courtiers and promptly repeated, so that for the rest of his stay he was persona non grata. It was unreasonable of Peggy Guggenheim, Burroughs observed, to move in admittedly bohemian circles while demanding conventional behavior. She was strictly a queen bee. He showed Anson the 6 episodes of Naked Lunch that he had completed, and Allen advised him not to make it repertorial like Junkie but to dramatize it and heighten it to an incessant state of experience, to promise nothing which is not performed. It seemed to him that it needed a lot of work. Anson was under surveillance by the Venetian authorities, who, although tolerant of eccentric behavior, did draw a line, which he had crossed. One night, some sailors he had taken to his apartment attacked him, and he ran into the street naked and into a bar on the corner, where he seized a chair to defend himself. After that, there were intimations that his residence permit would not be renewed, and he began to worry that the drunken parties with Burroughs might further endanger his status. "The neighbors are spying on me," he said. Burroughs pointed out that to see into his apartment they would have to stand on chairs. On chairs they would stand, Anson said. In August, when his soggiorno wasn't renewed, he had to go to Austria and come back, so Burroughs decided it was time to head back to Tangier. He returned via Tripoli and Algiers, 2 more names he could add to his planetary list of god-awful holes. In Tripoli there was a state of emergency due to the threat of war with Egypt, and at the American embassy the staff were walking around with pistols in their belts. Algiers was a battlefield where the French and the Felagas were fighting it out. Every day bombs went off and people were shot in the street. He went to see a movie Blackboard Jungle dubbed in French and wondered why he was the only one there, not realizing that grenades lobbed into movie theaters were commonplace. He ate lunch at the Milk Bar, where a bomb would explode soon after his departure, killing 12 people. There did not seem to be one safe place you could go to in the entire city of Algiers, but he was stuck there because planes were booked solid for weeks. He stayed in the decrepit Hotel Varieties, because he was running out of money. His bed was infested with bed bugs, he had never seen anything like it, his sheets were black with them. Finally he had to wire his parents for funds, and took a train back to Tangier. Oddly enough, he had not minded the sense of danger. Danger taught alertness. The Buddhists said that hell worlds were less dangerous than heaven worlds. What was that line of Edwin Arlington Robinson's? Security, the friendly mask of change at which we smile, not seeing what lies behind. Burroughs was glad to be back in Tangier that September of 1956. It was the only place he could think of where he didn't want to be someplace else. The beauty of the town consisted of its changing combinations. There was always something that would surprise you, such as his growing friendship with Paul Bowles. The great event of the moment, said Paul, was Barbara Hutton's party for 200 guests on the roof of her Casbah castle, to which Burroughs was not invited. It was the biggest party since the war, and invitations were sold on the black market for 20,000 francs. But at the door, a special squad checked names, and those with invitations bought from scalpers were turned away. One woman, the wife of a banker, went into hysterics and had to be dragged off. Others, who had arrived in evening dress, had to leave on foot through the dirty streets of the Casbah, lined with Muslims observing the strange goings-on. Paul, who went with Jane, was startled to see how strongly people felt about such things. After all, a party was only a party. But what a party! In a drawing room stood a throne from India insured for $1 million and encrusted with thousands of pearls, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, upon which the hostess received her guests, who sat at her feet upon cushions embroidered with real gems, big ones. A little hard on the rear end, perhaps, although no one complained. There was a jazz orchestra on the top terrace, a group of gypsies dancing in a patio, a Moroccan orchestra with dancing boys in another room, and a concert pianist on an inner balcony. Each guest had been insured against accident or loss. The flat roofs of adjacent houses were crowded with the curious. The party went on until 9 the next morning. Oblivious to the party of the decade, Burroughs took a room in the Hotel Muniria, at 1 Calle Magallanes with a private entrance that opened on a garden. He was off junk for the first time in 3 years, and he was on a health kick. In the morning he did the Hornibrook abdominal exercises he had learned in London, which guaranteed a flat stomach. Then he went rowing in the bay. So many simple things gave him pleasure now that he was off junk: the contracting and relaxing of muscles, sitting in a cafe, walking around town. Tangier had independence jitters. In October there was a general strike, with thousands of Arabs marching down the boulevard and yelling, "Down with the French." The Istiqlal, or Nationalist Party, was promising to protect foreign residents, and the king had been severe in punishing some of the worst rioters, in the city of Means. Tangier was comparatively safe, but you never knew, and Burroughs practiced exercises to help make himself invisible in the street. The first one was to see everyone before they saw you. If you could do that, they didn't see you. The other was not to give anyone a reason to look at you. Foreigners in Morocco had a tendency to stick out, but Burroughs was indistinct and anonymous looking, and found that he could walk through town without being noticed. The real test was getting through a whole line of guides without being accosted, which he succeeded in doing. He became so good at it that the locals in his neighborhood dubbed him El Hombre Invisible, which was self-defeating, for now he was noticed because he was invisible. Off junk, he was writing daily. After his exercises and his rowing, he would get started around noon and work until evening, with no central plan, just writing along. He felt the power coming in. In Tangier the other dimension was always breaking through. Compared to this, what he had written so far was just kid stuff. Don Cotton, who had the room next door, said he could hear Burroughs' wild laughter along with the typing. Every other day he took some majoun, hashish candy, and the rest of the time he smoked a lot of weed, which stimulated the associative process and the flow of images. The book began to take shape. When Paul Bowles visited his room in the Muniria, the floor was covered with hundreds of yellow foolscap pages. Many of them had been stepped on, you could see sole and heel marks on them. They were covered with rat droppings and bits of cheese sandwiches. Obviously, Burroughs ate at the same table where he typed. "What is all this?" asked Bowles, who, being meticulously neat, was put off by clutter. "That's what I'm working on," Burroughs replied. "Do you make copies before you throw it on the floor?" "Nope." "Then how are you going to read it?" "Oh, I figure it'll be legible." It was unbelievable, Paul thought. He spent half his time making those things, carefully, and the other half ruining them. Burroughs, however, although admittedly untidy, swept his room out daily and did not habitually leave papers on the floor. Burroughs had built an argon box in the garden of the Muniria, and he tried to sell Paul on it, but the whole argument did not sound compatible with anything Paul knew about science. "Just sit in it and you'll feel different when you come out," Burroughs said. The box reminded Paul of a dog kennel, but he sat in it to be agreeable, and it was a cold night, and he did feel different when he came out. He was shivering. Paul told Burroughs that Tangier had been given 5 years to adjust to its loss of free zone status. You could still use pesetas and francs. You could still get a bottle of Gordon's gin for under $2. For drugs like opium, you now needed a prescription, which Bowles's French doctor, Madame Roux, was always willing to provide, saying, "C'est l'eroi de médicaments, monsieur. It is the king of medicines." And yet a lot of people had sold out and left, and a lot of others who had stayed were going around with long faces, saying, "How much longer have we got?" But none of that mattered to Burroughs, who was feeling better than he had felt in years. What he liked about Tangier was the feeling of being outside any social context. He felt that he could be completely himself, and disregard all social forms. He had a drink with some stuffy English people who mentioned that their yacht was tied to a buoy, and he said, "Tied to a buoy, lucky chap," and laughed his low cackle of a laugh, but no one else thought it was funny. One evening, Paul was entertaining a rich American woman, and Burroughs started talking about Yeg, and the woman asked, "How long does it take to rot you?" and Burroughs replied, "Lady, you should live so long." He and Paul were getting along splendidly, their minds were alike, and the telepathy was flowing. He heard from Jack Kerouac, who had been in Mexico, that old Dave, his partner in addiction, to whom he had brought the opium in jail, hidden in an orange, and with whom he had gone to see the patron saint of pushers, had died. Poor old Dave, he had just sat down on a curb one day and died. Jack reported that Allen Ginsberg was famous, on the basis of his one poem, Howl. He was giving readings coast to coast. In New York, Jack was introduced as that guy that Howl is dedicated to. Jack thought Allen's success was due to the fact that no one since Henry Miller had had the guts to say cock and cunt in public. But Jack was not far behind, for he'd signed his contract for On the Road with Viking that January of 1957, and it would be out in October. Jack was coming to see Burroughs in Tangier, he wrote, and in fact left New York on a Yugoslavian freighter on February 15, 1957. One morning he awoke to see Africa outlined on the blue sea, and the ship passed through the Straits of Gibraltar, where rough rocks groaning vegetate, in the words of Blake. Burroughs was waiting for him at the dock, healthy and tanned and vigorous, wearing chino pants and a pocketed shirt and a fisherman's hat, this scion of a great industrial family who had only been a scion $200 a month, Jack joked. Burroughs got him a room at the Muniria for $20 a month and said, "Tomorrow first thing after I've had my simple breakfast of tea and bread, we'll go rowing in the bay." Burroughs walked so fast he reminded Jack of an insane German philologist in exile. "Come on, step on it," he said. "Young man like you can't even keep up with old man like me. You walk too fast." Lard-assed hipsters, ain't good for nothin'. As they walked, Burroughs showed Jack his switchblade, and said, "Yes sir, without it I'd be dead now. Bunch of Arabs surrounded me in an alley one night. I just let this old thing click out and said, 'Come on ya bunch of bastards,' and they cut out." "How do you like the Arabs?" Jack asked. "Just push 'em aside like little pricks," he said, and suiting action to words, he walked through a knot of Arabs on the sidewalk, making them split on both sides, muttering and swinging his arms with a vigorous unnatural pumping motion. As they rode in the bay, Burroughs recounted his trip to Venice. "It was full of rich old American bitches," he said, "with Truman Capote blowing gondoliers in the middle of the Grand Canal." When Jack saw the mess in Burroughs' room, he volunteered to help with the typing. But the material he typed gave him nightmares. "Why are all these young boys being hanged in limestone caves?" he asked. "Don't ask me," Burroughs said. "I get these messages from other planets. I'm apparently some kind of agent from another planet, but I haven't got my orders clearly decoded yet. I'm shitting out my educated Middle West background once and for all. It's a matter of catharsis, where I say the most horrible things I can think of. Realize that the most horrible, dirty, slimy, awful, niggardliest posture possible. These great existential anarchists and terrorists, so-called, never even their own dripifly/mentioneth." Writing the book seemed to be transforming Bill, Jack thought. He was so deeply into it that it was scary. Now his conversation was in routines, he was assuming different roles and identities. It all kept pouring out of him in mad monologues. He kept saying he was going to erupt in some unspeakable atrocity, such as waving his ding-dong at an embassy party, or slaughtering an Arab boy to see what his insides looked like. On paper, he was unleashing his word horde, and his message was all scatological, homosexual, superviolent madness. Burroughs, Jack thought, was a quiet flowery sage who stood alone in a sea of facts. He might be put down for 100 years, but he was the scientist who had found out the secret of how to control dictators by telepathy. He was also a great sad George Sanders in the movie of our minds, the great ultimate Sanders of the river. Burroughs introduced Jack to some of the local characters, including Paul Lund, who struck Jack as a dashing dog with a limey accent. He had a picturesque way of speaking. In the midst of a story about a lady he had met in Rome, he said, "There she is juggling me sweetbreads with her tongue." Allen Ginsberg and Peter Orlovsky were due to follow Jack to Tangier, and one night in Burroughs' room, after dinner at the Paname, Burroughs began to cry. He told Jack that he had been in love with Allen for years. Once Allen had drawn 2 hearts pierced by Cupid's arrow, but by mistake the arrow's shaft only went through 1 heart. "That's what I mean," he told Jack. "This autocratic person can only fall in love with the image of himself." Burroughs admitted that when he had come to Jack's house in Richmond Hill in October 1954, "It was because the only connection I had at that agonized time was through you. You'd been getting long letters from him about what he was doing in Frisco. Laborsome human prose, but I had to have some connection with him. And I had to see you as second best to nothing." After about a month in Tangier, Jack got restless. He complained about the food, the Arabs, the sanitation. That was the trouble with Jack, thought Burroughs, he didn't like anything outside America. The clincher was that an old black guy who was always hanging around the Saco Chico sold him some bad hash. It was metallic looking, and when Jack smoked it he came down with violent diarrhea. It was as if his bowels were telling him it was time to go, and on April 5 he took the boat for Marseilles. He left convinced that Burroughs was writing a great and haunting book and would one day be a really big writer. The day before Jack left, Allen Ginsberg and Peter Orlovsky arrived. It was quite amazing that just at the moment when Burroughs needed help organizing and editing his material, his friends responded to his psychic call, and traveled thousands of miles to assist him. Low on money, Allen had been wondering how to finance the trip when $200 came in from the National Academy of Arts and Sciences, thanks to William Carlos Williams. Also, Peter had gotten his Army disability pay as a nutcase raised from $17.50 to $50 a month, after going in to see the psychiatrists and telling them that people were shadows. They took a freighter, and Allen was struck upon arrival in Tangier by the brilliant porcelain sky and the bright green water. You could see 20 miles across the straits to the ancient parapets of Europe, the south coast of Spain, and Gibraltar. Bill found them rooms in the Muniria, and they settled down to a daily schedule of typing and editing, working 6 hours a day and more, in relays. Alan Anson arrived from Venice to join this writer's equivalent of a quilting bee, and was a great asset, having done the same sort of work for Auden. He read through all the typed pages and notebooks and made an index of all the material, the sentences, letters, routines, all indexed chronologically. He worked, said Allen, like a great professional pedantic scholar with an unruly library full of dignified ancient manuscripts. Over a period of 2 months, working steadily, they integrated and edited and typed the material, which was an incredible mosaic of Bill's fantasies over the past 3 years, until they had about 200 pages of finished manuscript typed in duplicate. It was the first time Burroughs had seen Allen since their breakup in 1953, and there was some strain. Burroughs did not take to Peter, who had replaced him in Allen's affections. He thought Peter was nutty and embarrassing. He was always talking to people in the street, which was the wrong thing to do in Tangier. He would spot a group of mature Moroccan men wearing their traditional jalabas and say, "Look at those hip young kids," and go up and talk to them, thereby confirming their views as to the craziness of Nazarenes. Burroughs tried to explain to him that you didn't do that, but could not get it through his head that from years of living in Tangier he knew something about the dos and don'ts. Burroughs got so he couldn't stand the sight of Peter. He just didn't want him around, and froze him out by not talking to him and not inviting him to meals. Once, when he was high on Majoun, he started waving his machete at Peter and Alan in a menacing way. There was hostility in the air. Alan tried to mediate and told Burroughs, "I think it would be good for both of you if you got along better," but to no avail. One night, high on Mayjown, Burroughs began to mock him for putting up with Peter's inanity, and Alan exploded and grabbed Bill's knife and cut open his khaki shirt. The situation did not improve. It wasn't jealousy, Burroughs explained to Alan, it was just that Peter got on his nerves. Alan Anson didn't like him either, and called him a freeloading bitch posing as an assistant Mahatma. In the evening they would sit on the hotel porch and drink sherry and watch the sunset, and then they would cook huge meals. There was plenty of weed and plenty of boys, and Alan was reading the Quran, and dug Surah 55, with the refrain, "Which of the Lord's treasures would you reject?" With the exception of the trouble with Peter, it was a hard-working and yet carefree time. Alan wanted to meet Paul Bowles, who was traveling, but he telephoned Jane, introducing himself as Allen Ginsberg, the bop poet. Jane, who was not at all well, having that April suffered a stroke that impaired her vision, did not know what to make of Alan, never having heard the word bop. Then Alan started playing Do You Know? "Do you know Philip La Mancha?" he asked. "No," Jane said. "He's this very hip poet, been writing since he was 13, and he just had a vision in Mexico on peyote." "Oy veg," Jane said. "Honest, it was a real vision, and now he's a Catholic." "Oy veg," Jane said. "Do you know Charles Henry Ford?" "Yes, because he's old," Jane said. "Well, don't you take Mayjown day and night?" "I hate all that, and I'm sure you shouldn't see me." "Well, what about Zen?" Jane thought to herself, this must be the Zen Buddhist, Bebop, Jesus Christ, peyote group. Alan asked her if she believed in God, and Jane said, "I'm certainly not going to discuss it on the telephone." The standoffishness was a pose, however, for Alan did see Jane, whom he found cool and shy and intelligent, and who reminded him of Joan Burroughs. Paul returned in May, back from Ceylon, and invited them all over, playing Indian music and rolling huge bombers. Alan sized him up as a little mechanical and remote. He was small, with close-cropped blonde hair, and had a nervous stomach and wore nylon suits. With Jane, Alan came on in his usual bull in a china shop way. Jane was terrified of losing her sight, and Alan talked about William Carlos Williams, who also had eye trouble, and said, of course he was able to get a good seeing eye dog. Through Paul, Alan and Burroughs met the English painter Francis Bacon, who was 47 but looked 35, with a spoiled tragic face. He said his reputation was a lot of chic shit and that his real love was gambling. He had once won $4,000 at Monte Carlo. He told Alan that he had also once been offered a gambling stake for allowing himself to be whipped, with a bonus for every stroke that drew blood. Bacon's painting technique was what he called psychic representation, the face formed as if by accident in a whirl of feathery brush strokes. Bacon said de Kooning was the great man in the United States, for bursting through the abstract and planting an image on the canvas. Alan thought that Bacon painted the way Burroughs wrote. It was a sort of dangerous bullfight of the mind, where he placed himself in acute psychic danger of uncovering some secret that would destroy him. Burroughs had these unpublishable mad routines about talking assholes, with the recurring image of the spurting hard-on as the hanged man's neck snaps, and vast paranoiac theories of agents and psychic senders taking over the world in bureaucratic conspiracies. But Burroughs, although fond of Bacon, denied that there was any connection, and said, "Bacon and I are at opposite ends of the spectrum. He likes middle-aged truck drivers and I like young boys. He sneers at immortality and I think it's the one thing of importance. Of course we're associated because of our morbid subject matter." In early June, Alan and Peter and Alan Anson left for Spain and Burroughs was alone again. He had an invitation from Kels Elvins to visit Copenhagen, where Kels had moved with his Danish actress wife Mimi, after living in Rome a few years. Mimi was trying to break into Italian movies, and Kells took her to auditions at Cinecittà. Mimi did not get the parts, but on one occasion a director asked Kells to play a drunken American in a party scene, a part for which he was well suited, for the booze had done a job on him, and he was now puffy-faced and overweight. He lived the dilettantish, expatriate, fringe Roman life with other would-be artists and writers. Kells had to his credit one story about an Athens bartender named Hercules, published in Esquire. He wrote letters home to his mother telling her what a disciplined writer he had become. To Burroughs he wrote about the beautiful people, film festivals, skin diving weekends, and drinking grappa and sambuca with his new friends. "Such a thing as too much fun, Elvins," Burroughs replied. Eventually, however, since there was movie work for Mimi in Denmark, where she was a star, they moved to the Charlotte Enland section of Copenhagen. Burroughs left for Copenhagen in July 1957, not only to see Kells, but on an intuition that it would be important for his book. He had 4 main zones, or sets, where the book takes place: the United States, South America, in Terzone, which was Tangier and Freeland, and in Scandinavia he found the real model for his imagined Freeland, a place of the living dead. He had already described it as a series of bars along a canal, which was what he found in Copenhagen. What he saw exceeded the most ghastly product of his imagination. All these people with their cradle-to-grave welfare state and their ordered socialist limbo were so unhappy compared to the Spanish and Moroccans in Tangier, who had nothing. Suicide was almost unknown in Morocco, but in Scandinavia it was endemic. The dead-level sanity and bone dullness of the Danes appalled him. It was a police state without police, populated by robots completely conditioned by the state. The only antisocial element was the juvenile delinquents, known locally as leather jackets. It was all horribly depressing: the sandwich bars, the workmen in overalls listening to classical music on the radio, the lack of conversation, the general inanity and squareness of people. In a bar, he had a few drinks with a handsome young Dane, and said something about going back to his hotel. "You mean both of us go back there?" the young Dane asked. "That's the general idea," Burroughs said. "No, I can't." Long pause. "I have a wife." Why had he pinned it down like that, Burroughs wondered, then refused, and then lied? He thought of a scene for his book where this type of creature would be sent to a reconditioning center. Calling Dr. Benway. "You are wanted in reconditioning." Kells was thriving, and Mimi was the first of his wives who seemed to like him, but Burroughs was ready to cross out Scandinavia. In some way, however, Scandinavia catalyzed the novel, which was now taking shape faster than he could write it down in his hotel room. Every time he reached an impasse, something happened to show him the way, so he stayed in Copenhagen through August and worked. The main theme, it was now clear to him, was the desecration of the human image by control addicts. As Lola Lachata, the Mexico City pusher, used to say, pushing is more of a habit than using. When he got back to Tangier in September, bad news awaited him, news concerning the deaths of 2 friends. The first was Kiki, his Spanish boy, who, despairing that Burroughs would overcome his addiction, and alert to new opportunities, had left for Spain in 1956 with a Cuban band leader. The Cuban was a jealous, violent type. In Madrid, when he found Kiki in bed with a girl, he stabbed him with a kitchen knife and killed him. Poor, gentle Kiki, thought Burroughs, it was so out of character for him to die a violent death. The second death, reported by Jack Kerouac, was Bill Garver's in Mexico City. The overcoat thief, the old-time schmecker, the dilapidated patrician, with all his sad mementos of one-time respectability, had finally packed it in, and was buried in the American cemetery with Joan. As for Jack, with the publication of On the Road that September, he was experiencing the devouring quality of overnight notoriety. His prophecy in the town and the city was coming true: he was going to become famous, he was going to be the dark swift figure with twinkling feet that is seen in the path newsreels galloping across chalk stripes in the terrific, mob-swarmed, autumn dark stadiums of America as jubilance strides across the land. Despite the mixed reviews, there was a consciousness of the book's importance as well as popular success, for On the Road hit the bestseller list for 5 weeks. Jack found himself in a swirl of publicity. At the Viking party, he was surrounded by interviewers as the original 100-mile manuscript, as Jack called it, was unrolled on the carpet. There were articles everywhere, and Charles Olson and Nelson Algren and Norman Mailer praised him. 40 million viewers saw him on John Wingate's Night Beat, as the big camera zeroed in, along with the dumb questions. Do you ever smoke dope? What do you think of suicide? What are you seeking? I am waiting for God to show his face, Jack replied. Wingate's girl interviewer asked him if he thought sex was messy, and he said, no, it's a gateway to paradise, and she said, oh, I don't think so, to which Jack replied, close the door and let's do it. The West End bar was full of young kids reading Road. Each day, Jack picked through piles of fan letters, from grandmothers to 16-year-old girls. He was living with Joyce Glassman, and they left the phone off the hook, it rang every 5 minutes. Life had taken 150 shots of him in the Village, and Brooklyn College asked him to lecture. Marlon Brando wanted to make a movie of Road. Kerouac had written an article, explaining the Beat Generation, for Pageant magazine. He said it was the second religiousness of Western civilization as prophesied by Spengler, and gave as an example Lucien Carr's attempt to gain asylum in a church after killing Dave Kammerer, the most gothic mad event of all. The American College Dictionary sent him their definition of Beat Generation to revise: certain members of the generation that came of age after World War II who affect detachment from moral and social forms and responsibilities, supposedly due to disillusionment. Coined by Jack Kerouac. Jack sent this amendment: Beat Generation, members of the generation that came of age after World War II, Korean War, who join in a relaxation of social and sexual tensions and espouse anti-regimentation, mystic disaffiliation and material simplicity values, supposedly as a result of Cold War disillusionment. Coined by Jack Kerouac. Over and over in interviews, Jack explained that Beat Generation didn't mean angry at the world but weeping at the world. Everywhere he went, he was recognized. One evening when he walked into a bar, someone said, well, Kerouac came off the road in high gear. I hope he has a good set of snow tires. Back in Tangier that September of 1957, Burroughs found that his own novel seemed to be taking a form of its own. All he had to do was transcribe. It came in great hunks, faster than he could get it down. With intensive work, he might finish by Christmas. It was developing into a saga of lost innocence, the fall, with some kind of redemption through knowledge of basic life processes. If anyone found the form confusing, it was because they were accustomed to the conventional novel form, which was always a chronology of events that had already happened. Whereas this novel was concerned with events that were still happening at the writing, or had not yet happened. The only way I can write narrative, Burroughs wrote Allen, is to get right outside my body and experience it. This can be exhausting and at times dangerous. One cannot be sure of redemption. One curious byproduct of this period of intensive work was the feeling that through his writing he had solved the dilemma of his queerness, which had been, all along, a horrible sickness. In a dream, he saw his non-queer self, an adolescent who stared at him angrily and said, "I hate you." No wonder, thought Burroughs, who had submerged and smothered that side of his being for years. But now it was coming out, as a direct result of his writing, and he was hoping to arrange a merger with the other side. "Have reached point where I don't seem to want boys anymore," he wrote Allen. "Can't make it? Must have some cunt. I was never supposed to be queer at all. The whole original trauma is out now. Such horror in bringing it out, I was afraid my heart would stop." Thus through writing he was hoping for the resolution to his divided self. The conflicting parts of his personality seemed capable of cohesion. In his work, Burroughs had finally faced his central conflict, making it one of the keys to the book. Characters are repeatedly transformed through absorption and mutation. One character eats his son's sugar skull, another is turned into an insect, and a third into a crab. Death itself turns into a maize seed. The total immersion of the writer in his work created a parallel between the violence in the book and the day-to-day life of its author, who began to see himself as surrounded by dangers. A virus was spreading through Tangier, he believed, and had already struck a number of his friends. In escape there was safety. But even escape was perilous, for the Tangier-Madrid plane had crashed with no survivors. The plane may have carried a letter to Allen with a section of his manuscript, and he wrote Allen twice asking whether he had received it. Or were his worst fears true, that the manuscript had gone down with the plane? Burroughs was sick of Tangier and everyone in it, especially Don Cotton, who was now bringing around 8-year-old Arab boys. It was really disgusting to see these prepubescent gooks prowling around the Muniria looking for something to steal. And Cotton said gaily, "Oh, it's just that I feel inadequate with older people." The stupid bastard was in the middle of a particularly undesirable section of hell and didn't even know it. He had to get out, and in mid-January 1958 he ended his 3-year stay in the model for Interzone and left for Paris to join Allen Ginsberg. It was the first time in many years that he was leaving a place voluntarily, without the threat of police or legal action to spur him to flight. 13. Paris. 1958 to 1960. When Allen Ginsberg and Peter Orlovsky left Tangier in June 1957, they went to Madrid to explore the Prado. By this time, after the publication of Howl and On the Road, the Beat phenomenon was getting some ink, and Time magazine offered Allen a plane ticket to come to Rome and be interviewed. Allen was constantly having to explain his position. The Beats were not rebels but questers, who had divorced themselves from a society devoted to making money. Walt Whitman had already warned that unless there was a spiritual infusion, America would wind up among the fabled damned. Or, as Jack Kerouac put it, it's beat, it's the beat to keep, it's the beat of the heart, it's being beaten down in the world, and like old-time lowdown and like in ancient civilization the slave boatmen rowing galleys to a beat and servants spinning pottery to a beat. From Rome, Allen proceeded to Ischia, the island off Naples, to see Auden, who spent his summers there. Allen got so upset over Auden's disdainful attitude that he drank too much at dinner. When Allen announced that it was time for a revolution in American poetry, Auden said, "I wonder what Lejeune think they're doing now." That struck Allen as patronizing to the point of obtuseness. After all, William Carlos Williams, who had started the revolution, wasn't Lejeune's, and Robert Creeley, who had been in correspondence with Ezra Pound for 8 years, wasn't Lejeune's. Here was Allen, a young poet full of enthusiasm for and acquaintance with the poetry of his time, coming to Auden for encouragement, and Auden was dismissing him like a classic reactionary. It was more than Allen could bear. Inflamed by drink, he said, "You've got a nerve, you old fool, you ought to be ashamed of yourself," and stumbled into the night, his hopes of a sophisticated weekend with a great poet completely dashed. From Ischia, he joined Peter in Venice, where they stayed with Alan Anson, who was back from Austria, cooking huge meals in his apartment while Alan was in the other room making it with Italian boys. Like Burroughs the previous year, Alan and Peter made a poor impression on Peggy Guggenheim, who came for a drink and was caught in the middle of a towel-throwing rumpus between them, both bare-chested and glistening with sweat in the summer heat. Then it was on to Vienna in September, where they ate many different kinds of frankfurters with weird-colored mustard, and were thrown out of the opera because they didn't have ties on. They went back in with handkerchiefs around their necks and were thrown out again. In the meantime, the self-described shit-stirrer Gregory Corso was in Paris, doing his thing. He too was getting some recognition, for City Lights was publishing his second book of poems. Gregory likened poetry to semen. It was fertile inside you, but once it spilled it died. There had to be a womb for poetry, not just an ear. Thus, he wrote with his poetical cock to produce the muse-baptized semen. Everyone was picking up on him with questions about the beats, and he saw how poor Jack felt, taking the full blast of the media ovens back in the States. And yet Gregory knew he incited it with his funny mouth that said all he thought. Gregory met Jean Genet, author of The Thief's Journal, then the most talked about writer in France, who arranged for him to stay in a friend's apartment, but got mad at him for painting on the walls. That Genet was offended by Gregory's vandalism was not without its humorous side, since he was a thief and a jailbird who had been released from prison thanks to a petition signed by some of France's most prestigious men of letters. But to every Frenchman, including Genet, property was sacred. Genet kept saying, "I don't like Americans, why don't you speak French?" To which Gregory replied, "You French are decadent, why the fuck don't you wake up?" Truly, he thought, the French were the cheapest bastards on earth. That September, he cashed some bad checks, and left for Amsterdam to avoid arrest. He was acting as he had as a child when he wet his bed since he had dreamed he was going to the toilet, it couldn't be him. So much of what he did today was still like that, screwing up with bad checks and then insisting he was not to blame. From Amsterdam, he went to Venice to stay with Alan Anson. The first night in Venice he was kicked out of Harry's bar because some fellow Americans objected to his long, disorderly hair and sneakers. What a human garbage can that Alan Anson was, Gregory thought, all he wanted to do was eat, but at the same time what an educated man, a walking book, you could talk to him about anything. Anson introduced him to Peggy Guggenheim. Gregory had a way with rich women, he knew how to make them laugh, the lure of money honed his wit. He was invited to the palazzo, and Peggy insisted on cutting his hair. They spoke of sex, but Gregory wasn't sure how to respond, for she was 59 and no beauty. She tried to get him into bed, but for once he resisted. That was his first mistake. Then she asked Gregory to accompany her as she carried out a little ceremony in her garden. Her favorite pet dachshund was buried there. Into the sculpture garden she walked, carrying a pitcher of water and trailed by Gregory, past the Brancusis and the Giacomettis, to the small flowered plot of ground that was a canine grave, and reverently poured out the contents of the pitcher. "Gee, what a nice backyard you got," Gregory said. That was his second mistake. He was nonetheless invited to Peggy's next party, during which some prankster removed the penis from the Merino Marini naked rider. Naturally, suspicion fell on Gregory. "All right, Gregory, where is it?" Miss Guggenheim asked. "I can tell you where to look for it," Gregory said. "It was that German artist, Hundertwasser, that fucker took it." But Gregory's reputation weighed against him, and he was blamed for the disappearance of the bronze organ. That was his third mistake. Like the other beats before him, he had struck out with Peggy Guggenheim. In Venice, Alan had met a tall blonde Dutch painter named Guy Harloff, who gave him the address of a cheap Paris hotel inhabited mainly by expatriate artists. Arriving in Paris in October 1957, Alan and Peter took a room in the hotel, which was located at 9 Rue Get l'Ecoeur, a left-bank street that gave on the River Seine and was around the corner from the Place Saint-Michel, one of the hubs of the Latin Quarter. It was directly across the river from the Paris police headquarters. The name Get l'Ecoeur, which means lies the heart, was said to go back to King Henry IV, who had a mistress on the street and said as he passed by one day, I get mon cœur, here lies my heart. There were 13 categories of hotels in Paris, and the hotel at 9 Rue Get l'Ecoeur was at the bottom of the list. It did not even have a name, although it soon became known as the Beat Hotel. It was a dingy place, with peeling walls that had once been painted gray, and cracked, dirty windows, and sparsely furnished rooms, without carpets or telephones, lit by a single 40-watt bulb. On each landing there was a toilet consisting of a hole flanked by 2 corrugated porcelain shoes, with shredded newspapers as toilet paper. On the ground floor there was a bathroom, and guests had to give advance notice if they wanted a bath, so that the water could be heated. Brian Geeson, who moved in at some point in 1958, and who paid the supplement for baths, maintained that if you put your head under the water you could hear the gurgling of an underground tributary of the Seine, the Bever. Time called it the flea-bag shrine where passers-by move out of the way for rats, but with the rooms averaging $30 a month, no one was complaining. It was not, however, merely the hotel's cheapness that drew a counterculture clientele, but its style, which was set by the legendary Madame Raquot, who ran the place. Madame Raquot was a short woman, as high as 3 apples, in the French phrase, so short that when she was behind the zinc-topped bar she stood on an overturned wine case. She had curly white hair and a rather stern, bulldog-type face, but in fact she was the soul of tolerance and understanding. She had seen the world go by and did not judge. If you wanted to smoke dope in your room or invite an Algerian hustler to spend the night, that was all right with her. A dilapidated refuge of live and let live, the Beat Hotel resembled that legendary establishment described by Ludwig Bemelmans, which had a sign in the lobby that said, "No opium smoking in the elevators." In addition, Madame Raquot was arbitrary about whom she allowed to occupy her rooms. "She has her orders," Burroughs would say. Her first impression was final, she either liked you or she didn't. It was preferable to be introduced by someone in good standing, so that the hotel clientele grew into a sort of extended family. Allen Ginsberg had a first draft of Naked Lunch, which he took around in November to show to Maurice Girodias, the founder of Olympia Press. In addition to its regular line of pornographic books, Olympia had begun to publish works of literary quality that mainstream publishers would not touch, such as Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita and J.P. Dunleavy's The Ginger Man. Maurice Girodias was the son of Jack Kahane, a wealthy Jewish gentleman from Manchester who married a French girl, Marcel Girodias, and settled in Paris. In the 30s, Kahane founded Obelisk Press, and became the first publisher of Henry Miller, who used to drop around the office to borrow a few francs when young Maurice was filling in. His father died in 1939, and during World War II Maurice adopted his mother's name. It was that or the Yellow Star. In 1953, Girodias launched Olympia Press, with its line of what he called D.B.S. dirty books, in the green-jacketed Traveler's Companion series. These were books written in English and sold in bookstores in France, mainly in Paris and a few other cities where tourists gathered. It was a seasonal operation. He would starve through a bleak touristless winter, but as soon as the first buds were on the trees, he would print, on credit, a catalogue announcing the new crop of D.B.S., as yet unwritten. The catalogue was crucial, for it was sent to 2,000 regular customers, most of them in England, and it was only when their orders came in that Girodias was able to commission authors and pay the printer. Here is where Girodias's inventiveness came into play, for each year he had to dream up provocative titles to lure potential customers with open mouth, by Carmencita de los Lunas, I've Got a Whip in My Suitcase, by Beauregard de Farniente, White Thighs, by Count Palmero Vicario. With each new title, there was a short summary of the contents, and soon the checks started arriving in envelopes marked urgent, please expedite at once, and the books weren't even written. Fortunately, there were a lot of young American would-be writers and would-be poets hanging about Paris at the time, who were only too happy to accept a $500 fee to write a DB under the pseudonym that Girodias assigned. Patrick Bowles, a resident of the Beat Hotel, wrote Roman Orgy as Marcus Van Heller. Iris Owens, who later wrote novels under her own name, wrote The Woman Thing as Harriet Daimler, and Girodias always maintained that she did her best work for him, that the pseudonym had somehow freed her creative powers. He also recruited from the Merlin Group young Americans and Brits who were putting out the literary quarterly Merlin. The poet Christopher Logue was Count Palmero Vicarian, the novelist Alexander Trocky was Carmencita de los Lunas, and Richard Seaver, long before his rise in publishing, translated Apollinaire's Memoirs of a Young Raquel. Not everyone could write a DB. George Plimpton, later founder of the Paris Review, sent a few trial pages which Girodias found so silly and vulgar that he had a hard time finding neutral words to express rejection. Gyro Diaz produced about 20 D.B.S a year, in editions of 5,000. He saw himself as invading the priggish Anglo-Saxon world with his erotic armada. Aside from his mailing list of 2,000, he could count on about a dozen Paris bookstores, and half a dozen in Nice and Cannes, where American sailors bought armfuls of DBS. They took them back to the States and resold them. Without the Sixth Fleet, Gyro Diaz would have gone bankrupt. Brentano's in Paris was his single biggest outlet. There was a hidden shelf stocking Olympia Press books. Tourists in the know headed straight for it, and spent no time leafing through the D.B.S, they just bought them and left. Gyro Diaz was convinced that there were British visitors who came to Paris especially to buy his books, and maybe take in the Folies burgers while they were at it. As he fortified his mailing list and composed his annual catalogue and hurriedly got the books printed in time for the summer influx, Gyro Diaz had a nice little business going, except that he found himself embroiled in an ongoing struggle with the forces of censorship. Mild and soft-spoken, with the fretful manner of someone who thinks he is being followed, Gyro Diaz was an unlikely crusader. But he was forced into it, having a stubborn streak that made him unwilling to capitulate to harassment which he felt smacked of the police state. It was, he felt sure, the example of 4 years of German occupation that had changed France. Censorship under the Germans was a way of life that people got used to, as they did to police surveillance and the use of informers. With time, most people began to accept strict political authority as God-given and normal. They became stooges. After the war, the socialist government in power reasoned that since the French were now accustomed to censorship, why not maintain it? The Vice Squad, or Brigade Mondaine, Worldly Brigade, which traditionally was responsible for gambling and prostitution, saw its responsibilities extended to obscene books. It amused Gyro Diaz that the post-war French governments seemed to be placing publishers on the same level as whores and pimps. In fact, as he soon realized, the inspectors of the Mondaine had found another way to collect bribes, the purpose of any vice squad being to generate new, income-producing vices. His vice was pornography, unknown in France, a country famous for its freedom of expression, until it was prosecuted by the Mondaine. Every week, the Ministry of Interior published lists of banned books in the Journal Officiel, and then the Mondaine would come around to the bookstores with the list and seize the books. All Olympia Press books were automatically banned, but fortunately there was a bureaucratic gap of about 6 months between the publication of a new Olympia title and its banning as obscene, and it was within this gap that Gyro Diaz managed to sell most of his books. Nonetheless, he was brought to court and found guilty of outrage auxiliary bons moeurs par la voie du livre, outrage to good morals by way of books. While appealing that charge, he was charged again, so that between 1953 and 1958 he accumulated 6 years in jail sentences, which he never served because he was always in appeal. In addition, he was banned from all publishing activities for 90 years and 3 months, an odd time frame emblematic of the arbitrariness of the proceedings. When de Gaulle came to power in 1958, in the middle of the Algerian War, the censorship laws were strengthened and Gyro Diaz virtually had to give up publishing. It was exhausting and expensive to be constantly fighting the entire government apparatus, with no hope of winning. It was not, however, censorship that finished Gyro Diaz, but love of literature. His real trouble began when he deviated from the uncomplicated prurience of D.B.S to publish books with a high literary quality. In 1954, he brought out Samuel Beckett's What, 10 years after it had been rejected by every other publisher, and he also published 3 other important Beckett novels in English, Malloy, Malone Dies, and The Unamiable. In 1955, an agent sent him Lolita, which had been turned down by a number of American publishers. Gyro Diaz loved it, for it seemed to him an apparently effortless transposition of the rich Russian literary tradition into modern American fiction. He wasn't worried about possible obscenity. The book would simply be banned as all his books were. Nabokov, however, was worried about what he called the litigation, and didn't want to be identified as a professor at Cornell, which he then was. When Lolita appeared in September 1955, nothing much happened, except that Jairo Diaz was inundated with angry letters from his loyal clientele, who, having bought the book on the basis of a blurb, accused him of betraying his sacred trust. What were these known arousing and incomprehensible books by Beckett and Nabokov? Why are you publishing junk like that? Irate aficionados of porn wanted to know. Stick to the tried and the true. You're giving yourself a bad name. Trash like this is a sheer waste of time. Any more like the last one and you can strike my name from your list. Many such complaints did Jairo Diaz receive. Then, around December, Graham Greene said in the Times literary supplement that Lolita was one of the 3 best books of the year. When other London newspapers accused him of promoting pornography, the book became a success de scandale. As it happened, there was a clause in his contract with Nabokov that gave Jairo Diaz 17.5% on all American sales, even though he was pretty sure that there would be no American sales, since he expected the book to be stopped at customs. The Customs Service was then the most active agent of federal censorship in America, deciding by fiat which books would be allowed into the country and which would be seized. If they were seized, which Olympia Press books usually were, they were denied the chance of obtaining an American copyright. But this time, Jairo Diaz knew not why, when he sent a copy of Lolita through the U.S. Customs, and wrote to ask what had happened, he received a reply that the book had been examined and found acceptable for American readers. What a bonanza, and what a fluke! A minor customs official had written a 2-line letter that went against all the rules of his department and that enabled Jairo Diaz to secure the American copyright and to sell Lolita to an American publisher, Putnam's, who brought it out in 1958. The book's enormous success, it quickly rose to the top of the bestseller list. Unseating Dr. Zhivago made Jairo Diaz richer by $300,000. In another instance, however, that of Candy by Terry Southern and Mason Hoffenberg, Jairo Diaz was unable to obtain copyright, and when that book, too, was published by Putnam's, there immediately appeared a number of pirate editions in various parts of the country. If you want to see an authentic Pavlovian reaction, just say the word Jairo Diaz to Terry Southern and watch the frothing at the mouth. For reasons buried in his psyche, Jairo Diaz was cavalier about money. When he didn't have it, he would employ almost any ruse to get it, but when he had it, it burned a hole in his pocket. At the age of 14, as soon as he had a few thousand francs, he would go and buy a shirt at Charvet, the most expensive men's store in Paris. Now, with his Lolita money, he had more grandiose plans. He bought a building on the Rue Saint-Severin, a few blocks away from the Beat Hotel, which he turned into a conglomerate of nightclubs and restaurants, called the Grande Séverine. In the cellar, the 16th-century vaults of which had been restored at great expense, there was a restaurant with a Brazilian samba band, on the ground floor a French restaurant, above that the blues bar, which served soul food and had Hazel Scott at the piano, and on the top floor a Russian nightclub called Chez Vodka, with a balalaika ensemble. The decor was eclectic. At one point, Jairo Diaz had unsupervised birds flying around the patio and crapping on the customers. No surer scheme for losing unlimited amounts of money could Jairo Diaz have devised. Ultimately, it wasn't the censorship laws in France or the copyright laws in America that did him in, it wasn't the loss of his reputation among the porno patrons for publishing literature, it was his obstinate delusion that he could operate nightclubs and restaurants at a profit. On top of that, in 1964 he opened a theater, and his first offering was an adaptation of the Marquis de Sada's Bedroom Philosophers, with the result that he was raided by the police and had to close down shop completely. Jairo Diaz had no choice but to declare bankruptcy, as he was being sued by several authors for reasons that had to do with the non-arrival of money they felt was owed them, notably Nabokov and J.P. Dunleavy, author of The Ginger Man. The most persistent was Dunleavy, who kept up the litigation for more than 15 years. In 1972, Jairo Diaz saw the chance to outwit Dunleavy and buy back his bankrupt company for next to nothing. A public auction of the assets was arranged by the bankruptcy receiver, which was to take place at the Tribunal de Commerce. Jairo Diaz had the fix-in, so that the auction was not announced or publicized in any way. He figured that by maintaining complete secrecy, he would be the only bidder, and could win the prize for a few $100s. When he arrived at the courtroom on the appointed day, however, he was surprised to see other people there. They looked like tourists, and he imagined that they must have gone astray, that perhaps they were looking for the Sainte Chapelle and had somehow wandered into the Commerce Tribunal. But sapristi! When he started bidding, they bid against him, going up 1,000 francs at a time, and the bidding soon reached $9,000, an amount that Jairo Diaz could not raise, and he had to drop out. He later learned that the other bidder was Dunleavy's wife, who also had the fix-in. Dunleavy became the owner of Olympia Press, and Jairo Diaz reminded himself that after all, it was a mythical entity, with more liabilities than assets, such as Dunleavy's suit, which was cancelled now that he owned the company. And so, at an unheralded auction in a little-known tribunal, ended the short but notorious heyday of Olympia Press. A lot of the authors that Jairo Diaz had published were mad at him, but he could say in his own defense that if he had not published their work first, they would never have found a mainstream publisher. He had stepped in at a time when brilliant unpublished work was available, and he had helped to slay the beast of censorship. It was thanks to Jairo Diaz that you no longer had writers sitting in front of their typewriters and saying, "There's no point in my writing this sentence because I couldn't get it published." The trouble with Jairo Diaz, though, was that he constantly shot himself in the foot. For Nabokov, Dunleavy, Terry Southern, and a number of others, however, Olympia had been a halfway house on the path to literary fame. It was with the thought that only Jairo Diaz could publish a book as outrageous as Naked Lunch that Allen Ginsberg came to see him in November 1957 with Burroughs' manuscript under his arm. "I have this manuscript that I brought back from Tangier," Allen said, "and it's by Bill Burroughs and it's the masterpiece of the century." Jairo Diaz wished he had 1,000 francs for every time he'd heard that phrase, masterpiece of the century. He probably heard it every day, there were so many people coming through promoting unpublishable writing. It was a phrase he had come to distrust, and when he saw the condition of the manuscript that Ginsberg handed him, he distrusted it even more. The manuscript seemed to have been nibbled at by the rats in the Paris sewers. It was completely dilapidated and unreadable, with pasted-over paper patches, and all sorts of loose bits and pieces. With his innate French sense of order, Jairo Diaz was offended by this palimpsest. He was convinced that an untidy manuscript was a sign of perverse instability in the author. A manuscript like that smelled trouble, and there would be more trouble if he got involved. So he told Ginsberg that whatever it wasn't a book, and that if he could get Burroughs to put it into shape he would be glad to take another look at it. Allen figured Jairo Diaz didn't want the book because it didn't fit his DB formula, it was emetic rather than erotic. Jairo Diaz was thinking in terms of books that he could peddle to 3,000 horny sailors off a 6th Fleet carrier in Nice on a 24-hour pass who wanted something to jack off to on the long voyage home. Allen was crestfallen because Jairo Diaz was his only hope, and it seemed to Jairo Diaz that he left with a mournful expression on his face. Burroughs arrived in Paris in mid-January 1958, and Allen found him a room in the Beat Hotel, which he liked. The room smelled of dust and Gauloise cigarettes, and you could do pretty much what you wanted, nobody bothered you. Nobody came bursting in pour faire la chambre, they didn't care whether they made the chamber or not. You could paint on the walls and bring your own furniture in, and in the bar, a glass of wine was cheaper than a cup of coffee. Allen had been apprehensive about seeing Burroughs again. Would Bill try to claim him, and start the sex schloop lover routine? Who would save him, now that Peter Orlovsky had left for New York, from sordid sorrows with Satanic Bill? On January 19, they sat down and faced each other, and Allen confessed all his doubt and misery. But then Burroughs said that in the last few months he had gone through changes, and that his trip to Paris was not to claim Alan but to clear up his remaining blocks with the help of an analyst. He had fallen into such despair in Tangier that he had finally prayed to God and been answered, and seen his benevolent soul emerge. In his own way he had found what Alan already had, a vision of a large and peaceful central force. He had developed a method of meditation which consisted in letting his worst fantasies emerge rather than shutting them up or rejecting them as unwholesome. He had terrible fantasies, horrible homicidal fantasies such as killing Alan and killing Peter, and he had to come to terms with them and realized that they were a part of him. Alan agreed. All fantasies, such as Peter's of being drowned by Alan, or of suffering a lonely death, were parts of us which were true. They had to be let out in full force, rather than suppressed, no matter how painful. Only when they were accepted as true did they lose their horror and their force, which came from trying to deny them, and then you could look at these vile parts of yourself unafraid. By consciously running through your fantasies, you could end up with a great feeling of liberation, attaining the level of the impersonal watcher, benevolent and clear. Burroughs said he had gone far in this process, but that there was something underneath it all so horrible that he could not get at it, something to do with his nurse. He would begin to get near it, and then he would have such a feeling of fright that prickles would go up his neck and he couldn't continue. It was the memory of something so awful that he had suppressed it all his life, as if he had as a child murdered someone and blanked it out. To show Alan how he went into meditation and cleared his mind, Burroughs suggested that they try it together. He stood by the bed in silence, looking blank-eyed and strange, with a face like a mask, and Alan got scared, thinking he might turn into a monster and kill him. But Burroughs, sensing Alan's fear, came back to normal and they both relaxed. Bill really had changed, Alan thought. He wasn't interested in sex, and he talked about trying women. He was affable with all the young hip pot-smoking cats that hung around the Beat Hotel, and became their favorite, talking to them endlessly about junk or growing tomatoes in Texas, and becoming this great monument of endless benevolent objective talk and practical judgments about everything from cancer to tea. In the Beat Hotel, Burroughs found a congenial atmosphere that was not unlike Tangier, with a population of down-and-out young poets and artists, hustlers, dope dealers, and various other maladjusted types. He felt quite at home, surrounded by this ongoing lower depths, left bank Paris in the late 50s spectacle. Guy Harloff, the Movierian Dutch painter who had led the Beats to the hotel, amused him by coming on with all this working-class communist stuff, whereas Burroughs knew that his family was wealthy and gave him a generous allowance. That was why Madame Raco extended credit and drinks on the cuff. His was the well-upholstered proletariat. Harloff was a bad drunk who would start breaking the furniture. Once when a little Jap was arguing with him he said, "What you talk? I beat you down to a pulp." Then there was Sinclair Beals, a scrawny young South African Jewish poet who had been in and out of institutions. He became a great admirer of Burroughs' work, since he, like Burroughs, tended to see society as a network of control mechanisms. Once it gets out that ego is control's blind, he wrote Burroughs, which prevents people from realizing they are entirely voice-sent into their straitjacket roles or careers or cells, then the whole pack of civilized bullshit collapses. Beals would have lonely tantrums in his room, and the only one who could shut him up was the fat Swiss cleaning woman, who would bang on his door and say, "Be quiet, you dirty beast." He had an original and interesting but scattered mind, and was unpredictable in his behavior. Once he and Gregory Corso and Burroughs were walking along the Seine and stopped to look at a group of tourists boarding a bateau mouche. Sinclair Beals suddenly dropped his pants in front of them and stuck his finger up his ass. "This is deplorable behavior," Burroughs said. Not to be outdone, Corso accused Beals of being a social climber. Another congenial and Tangier-like figure was the Arab pusher with very good harrowing called the Hajj, which meant that he had made the pilgrimage to Mecca. The Beat Hotel was on his daily rounds, and among his regular customers were several authors of D.B.S., who, as they turned out their daily quota of fantasy sex, had no interest whatever in the real thing, being knocked out on junk. Hey, how about an orgy in a Boy Scout camp? Nah, it's been done and done. Gyro Diaz would give them advances to buy a typewriter, and they'd hawk the typewriter to buy junk. One of the worst offenders in that respect was Mason Hoffenberg, who had been in France since 1948 and was married to the daughter of the distinguished art historian Elia Faure. Despite his drug intake, Hoffenberg was a prolific author of D.B.S., not only as the co-author of Candy, originally written under the pseudonym Maxwell Kenton, but as Hamilton Drake, author of Sin for Breakfast, and Faustino Perez, author of Until She Screams. In the opinion of Burroughs, Hoffenberg was a kicking junkie, that is someone who gets on junk because what he really likes is the pain of withdrawal, and he was also one of those people who somehow bring death to those around them. Why don't you get on or get off? Burroughs asked him one day, telling him about Dr. Dent. Hoffenberg went to London in 1961 and was waiting in the entrance of Dent's clinic when he heard someone say, "I think he's gone." A few minutes later a nurse told Hoffenberg, "He can't see you." Dr. Dent had just died of a heart attack. Years later, back in New York, when he was on the methadone program, Hoffenberg was in the 55 Club on Christopher Street with a couple of junkies. He took off his coat, in a pocket of which he had 2 bottles of methadone, and went to the men's room, and when he came back his 2 friends were gone and so was the methadone. The dosage was too strong, or they didn't know how much to take, or something else went wrong. In any case, they both died. Hoffenberg was an early fan of Naked Lunch, which as a member of the Olympia stable he promoted to Gyro Diaz. "Maurice is a fool for not publishing it," he told Burroughs. He died in 1986. Also reminiscent of Tangier was the fellow who went from one fruitless scheme to the other. One young fellow called Graham, who had been selling encyclopedias on army bases, arrived at the Beat Hotel. The trick was to wangle a way into the base, where salesmen weren't allowed. Then you'd go up to a soldier and ask, "Are you a vulture for culture?" Graham gave that up for Hong Kong suits. An Oriental tailor would take your measurements but you'd never see the suit. When last seen, he was headed for Puerto Rico, to raise woolly monkeys for zoos. Mac Thomas, a saxophone-playing young Texan, was one of the young men who liked to drop in on Burroughs and talk. It seemed to Mac Thomas that Burroughs spent most of his time in his room, with his pants folded at the end of his bed, scribbling, going through notes, and complaining about the hotel's electric circuitry. Mac Thomas, who would go on to write 2 autobiographical books that displayed considerable talent, was perceptive in his appraisal of Burroughs. He saw a man who had never belonged and who never would and who would blame himself all his life. He wanted to belong on some prestigious level that he'd been cheated out of, and this was the form his ambition took. Others thought Burroughs was strange, but never did Mac Thomas think he was anything but stark raving sane. And yet Burroughs was a man separate from the rest of humanity. Mac Thomas saw him on an almost daily basis, but never felt that he got close to him. You got to the point where he said, "No, you don't understand, don't come any closer." And so he went deeper into isolation, into the far end of solitude. "The night is my diocese and silence is my ministry," in the words of Thomas Merton. Burroughs seemed to have no identity concept other than man's basic depravity, no standard other than guilt and innocence. He was such an accumulation of irregularities that in a sense it was embarrassing to acknowledge his existence. And yet he had to be acknowledged, if only for his refusal to be homogenized. Perhaps it had something to do with the genetic roulette. All the swallows that left for Capistrano did not get there. So that the only thing left for Burroughs was to cultivate his sense of indignation and defiance. Mac Thomas saw his writing as an application for permission to exist. He was always a man with a plan, and there was something relentless in his pursuit of it. Nothing stopped him. He was in an endurance contest with himself. And he was also doing penance, and his writing was also a documentary record of that penance. Mac Thomas sensed that Burroughs was one of those outcasts who would achieve distinction. After years of rejection, After orgies of rejection, he was still using indignation as energy and saying, "I'll show you, I'll give you creative imagination." There was a random, happenstance flavor to life in Paris, with the direction of the day determined by who you happened to bump into. The first dreamy warm day of spring, Alan wrote Peter Orlovsky on April 6, "We all left our coats home, me and Bill out for walk, found Gregory talking with young French girl with big purse, and in front Iris, one pornography writer girl Iris Owens, who wrote for Gyro Diaz, and Al the Shades Levitt, drummer, with a spade named Money, and another tall blonde nervous type with a mustache, so we all drifted along toward Luxembourg Gardens, and on the way met a banjo artist, Jack Elliott, and his wife, and wandered in the park until who should we meet but Mason Hoffenberg, also out for a junk cure constitutional walk. We all stopped and ate ice cream and talked about man-eating piranha fish and sharks." One day Alan and Gregory ran into the director John Huston, who had just finished making a movie with Errol Flynn about white hunters in Africa, The Roots of Heaven. Gregory went up to him, and, by way of introduction, said, "Why do you always have guns in your movies, man?" "Don't you call me man," Huston replied, but accepted their invitation to have coffee in the Bonaparte, where they proceeded to tell him what a great movie Naked Lunch would make. Huston begged off, but invited them to a cast party he was giving on a houseboat in the Seine, thinking perhaps to introduce an antic element. They showed up with Burroughs and a young, large, wild-eyed would-be actor by the name of B.J. Carroll, who, under the influence of abundantly flowing champagne, started baiting Errol Flynn, saying, "Hey man, I hear when you were flying an airplane someone popped a popper under your nose." "Go away, Sonny," Flynn said, at which B.J. Carroll poured his glass of champagne over the star's head. A couple of bodyguards then grabbed B.J. Carroll and tossed him into the Seine. Alan was dismayed. The Beat Generation was living up to the billing of all its attackers, creating public scandals in the houses of the mighty. It was really a shame, because up until then, Huston had been taking them quite seriously as young poet intellectuals, and had invited them aboard the boat, and now they had egg on their faces. Later in April, Ginsberg and Corso left for London, two agents provocateurs in stodgy Old England. At a student gathering in Oxford, Corso read his new H-bomb poem, "I love you H-bomb, I see ermine round your neck, you're so lonely, everybody wants to die by cancer electric chair old age but not by glorious you." An infuriated anti-bomb radical threw a shoe at Gregory and denounced him as a fascist. "Do you know what it's like to die by an H-bomb?" the students shouted. Here were the goddamned Americans, who had invented the bloody thing, and who were now coming over to recite commercials for it. It was too bloody much. Gregory called them limey creeps and there was a big riot, and Alan and Gregory were saved from the English equivalent of lynching by some friendly female students. In London, they had lunch with Edith Sitwell and tea with Auden, who had forgiven Alan for his agitated state in Ischia. Gregory, who liked to make provocative remarks, asked Auden, "Are birds spies?" With sound English common sense, Auden replied, "No, I don't think so, who would they report to?" "The trees," said Alan. Behind the foolery, there was in Alan a serious literary purpose. Everything he did in England, for instance, had some literary association. When he made a pilgrimage to Burnt Norton, it was in homage to T.S. Eliot. When he visited Stonehenge, it reminded him of Burke's idea that the sublime always involves terror, and when he went to Salisbury Cathedral, he thought of Henry James calling it the blonde among cathedrals. On the path to a farm, he met a muscular gamekeeper who seemed to have stepped from the pages of Lady Chatterley. He could not spend a day without conjuring up all sorts of connections, because he was steeped in British literary tradition. Rather than thinking of himself as a rebel, Alan saw himself and his friends as the true heirs of the modernist tradition. If they were rebels, it was in what they thought of as the Whitmanesque sense of unscrew the locks from the doors. Unscrew the doors themselves from their jambs. For the modernist tradition had to be rescued from the tenured Philistines who had falsely appropriated it, the Van Dorens and the Trillings and the Tates and the Blackmas, and all the other pusillanimous time-servers who claimed to be at the center of American literature, which was controlled invisibly from the universities, by the teacher-writers. Allen wanted to break their stranglehold, to get away from their faculty T-prose, from their bloodless, gutless, over-intellectual approach. The direct link between the Beats and the modernist tradition, as he saw it, was through the Black Mountain Review, a quarterly produced by that border post of the counterculture, Black Mountain College, near Asheville, North Carolina. Charles Olson, the 6'7", 250-pound poet who presided over both the high point and the demise of the college as well as the review, had been Ezra Pound's secretary after the war, before Pound was committed to St. Elizabeth's. The editor of the review was Robert Creeley, the poet with the eye patch who had absconded with Rex Roth's wife. On Olson's advice, Creeley wrote Pound asking how to put out a literary magazine, and Pound told him to push 3 or 4 writers in every issue and surround them with interesting transitory material, so that each issue didn't look like a grab bag. William Carlos Williams was another grand old man of poetry that Creeley consulted. Through these consultants, the Black Mountain Review was directly linked with 2 heirs of the modernist movement, Pound and Williams. In its final issue, number 7, in the fall of 1957, the review published work by Allen Ginsberg and Jack Kerouac, and a section of Naked Lunch by Burroughs, who was still using the pseudonym William Lee. Thus the lineage was established between modernism and the Beats. But in New York, the literary sachems didn't pick up on what was happening. The Partisan Review continued to conduct symposiums on such subjects as religion and the intellectuals. Lewis Simpson parodied Howl as Squeal. Kerouac's books after On the Road were generally dismissed by important critics. Burroughs, due to the obscene nature of his material, couldn't get published through the front door the way Kerouac had. He couldn't even get published through the back door, for Ferling Hetty at City Lights turned down Naked Lunch, saying it was disgusting. Allen had no better luck when he sent a section of the book to Stephen Spender at Encounter magazine. Spender replied that he had no interest in wading through yards and yards of entrails. So that for Burroughs, publication in the Black Mountain Review was a crucial break in the pattern of rejection. Being published together in the Black Mountain Review underlined the fact that the Beats were now a bona fide movement. In fact, they constituted one of the few American literary movements, for American writers are more often loners, competing with each other like Hertz and Avis to be number one. In the view of their detractors, who called them beatniks, a term born of the fear engendered by Sputnik, they were drugged eccentrics whose work was worthless, imaginary rebels advertising their private helplessness, who had created a conformity of alienation. The liberal establishment scorned the Beats for standing outside the political arena. The Eisenhower Republicans saw them as a threat to American middle-class values and morality. They were repudiated by both the left and the right. In fact, unlike their wild and crazy media image, the Beats were rather like the English between the wars literary movement, the Bloomsbury Group. Like Virginia Woolf and Lytton Strachey and Clive Bell and the others, the Beats were close friends who helped and supported one another, mutual back-scratchers who corresponded voluminously when they were apart, who kept journals about one another, who promoted one another's work, and who used one another as characters in their books. Kerouac particularly made copious and impressionistic use of the others in book after book, and Ginsberg did so less directly in his poems. As the political commissar of the group, Ginsberg ceaselessly lobbied for the work of his friends, and managed to create an alternative support system of little magazines and sympathetic critics, in defiance of the established literary authorities. There was of course little or no similarity in the writing of the three. In his use of landscape to evoke the life of the spirit, Kerouac harked back to Blake to see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. In his nostalgia and love of America he also harked back to Thomas Wolfe. Kerouac's theme in On the Road was how to assert possession of a birthright not through ownership but through mobility. The book was a pamphlet of lyrical instructions for crisscrossing the great American landscape, geographical and spiritual. For had not Walt Whitman said that Americans should know the universe itself as a road, as many roads, as roads for traveling souls? As for Allen, with his Hebraic Melvillian bardic strain, he had been able, through sheer self-belief and power of conviction, to expand his private agonies, the madness of his mother and the alienation of his friends, into the indictment of an entire society. In style he combined the dirge-like ethnic chant of the Hebrew Psalms with the Whitmanesque long line, which was like a laundry line, in that you could hang anything you wanted on it, from dirty underwear to the effigies of your friends. As for Burroughs, he was the great seceder, the artist as outlaw, in the line of villain and Rambo, who had deliberately taken the literary game one step further by writing a nauseating book. His antipathy for all forms of control made him an uneasy leader of the movement, which he regarded at best as a flag of convenience. He felt no strong sense of membership under any literary banner, but having allies had its uses, for he would never have finished Naked Lunch without a little help from his friends. They did have in common that their writing sprang from a reformist impulse at a time of Cold War hysteria and the smothering of the individual, which was essentially a restatement of Emerson's famous phrase, "Society everywhere is in conspiracy against the manhood of every one of its members." Their work stridently challenged the accepted rhetoric of the literary establishment. They created a community of the excluded against the like-minded, a band of unlike-minded. They took chances and lived out what they wrote and made themselves heard. Theirs was a literature of risk rather than a literature of tenure and awards. Much of their growing fame came through the antagonism they provoked. Another of their bonds was that they were lumped together by their enemies. The day would soon come when J. Edgar Hoover, at the 1960 Republican Convention, would say that communists, beatniks, and eggheads were America's three menaces. And in 1958 came the attack from Norman Podhoretz, editor of Commentary, who complained for starters that Jack Kerouac in his jacket photograph was unshaven and his hair fell over his forehead. To the bald and clean-shaven Podhoretz, the lobes of whose mind had 19th-century European configurations, Kerouac was Struwwelpeter, a disheveled ruffian of horrid excess. Podhoretz was against spontaneity, against enthusiasm, against energy. How could a man who in years to come would parrot the views of the Republican establishment grasp the authentic and exuberant American soul-searching of the Beats? If these young men had any sense, he seemed to be saying, they would be brown-nosing the powers that be just as he was instead of rattling bones in closets. So Podhoretz appointed himself spokesman of the rear guard, calling the Beats the revolt of the spiritually underprivileged and the crippled of the soul, young men who can't think straight and so hate anyone who can. For good measure, he tied them in with the rise of juvenile crime. The complete buffoonery of his attack actually served to validate the Beats by their enemies. Ye shall know them. As a result of such attacks, allies began to rally round. Rexroth, despite his personal squabbles with Ginsberg and Kerouac, predicted that the Beats would produce a literature considerably different from what was being produced by passing on the 7 types of ambiguity to seminars of born idlers. Returning to Paris in May 1958, Ginsberg and Corso found that there had been a small revolution, and that General Charles de Gaulle had come to power, on a platform of ending the Algerian War. Walking to the Place de la Concorde with a friend, Allen saw the Champs-Élysées lined with hundreds of armed soldiers in battle dress, and squadrons of mounted police wearing silver helmets. It was almost noon, and Allen said, at noon, 2 million communists will swarm past the Madeleine and attack the Élysée Palace. What will you do? The friend said he would dive into the Concorde fountain and stay underwater. Back at the Beat Hotel, Burroughs was constantly being interrupted in his quest for a solitary life by young people wanting to meet him, for his underground reputation had spread, and he was now the resident wise man at 9 Get Le Coeur. He explained to Gregory and Allen that he was working on a method, shown to him by Mac Thomas, for getting rid of unwanted callers. Being polite, he would invite them in, and then he would stare at them while repeating to himself, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, and usually they became so uncomfortable they left. If that didn't work, he would visualize their spirit outside the door, and if the picture was strong enough the body soon followed. One day near the Beat Hotel they ran into the poet Henry Michaud, an ancient and respected survivor of the Surrealist days. Very tall and very solemn, Michaud was a model of bourgeois respectability, but he had in common with Burroughs experiments with hallucinogenic drugs, for he had written some of his poems on mescaline, and had described his experiences with the drug in a book called Miserable Miracle. They started chatting, and Michaud promised to come and see them, but when he arrived at the Beat Hotel what did Gregory do but piss in the sink, and it was easy to see that Michaud was annoyed, because he thought Gregory was doing it to shock him. He was even more annoyed when they went for a walk, and while they were standing in a portal, a woman came up and started taking pictures. Michaud thought he had been set up to have his picture snapped with the brash Americans, but then the woman said, "Will you people please move aside so I can photograph this historic portal," and Michaud apologized for his unwarranted brusqueness. It was easy to be suspicious of Alan and Gregory, however, for in Paris, perhaps in contrast to the decorum and formality of French life, they naturally took the unruly position, the "we are mischievous boys" position. Thus, on June 15, 1958, they were invited to a party in honor of two of the great old surrealists, Man Ray and Marcel Duchamp. Alan loved their surrealist objects. Duchamp's birdcage filled with sugar cubes was, he thought, a riddle to free the mind. In any case, Alan got drunk and began to crawl on all fours in pursuit of Duchamp, feeling him up the pants leg and begging his blessing and calling him cher maître. Duchamp smiled and chuckled and kept saying, "I am only human." Alan asked Duchamp to kiss Burroughs, in a symbolic passing of the mantle from the great French surrealist to his contemporary American successor, and Duchamp gamely went along with it, and pressed his thin lips to Burroughs' brow. Alan had a compulsion to meet all the writers and artists he admired, and at the top of the list was the novelist Louis Ferdinand Céline, who was living in the lower middle-class suburb of Meudon and was still practicing the profession of doctor as he had since his youth. The author of Journey to the End of the Night, often mentioned as the greatest 20th-century French novel, had narrowly missed prison or worse for his anti-Semitic views during the war, and had in fact fled with the Nazis in 1944, first to Germany, then to Denmark, where he spent some time in a Danish jail. Burroughs and Ginsberg thought that Céline's wartime record was despicable, but it did not cancel the fact that he was the greatest living French novelist, and that he had been a major influence on them, with his misanthropic vision, his ability to extract humor from the terrors of life, and his use of colloquial and ribald language. In spite of his wartime blunders, thought Burroughs, it would have been a gross miscarriage of aesthetics not to go see him. They called on Michel Morit, an editor at Gallimard, Céline's publisher, for a letter of introduction, and again did not present themselves in a very good light, for Alan was high on cocaine, and disappeared into the bathroom every 5 minutes to take another snort. Morit was a good sport, however, and gave them a letter, and on a sunny day in July 1958, Burroughs and Ginsberg took a bus to Meudon, Corso having decided to stay in Paris to see a girl he was hoping to fuck. Meudon was on the Seine, and Céline's house of reddish-brown stone was set back from the street and fenced off. When they rang the bell some fierce-looking dogs came out barking, followed by a tall frail man with a disorderly shock of grey hair, wrapped in scarves like an old concierge in spite of the summer heat. As Céline locked up the dogs, Alan asked, "Have they killed anybody?" Replying in English, which he spoke fluently, having made extended journeys to England and America, Céline said, "I just take them with me to the post office, to protect me from the Jews." He still received death threats and anonymous letters, he said, and had his hounds to guard him from fears of being hounded. He launched into classic Céline stories of everything going wrong. The neighbors harassed him, put out poisoned meat for his dogs, the druggist wouldn't fill his prescriptions. "La vie est pleine de surprises désagréables," he said, which Alan and Burroughs thought was not a bad summing up. "How's your clientele?" Alan asked. "Can you make a living?" Céline shook his head and said, "Oh no, most of the people who come to doctors are middle-aged women, and they only want to take their clothes off in front of a young man. Alan later saw that line in one of his books. Celine had reached the famous writer's plateau, where all he has to do is quote himself. They sat in a little courtyard behind the house and listened to Celine embark on a rambling monologue, full of odd stops and starts and non sequiturs, like his prose style. He hated the Danes, they were an awful sniveling cowardly people. But when he had been told in Danish that he was going to be shot, it didn't have the same impact as in the mother tongue. It was much more shocking to be given bad news in one's own language. Celine liked to dwell on his prison experience. One great brute, he said, simply butted me in the stomach without a word. Alan brought the conversation back to medicine and asked Celine whether he was a good doctor. I don't know whether I'm good, Celine said, but I'm reasonable. His next line was one that Burroughs recognized: sick people are less frightening than well ones, to which Burroughs replied, and dead people are less frightening than live ones. Then they questioned him about the important writers of the day, but Celine dismissed every name they mentioned: Michaud, Beckett, Sartre, Jean Genet. It is nothing, said Celine, it is just another little fish in the literary pond. As they left, they handed him copies of Howl and Junkie, which he quickly glanced at and set aside. It was clear that no other work but his own was worthy of serious attention. At about that time, Alan went back to the States, and Burroughs started hanging out with Gregory Corso. They sat up for hours talking, and Gregory thought that it was almost like love. A warm and tension-free rapport had sprung up between them. Burroughs was back on heroin after a year on the wagon, and one day when Gregory dropped by he had a batch and Gregory said, "Bill, can I try that?" And Burroughs said, "Yeah, but it's poison, Gregory." Soon Gregory was hooked and joined Burroughs in the daily errands of finding and financing their habit. They became comrades in drugs. Gregory had the hotel's attic room, and one night Burroughs knocked on his door, and when Gregory opened it Burroughs looked at him and then said, sorry, and went back down, and Gregory wondered what the fuck it was all about. Something had happened that he hadn't caught. Another time in Sinclair Beals's room, Burroughs started telling Gregory that he was God, and that Gregory was there because of him. Gregory didn't know how to take it, it must be one of Bill's moods, but it was a heavy shot, which made him look at Bill a little askew. Was he full of shit, or did he really have some kind of power? Gregory decided that he did have powers, but they were human powers. When reminded of the incident many years later, Burroughs commented, "No one in his senses would want to be God, and certainly not me. I don't have the qualifications." Gregory had heard about a rich French junkie who was crippled with polio and sometimes hung around the Latin Quarter cafes, and who rode around in a chauffeured Bentley. One day he noticed a Bentley parked outside the Monaco Cafe, and peering inside, he saw a sharp-faced man in a wheelchair, and went up to him and said, "Would you like to meet a very wise man?" The polio victim was Jacques Stern, member of a venerable and wealthy French Jewish family. He had spent the war years in the States and had graduated from Harvard. His money was tied up in various trusts, so that periods of flowing cash were followed by periods of bailiffs at the door. He had been to India with his friend Harry Phipps, where they sampled a cornucopia of drugs and amused themselves by conducting rickshaw races. When he tried heroin, he knew it was what he was looking for. It was a downer, like death, it was just what he wanted. Jacques Stern represented the carriage trade side of hard drugs, the wealthy young people who had no trouble obtaining it and whose money insulated them from the seedy aspects that Burroughs had come to know so well. Stern had a large apartment on the Rue du Cirque, and boasted that he had spent $500,000 decorating it. He had a long-limbed gorgeous American wife with thick red hair, named Deanie. He had all the right baubles to which his money entitled him. There were in Jacques Stern two opposing impulses playing tug-of-war inside his head. One was the need to be a masterful, successful hero. To convey that side of his personality he was always bragging. Before polio, he had been an outstanding athlete. His financial advice was sought out by the gnomes of Zurich. He was one of the 3 or 4 great lovers of the world. He was a bibliophile nonpareil, with one of the finest collections of Molière first editions. The other side of him was nihilistic and anti-life, and it was this side that he satisfied with heroin. Combining both sides of his nature, Stern would give decorous dinners at Maxim's for a dozen friends, and afterward he would announce that he had been on drugs during the entire dinner, and he would launch into a lurid account of his slavery to heroin. Of course, Jacques Stern replied to Gregory, who took him out of his wheelchair and carried him, he must have weighed about 80 pounds, up the stairs of the Beat Hotel to Burroughs' room, dumping him on Burroughs' bed. Gregory later wondered whether he had done the right thing, for although Jacques Stern had flashes of brilliance, he was a total cuckoo. Burroughs, however, was impressed by his intelligence and the breadth of his knowledge, and they became fast friends. He sometimes felt that Stern was a more extreme version of himself, acting out instincts that he suppressed, in his megalomania and need for power over others. Burroughs was invited for dinner at the Rue du Cirque, where the beautiful Dini took him aside to complain about how difficult Jacques was, his screaming, his tantrums. "He's a monster," she said. "Being in the same room with him is like being with death itself. He went scoring for dope with Jacques in the Bentley, and Jacques always paid. When he was in the chips, he was a great check grabber." Sometimes Burroughs would call and be told, "Monsieur est fatigue." He knew what that meant. For a while, Burroughs was taken in by the picaresque accounts of his misadventures. With his lurid tales, he might have been a character in Naked Lunch. He was in constant danger, pursued by assassins. They had chased his Bentley, which he had crashed into a concrete island at 130 miles per hour, flipping over twice and turning right side up, with not a scratch on him or on the car. He would have to flee aboard his yacht, and would take Burroughs along. Of course there was no yacht. Burroughs sent him to take the dent cure, and Stern reported that he had come down with a severe sinus headache, the pain spreading to his spine and his entire body until 2 nurses had to hold him down and he bit a piece of wood right in 2. Dent had to inject him with huge doses of heroin. Then he went into a catatonic state that lasted 2 days, and when he woke up he wrote a novel in a week. Burroughs later learned that the story of his stay with Dent was pure fantasy, but at the time he believed it. Impressed by the fragments of writing that Stern showed him, he wrote Allen Ginsberg that Stern is, "I think, the greatest writer of our time." Recently, Stern told him, he had fallen down a marble staircase and miraculously had suffered only a broken tooth. He certainly was a storm center, thought Burroughs. Never a dull moment. Then Stern announced that he and Dini had broken up, and she had thrown him out of the apartment. He wanted Burroughs to do a small favor for him. Burroughs should go over to the Rue du Cirque, commiserate with Dini, find some pretext to go into the library, and slip a couple of his small Molière first editions into his pocket. As the recipient of so much of Jacques Stern's largesse, Burroughs found it hard to refuse. "Dini, nice to see you," he said when she answered the door. "I hope this whole rift between you and Jacques can be solved." He was edging toward the library when she said, "Stop, I know what you're here for. You're here for the first editions. Well, instead of that you're going to leave." Muttering to himself, "All right, I did my best," he reported back to Jacques, who launched into a tirade, "You moron, you stupid dope, if you had any sense you could have managed it. You don't know how to do anything, you're totally useless." My heart wasn't in it, Burroughs thought. If it had been, I could have found a look-alike book on the case and made a substitution, after creating a diversion. That October of 1958, Stern asked Burroughs to accompany him to London to take the dent cure again. He sent Burroughs over to the Rue du Cirque to get $200 from his wife for travel expenses, which he did. Burroughs agreed to go to London, since Stern was footing the bill. After taking the cure, Stern rented a flat at 2 Mansfield Street where they could continue to kick for a couple of weeks and hit Paris really clean. "You know," Burroughs wrote Gregory from London, or rather I hope you don't get into a position to know how it is after a kick. You can't do anything. Spent half an hour putting on cufflinks. Soon enough, however, Stern developed a craving for drugs and sent Burroughs out to make the buy. Burroughs picked up a stash of dope that was hidden under a telephone booth and brought it back to Mansfield Street. As soon as he got there, Stern gave vent to one of his irrational rages. "You conned my wife out of $200, he shouted. "You're nothing but a con man. Get out. Get out." Burroughs could stand no more. Stern paid the bills, but he took it out in abuse. As soon as Stern went out, Burroughs packed and left, after writing his host a note that said, "To call me a con man is one of the most grotesque pieces of miscasting since Tyrone Power play Jesse James." In the street he saw this headline on the newspaper boards, "Tyrone Power dead." It was yet another reminder of the magical universe, always weaving its hidden designs. The situation with Naked Lunch was that Gyro Diaz had turned it down, but Black Mountain Review had published an excerpt. Thanks to Allen Ginsberg's efforts, another excerpt appeared in the spring of 1958 in the Chicago Review, a literary quarterly put out by the students at the University of Chicago, by which it was subsidized. Irving Rosenthal, a graduate student who had just been made editor, was excited by the Beats and the San Francisco Poets and ran their work in the spring 1958 issue. Burroughs was delighted, and wrote Paul Bowles, "Chicago Review is completely sold on my work, publishing it in sections. One is already out spring 1958, another will appear next issue. Editor says he will publish all I send him." Burroughs rained material on Rosenthal, who wrote Allen Ginsberg, "Burroughs has been flooding me with manuscripts, of which he's sparing me the obscene passages. I will have to clue him. He is the most uneven best writer I ever read, it's unbelievable." That was Irving Rosenthal, a small and contentious fellow, looking like the eighth dwarf in Snow White, the one called Quirky. But to Burroughs, Rosenthal was the only editor who really understands what I am doing. Rosenthal had in fact become so impressed with the importance of Naked Lunch that he published a 9-page section in the fall issue. Aside from its literary quality, Rosenthal felt that the book offered what he and many other homosexuals were looking for: a new image of homosexuality, a way out of the effeminate stereotype that had been imposed on them. Here was a man, assertive and unafraid, who took queerness out of the humiliating, faggoty, teacup queen, limp wrist typecasting. There was a liberating force in his writing. He had crossed a frontier for all of them. When the autumn 1958 issue of the Chicago Review appeared that October, with the Burroughs text that included the words shit, ass, and fuck, it aroused the wrath of Chicago Daily News columnist Jack Mabley. In an October 25 column entitled "Filthy Writing on the Midway," Mabley called the autumn issue one of the foulest collections of printed filth I've seen publicly circulated. The obscene words were like kids chalking a 4-letter verb on the Oak Street underpass. The university should take a long hard look at what is being circulated under its sponsorship. Student editors of the Review were supposed to have editorial autonomy, but Mabley's outrage put the university authorities on the defensive. Old grads were calling in to complain. Fundraisers and public relations people said the Review's excesses were undermining their efforts. If Rosenthal was allowed to go on unchecked, the endowment fund might be affected. The issue boiled down to fundraising versus academic freedom. The 5-man faculty review board of student publications met on November 3. The novelist and teacher Richard Stern, who was chairman of the board, asked Rosenthal for a list of the contributors to the winter issue, because the dean wants to know. The issue was devoted to the work of 3 writers, William Burroughs, Jack Kerouac, and Edward Dahlberg. Unfavorable winds were blowing, and Rosenthal went to see the Dean of Humanities, Napier Wilt, a strong supporter of the Review, but Wilt told him, "You know, Irving, when it rains you put on a raincoat." The rain began to fall in November when it was decided at faculty meetings conducted by Chancellor Lawrence A. Kimpton that something had to be done to stop the Review, because the winter issue promised to be even gamier than the others. When Rosenthal went to the University of Chicago Press on November 17 to check the galley proofs of the winter issue, he was told by the shop supervisor that the copy had not been set in type. In effect, the issue had been suppressed, but when Rosenthal tried to drum up support, no one was interested. Not Philip Roth, then a young instructor, nor David Reisman, author of The Lonely Crowd, who was sympathetic but was leaving the university. Not Nelson Algren, the foremost Chicago novelist, whom one would have expected to champion freedom of expression, but who wrote a letter to a newspaper that said, "Now, in gaining influence so great that we can afford to support infantilism as a trade followed by professional infants, we score another first." Not Richard Stern, who turned against Rosenthal, saying he had used the magazine as a showcase for one group of writers, and adding, "The faculty board will pass on the intellectual responsibility of student editors, those who print the work of Cousins, those who print comic strips, and those who rob the till will be asked either to reform or resign." Rosenthal felt surrounded by Judases. He had not robbed the till or printed the work of Cousins, in fact he had turned down the submissions of Richard Stern, considering them uneven. Rosenthal and 6 members of the Chicago Review staff resigned in protest, and he and Paul Carroll, the poetry editor, started their own magazine, which would run the suppressed material in its first issue. When Jack Kerouac heard that they were looking for a title, he sent a telegram suggesting Big Table. It derived from a note he had left to himself on his writing desk, "Get a bigger table." Discouraged by the Chicago Review's demise, Burroughs wrote Paul Bowles in January 1959, "The Chicago Review folded out from under me. Also I was denounced in the nation as an international homo and all-around sex fiend. Reminds me of old-time junkie talking about the uptown citizens coming down to the village, he is trying to hustle for the price of an H-cap, Jesus, Bill, sex orgies they want yet." The first issue of Big Table that came out in March included 10 episodes from Naked Lunch, Kerouac's Old Angel Midnight, and 3 poems by Gregory Corso. The issue's subtitle was "The Complete Contents of the Suppressed Winter 1959 Chicago Review." The Postmaster General at the time, Arthur Summerfield, was known as a hardliner on pornography. He was the one who had shown President Eisenhower one of the juicier passages from Lady Chatterley, with the dirty words underlined. "Terrible, we can't have any of that," Ike was quoted as saying. In March, several hundred copies of Big Table were held up by the Chicago Post Office, which didn't deter Rosenthal and Carroll, who had the entire printing of 10,000 copies trucked to New York and San Francisco. In fact, the post office impounding made the magazine nationally known, and the issue sold out. The ACLU took the post office to court, and at a trial in federal court in Chicago on June 30, 1960, Judge Julius J. Hoffman, who would later preside at the Chicago 7 conspiracy trial, ruled that the magazine was not obscene, and that the post office decision that it was not mailable should be set aside. Concerning the Burroughs episodes, Judge Hoffman wrote that the dominant theme or effect is that of shocking the contemporary society, in order perhaps to better point out its flaws and weaknesses, but that clinical appeal is not akin to lustful thoughts. On the issue as a whole, the judge allowed that although the magazine contained an overwhelming galaxy of 4-letter, Anglo-Saxon words or other expressions usually consigned to the category of obscene parlance, it need not appeal to a salacious interest in sex. The use of obscenities in a work is insufficient to classify it as obscene. In this instance the use of shit and fuck violates a cultural and social taboo, to be sure, but not the law. 2 years after its suppression by one of the leading citadels of liberal thought, the right of free expression was restored thanks to a federal judge under a Republican administration, and new writing captured a beachhead in the Second City. Thanks to the stir, Burroughs found a following, and Naked Lunch became a desirable literary property. Big Table continued to publish, 5 issues in all, and all were mailed. It was a kamikaze magazine, in that it self-destructed when its mission was accomplished. While the Chicago Review and Big Table skirmishes were being fought out, Burroughs in Paris was going through strange graveyard days, where frightful fiends did close behind him tread, in the words of Coleridge. Once again the magical universe had opened up before him, yawning and abysmal, and he went through what was perhaps the strangest year of his life, 1959, the scariest and yet the most rewarding, unrepeatable and unendurable, and all because of a chance encounter in the street with the Tangier painter and restaurateur Brian Geeson, with whom he had previously had no rapport at all. Geeson, as it developed, became a close associate, friend, and catalyst, in the dictionary sense of speeding up certain processes in Burroughs' mind. He became a pivotal figure in Burroughs' life and work, through the implantation of 2 or 3 ideas. Perhaps that was his true vocation, and he was essentially that recurring archetypal figure, the consigliere. One can see him down the ages, whispering in the Doge's ear, drafting designs for the king's gardens, official astrologer to the czar, conjuring up ideas and prophecies, always presented with perfect pitch for the attentive ear. In his own art, Geeson was a one-man band, the fellow one sees on street corners with cymbals on top of his head, beating the drum with his foot, as he alternately plays the harmonica and the trumpet. He was a painter, he was a writer, he was a concrete poet, he was a composer and singer. What was he not? Single-handedly, he had made inroads into nearly every art. His versatility was in a sense his demise, for he was unable to commit himself to any one discipline, needing always an escape hatch in case the particular ship he was piloting sprang a leak. Thus, to those whose job it is to measure the work of artists, he seemed to be scattering his gifts. Critics like to slot you, and Geeson was unslottable. He did not function well in the modern cultural world of galleries and publishers, and would have been far happier at court, with the royal patron. Aside from talent, which he had to spare, what kept Geeson going was a king-size ego, an unusual capacity for self-absorption. What he said about his infancy could serve as the maxim for his entire life: the world has just recently been invented and it revolves around me. Everything belongs to me, everything everywhere. He was born on January 19, 1916, in Taplow, Buckinghamshire. His father was a Swiss from Basel raised in England, and Brian inherited the Alpine look, a ruddy complexion, capillaries later bursting in his cheeks, well-planted hair, as the Swiss say, a long nose made for breathing thin air, and narrow blue eyes as bright as aquamarines. In 1903, Brian's father went to Canada and bought a ranch on the Manitoba Prairie, near the town of Roblin. There he later met a girl who was working as secretary for the official historian of Canada. She was one of 13 children, and when he asked her what her name was, she said, "Just call me Tilly the Toiler." They were married in 1915, but soon left England because of the war. Brian's father joined the 8th Canadians, an infantry regiment known as the Little Black Devils. He was killed in the Battle of the Somme, in September 1916. Brian was not yet 9 months old. The early loss of his father in war gave him an inability to commit himself to any national purpose. What after all was the true nationality of the Swiss-Canadian hybrid? Was it the language he spoke? He spoke for? Was it the country he lived in? He lived in so many. Brian was a man without predetermined allegiances. What he would become he would choose to become. After his father's death, he and his mother returned to Canada, where he grew up near Edmonton. He remembered at the age of 7 going by sleigh to a winter wedding in a cabin. A shotgun leaned against a wooden chest, on top of which a Hudson Bay blanket was folded. 2 wartime buddies had built the cabin and lived in it, and now one of them was getting married. They were all outside in the snow, stained yellow by horse piss, when they heard the shot the unmarried buddy had blown off the top of his head with the shotgun. At 14, Brian was sent to Downside, a fine old Catholic school in England, run by the Benedictines in a monastery that went back to the Middle Ages. Uninterested in the opposite sex, he started masturbating while looking at the illustrations of Greek statues in the Petit Dictionnaire Classique. Instead of going on to university, he went to Paris, where at the age of 19 he attached himself to the Surrealist group. Several of his pen and ink drawings were hung in the Surrealist exhibit of 1935. But at the last minute, the quarrelsome Surrealist leader André Breton removed the drawings and expelled Brian from the movement. After all, what was the fun of leading a movement if you didn't expel anyone? Breton was famous for his excommunications. He had expelled the poet Tristan Tzara, after Tzara had pulled cut-up words out of a hat at a Surrealist rally and made a poem out of them. But to Brian, knocked off his perch at age 19, the expulsion had the significance of a curse, so that all of his later failures seemed to go back to that initial incident. The curse was still at work. The fuss with Breton had to do not with the quality of Brian's drawings but with the whim of a man in power. It caused Brian to develop a conspiracy theory of his life in the arts. The reception of his work would not be based on merit but on other reasons. Certain interests were working with him or against him. The world was divided into allies and enemies. One result of this Kabbalistic view was to absolve him of responsibility. If his paintings did not sell, it wasn't because they were derivative but because the art world, controlled by Jews in New York and by cultural bureaucrats in Paris, was out to get him. If his novel The Process was ignored by reviewers, it was not because of its overblown style but because the ideas in it were so dangerous that it was being deliberately suppressed. On the other side of the ledger, only when the fix was in did anything positive occur. When he won a Fulbright right after the war, a gay professor who was one of the judges told him, "We gave it to you on the strength of your photograph." After Paris, he went to Athens, where he got involved with a Greek woman who had a son by him, tall and fair like Brian, whereas she was small and dark. Brian did not recognize or even see his son, who killed himself while still in his teens. He was convinced that the mother of his son had given him syphilis, which in those days took a year to cure. It was another grudge to chalk up against women, whom he had disliked from birth, starting with his mother, who had him circumcised when he was 2, against his will, he said. Brian was the great misogynist, a calling he reinforced in Burroughs, who despite his air of impenetrability was quite suggestible, as when he thought for a while that Jacques Stern was a great writer. Burroughs saw his homosexuality as a hindrance, and sometimes talked about switching to women. In fact, one night, drunk at a party in Paris, he took a woman home and spent the night with her. But Brian never let up on his sermon that women were no good. Woman was made from Adam's rib, she was a troublesome creature that had once been a part of you. There was a conspiracy of cunts, all out to get you, they were dangerous to meddle with, they gave you diseases. Their interests were not your interests, the main thing being that they didn't have to get it up. That was what it was all about. In sex with a woman, you got a little plus and a little minus plugging into each other, back and forth, to no good purpose. Brian had his misogyny rap, a sample of which went like this: "Look at the States, a world run entirely by women. They do a lot more hunting since the pill. Look at the ones who prey on homosexuals, old lionesses with their teeth a bit loose in their jaws, they go out of their way to break up homosexual couples, it's their main hunting ground, they spot the one that's easiest to devour first. Of course the reason I'm a flop is that I don't have a really potent built-in widow as a wife working for my success morning, noon and night. Just exactly what Gala did for Dolly all those years. While he was producing, she was on the phone setting the prices and arranging dinner parties. Darling, we're going out with so-and-so tonight and you'd better say so-and-so. Such was the rap, which Brian could turn on like a faucet. Having no desire to follow in his father's footsteps as cannon fodder, Brian left for New York via Lisbon in 1940, thanks to a transit visa provided by the American consul. There he met John Latouche, lyricist of Cabin in the Sky and the Golden Apple, who took him on a tour of Harlem, where Brian graduated from Greek statues to black men. The peculiar form that his self-dislike took was the conviction that the white race were albino freaks. His own oatmeally freckled skin he called bad packaging. He worked as a stagehand and assistant costume designer on Broadway, but since he was not a citizen he couldn't join the union, so he found a job as a welder in a New Jersey shipyard. In 1943 he was drafted and sent to Japanese language school, where he learned the rudiments of the calligraphic techniques that would become an important element in his painting. In the army he met the great-grandson of the original Uncle Tom, the Reverend Josiah Henson, whose biography he wrote. On the strength of that, he was awarded a Fulbright in 1949 to study the slave trade in Bordeaux. Bordeaux he soon found boring, and he headed for Paris, where he ran into Paul and Jane Bowles, whom he had met in New York. Paul remembers him shooting flaming bamboo arrows out his hotel window, which terrified Jane, who was sure they would all be arrested. A friend just back from Tibet had brought the arrows, with cotton tips soaked in alcohol. Brian was at loose ends, and Paul suggested he visit Morocco. He went for a week, and stayed 23 years. It was the coup de foudre, love at first sight, as the French say. In Morocco, Brian found his culture of choice, and immersed himself in it, thanks to his painter friend Hamri, who showed him all the special details of Moroccan life: how to wash himself, how to fold a blanket, how to prepare a sepsi, kif pipe. Thanks to Hamri, he had an entree into Moroccan circles where he would not normally have been accepted. In Fez, the father of one of Hamri's friends told him, "You are the first Christian to have entered my house in 1,000 years, except for slaves." Brian, who always knew the right thing to say, replied, "Are we all not the slaves of Allah?" Brian had gone native with a vengeance, thought Paul Bowles. He dressed like a Moroccan, he ate like a Moroccan, he lived with Moroccans. Like Pierre Loti, he was in search of the picturesque. Paul thought the whole process was false. Since he was not Moroccan and had nothing to do with Moroccans, to try to be like them was absurd. Paul's attitude was that of an outsider, a tourist who had taken root but was still a tourist. He didn't think of himself as Moroccan, but as a New Yorker who happened to be living in Tangier. What, he wondered, was the urge that prompted people to disguise themselves? Perhaps Brian was suffering from identity diffusion, having already had 4 nationalities: English, then Swiss, then Canadian, then American. Having no idea who he was, he had decided to be Moroccan. Of course, thought Paul, he had a natural inclination toward Moroccan life, since he was always intent on making everything strange and exotic. He was a self-described mythomaniac, who would embroider on a story with a basis of truth, and what was amazing was that he always remembered what he had told you. Also, he was a bad drunk, and had once gone after Hamri with a candelabra after closing hours, when he was running his restaurant, the 1001 Nights. Paul's Moroccan friend Mrabit thought Brian was a monster, because Brian had come around drunk one night and started saying Moroccans were no good, all they knew how to do was wash their asses, and the king was a whore, and Mrabit loved the king. Another time, Mrabit caught Brian sneaking a pill into his glass of mint tea, and was sure that Brian was trying to poison him, and he never forgave Brian for that. Jane didn't like Brian either. She said he was sadistic and an alarmist, who wanted to upset everyone and make everyone unhappy. What Paul did not see was that by going native, Brian learned things unavailable to an outsider, and among these was an initiation into Moroccan magic. Hamri was a great believer in and student of magic, and a great client of magicians. Brian saw that magic was a routine part of daily life, that every day in every village in Morocco, potions were being brewed and spells were being cast. He was in the thick of la magiquetude que nul elude, the magical study that no one escapes, in the words of Rimbaud. In Hamri's naive renderings of Moroccan life there was magic: a witch on a terrace calling the full moon down into a basin of water, forming decipherable images. There were connections in this magical universe, quite apart from the flim-flam of crystal balls. There was no doubt in Brian's mind that much of what happened in Morocco was the result of magic. He had direct evidence of it when he was operating the 1001 Nights. A ventilator shaft led out of the kitchen into the Calle Garibaldi, and one day Brian decided to check whether it had been oiled. "Give me a ladder," he told Hamri, "I want to take a look." Inside the ventilator he found a small packet. Enveloping the packet were 7 shards of mirror, 7 spotted pebbles, and 7 large seeds of some kind, all stuck together with chewing gum and pubic hair and menstrual blood. Inside the packet there was a message in Arabic that Brian could not read, and 2 little objects carved out of a piece of lead sheeting. One of them was the head of a bull, as big as a fingernail, and the other was a recognizable silhouette of Brian. The Moroccans working in the kitchen, most of them relatives of Hamri's, screeched and ran out when they saw the packet. Brian showed the message to a teacher of Arabic. The writing went across the page from right to left and across the page again, at a right angle, so that it formed a grid. The teacher said it was addressed to the jinn of smoke, and what it said was this: "May Mas Ibrahim depart from this house as the smoke departs from this chimney." 3 days later Brian quarreled with his backer, a wealthy woman named Mary Cook, who told him that she was taking over the restaurant and that his services were no longer required. To Brian, this was not the result of poor management and unpaid bills, but of the packet in the ventilator shaft. A spell had been cast, and he had been brought down by magic. Through with the restaurant business, Brian wondered what to do next. He asked himself, what do I have that's different? The answer was his year of Japanese calligraphic study. He imagined a grid that would hold Japanese calligraphy vertically and Arab calligraphy horizontally, filling the entire picture space. On the strength of his first picture, he was offered a show in London by Arthur Jeffers, a well-known homosexual dealer who later killed himself after being expelled from Venice, life being no longer worth living. Then Brian went to Paris, invited by Princess Ruspoli to stay on the Ile St. Louis. That was the side of Brian that Burroughs would come to call the Princess Circuit. He loved titles, which he liked to drop the way Hansel dropped pebbles, to help him find his way home. It was while staying with the Ruspolis in the fall of 1958 that Brian ran into Burroughs in the Place Saint-Michel. Burroughs asked, "Won a score?" Brian had deliberately kept his distance from Burroughs in Tangier. He saw at once that Burroughs was going to live a Spanish life, since he had a Spanish boyfriend, whereas he was living a Moroccan life, and the two did not mix. In those days there were 20,000 Spaniards in Tangier, and they had a life of their own that Brian had no interest in. You couldn't have Moroccan friends and Spanish friends, it was like cats and dogs. He had no reason to bring someone as strange and foreign as Burroughs into his life, at a time when he was busy putting the restaurant together. But then in 1957, when Kerouac and Ginsberg came to Tangier, Paul Bowles told Brian, "These strange people are here and are promoting Burroughs as a great writer." Brian had no idea that he wrote. He thought of Burroughs as a rather pathetic old junkie. But Paul said, "I think you've misjudged Burroughs. If you ever got to know him you'd find him rather interesting." Acting now to repair his previous mistake, Brian conversed charmingly with Burroughs, and told him he was looking for a place to stay, having outworn his welcome at the Ruspolis. Burroughs got him a room at the Beat Hotel, and they began to see each other daily. Brian was a hypnotic storyteller, and Burroughs found himself listening attentively to his tales of Moroccan life. Their minds converged on such matters as the evil nature of women and the importance of the magical universe. Brian conversing at his best was a stellar performance made up in equal parts of free association, Baroque descriptions, bits and pieces of arcane information, puns, japs and drollery, snatches of French and Spanish phrases, and much imaginative embellishment. Listening to Brian talk was a little like watching a man covered with elaborate Japanese tattoos. You might wonder what the point of it all was, but it was hard to take your eyes away. Burroughs was particularly taken with Brian's account of Hassan-I Sabbagh, a Persian figure of the 11th century known as the Old Man of the Mountain, and a contemporary of Omar Khayyam. Hassan-I Sabbagh was a religious agitator who founded a sect called the Ismailis, today headed by the Aga Khan. For 35 years he lived in a mountaintop fortress called Alamut, at 10,000 feet, in a valley south of the Caspian, not far from present-day Tehran. He devised the maxim "nothing is true, everything is permitted," and lived up to it, recruiting political assassins who were fed hashish for motivation. Paul Bowles was sure that Brian's interest in Hassan-I Sabbagh stemmed from his fascination with power and intrigue and the idea that one man could manipulate hundreds of others through the use of drugs, just by staying in his castle on top of the mountain. It appealed strongly to his sense of the incongruous. But the story mesmerized Burroughs, for it fitted neatly into his own mythology, which was based on all the different forms of control, including drugs. Nothing is true, everything is permitted he adopted as his personal maxim, quoting it in letters to friends and in his work. At this point in his life, Burroughs fell under the spell of Brian Geeson. Soon, in the shabby premises of the Beat Hotel, strange things began to happen. One day Burroughs bought a keychain in a magic shop called La Table d'Emeraude, with a small stainless steel ball on the end, which he hung from a nail on the wall of his room. Brian came in and started staring at the ball rather fixedly, and suddenly recognized something he saw. Burroughs joined him, looking over his shoulder, and said, "Why yeah, it's your restaurant in Tangier, but where are those people coming from?" A group of Moroccans were coming down the staircase carrying a corpse, as in a Muslim funeral, and passed through the doors and went out. Since they had both seen exactly the same thing, it could not have been based on suggestion. This must be what the Elizabethans called scrying, Brian thought. He next decided to experiment with mirror gazing. He had in his room 2 high armoires with heavy plate glass mirrors on the doors. He told Burroughs that he would gaze for 24 hours if he had help in being handed food and no dozen pills and cigarettes and joints. The idea was that you could see your former incarnations and be in better touch with yourself. You had to keep staring without closing your eyes, paying no attention to the tears streaming down your cheeks. Brian at first saw 19th century scientists in their laboratories. Obviously something momentous was happening in their experiments. Then the scene shifted, and he saw much more ancient figures, like a horde coming off the Asian steppes, great chieftains wearing amazing headdresses, with deeply scarred and tattooed faces, fierce warriors, hundreds of them, perhaps from Siberia. Finally they disappeared completely, and Brian found himself looking into a space that was at the same time limiting and limitless. Was it an enormous room, or was it a landscape? There was a layer of blue-gray cloud about waist-high, breathing, moving, pulsating, and that was the end. It was like looking at the void. When Burroughs tried mirror gazing, he saw his hands in the mirror with the fingers amputated, looking completely inhuman, black-pink and fibrous, with long white tendrils growing where the fingers should have been. As he was mirror gazing, a young resident of the Beat Hotel named Jerry Gorzaline came into the room and said, "Jesus Christ, Bill, what's happened to your hands? They look all thick and pink." Burroughs wasn't sure what was going on, but the paranormal phenomena were flying thick and fast. He felt that he had crossed an important barrier, and that he was in a very dangerous place, but there was no going back. One thing he knew for sure: so-called death was not final, though a powerful lobby gave out bulletins to the contrary. The word got around the Beat Hotel that some pretty weird things were going on in Brian's room. Another young American, Nick Smart, walked in one day and exclaimed, "Oh, shit." Burroughs was looking into one of the mirrors, but reflected in the mirror was someone else's face. Nick Smart swore that the room smelled of sulfur. Another of Kerouac's children who arrived at the Beat Hotel around that time was Bill Belly. Husky and wavy-haired, with the slightly sullen, knowing manner of the Italian hood he sometimes pretended to be, Belly was the son of a chef in a New Jersey country club and a Sicilian mother, who after reading On the Road had hitchhiked across America 4 times and was now traveling through Europe. He and his buddy Jerry Gorzaline, a freckle-faced redhead whose grandfather was the editor Maxwell Perkins, got rooms at the Beat Hotel and knocked on Burroughs' door. Burroughs invited them in and asked them what was happening in New York. "Ah," said Belly, "the only thing that's happening is juvenile delinquents." They sat in on some of the sessions with Brian. One time he was wearing a jalaba, so that only his face was visible. He went into a trance as Bill Belly, Jerry Gorzaline, and Burroughs watched. The features of his face began to lose their distinctiveness. They began to melt and merge so that his face became blurred. He was standing against the window, and for an instant his face vanished, so that you could see the curtains behind it. Then it came partially back, like an out-of-focus image you're trying to adjust in your binoculars, then it flickered again, then it disappeared again. Bill Belly was sitting there staring at the curtain where Brian's face had been. Then suddenly his face was visible again and he fell to his knees, short of breath, exhausted. Bill Belly looked at Jerry and said, "Did you see what I saw?" And Jerry said, "Yeah," and they compared notes. Bill Belly was a bit of a skeptic, and the next evening he went down alone to Brian's room and said, "Hey, Brian, I was impressed, but can you do it again? But this time don't get into a jalaba and don't look in the mirror, just sit right here in front of me." Brian sat on the bed and crossed his legs and started to go into a trance. The muscles on his face twitched and his face began to dissolve, like a person with brain damage, whose personality does not show on his face. The Brianness of the face was gone and in its place was a fleshy formless mass. But that was as far as he got and he said, "I can't do it tonight." He told Belly he had learned the face vanishing technique from a nomadic tribe in the desert. Jacques Stern sat in on some of the sessions and saw various changes wash over Burroughs' face. Once Burroughs turned into Paul Bowles, and another time he turned into Khrushchev, with a gold tooth in the front of his mouth. Once Stern felt Burroughs touch his arm across 6 feet of space. Once Burroughs saw a creature in the mirror wearing some sort of green uniform, its face full of black boiling fuzz. Brian and Jacques Stern also saw it. Bill Belly had stumbled onto a scene the strangeness of which was hard to absorb. The year 1959 was when all the various ingredients that made up the Beat Hotel came to a boil. It was like a Marx Brothers movie directed by Madame Blavatsky. You had Sinclair Beals, the South African poet, thin and wiry with a Peter Lorre look, smoking 4 cigarettes at a time and throwing his shoes into the Seine. He had a German girlfriend he used to chase on the roof with a sword, saying he would pay her back for what the Germans had done to the Jews. He had episodes of terror and paranoia. Seeing a van parked on a street, he would become convinced that it was loaded with electronic equipment intended to track him. For comic relief you had Jacques Stern and Gregory Corso. Stern being carried up the stairs, cursing and fulminating and throwing money at people. Gregory, that charming little con-man hustler, putting out that the government was afraid of the Beats as a potential revolutionary force, and that they were already infiltrating the movement. As for Burroughs and Geeson, they were so far out it was scary. They spoke of sinister forces at work, people on Venus, curtains of fire. An arch, clever look would come into Geeson's eyes that meant "I know something you don't." He saw hidden meanings in the time of day, and connections of cosmic proportions in random remarks, and Burroughs was sucked into it. Brian was a charmer, a dazzler, with a great store of esoteric knowledge, but Belly didn't trust him the way he trusted Burroughs, whom he felt he'd known all his life. Burroughs had a deep, bedrock sanity, and a depth of feeling not worn on his shirt sleeve. One of the things about him that most intrigued Belly was his hang-up with women. At 22, Belly was at the point where he resented women because he needed them. Disturbed by his sexual needs, he responded to Burroughs' misogyny. Belly's strong Sicilian mother had given him a lot of tough love. But Burroughs' mother had clearly resorted to more cunning and devious female techniques of control, and it had had a deeper effect on him. Mother love was smother love, cloying, playing upon guilt manipulation. Burroughs had a way of saying the word cunt that was much more eloquent than the written word. "What are you doing with that? Cuant. That lascivious and distasteful thing." To Burroughs, women were dangerous and inimical, and "I'll get you if you aren't careful" force. And yet, when Belly asked him about Joan, the wife he had shot, he picked up that Burroughs had genuinely loved her and had got it on with her. Belly began to wonder whether Burroughs was a closet heterosexual. Perhaps he lusted after women, but was stuck at some sort of arrested adolescent stage, so that he was so goddamned bashful and frightened, so vulnerable and so exposed, that he had to protect himself. One day when they were sitting in a cafe, Belly saw him staring at something and he turned around and it was a gal wearing a tight sweater. "Did ya see the treasure chest on that, Billy?" he said. "Bill, are you putting me on or do you like women?" Belly asked. "No, man, no," Burroughs said, getting flustered. Belly thought to himself, I wouldn't be surprised if he fantasized about chicks when he was in bed with a guy. Another time they went to a creepy after-hours place where an old broad was dancing with a gigolo. It looked kinky, and Belly said, "Come on, Bill, let's go." At this point a woman arrived in a long mink coat and it turned out she was a stripper. "You don't want to miss the cabaret, do you, Billy?" Burroughs asked. Belly thought, I'm a cunt hound and I want to get out of here, and he's queer and he wants to watch this gal strip. So they put some music on the jukebox and the gal did her thing, and Burroughs gave her his undivided attention. He was eating it up. It seemed to Belly that the level of Burroughs' sexuality was about age 16, at the stage when there's an incredible mystery surrounding sex, an incredible excitement and fear. Hot summer days, a hard-on at twilight in the damp grass, the smell of the river bottom, all the stuff of masturbatory fantasies. Belly could see that a lot of Burroughs' sexual energy went into fantasy, and that his sexual life was more a fantasy thing than a physical sharing, more like masturbating in the company of someone else, private and removed. He was divided between a Puritan obsession with dirty sex and his own true romantic nature, as expressed in pining over Ellen. He had to defend himself against his own capacity for going completely overboard. While Burroughs was exploring the magical universe, on the other side of the pond the Beats had become a full-fledged literary movement. Perhaps all bohemian movements begin as a protest against the triumph of the market economy, in the course of which they learn to market their own anti-bourgeois notoriety. In a healthy society, the impulse to clean out the cobwebs is bound to gain support. Allen Ginsberg saw the poet as a force for social change, Shelley's unacknowledged legislators. Jack Kerouac was trying to ingest the entire experience of America. Gregory Corso was the poet as anarchist. Burroughs, who was not a part of the hoopla, maintained his stance of loner. In their discontent with American values, with Cold War suspicions, with loving the bomb, with a society shaped by corporate power and moral smugness, they had come up with something more vital. They had restored a sense of adventure to American culture. In their rejection of the boring, the conventional, and the academic, in their adoption of a venturesome lifestyle, they gave everyone the green light to plumb their own experience. The Beats mastered showmanship, they were attention-getting pranksters, full of hijinks. In subway ads for the Evergreen Review, there was Allen Ginsberg in an Uncle Sam top hat, saying, "Join the underground." Grove Press, which published Evergreen, was becoming an iconoclastic force in American publishing. In San Francisco, City Lights was going great guns with its Pocket Poets series. Everyone had been waiting for the shift, for the end of the lull in American poetry, and it had come with Howl, the shift from academic credentials to personal brilliance, from a search for values to a search for experience. There was actually now a beat bandwagon that people were trying to climb up on, for beat had become synonymous with rebellious. The Beats, Allen Ginsberg wrote Burroughs in February 1959, had entered the whole social psychic fabric of America, capitalizing on the thaw from the McCarthy era. Everyone was touched by their individuality and nonconformism and eccentricity. The media mills were grinding, and everyday telegrams arrived asking Allen to appear on TV shows. Jack's agent said he could make $500 a night in public appearances. Bob Hope did a skit on the three Bleats talent Ginsberg, Gregory Corset, and Peter Lovekiss. At Columbia, 1,400 attended a beat poetry reading and many more were kept out by the police. It was a triumph and a vindication for Allen, who had been scorned by his teachers and who was now invited to the temple to chastise the Philistines. "We broke Columbia's back in one night," he wrote Burroughs. Lord Byron called fame the thirst of youth, and Allen was thirsty, even though he knew he might be drinking hemlock. "There's no end in sight to fame," he wrote Burroughs, "and I really see what you mean about the hideousness of all that. I'm such a myth in the village, every time I go in a bar people rush up and talk to some idealized image they have of me. I hardly exist and talk as Simple Allen anymore." Simple Allen was evaporating in the glare of Allen the poet as public figure. In April 1959, Burroughs went to Tangier for a vacation, wanting a change of scene, and landed with both feet in the middle of a big mess. 6 months before, he had written Paul Lund, half-jocularly suggesting that they smuggle some Moroccan weed into France, concealed in the camel saddles sold in bazaars to tourists. Now it happened that a pal of Lund's, Captain Stevens, master of the Amphitrite, stopped off in the Canary Islands on his way to the West Indies and was arrested for punching a Spanish cop. The boat was impounded in Gibraltar pending litigation, and Captain Stevens, having nothing better to do, came back to Tangier and bought half a kilo of opium from old Black Joe, the same fellow who had sold the sick-making hash to Jack Kerouac. Arrested for possession of drugs, the carefree tolerant days were over. Stevens implicated Paul Lund and an American with glasses. The police searched Lund's place and found Burroughs' camel saddles letter. Threatened with deportation to England, where he was facing pen indefinite as a habitual criminal, Paul Lund fingered Burroughs as the mastermind of an opium smuggling scheme. The Moroccan police concluded that Burroughs was the Paris connection for the opium that Captain Stevens had purchased. The police investigation of Lund was going on just as Burroughs arrived on his holiday. One day when he dropped in on Lund, the police were there questioning him. Miraculously, they ignored Burroughs, not even asking him for his passport. At the time, he had 5 grams of hashish in his pocket. If they had searched him, he would have been arrested on the spot and seen the inside of the Tangier jail, known to locals as La Casa. Given the untimely presence of the police, Lund had to admit that he had handed over to them Burroughs' letter. Burroughs was furious. What a professional rat Lund was. Anything to salvage the old skin, what? He had really fucked up his vacation. The situation in Tangier was not conducive to relaxation. "I blame myself for knowing you in the first place," Burroughs said. But then Lund said, "You know, Bill, there comes a time when you're broken." "They broke me." Burroughs understood only too well, and all his annoyance evaporated. His only hope was that the Moroccan police, having his Paris address, would be too inefficient to pass his dossier on to their French colleagues. When Burroughs got back to Paris, a copy of Big Table No. 1 was waiting, courtesy of Allen Ginsberg. But his delight turned sour when in May he heard that the magazine had been declared obscene by the U.S. Post Office. This, he knew, would make publication of Naked Lunch in the United States impossible. Because of the controversy, however, Naked Lunch was discussed, and it came to the ears of Maurice Girodias, who had rejected it the previous year, that the book was being suppressed. Publishing suppressed books was his specialty, and he got in touch with Burroughs through Sinclair Beals, who was doing editorial work for Olympia, and who had also written a D.B. Or rather, he had rewritten the Chinese classic, Sai Men and His Many Wives, giving it to Girodias as House of Joy, by Wu Wu Meng. Beals was the sort who frightens little children, thought Maurice, but he was not without charm or intelligence. Girodias invited Burroughs to dinner at the Grande Sévérine, with Art Buchwald and the French novelist Antoine Blondin, who was drunk as usual. He was a beer drinker, and he had to piss all the time, and to facilitate matters he closed his fly with a safety pin. Burroughs spoke very little French and Blondin spoke no English, but Girodias saw an eye exchange go on between them that expressed complete mutual understanding. As for Girodias, he found Burroughs impossible to grasp, being a completely unprecedented type, a man who looked so intensely respectable and puritanical, and who wrote such obscene prose. He was difficult to talk to because he was so silent and ghostly. Girodias thought of him as a passe muraille, someone who walks through walls. He looked frail and terminal, as though it was a superhuman effort to go on living and carrying suitcases from hotel to hotel. Once, seeing him in the street with a big suitcase, Gyro Diaz picked it up because he was slightly stronger and healthier, but Burroughs got very offended and grabbed it back. Now, aside from publishing, Gyro Diaz had a secret passion, which was the tango. All his life, he had wanted to be an accomplished tango dancer, and this was one of the reasons he had gone into the nightclub business, so that he could have a Latin band in the same building as his office. Every day he would take an hour or two off and rehearse tango steps with his teacher, Judy Smith, as the Brazilian band played for them alone. One evening in May he was in the middle of a dip that required his full concentration when he was distracted by a figure coming slowly down the stairs and onto the dance floor. Recovering his balance and his aplomb, he saw that it was Burroughs, who told him that there had been a police raid that morning at the Beat Hotel, and they had come straight to his room and arrested him, having found a gram of hash. It was the fallout from the Paul Lund business. They had driven up in their black Citroens, tires screeching, although they could easily have walked, since police headquarters was directly across the river, but it was much more impressive to see them being disgorged from their old-fashioned traction avants, just like the Gene Gabin gangster movies. Burroughs had spent a horrible junk-sick day while they typed their forms and took his picture. He had been detained at the prefecture for 12 hours, in the vast Kafkaesque labyrinth of French bureaucracy, and had then been released on his own recognizance. What was he going to do now? Gyro Diaz put him in touch with his English-speaking lawyer, Maitre Bumsel. By this time, Gyro Diaz had decided that he might be making a mistake in not publishing Burroughs, and wrote him on June 6, "Dear Mr. Burroughs, what about letting me have another look at Naked Lunch?" From then on, things happened very fast. Gyro Diaz decided to publish, and a contract was drawn up, giving Burroughs an $800 advance, and giving Maurice 1/3 of the English language rights. Allen wrote from New York, warning Burroughs to make sure he doesn't own half of you, as if you were a prizefighter. Gyro Diaz invited Burroughs to his restaurant and said, "This is a complicated business full of angles. I know them, you don't. Let me handle it. You will have to trust me." "Okay," Burroughs decided, for better or for worse, in sickness or on the nod. He knew that under his timid and confused manner, Maurice was very smart. He also might get lucky with the book. Having seen Kerouac fuck around for 5 years trying to get On the Road published, he figured this was the best deal around. Gyro Diaz explained that if the book was sold in America, he had a method for avoiding U.S. taxes by transferring royalties to Switzerland, where they would be funneled through his agent, Odette Hummel. Burroughs agreed to this, too, a decision he would come to regret. In July 1959, Sinclair Beals, acting as Gyrodis's go-between, told Burroughs that he had exactly 10 days to prepare the manuscript for the printer. The deadline pressure helped to weld the book into one organic whole, with Beals and Brian Geeson helping with the editing, as section after section was carried by Beals from the Beat Hotel to the Olympia offices a few blocks away. The sections were sent to the printer in random order, but when the galleys came back the order seemed to work, and they were kept that way, except for a couple of changes. Burroughs corrected the proofs and designed the jacket, and by the end of July the book was rolling off the presses for a run of 10,000 copies, twice the usual Olympia printing. Quite quickly, there was a small flurry of acquisition. Limes Verlag offered $400 for German rights. Mondadori took it for Italy, but Burroughs was told they were buying it to keep it off the market. Barney Rossett of Grove Press bought the American rights for $3,000. In France, Gallimard took it, in a translation by Gyrodis's brother, Eric Kahane, but the book appeared with a barre noire, black stripe, meaning that under prevailing laws, it could not be placed in bookstore windows, interdiction de mise en devanture. Burroughs made fun of Gyrodis's crafty publishing arrangements in this mock description of the German sale to Allen Ginsberg, contract signed processing through Switzerland where it is registered in the name of a Turkish widow resident of Hong Kong branch office in Amsterdam. Gyro Dios is such a devious fellow who you never know to whom you are a speak. In truth, however, he was gratified, after all these years, to be getting some measure of recognition. The publication of one book gave him the assurance that other books by him could get published, too. In his own hidden way, he had the competitive streak of his entrepreneurial forebears, and measured himself against other writers, as in this inscription in the copy of Naked Lunch he sent Paul Bowles, to Paul Bowles, from William S. Burroughs. Burroughs also had some money in his pocket from the advance, which was not entirely beneficial, for he spent it on drugs. He was back to sitting in his room and staring at his big toe that summer. The poet Harold Norse, recently arrived in Paris, had heard about the strange addict writer who had produced a great book, and one day he went to the Beat Hotel and knocked on his door. His room was austere, a bed, 2 chairs, a table, black marker drawings of amoeba-like shapes on the walls. Conversation was difficult. He must be on junk, Norse thought. "I just came here," Norse said. Silence. "From where?" "Italy." "I've been living in Italy." Silence. "Italy." A faraway, sepulchral voice, slightly disdainful. "Yeah." Silence. "Don't like Italy." "Oh, I like the people, the sun." Silence. "Hate the Sunday." Ha ha, well. "Paris is great." Silence. "Never go out." Behind the laconic manner, Norse sensed a forceful personality, but it was a bit like talking to a lizard. Burroughs must be the most haunted writer since Edgar Allan Poe, thought Norse. Despite this unpromising beginning, he started hanging around the Beat Hotel and made friends with the group of writers there. He also hung around the Mistral bookstore, which was run by a tall, thin, sandy-haired, bearded American named George Whitman, who claimed to be a descendant of Walt. His sprawling and rickety 2-story building was a combination salon, reading room, and youth hostel. He had beds upstairs for people passing through. Norse noticed the attractive though scrawny English kid Whitman had working for him that summer, and asked him out to dinner. His name was Ian Somerville and he was attending Cambridge. In spite of his Yorkshire accent and his rapid mumbling speech, Norse could tell that he was bright. He was from Darlington, in the north of England, where his father was a clerk for the railroad, and he had made it into Cambridge on the strength of his mathematical brilliance. He looked like a bird, with sharp features and reddish blonde hair that stood up as though electricity was running out of it. Norse knew that Burroughs was trying to kick with the apomorphine that Dr. Dent had given him on the 1958 trip to London with Jacques Stern, but he needed someone in attendance. Brian Geeson wanted nothing to do with it, fearful of the psychic changes Burroughs would go through. "Bill," Norse said, "there's a nice-looking English kid working at George Whitman's." "I've never been able to pick anyone up there," Burroughs said. "This kid likes older guys," Norse said. Burroughs went over to the Mistral and saw Ian standing on a ladder reaching for a book, which slipped out of his hands and landed on Burroughs' shoulder. When Ian excused himself, he provided Burroughs with an opening gambit. Burroughs told Brian Geeson that Ian looked like just the sort of person he could depend upon to be his nurse and run errands and administer the apomorphine, and, as young and inexperienced as he was, still to have a bit of severity. On August 24, Harold Norse knocked on the door of room 15, which was opened by someone tall and skinny and stripped to the waist. In the dim light, Norse thought it was Burroughs. "You're not the first," said Ian Somerville. "I'm just a replica. Bill's trying to kick. You can't see him. He's sick as a dog." Norse wondered whether Ian could handle it. This innocent young hick from the sticks of England had been catapulted into a wrenching experience with this weird genius with multiple personalities. Ian had adopted Burroughs' laconic manner and slightly nasal voice, like a clone. "Well, I hope Bill pulls through," Norse said. "I can't tell you what it's been like, man, it's been fucking unbelievable," Ian said, friendlier now, as if trying to make up for his initial abruptness. His hand moved nervously to his head, sweeping back his long straight hair. "I never want to go through this again, man. Hallucinations, convulsions, freakouts, the edge of insanity. I had to hang on to my sanity by my fingernails, and they're bitten down to the moons. But it's worth it, man. Bill's getting better. He was coming down from a codeine habit, and it took him a week. A week of tea and milk toast, of sneezing fits and flu symptoms, of feeling a desperate need for something you don't have, of a feeling of deadness, of visions and psychic occurrences, of blue music and Uranian people in robes, while Ian doled out the apomorphine and the diminishing doses of codeine, until the craving disappeared. Burroughs did get better, and Ian Somerville became his lover, and their attachment would last in various forms for 17 years, until Ian's death in 1976. It was the first emotional commitment Burroughs had risked since Allen Ginsberg. Burroughs deferred to Ian as an authority in the sciences, and Ian deferred to him as a writer of great talent. They spoke as equals. Ian was William's little Einstein, explaining what the stars were up to, said a friend. Ian was at the other end of the spectrum from the Spanish boys Burroughs had kept for convenience and sex. Where they had been placid and uncomplicated and frankly and reassuringly materialistic, he was nervous and high-strung and moody. He had two sides, one campy and giggly, the other reserved and scientific and fastidious. Everything had to be arranged just so, from the furniture in a room to the way he lined up his pencils on his desk. He had a shy side, which came out prickly, and an uptight English side, where he played the crusty governess, and a Dunnish side, where he would patiently explain to you the theory of free-floating equations. For the first time in his life, Burroughs had a lasting love affair, even though it eventually lapsed into a fitful friendship. There was not with Ian the built-in failure factor that there had been with Jean Allerton, because he was basically straight, and with Allen Ginsberg and his need for autonomy. At 45, Burroughs was more than twice Ian's age, and initially there was a feeling of respect on the part of the untried younger man for the worldly and accomplished older man. Ian's world was limited to Darlington and Cambridge, and Burroughs opened the door onto exotic vistas, with the possibility of travel and membership in the counterculture tribe. For the time being, however, although Ian wanted to remain in Paris, Burroughs urged him to return to his studies at Corpus Christi College in Cambridge and his activities as secretary of the Cantab Heretics Society, a group of iconoclasts who invited like-minded notables to speak and then tried to pick apart their arguments. Back in Cambridge that October, Ian reported that a medical checkup had revealed white pus cells in his urine. The doctor who examined him said it was VD, but another doctor said nonsense, it was kidney disease. In any case, the antibiotic pills cured all and had the effect of lessening the depth of my habitual melancholy. As much as one can live in symbiosis with other people, one can live in symbiosis with one's past and future, so who is to tell what were the important events in Paris? One important event for Burroughs was that his drug case was going through the wheels of the French judicial system. On September 25, he appeared before the juge d'instruction, or examining magistrate, whose function it was to draw up the indictment and make a recommendation to the court. Maître Bumsel explained to Burroughs that the juge d'instruction was very important, and that if you made a bad impression on him your goose might be cooked. Maître Bumsel had managed to get a juge d'instruction whose wife had been an addict and who might be expected to show some understanding. The juge d'instruction had a copy of the Camel Saddle's letter to Paul Lund and asked Burroughs what it meant. When Burroughs waffled, the juge d'instruction said in effect, "Look, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but don't treat me like a fool." So Burroughs leveled with him, admitting that the letter referred to hashish but had never been put into practice. In October, Burroughs went on trial before 3 judges. Maître Bumsel had coached him, if a judge addresses you, stand up, and give very clear, precise, brief answers. If a judge laughs about something, don't you ever laugh, that's one of the worst mistakes you can make. "Oh, you think this court is a joke," do you? In fact, all that Burroughs had to say was oui, Monsieur le Juge, or non, Monsieur le Juge. Maître Bumzel did most of the talking, his defense being that Burroughs was a man of letters who had unfortunately fallen in with dubious companions, as had so many men of letters in the past. It happened that Burroughs' preface to Naked Lunch, on drug use, had just been published in the Nouvelle Revue Française, an illustrious literary magazine. Maître Bumzel read portions of it to the court, establishing Burroughs' bona fides as a man of letters. When the judges gave him a suspended sentence and fined him $80, a huge sigh of relief rose from his lungs. He was lucky to be in what was perhaps the only country in the world where a literary reputation was a mitigating factor in a criminal case. In the United States it would have worked against you. He compared himself to his young friend Mac Thomas, who had recently been sentenced in Texas to 20 years for heroin possession, of which he served 5. He had heard from Mac that he had been busted at the height of an anti-narcotics crusade under Governor Price Daniels. The feeling in Texas, where Burroughs had once grown marijuana, was rabid dope fiends were worse than murderers. The stripper Candy Bar got 15 years for having a joint in her bra. Mac Thomas went through a nightmare, upon which he based his 1965 book, Total Beast. When the police questioned him, they handcuffed him around a tree and hooked the electrodes to his balls and to the alternator of their car. If you weren't talkative, that made you think twice. In prison, if you died in the summer, your autopsy report said sunstroke, and if you died in the winter it said pneumonia. Burroughs knew he was a lucky man to be out of Texas and out of the United States at that time. He was now recognized as a writer, not only by publishers in various countries but by the French judicial system. Further recognition arrived on October 1, in the form of David Snell and Loomis Dean, a reporter-photographer team from Life, which was preparing a story on the beats. They spent a couple of days with Burroughs, wining and dining him and handing out Cuban cigars from Mr. Luce's private stock, and he found them vastly entertaining. They let him know right away that they had read Naked Lunch. The first thing Snell said was, "Have an old gold, Mr. Burroughs," a reference to a scene in the book where William Lee is being questioned by a tough cop and a nice cop. "O'Brien gives you an old gold just like a cop to smoke old gold somehow." It seemed to Burroughs that Snell and Dean were themselves doing a nice cop, tough cop routine. Their techniques of ingratiation were to pour on the flattery, telling Burroughs that Naked Lunch was the greatest American novel since Moby Dick, and to tell stories that seemed connected to the material in the book, so that they began to seem practically like two of his own characters, the guys who have inside information about everything. Excerpts from Snell file to Life. We're packeting here with negatives, contacts and prints on 5 rolls taken yesterday by Loomis Dean, showing the novelist William Burroughs in his Paris haunts. Roll 2 shows Burroughs autographing copies of his book in a left bank bookstore near his hotel. In rest of roll he has afternoon coffee in the bistro of the Beat Hotel. Roll 1 shows Burroughs alone in his second-floor room in the Beat Hotel. Room is lighted by a single 40-watt bulb, maximum allowed by management. Burroughs pays 13,000 francs per month for this single room where he sleeps and writes. Roll 3 shows Burroughs in the bistro of the Beat Hotel, where he has a morning coffee with his publisher, Maurice Girodias. Then we see Burroughs upstairs in the room of one of his few friends, Swiss-born U.S. artist Brian Geeson. In roll 4 we see Burroughs wearing a pair of magnifying spectacles to see depth and detail in the Geeson paintings. In roll 5, more shots of the afternoon coffee session. Note, Burroughs, while currently off the habit-forming narcotics, does freely use marijuana. Fortunately or unfortunately, however, we do not see him smoking marijuana in any of the Dean pictures. He was fresh out. All the smoke you see curling about his nostrils is tobacco. When I speak of drug addiction, says Burroughs, I do not refer to kif, marijuana, or any preparation of hashish, mescaline, sacred mushrooms or any other drugs of the hallucinogen group. There is no evidence that the use of any hallucinogen results in physical dependence. The action of these drugs is physiologically opposite to the action of junk. Burroughs was forthcoming with Snell and Dean, even though he was ambivalent about the loss of his privacy. When he had told Bill Belly that he aspired to anonymity, he had meant it, and not long after the life visit he sent this biographical note to Allen Ginsberg. I have no past life at all, being a notorious plant or intrusion. Harvard 1936 AB. Nobody saw him there but he had the papers on them. Functioned once as an exterminator in Chicago and learned some basic principles of force majeure. Achieved a state of inanimate matter in Tangier with chemical assistance. And never hope of ground that is yours. Appearing in November 1959, the article in Life by Paul O'Neill ridiculed the beats. The bulk of beat writers, it said, are undisciplined and slovenly amateurs who have deluded themselves into believing their lugubrious absurdities are art simply because they have rejected the form, style, and attitudes of previous generations and have seized upon obscenity as an expression of total personality. The treatment of Burroughs, however, was slightly more respectful, reflecting no doubt a sympathetic tone in the material filed by Snell. For sheer horror, no member of the Beat generation has achieved effects to compare with William S. Burroughs. The Naked Lunch could be described as an effort to communicate the degradation of addiction in epic terms. One result of the article was an angry letter from his mother. Friends were calling, "Did you see the article in Life about your son?" She and Mort were getting the ripple effect. Burroughs had brought various forms of torment upon his parents, but this was the worst, to have him publicly branded as a beatnik drug addict, and author of a scandalous novel. His father had recently suffered a heart attack and the article certainly didn't help his condition any. She hoped he would stay in Tangier, or wherever he was, and never return to the United States, under pain of forfeiting his monthly allowance. I counted to 10 before answering your letter, Burroughs replied, and I hope you have done the same, since nothing could be more unworthy than a quarrel between us at this point. Yes, I have read the article in Life and after all. A bit silly perhaps. But it is a mass medium. And sensation factors must be played up at the expense often of fact. In order to earn my reputation I may have to start drinking my tea from a skull since this is the only vice remaining to me. 4 pots a day and heavy sugar. Did nurse make tea all the time? It's an English practice that seems to come natural to me. I hope I am not ludicrously miscast as the wickedest man alive, a title vacated by the late Aleister Crowley, who by the way could have had his pick of Palm Beach invitations in a much more straight-laced era despite publicity a great deal more extreme. And remember the others who have held the title before. Byron, Baudelaire, people are very glad to claim kinship now. But really, anyone in the public eye, that is anyone who enjoys any measure of success in his field, is open to sensational publicity. If I visit a waterfront bar in Tangier half a block from my house, I am rubbing shoulder with the riffraff of the world. You can do that in any neighborhood bar USA and not least in Palm Beach. A rundown on some of the good burgers of Palm Beach would quite eclipse the beatniks. Personally I would prefer to avoid publicity, but it is the only way to sell books. A writer who keeps his name out of the papers doesn't publish and doesn't make money if he does manage to publish. As regards my return to the family hearth, perhaps we had best shelve any decision for the present. Please keep me informed as to Dad's condition and give him my heartfelt wish for his recovery. Although the tone of his letter was restrained and humorously courteous, privately Burroughs was furious. So his mother had thrown off her shopkeeper guise and revealed her hideous rank in Matriarch Incorporated, he thought. I Queen Bee Laura of Worth Avenue, stay out of my territory, punk. So now she had forbidden him on pain of financial excommunication ever to set foot in Palm Beach, making him officially and at last a remittance man. She had shown her true colors. Eventually Laura Burroughs simmered down, although she continued to refer to Naked Lunch as that wretched book. In the meantime, in the fall of 1959, Burroughs was continuing his psychic experiments with Brian Geeson. There was an old woman on the corner who ran a newspaper kiosk, and one day, as Burroughs was buying a paper, a dog jumped up at him and he shoved it off. Pourquoi vous frappez la petite bête? The woman asked. Why are you beating the little beast? Burroughs said the dog had jumped up on his coat. Quand même, the woman said. That's no excuse. Feeling considerable ill will on the woman's part, Burroughs put a curse on her. 3 days later, she was filling a Primus stove and it blew up in her face and put her in the hospital. The most casual curse was the most effective, thought Burroughs. He had hardly been conscious of doing it. One day, in fact the same October day that Dean and Snell took Burroughs to lunch, while cutting a mount for a drawing, Brian Geeson sliced through a pile of newspapers with his Stanley blade, and made a mosaic out of the strips of newspapers, because it looked visually interesting. Then when he read it he thought it was hilarious. When Burroughs got back from lunch, Brian said, "By the way, look at this." Brian thought it was just an amusing accident, in the line of the old surrealist games. But for Burroughs, who was looking for ways to escape from antiquated concepts of the novel, from the 19th century structure of moving characters around within a plot, Geeson's cut-up newspapers switched on the electric light bulb over the cartoon character's head. To Burroughs, the cut-up introduced an element of randomness and an element of time. Instead of writing being like a still life, writing with the use of cut UPS was like walking around a block. It made explicit a simple sensory process that was going on all the time anyway, which is that when you're reading a newspaper, say, you're reading one column but you see the other columns as well, and the bus you're on and the person sitting next to you. There was a juxtaposition of what you were doing and what was happening around you. What the cut-up method did was to incorporate that juxtaposition. Marcel Duchamp had done it years before by placing 4 unconnected texts in 4 divisions of a square. Von Neumann had introduced the cut-up principle of random action in his theory of games and economic behavior. Burroughs now began to devote himself entirely to cut UPS, putting in 8-hour days. Geeson got him a couple of correspondence baskets and file cabinets and he spent his days cutting into strips pages from his favorite writers and his own writing, randomly rearranging the strips while looking away, and typing up the result. He even cut up his letters to friends, so that a December 7th letter to Paul Bowles went like this: smashed and tumbled the thirsty off once more. Sums of dwellings and darkness across the somewhere in that masonry of shattered fragments castle host said. Goodbye to their desert, the riot-blown tombs, disemboweled houses marking the site. Black hinterland garden with a meaning of dust. This text, Burroughs explained, was a cut-up arrangement of a passage by Lawrence Durrell. Paul couldn't see the cut-up method as an idiom for narration. Basically, it was an idiom to alienate the reader, which didn't make sense. It was even harder to read than Gertrude Stein. You could read it, you could force yourself to go from word to word, but you came out at the other end no happier and no wiser. And it wasn't any fun. It was clear to Paul that Burroughs was under the influence of Brian Geeson, who, having allied himself with Burroughs, had a stake in his reputation. Brian now felt possessive about Burroughs, thinking that he'd put him on the right track with the cut UPS. He had a strong vested interest in the cut UPS. Brian said that writing was 50 years behind painting, which to Paul made no sense at all. It was like saying that an orange had a better form than an apple. You looked at a painting in the same way that you looked at any object, but writing still had to be read on a printed page, left to right, line by line, word by word, and if the words had no meaning the reader was lost. Why not use the Cyrillic alphabet? That would be the ultimate cut-up. For Burroughs, however, cut-up was the great breakthrough he had been seeking. So what if people couldn't read it? They would get used to it. Any advance in the arts was at first misunderstood. When people first saw Cézannes they attacked the canvases with umbrellas. But they got used to it. As he got deeper into cut UPS, he came to believe that his accidental combinations of words were prophetic subliminal announcements, coming to him from a collective, extratemporal consciousness. In other words, through the cut UPS he had become a medium for the disclosure of events about to happen. This was another breakthrough, since the guiding principle of fiction was once upon a time. But Burroughs' cut-up principle was once in future time. For instance, when he wrote a cut-up text called Afternoon Ticker Tape, he had the line, "Come on, Tom, it's your turn now." A few days later, in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, he saw this headline, "Tom Creek overflows its banks." "I tell you, boss, you write it and it happens," Burroughs thought. It was during this time, when Jason and Burroughs were spending their days shredding and recombining texts, that an invitation came from Gyro Diaz for dinner at the Grande Severine. Barney Rossett of Grove Press was in town, and told Maurice that he should call his restaurant Chez Lolita. John Calder, the English publisher who was fighting censorship laws in his country, was there. When he saw the Grande Severine, he thought, "My God, what is this consortium of restaurants, each run by a different girlfriend, all scratching each other's eyes out the whole time?" Lo and behold, who should turn up but the great recluse himself, Samuel Beckett, who sat across the table from Burroughs. The two masters of postmodernism sat stolidly facing each other, motionless and silent amid the deafening racket of a bossa nova band, surrounded by scantily clad danseuses, as Marpy Sadon sang the songs from her movie Orfeo Negro. Finally, Beckett leaned forward and said, "What can you tell me, Mr. Burroughs, about this cut-up method of yours?" "Well, Mr. Beckett," Burroughs said, "what I do is I take a page of my writing and a page of the Herald Tribune, I cut them up and then I put them back together, and I gradually decipher new texts. Then I might take a page of your writing, and line it up with what I already have, and do the same thing all over again." Suddenly indignant, Beckett asked, "You're using other writers' words?" "Words don't have brands on them the way cattle do," Burroughs said. "Ever heard of a word rustler?" "You can't do that," Beckett said. "You can't take my writing and mix it up with the newspapers." "Well, I've done it," Burroughs said. "That's not writing," Beckett snorted, "it's plumbing." They continued their discussion, fueled by drink, until they went home. The propriety of using other writers' words in cut ups was left unresolved. By this time, Burroughs and Jason were planning a book of cut ups, and brought in two other collaborators, Sinclair Beals, who was enthusiastic, and Gregory Corso, who was lukewarm. What Gregory liked was working with Burroughs, the exquisite conversations and the laughter, and making language magical by mixing up a Shakespeare sonnet and an Eisenhower speech. What he didn't like were Jason's theories about rubbing out the word and destroying poetry. "What," he told Jason, "you're not even a writer, and you're coming into the writing game and saying you want to destroy it? That's bullshit, you're only going to add to it." What Jason was writing was totally mechanical. "All that fucking cut up shit," Corso told him, "after a while it's going to be redundant." Gregory didn't like Brian in any case, because Gregory had told Burroughs that his greatest fear was forgetting to lock his door at night, since having had a premonition of death a man in a black suit with a face half black and half white had appeared to him. And what did Brian do but knock on his door late one night with a stocking on his face, and scare the shit out of him. But Burroughs, that was another matter, cutting the texts, putting the bowl out, then mixing the texts in the bowl, a line from Rambo. "Okay," Bill said, "we'll use it." Bill actually thought that by mixing up medical articles they would locate a cure for cancer. Well, maybe they would. To Gregory, Burroughs was the most brilliant man on the planet, the top of all heads. Beals found two backers, Jean Fanchet, a little man from Mauritius who published a magazine called Two Cities that was written partly in French and partly in English, and Gate Froge, a blonde Breton woman who ran the English bookshop on the Rue de Seine, another gathering place for writers, where young people came in, read for an hour or two, and left. Jason chose the title when Beals came around one day, in his usual manic state of urgency, and said, "You've got to get this going, there are only minutes to go." Minutes to Go was published in March 1960 in a limited edition, and was kicked off with a memorable party at the English bookshop. Maurice Girodias provided the vodka, and poured out his heart to Gate Froge. He was in love with his 6-foot blues singer, Mae Mercer, and was covered with bruises from their combative encounters. Maurice was in a dark mood, distressed by the overhead on his restaurants, and said, "I don't know what I'm doing." Gregory Corso arrived with his girlfriend Sally November, and Gate Froge asked, "Do you have one for every other month as well?" She had covered all the books on her shelves with black paper to reduce pilferage. All 4 authors were there, signing away. Minutes to Go included a postscript by Gregory Corso expressing his ambivalence about the project. "I joined this venture unwillingly and willingly," he said. "Unwillingly because the poetry I have written was from the soul and not from the dictionary, willingly because if it can be destroyed by the cut-up method, then it is poetry I care not for, and so should be cut up. Unwillingly because my poetry is a natural cut-up, and need not be created by a pair of scissors. Willingly, because I agreed to join this venture." The curious thing about Minutes to Go is that far from being a homogenized shredding operation where all the contributions sound alike, cloned by scissors, the individual voices come through with plenty of resonance. Really throwing himself into it, Sinclair Beals came closest to total incomprehension in his cut UPS of newspaper articles, as in, "This was followed by point to modern revolvers from 3 pheasants roasted to a turn Czechoslovakia which have been capped with puree turned from the gangs of cold accomplishments." Brian Geeson betrayed his 30s surrealist origins in that what he really wanted was to push a program, to come out with a manifesto, as André Breton used to do. His efforts were didactic and mechanical, as in a page of permutations on the phrase "rub the word right out," which becomes "word right rub the out," etc. Gregory Corso couldn't quite let go of the narrative anchor. His contributions made too much sense to qualify as authentic cut UPS, and did not entirely escape banality. Burroughs came closest to the spirit of the enterprise in composing cut UPS that didn't quite make sense in the usual way, but had a skewed logic of their own, as in a cut-up from a Saturday Evening Post article called "New Clues to Cancer Cure." It was April 1960 in Paris, with chestnuts in blossom, and holiday tables under the trees, and Burroughs was hearing voices. One of the voices was an American tycoon giving him orders. "God damn it, Burroughs, you better get back to America before I kick your ass." One afternoon at the hotel there was a message to call a certain number. It was the Narcotics Bureau office in the American Embassy, and they would like to see him. Burroughs went over and introduced himself to a square-faced man with a tan. He must have just come back from a vacation on the Riviera. "Now, Mr. Burroughs," the narc said, "you have been convicted of a narcotics offense in a French court, which entitles us to confiscate your passport, but we don't want to do that. I suggest that you go back to America, because the French government is making moves to deport you. And keep yourself pretty clean between now and then, and keep your room clean." Burroughs asked Maitre Bumsel to look into French government efforts, and it turned out to be a complete bluff. There was no move to deport him at all. But this talk about keeping his room clean, that meant to Burroughs that they were going to plant something, and that he had better leave Paris. Once again, he had burned down the place he was living in. Oh, well, it was time to go. People were paying too much attention to him here. And had not the great Celine said, "The only thing that matters is to keep people from paying attention to you"? England was the place, where he could join Ian Somerville and start afresh. 14. Naked Lunch. 1959 to 1966. Although the Olympia Press edition of Naked Lunch appeared in July 1959, the American edition brought out by Grove Press was delayed for more than 3 years, due to a comedy of errors rarely equaled in the annals of publishing. Behind Grove Press stood the inimitable Barney Rossett, son of a wealthy Jewish banker from Chicago and an Irish Catholic mother, whose immigrant father still spoke Gaelic and had done all right as a sewer contractor in Michigan. The product of a volatile genetic mix, Barney was one of those white children, always wanting to know the reason for everything. Why is the sky blue? Why are some people poor and other people rich? Barney was rich, but he wasn't the polo-playing, coupon-clipping type. He was the rebellious type, who instinctively took the view opposed to conventional wisdom. He was the type that, when choosing sides for a sandlot game, you would pick for your team, not because he was that great a player, but just so you wouldn't have him yelling at you the entire time. In high school, Barney co-edited a newspaper called Anti-Everything. At Swarthmore, he made censorship his hobby horse, and wrote his freshman essay on Henry Miller's Tropic of Cancer, as an example of an acclaimed book by an important American writer that was banned. With his inherited wealth and anti-censorship views, Barney was in a position to make a mark in the growing counterculture movement fueled by the Beats, which he did by founding Grove Press in 1951. He started off in a stately manner, however, with a new edition of Henry James's The Golden Bowl. It was in 1957, when he was 34, that he took the leap that would make him the American equivalent of Maurice Girodias. Like Maurice, he was willing to take on the mighty apparatus of government in order to defeat censorship. His first effort was Lady Chatterley's Lover, which had been published by Knopf in an expurgated edition. Barney reasoned that with an accepted author like D.H. Lawrence, and a book that had first been published as far back as 1928, he might have a chance. With the help of Mark Schurer, head of the English department at Berkeley and biographer of Sinclair Lewis, he fought the post office ban and won, the Supreme Court declining to review. It was a Pyrrhic victory. The book was out of copyright and thus was immediately pirated, and it was an expensive victory, with all the appeals, but to Barney it was worth it to have the satisfaction of seeing the full text of a great book in print for the first time. His next goal was to publish Tropic of Cancer, but Henry Miller, now living in Big Sur and getting along in years, was an old warhorse out to pasture. He wanted no more conflict. When Barney went to see him, Miller painted an alarmist picture of vigilante groups sent out by the American Legion to burn his house down. It wasn't just the climate of the times, which were bad enough, thought Barney, it was that Miller had become completely paranoid. Thanks to the intercession of Maurice Girodias, however, who had considerable influence with Miller, Barney eventually signed up Tropic of Cancer, which he planned to publish in 1961. In the meantime, he saw in Naked Lunch another scandalous and proscribed book which Grove Press could lead into battle, and in November 1959 he agreed to pay Girodias a $3,000 advance and a 17.5% royalty on all copies after the first 10,000, which would be split 1/3 2/3 between Girodias and Burroughs. As they wrangled over terms, Barney could not resist needling Maurice over his outside interests. "When I hear you talk about new kitchens, new doors, orchestras, violinists, I grow paler," he said. Barney, however, had given Girodias a strong incentive to accept in offering to omit from the contract the warranty clause, which meant that the author would not be held responsible in case of a legal test in the United States. Anticipating legal problems, Barney asked the respected critic John Chardy to write an introduction to Naked Lunch, but Chardy gave the standard author's regret he would like to do it, especially since the P.O. Bastards will be hard after it, as I have no doubt, but he was nailed to deadlines. Drumming up support for Naked Lunch, Barney sent it to Henry Miller, who gave it a mixed review. In January 1961, "I've tried now for the third time to read it, but I can't stick it. The truth is, it bores me. The Marquis de Sade bores me too, perhaps in a different way, or for different reasons. There's no question in my mind, however, as to the author's abilities. There's a ferocity in his writing which is equaled, in my opinion, only by Celine. No writer I know of has made more daring use of the language. I wish I might read him on some other subject than sex and drugs. Read him on St. Thomas Aquinas, for example, or on eschatology. Or better yet, a disquisition on the Grand Inquisitor." At this time, Girodias was devoutly hoping for early U.S. publication of Naked Lunch. He was counting on strong U.S. sales to rescue him from pending bankruptcy. Every day lost put him deeper in the hole. But Barney's strategy was to publish Tropic of Cancer first, since Henry Miller had a formidable group of admirers behind him. He would delay the publication of Naked Lunch until the legal cases sure to arise over the Miller book were settled, for if they lost on Tropic they would sure as hell lose on Lunch. This to Maurice was the most painful of ironies, for he had convinced Miller to allow U.S. publication and now he was being punished for it. The more Maurice fretted, the more Barney rubbed it in about the Grande Sévérine, writing him on February 28 that it really is not very realistic to live in the hope that Naked Lunch will make up for all of the other type lunches you have been serving. Perhaps what is cruel irony is that so much money sunk into food has brought you to have a desperate dependence on one little Naked Lunch. Maurice didn't think it was funny. While Barney was laughing, Olympia Press was sinking. The royalties from Naked Lunch, which should have been in his pocket, were still in the distant future. Frantic and exasperated, he wrote Barney on March 31, 1961, "Publish the damned book, for God's sake." But the book Barney published that April was Tropic of Cancer. Even though the Doubleday and Brentano bookstores refused to carry it, it jumped on the bestseller list. But with success came a legal battle of a magnitude that Barney could not have imagined, which threatened to place Grove Press on the same precarious footing as Olympia Press in Paris. For to get the bookstores to carry Tropic, Barney had been obliged to guarantee to take up the legal defense of any wholesaler or retailer who was arrested for selling the book. These were criminal arrests, and if Barney had not promised to pay the legal expenses of arrested booksellers, the book would not have been distributed. It was a necessary investment, but it was also a dangerous one, leaving him open to having to pay for trials all over the country. Every day, more bad news arrived, until, by July, there had been 50 arrests, with trials scheduled in 14 cities. Never was there a book in the history of publishing in the United States that gave rise to as many trials and lawsuits as Tropic of Cancer. They were coming from all directions, from Philadelphia and Cincinnati, from Los Angeles and Cleveland, from Boston and Dallas, from Miami and Chicago. Even Honolulu got into the act. The estimates of legal costs took logarithmic leaps, draining the coffers of Grove Press. Charles Rembar, in charge of the defense, had to prepare a kit to send to other lawyers in the various venues. It was a disastrous situation, so that when Girodias kept harping on Naked Lunch, it seemed to Barney that Morris's problem was like the blow of a feather compared to the heavy artillery being fired at Grove. Barney had 10,000 copies of Naked Lunch printed and bound, but they would have to sit in the warehouse until the Tropic of Cancer smoke cleared. His patience wearing thin, Barney wrote Maurice, "If you think we or anybody else could do the same for Naked Lunch right now, you are crazy. We couldn't even get any decent number of testimonials for Naked Lunch, and we have tried very hard. Do you think we enjoy sitting around with 10,000 books costing more than $1 each to manufacture? Come on now, stop this insane badgering. We all have to sit this out together." Adding to the confusion was an incident that October of 1961 that made Barney even more cautious about bringing out Naked Lunch. Leroy Jones and Diane DiPrima were arrested by 2 postal inspectors for sending obscenity through the mails, specifically the Burroughs text "Roosevelt After Inauguration," contained in issue number 9 of their magazine Floating Bear. The text was a parody or routine in which cabinet offices are given to pimps, thieves, hookers, and hustlers, which was not that wide of the mark, in a metaphorical sense, given the peculiarities of some members of the first Roosevelt cabinet. In Burroughs' routine, when the Supreme Court invalidated New Deal legislation, the members of that august body were forced to submit to intercourse with a purple-assed baboon. In fact, they were forced to submit to a court-packing scheme which they fought off as ferociously as they would have the advances of a baboon, so that this too was plausible on the level of Rabelaisian metaphor. Burroughs concluded by having FDR institute a series of contests: most unsavory act contest, cheapest trick contest, turn in your best friend week, and so on, which again was not so distant from the wheeling and dealing and double dealing and secret compacts of the Roosevelt administration. Although a grand jury refused to return indictments in the Floating Bear case, The seizure of Floating Bear reinforced Barney's decision to postpone publication of Naked Lunch. Maurice could bear it no longer, and tried to negotiate a separate deal with Dial Press, who would buy Grove's 10,000 ready copies and publish at once. Feeling that he had been stabbed in the back, Barney wrote Maurice on December 6, "Calm down those greedy eyes for a moment. There isn't any more money coming out of that book just now, and you are going to have legal fees to pay if you don't stop selling something you don't own. We will start in on you if this sabotage of yours keeps up. Please, Maurice, don't precipitate a battle. We have so many going now that one more may not be as rough on us as it would be on you." In contrast to Girodias's panic, Burroughs was sanguine about the delay, writing Barney on December 12, "I am sorry to see the difficulties between you and Girodias taking such an acrimonious turn. My own position remains clear and unchanged. I agree with you that it is not practical to publish Naked Lunch at this time in America." Maurice, however, was sure that it was not he but Barney who had gone crazy. Barney kidded him about the folly of the Grande Sévérine, but this was folly tenfold, to put Naked Lunch on a back burner. When Maurice wrote to say that he did not understand why Barney was spending thousands of dollars on lawsuits, Barney replied, "I'll tell you why. If you don't, you go to jail." At the start of 1962, Barney was still bogged down in lawsuits. 2 New York City booksellers had been called before a grand jury. There were trials on in Los Angeles and Chicago. Only a suicidal maniac would plunge in with Naked Lunch at this moment, Barney wrote Girodias in January. At least that is the opinion of everyone whom I have talked to, including Burroughs. We are not sitting on 10,000 books to spite you, believe me. The situation improved when Barney won in Chicago, with a little help from his friends. The judge trying the case was an old friend of his father's, and the judge's son contacted Barney in the middle of the trial and told him, "My dad says that if you changed your argument in such and such a way he might see it in a different light." In addition, Richard Ellman, the biographer of Joyce, was a splendid witness, who remembered chapter and verse of Tropic, which an aggressive district attorney would not allow him to consult. Nor did it hurt that Barney brought to the trial his Swarthmore essay, so that when the district attorney said he was only in it for the money, he said, "I happen to have with me an essay I wrote in college," which he proceeded to read. It was an ugly situation in the Chicago area, with police harassing booksellers, and Grove sued 10 police chiefs for denying the booksellers their First Amendment rights. After the judge ruled that Tropic of Cancer was not obscene, he received death threats. It took time, of course, for the various cases to go through appeals, and it was finally a Florida case that was reviewed by the Supreme Court, which ruled that Henry Miller's book was constitutionally protected, and that freed it all over the country. But by that time, there had been other events favorable to the publication of Naked Lunch. In London, the ruddy-faced Scottish publisher John Calder had taken up the anti-censorship cudgel. England was more proper than the United States or France. You couldn't print the word fuck in a book without finding yourself in court. The criterion was whether a book tended to corrupt and deprave, which was given a broad application by judges and juries. In 1962, Calder saw a way to advance the cause of new writing. Each year in his hometown of Edinburgh, during 3 weeks in August and September, there was a huge festival of the arts, with 800 events: opera, theater, 25 symphony orchestras, a great overspilling cornucopia of the arts. Calder was no wild-eyed beatnik, but a well-connected member of the landed gentry, who rented his estate for grouse shoots. He talked the festival director, Lord Harwood, into letting him organize a conference of writers who would be invited from all over the world to discuss pregnant topics. Lord Harwood assented, saying, "Try to organize it so it pays its way." Calder took the biggest auditorium at Edinburgh University, McEwen Hall, an architectural oddity that was shaped like a gargantuan beer barrel and seated 3,000. He installed his 70 writers, with microphones and translators in 3 languages. The American delegation consisted of Mary McCarthy, Henry Miller, Norman Mailer, and the still relatively unknown William S. Burroughs, whose book remained unpublished except by Olympia Press. It was quite an effective quartet, if Calder said so himself, even though no one had heard of Burroughs. The writers' conference lasted 5 days, from August 20 to 25, and it turned into one of those "the lines are drawn and which side are you on" running battles between ancients and moderns, with various side shows concerning regional and national issues. Calder was gratified to see a paying audience of about 2,500 attending the sessions, at which a chairman and a panel of 6 addressed themselves to the topic of the day, as a wandering microphone went round the hall encouraging others to speak up. The first day started off tamely under British control. The topic was "How does the novel form stand today?" which, Chairman Malcolm Muggeridge declared, he was highly unsuited to comment upon, since he practically never read novels. It was left to the diminutive and snowy-haired Angus Wilson to make the proper triumphalist statement showing how the English novel shored up English values. Was not the English novel a defense of English roots, on the assumption that there was something wrong with the rootless? Was not the revolution in language, as seen by Mr. Joyce and Mr. Beckett, a dead end? For Angus Wilson, the novelist who pointed the way was Ivy Compton Burnett, who had kept the old moral/social values and stayed within the bounds of tradition. Next came a voice from a former colony, in the person of Mary McCarthy, who allowed that the national novel, like the nation-state, was dying. This was a patently absurd remark, since each year there arrived at the already groaning United Nations table new nation-states, whose flags and names, such as Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, the other members had to learn, and who would soon produce a literature of the Third World. But no matter, logic is not a requirement at writers' conferences, and Mary McCarthy pursued her theory of the stateless novel, saying that among recent books she had liked were the work of Nabokov, which I personally have gone overboard for, and I would also cite Mr. Burroughs, who is here now. The Naked Lunch is laid everywhere and is sort of speeded up like jet travel, and it has that somewhat supersonic quality. It also has some of the qualities of action painting. It is a kind of action novel. And you could not possibly consider this as a description of American life. Whereas, Miss McCarthy added, when she read Compton Burnett's novels, she had the impression she was always reading the same one. Thus, whatever the merit of Mary McCarthy's theory of the stateless novel, she had managed, on the very first day of the conference, to put Burroughs on the map. The second day, Tuesday, August 21st, was devoted to Scottish writers and consisted mainly of a border skirmish between two of the above, Hugh MacDiarmid, the grand old man of Scottish letters, who was one of those porridges that only Scotland can produce, being at the same time a Scottish nationalist and a communist, and who showed up wearing his kilt, and Alexander Trochy, representing Lejeune, and author of a scandalous novel, Cain's Book. Speaking out of an angry parochialism, and a hatred of England for having imposed its language on the Scots, MacDiarmid said that since the death of Burns, there were only 3 or 4 Scottish writers who weren't writing stuff for singers. It was deplorable that he had to use English to be read. Trochy did not disagree, considering the atmosphere in Scotland to be turgid, petty, provincial, the stale porridge, Bible class nonsense. But he also delivered himself of a personal attack on the 70-year-old MacDiarmid, who was, he said, an old fossil. His old-fashioned hatred of the novel is just too crummy to be commented upon. I don't want to be too hard or superior, but I think frankly that of what is interesting in the last 20 years of Scottish writing, I have written it all. MacDiarmid countered with the charge that Mr. Trochy seems to imagine that the burning questions in the world today are lesbianism, homosexuality, and matters of that kind. Sarcastically, Trochy agreed that I am only interested in lesbianism and sodomy, adding, isn't it high time we transcended nationalistic borders? I want no uniformity, said MacDiarmid. I want no uniformity either, responded Trochy, not even a kilt. The chairman for the day, David Deiches, had to silence the two adversaries, but sympathy for the Scottish situation was expressed by writers of other overshadowed nations, such as the Yugoslavs, and soon you had the Serbs insulting the Croats. They were just exactly like the younger and older Scots. And then some fellow got up and said, I will read in my native language, which turned out to be an untranslatable Indian dialect, but he was extended every courtesy. It was amazing how far the fragmentation could go. It was a great day, thought Calder. It made headlines in the British papers, who increased their daily coverage. The next day, Wednesday, August 22, was on the writer and commitment. Simon Raven gave a sedate British view by saying that he was an old-fashioned novelist who wrote to make a living and pay for his expensive tastes. He was committed to trying to tell a good story in an intelligent and amusing way. There was more to it than that, said Norman Mailer, for the West was Faustian in that one always enters into a contract with something outside oneself. It can be anything from an ideal to a drug to a passion to a political party to an alienation from society. Thus the Western writer was, perforce, committed. Trotsky claimed the commitment of exile. I would claim that for myself as well as for Burroughs, as well for certain of the beatnik writers in America. At a press conference later, Trotsky described himself as a cosmonaut of inner space. Burroughs liked the phrase, and he liked Trotsky, who was a fellow addict. In fact, they were staying with Trotsky's doctor, who filled his heroin prescriptions. Since publishing Kane's book, Alex was stuck with a large writing block. He'd rather do anything than write, and he'd stung every publisher in London. He was supposed to be working on something called The Long Book, and Calder gave him translation jobs to keep him going. Then he got into stamps and rare books. It was demeaning to go from writer to book dealer, but he just would not write anymore. His family situation was a disaster. His wife, Lynn, died of an overdose, and one of his 2 sons died of cancer of the spine at age 17. Alex eventually had one cancerous lung removed and died in 1983 of pneumonia. He was always in trouble, once for possession of heroin, and another time when some people left some stolen jewelry in his apartment and he was charged with guilty knowledge, which was the next thing to receiving. Burroughs and Calder testified at his trial and he was exonerated. Even after he stopped writing, Burroughs continued to think, Alex has the courage to be a writer. Burroughs was enjoying the conference, enjoying even the glares he was getting from the British dames like Victoria Sackville West and Rebecca West, as if he was the devil personified. No doubt, the conference was breaking up into cliques, but he was not alone. At a large party where everyone was drinking sherry, he found himself face to face with Henry Miller, who said, "So you're Burroughs." Burroughs did not feel up to saying, "Yes, Maitre," and to say, "And so you're Miller" didn't seem quite right, so he said, as a younger writer whose work had also been ruled obscene, a long-time admirer, and they smiled. The next time they met at a party, Miller looked at him quizzically and said, "So you're Burroughs." Burroughs thought he must be over the hill. The only thing he'd said at the conference was that he had visited the Royal Academy to look at the Scottish painters. At the censorship panel, Burroughs made a dispassionate and well-reasoned statement that helped to dispel the wild and woolly beatnik image that he was by now associated with. Censorship, of course, he said, is the presumed right of governmental agencies to decide what words and images the citizen is permitted to see. That is precisely thought control. What is considered harmful would of course depend on the government exercising the censorship. In the Middle Ages, when the Church controlled censoring agencies, the emphasis was on heretical doctrine. In communist countries, the censorship is said to be most close in the area of politics. In English-speaking countries, the weight of censorship falls on sexual words and images as dangerous. The excuse usually given for censorship is the necessity of protecting children. But I can't think how they would be harmed by reading the work of Rabelais, Plutonius, Henry Miller, and my own work for that matter. And it is rather unlikely that they would read these works even if they were available to them, being in many cases virtually illiterate. If censorship were removed, perhaps books would be judged more on literary merit, and a dull, poorly written book on a sexual subject would find few readers. Fewer people would be stimulated by the sight of a four-letter word on the printed page. The anxiety and prurience of which censorship is the overt political expression has so far prevented any serious scientific investigation of sexual phenomena. Bored with defending the obvious civil liberties position, Mailer played devil's advocate, taking the part of the censor. "I have heard Mr. Miller and Mr. Burroughs," he said, "with great pleasure and great concern, and yet I must ask myself, finally, is their work useful or desirable for the vitality of my nation?" Because the argument for censorship was not that such works corrupted the young but that they weakened the young, making them too civilized and sophisticated and insufficiently warlike. There was also the danger that the absence of censorship would bring about a totalitarian reaction, a clean the temple repressive movement. So it was an impasse, Mailer said, and perhaps the fate of the Western world depended on not having writers like Miller and Burroughs. Mary McCarthy said it was clear why the church had suppressed heretical books and the communists political books, but why had capitalism chosen to suppress sexual books? Was it really that sex weakened people for war? What was Burroughs' explanation for the hostility of bourgeois capitalism toward sex? Was it the need to hold together the monogamous marriage? "I think it is partly that," Burroughs said. "I think it is a very complicated phenomenon. But in general I would say that it involved channeling the sexual instinct into production and purchase of consumer goods." "You mean the use that advertising makes of sex?" Mary McCarthy asked. "That is what advertising is about," Burroughs said. Mailer repeated that a nation that has too much sexual sophistication is not a warlike nation. "The people who are controlling the country never talk about it this way, but once in a while may decide that it is very bad to have sexual freedom because it is going to make America weak vis-a-vis Russia. I don't see how this explains the extreme puritanism of America in periods of almost total disarmament," Mary McCarthy said. "I can counter that with the various repressive laws that Stalin had passed all through the late 30s, Mailer said, "and you can draw a connection between that and his desire to build Russia into a warlike nation. When people are effectively repressed they tend to be more warlike. The proof of it is that it is considered sacrilege for a boxer even to have a woman when he is training." Then the great band one, Henry Miller, whom everyone thought had been asleep, finally spoke up, "What we are all trying for is to get as much freedom, as much liberty of expression, not only in writing, not on paper, not in talk, but in action, and the whole world today is in my mind strangled. We have no freedom of action, really, we are all talking nonsense. What we all would like to do when we see a good interesting woman is sleep with her, we should not make any bones about that. There is nothing wrong with lust or with obscenity, we all have impure desires. We should have the pure and impure, they exist together. Good and evil belong together, you can't separate them. Let's stop talking about censorship, let's do it, think it, talk it." Concluding, Mailer said that one had to enter this terrible borderland of sex, sadism, obscenity, horror, and anything else because somehow the conscience of Western man has become altogether muddy in refusing to enter it, and because the Nazis were so horrible, must we for the rest of our lives refuse to look at these phenomena? We have got to get into it, that is why I salute Mr. Burroughs' work, because he has gone further into it than any other Western writer today. In tandem with the talk of sadism and horror at the conference, there was violence in the streets of Edinburgh, with youth gangs roaming the city and attacking visitors. That evening, Mailer was at a party when another writer came up the stairs, whining and complaining that he had just been beaten up in the street. There was something so piteous about the fellow that Mailer was reminded of the joke where someone keeps complaining to God about how badly he's being treated and says, "Why are you so unfair?" and God replies, "Because you bug me." And Mailer, too, was bugged listening to his fellow writers lament, and he said, "Oh, they beat you up, did they? Oh, isn't that horrible? Well, here my fella, have some more," and proceeded to give the man a shove, and he fell down the stairs, got up, gave one frightened look over his shoulder at this madman at the top, and took off. Mailer thought of that incident as perhaps the worst single thing he had ever done, a gratuitous act of violence against someone he didn't even know who had just been victimized, but in his mind it was tied in with Burroughs and the day's proceedings and the need to explore the dark and irrational side of life. All in all, Edinburgh was the most frightening literary conference he had ever attended. Friday, August 24th, was the wind-up, on the future of the novel, when the rearguard mustered its troops to discredit the new writing. In an oblique attack on Burroughs and Trocchi, H. Rainer Heppenstall, who sounded like the author of books on English antique furniture, deplored the junkie sex novel, which is very much the American novel of the present, but about which one is already beginning to feel that it belongs in the past. I am going to have to be the one who is going to have to defend the American novel against being the junkie sex novel, Mary McCarthy said. I gathered from the tone that there was a sort of hysterical chauvinism at work. But what of Faulkner and Saul Bellow? Would she have to go on explaining that each American novelist was not the junkie sex novelist? Trocchi, whose writer's block did not extend to speaking, said, I feel that I personally am being attacked when there is all this mention of drugs and sex. Drugs and sex do come into my books. No doubt I shall go on writing, stumbling across tundras of unmeaning, planting words like bloody flags in my wake. Loose ends, things unrelated, shifts, night journeys, cities arrived at and left, meetings, desertions, betrayals, all manner of unions, triumphs, defeats. Weighing in for the rear guard, Stephen Spender said, I would like to point out that everything that Mr. Trocchi has said had been said in 1905. That is, that the fragmentation of values in the modern world should be reflected by fragmentation in modern writing. It led to a complete dead end, and in fact I think that the history of modern literature since 1914 to 1920 or so is the attempt to recover from this point of view. After some more sparring on junkies and sex as appropriate subject matter for the novel, it was Burroughs' turn to explain himself. In writing I am acting as a mapmaker, he said, an explorer of psychic areas. And I see no point in exploring areas that have already been thoroughly surveyed. To do so required new techniques, and Burroughs explained that in the two novels he had written after Naked Lunch, Nova Express, and The Ticket That Exploded, he had used an extension of the cut-up method, which he called the fold-in method. A page of text, my own or someone else's, is folded down the middle of and placed on another page. The composite text is then read across, half one text and half the other. I edit, delete, and rearrange as in any other method of composition. It need not be in any sense Dadaist. After all, what does any writer do but choose and rearrange the material at his disposal? I have made and used fold-ins from Shakespeare, Rambo, newspapers, magazines, conversations, letters, and so forth. So the novels that I have written in this method are in fact composites of many writers. I would like to emphasize that the cut-ups and the fold-ins are techniques and, like any technique, may be useful to some writers and not to others. There were some in the audience who thought their leg was being pulled, that this talk of splicing texts was an elaborate joke, and from the floor, an Indian writer rose and asked, "Are you being serious?" "Yes, of course," Burroughs replied. On this last day, there were 30 scheduled speakers, each of whom was allotted 7 minutes, and Norman Mailer and Angus Wilson were the two moderators who were supposed to hold the speakers to their time limit. When the Italian writer Niccolo Tucci went on and on, for instance, Wilson rapped his gavel and finally leaned forward and said, "Mr. Tucci, you've written your letter, now mail it." Tucci gave him the malachio and gathered up his papers and stormed off the rostrum. But in the case of Burroughs, Mailer made an exception, saying, "Out of respect for what I consider your vast talent and because you have not taken much trouble to speak before, we are going to break the rule in your case. And we are going to give you an extra 5 minutes." Burroughs was obviously the hit of the day, thought Mailer, even though he himself did not respond at all to this theorizing about cut-ups. The attempt to convey to the reader a sense of randomness and of the outside world interfering was to him as much of an abstraction as pure thought. The reality of good writing, he thought, was to shape experience to such a degree that the reader had no sense at all of the process of shaping. To give the reader the process of recording was as false as recording an experience in any other form. After reading Naked Lunch, Mailer thought that Burroughs would go on and create some kind of demonic vision of existence that would make Celine look like a travel writer. But instead he had involved himself in cut UPS, which seemed to Mailer like a retreat. He seemed to want to epitomize the avant-garde, which Mailer found hard to take seriously because they didn't work hard enough for their ideas, being indifferent not only to the media but the very notion that people might be influenced by what they were up to. In that sense, Mailer was completely literal. He didn't think you had the right to influence people if you were not serious about your ideas. Although novelistically, he could conceive of someone with serious ideas who had no interest in influencing people. There was a vague claim in that direction at the end of Tolstoy's Kreutzer Sonata. So whatever Mailer's personal misgivings were, he felt Burroughs deserved more time to express his views. Given the extra time, Burroughs said that the conferring writers have been accused by the press of not paying sufficient attention to the question of human survival. In Nova Express, and the reference as you probably know is to an exploding planet or star, and the ticket that exploded, I emphasize our concern with survival, with Nova conspiracies, Nova criminals, and Nova police. I feel that a new mythology is now possible in the space age and that we can again have heroes and villains, with respect toward the planet, and in closing I would say that the future of writing is in space and not in time. This was too much even for Mailer, who interjected, I have the vastest respect for you as a writer, and I think we are completely opposed to one another in every single one of our ideas. I think the future of writing is in time precisely and never in space, and one of us is going to be right. Mailer at that time was obsessively working on what he thought would be his big novel, which was about time, about a character who was born 4 times, but he could never figure out how to do it and had to give it up. But at the conference, he still thought he had this huge contribution to make about time, and when Burroughs started talking about space, Mailer thought, hey, we're completely at odds. At this point there was a round-table discussion, which strayed from its subject, the future of the novel, to focus on Burroughs. We have here on this platform a number of distinguished writers, Colin MacInnes said, of whom one can say that if one is a novelist, the other certainly cannot be. For example, if Mr. Lawrence Durrell, who in my view most surely is, then can Mr. Burroughs be with his passionate speculation bordering on the insanity barrier? If a writer like this is a novelist then clearly the word is practically meaningless. It seems to me, Stephen Spender said, that what Mr. Burroughs was making was an analogy between science and writing. He was suggesting that a novelist, by putting out page 1 and page 100 and facing them in page 10, was doing something similar to the rocket maker, and I was wondering whether this analogy really works. It sounds to me like a rather medieval form of magic rather than modern science. The analogy that I was making, Burroughs responded, was between the flashback method in film and the method I was using. Not anything so vague as an analogy with rocket makers. Seeing that the conference was caught up with the novelty of Burroughs' idea, Mailer said, Mr. Burroughs, there is a specific and I think rather intense bit of curiosity on several sides about the technique you called, I am not being facetious now, I really don't remember, it was fold in, or fold out. Seriously, what was the name you gave it? Fold in, Burroughs said. May I tell you, Mailer went on, that I just have a déjà vu about this. At any rate, there are some people, including a newspaper man, who are most interested in this notion of the fold-in. I see, said Burroughs, that this has been completely misunderstood, it really is not as arbitrary as it sounds, and I really can't properly illustrate it without a typewriter and pages of text to show it in actual operation, because it is a technique and like all techniques something to experiment with, something to do rather than something to talk about. A question came from the floor, mixing up Shakespeare sonnets as has been done in a literary magazine, would you consider that a serious experiment? It doesn't seem to me a technique at all, it is simply a mix-up. I would consider it an interesting experiment, Burroughs said. It would depend entirely on the result. I do think our minds sometimes does similar things. Of thinking on the borderline of things, only here the methods are much more artificial. The conference ended that afternoon, and it was clear that Burroughs had run away with it. He had come into it unknown, and emerged a luminary. Far from being a wild man in the beatnik media image, he was serious and quiet and conservatively dressed, like a Harvard professor. The day after his comments about space, the Scotsman headline said Writers' Conference goes into orbit. His description of the fold-in technique was reported in detail in the Times of London. The true proof of celebrity is to be spoofed, which he was in Books and Boekman, in an article purportedly written in beatnik style. When some Dutch scribe said he was a homo, Bill responded by keeping his plastic Mac on the whole time, as though he didn't wanna be violated or something. I don't suppose the Dutch guy cared, there were plenty of other queens on that trip anyway. Burroughs' curious position as a writer whose notoriety preceded the publication of his book in the United States was caught in a New York Times column by Raymond Walters, Jr., at Edinburgh, when Norman Mailer joined Mary McCarthy in proclaiming William Burroughs the writer of the century who'd most deeply affected the literary cognoscenti. The hall was drenched in puzzled silence. No one present, it seemed, had ever heard of Burroughs. It would have been almost, though not quite, the same in this country. He's long been living in such places as Paris and Mexico and now occupies a position roughly comparable to that of Henry Miller before the war. His fellow countrymen know him only as the author of Naked Lunch and other Paris-published works whose spicy content raises the gorge of the customs officials and other keepers of American morals. The implication was that Naked Lunch, like Tropic of Cancer, having found backers in the literary community, would eventually find its way into America's bookstores. This was in any case the way Barney Rossett saw matters, for after Edinburgh, he decided to print more copies of Naked Lunch than the 10,000 in the warehouse, making the most of his author's notoriety. In October, however, there was an initial hurdle when both the printer and the binder, two different outfits, refused to handle the book. Russell Halliday, owner of Halliday Lithograph of West Hanover, Massachusetts, which had done Lady Chatterley, wrote Barney, "I am returning this order as I will not allow my name to be associated with this type of literature for reproduction in my plant. Any book that we cannot be proud of here, one that we cannot give to friends and take into our homes, is the title we would not be interested in producing." This had happened to Barney once before, when a printer in Buffalo had refused to run off an issue of the Evergreen Review with a poem by Julian Beck of the Living Theatre, the last line of which was "Fuck the United States." The printer had said, "We don't mind it if you say fuck the Soviet Union, but not fuck the United States," and Barney had to find another printer, which he also did this time, Book Press in Brattleboro, Vermont. The book was in the stores by November 20, 1962, and sold briskly, almost 8,000 copies in less than a month. But in January 1963 Grove Press came to another hurdle. Detectives in Boston arrested Theodore Mavrikos, owner of a bookstore at 545 Washington Street, a couple of blocks from the combat zone of bars and strip joints, for selling an obscene book, Naked Lunch. The arrest came at a time when there was a public clamor to clean up the zone, and Mavrikos had already been arrested 9 times for selling obscene material. After the Tropic of Cancer experience, which had almost ruined Grove Press, Barney Rossett did not intend to pay the legal costs of booksellers who were arrested for selling Naked Lunch. But there was only one case, in Boston, a state renowned for its institutions of higher learning and for banning books. In 1930, the Massachusetts Supreme Court had held that Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy was lewd and obscene. In the 1940s, it suppressed Lillian Smith's novel about an interracial love affair, Strange Fruit. Since there was only the Boston case, Barney Rossett asked Edward DeGrazia, a lawyer who specialized in First Amendment cases and whom Barney had on retainer, to defend it. DeGrazia, a slightly, scholarly-looking man who actually reads the books he has to defend, and who considered Naked Lunch an important book and perhaps a great book, arranged with the Massachusetts Attorney General's office that instead of proceeding with a criminal trial against a single bookseller, the book itself should be put on trial for obscenity. In addition, he waived a jury trial. In the meantime, Barney Rossett had nominated Naked Lunch for the 1963 Prix Fermenteur, a sort of avant-garde Nobel Prize supported by a group of 7 publishers, which had in the past gone to difficult writers such as Jorge Luis Borges and Samuel Beckett. Having been thrown out of the Balearic island of Formentera by the puritanical Franco regime, the deliberations were held in May 1963 in a castle in Salzburg. Mary McCarthy, who was on the jury, got up to speak in favor of Burroughs, and after speaking for about 5 minutes, she broke down inexplicably and began to cry, and could not go on, and had to sit down. To Barney Rossett it was as embarrassing as it was dramatic. She simply could not continue speaking, and no one knew why. The chairman went on with other matters, and eventually Miss McCarthy rose as if nothing had happened, and in her usual composed and authoritative manner finished her remarks on behalf of Burroughs. No one understood what had happened, and no one had the rudeness to inquire, but it was an extraordinary moment, as well as an ill omen, it turned out, for Burroughs did not win the prize, which might have proved useful in the upcoming trial. It was awarded to the French novelist Nathalie Sarraute. The Boston trial was set for January 1965. As it happened, Burroughs was visiting the United States at the time, and Ed DeGrazia wondered whether he should call him as a witness. Barney thought it was a good idea, as it hadn't been done before, in the previous trial over Henry Miller and D.H. Lawrence. Why not call the author? What better spokesman could there be for his book? Ed DeGrazia had met Burroughs at a Grove press party, and thought he would make a good impression on the stand. They had talked about Jean Genet, the convict writer, and Burroughs said that the difference between them was that Genet was fond of prison while he was not. Later when he met Genet, DeGrazia asked him about that, and Genet said yes, it might be so, for in prison he felt attractive to the other convicts and even to the guards, but in any case how would Burroughs know about jail since he had always had enough money to get himself sprung? In this case, thought DeGrazia, it was not Burroughs who was on trial but his book, and DeGrazia was hoping to validate the doctrine that material with literary value could not be held obscene, no matter how much sex and bad language it contained. He was concerned that there might be a line of "When did you stop beating your wife?" questioning if Burroughs took the stand, in connection with the shooting of his wife, and decided not to use him as a witness. In any event, he had plenty of other impressive witnesses. The trial opened on January 12, 1965, with Massachusetts Superior Court Judge Eugene A. Hudson presiding. The prosecutor was William I. Cowan from the Attorney General's office. Norman N. Holland, an English professor at MIT who was due to testify on behalf of the book, found himself in the men's room with Cowan, who unburdened himself of what he really thought of the trial, which was that "I'm prosecuting this case because various old ladies are getting on the Attorney General's back and insist that he do something about this book or that book. I wish I was devoting my time to something more important, and so does the AG, but we have to bow to public opinion." Which didn't make Cowan any less determined to win the case. The first witness was John Chardy, poetry editor of the Saturday Review and translator of Dante's Divine Comedy, which, as he explained, also had its obscene passages and four-letter words. When Dante dipped the sins in excrement, he called it shit. In the Inferno, there was a parody of a military grafter who signaled his commander by making a trumpet of his ass and breaking wind in imitation of a military trumpet, which was not unlike the talking asshole passage in Naked Lunch. There was also a passage in which two sinners frozen in ice up to their necks ate the head of a third, which was similar to a cannibalistic passage in Naked Lunch. Prosecutor Cowan asked Chardy why the book contains so many references to baboons. Burroughs finds himself in a nightmare world, Chardy explained, a kind of Hieronymus Bosch world of unreality and topsy-turviness, and inevitably some of those purple rumps of baboons flash through it. It's part of the pictograph of his particular madness. Chardy, while not an unconditional admirer of the book, said that it was a substantial work by an author of some talent and of serious commitment. I do not think Naked Lunch is a great work of art. It is, however, memorable, serious, and important. There followed a number of witnesses from the academic community who brought out that Burroughs was ultimately a moral writer, whose scenes of perversity were meant to revolt rather than titillate the reader. Naked Lunch was a highly literary work, with allusions to Anglo-Saxon battle poetry, Shakespeare, 18th-century mock heroic, and the Ancient Mariner, all of them distorted or altered in some way. The total effect, said Gabrielle Bernhardt Jackson, who taught English at Wellesley, is of a literary tradition which has lost force and vitality, which presents a series of unacceptable verbal actions, or verbal actions acceptable only as parody, just as the contemporary society which relies on this tradition presents a series of unacceptable real actions. Then Norman N. Holland, who had chatted with Prosecutor Cowan in the men's room, testified that Naked Lunch was a religious novel about original sin. If St. Augustine were writing today, he might well write something like Naked Lunch. What was that again, please? Asked Judge Hudson, a prim and blinkered Irish Catholic who was convinced from the start to the finish of the trial that the book was revolting, and who among many outrageous remarks had now heard it mentioned in the same breath with one of the great theologians of the Holy and Apostolic Church. Holland imagined that Judge Hudson might have asked at that point, with his Irish brogue, "Do you mean to say, Professor, that the blessed saint would write something like this book?" Holding it up like a dead mackerel between thumb and forefinger. Then Norman Mailer took the stand, and said he had read Naked Lunch 3 times and had liked it better each time. "The man has extraordinary talent," he said. "Perhaps he is the most talented writer in America, and as a professional writer I don't like to go about bestowing credit on any other writers." Mailer saw a deep work, a calculated work, a planned work. "The artistry was more deliberate and more profound than I thought before. There is a structure to the book, you see, which is doubtless imperfect. I think one reason we can't call it a great book like Remembrance of Things Past or Ulysses is the imperfection of this structure. There is no doubt as to the man's talent, while it was, perhaps, excited and inflamed by drug addiction, it was also hurt. This man might have been one of the greatest geniuses of the English language if he had never been an addict. I don't want you to feel hurt that I haven't read any of your books," Judge Hudson interjected. "But in any one of those books did your style involve sex in the naked sense?" "Nothing that would be comparable to this," Mailer replied, "because I write in a far chaster tradition." Mailer was followed by Allen Ginsberg, who was wearing a shirt and tie and collar for the occasion, but his shirt collar was twisted. Judge Hudson, grimacing slightly, observed him as he took the stand, and said, "Straighten your collar." Allen explained that the book's theme was not only drug addiction, but addiction on a larger scale, addiction to power, addiction to material goods, addiction to controlling others. Ed de Grazia, who by now did not consider his changes were worth a hill of Boston baked beans with Judge Hudson on the bench, thought Allen's presentation was bound to help in the appellate review. Prosecutor Cowan argued that the book met the 3 recognized tests of hardcore pornography: lack of social value, appeal to prurient interests, and patent offensiveness. On March 23, 1965, Judge Hudson ruled that Naked Lunch was obscene. He had failed to appreciate the book's merit, thought Ed de Grazia, and had decided that the book was obscene by the standards of his own mind rather than by the standard of Justice William J. Brennan's opinion in the Tropic of Cancer case. Ed de Grazia appealed, and argued his case before the Massachusetts Supreme Court on October 8, 1965. But the court delayed its decision on Naked Lunch pending the outcome of 3 other obscenity cases being reviewed by the U.S. Supreme Court, which would test and further define the so-called Brennan Doctrine. The doctrine had already been tested in the Tropic of Cancer case, when in June 1964, 5 out of the 9 justices voted to reverse a Florida decision that the book was obscene. Formulated by Justice William J. Brennan, the doctrine stated that a work declared obscene was excluded from constitutional protection only if it was held to be utterly without redeeming social importance. The portrayal of sex in art, literature, and scientific works is not in itself sufficient reason to deny material the constitutional protection of freedom of speech and press. Following the Tropic case, the doctrine had to be spelled out, since the court did not want to be put in the position of having to rule over and over again what was or was not too filthy for the American public. As Chief Justice Earl Warren put it, "I'm sure the court doesn't want to be a final censor in reading all the prurient literature in the country to determine whether it has any social value." Thus, on March 21, 1966, decisions were handed down on the 3 other obscenity cases under review. Ralph Ginsburg, who had been sentenced to 5 years in prison for using the mails to sell his magazine Eros, saw his conviction upheld, because his stock in trade was the sordid business of pandering, the business of purveying textual or graphic matter openly advertised to appeal to the erotic interest of their customers. Edward Mishkin, who had been sentenced to 3 years in prison for publishing pornographic books with such titles as Screaming Flesh and Cult of the Spankers, also saw his conviction upheld, although Justice Black's dissenting opinion said that the Supreme Court had no business acting as a national board of censors over speech and press. In the third case, however, the Memoirs of Fanny Hill was ruled not to be obscene in an opinion by Justice Brennan, which clearly defined 3 tests for obscenity. 1. The dominant theme of the material taken as a whole appeals to a prurient interest in sex. 2. The material is patently offensive because it affronts contemporary community standards relating to the description or representation of sexual matters. 3. The material is utterly without redeeming social value. All 3 elements had to be present for a work to be declared obscene. With these firm guidelines, knowing where the High Court stood, the Massachusetts Supreme Court ruled on July 7, 1966, that Naked Lunch was not obscene, in the first application of the new tests to a contemporary work of literature. By a vote of 5-2, the Massachusetts court ruled that although the book met the first 2 tests, it could not be said to be utterly without redeeming social value, and was thus not obscene. Dissenting Justice Paul C. Reardon said that he had found the book to be a revolting miasma of unrelieved perversion and disease, graphically described. It is, in truth, literary sewage. But his was the minority view. The ruling on Naked Lunch in effect marked the end of literary censorship in the United States. Americans were finally allowed to read what they wanted to read. It was fitting that the final battle between First Amendment rights and America's Puritan heritage should have been fought in the city which made banned in Boston part of the national culture. No book like Naked Lunch had been cleared before a book that made Tropic of Cancer seem sedate. Since nothing that would come after it would come close in bad language and objectionable scenes, it would set the standard for what was not obscene. Thus, Naked Lunch was the last work of literature to be censored by the Post Office, the Customs Service, and by a state government. And, as we all know, today's dirty book becomes tomorrow's college textbook. The Naked Lunch decision also left the door ajar for hardcore pornography, which squeezed into the opening, and this raises the question of whether the right to be sexually aroused is guaranteed by the First Amendment. But that's another matter. All during the period of the book's publication and the trial in Boston, Burroughs had a more immediate problem, which was that he was finding it impossible to collect his share of the American royalties from Maurice Girodias. The arrangement was that Grove sent the royalties to Girodias's agent in Switzerland, Odette Hummel. In October 1963, for example, Barney Rossett cabled $9,500 to Odette Hummel, representing the royalties on 9,405 copies of Naked Lunch sold between January and June 1963. At that time, Burroughs, who was supposed to be getting his share of the American royalties, was in Tangier, so broke he could not pay his rent or repair his typewriter. He was in fact truly destitute, for he had told his parents he no longer needed the $200 a month allowance they had been sending him since his graduation from Harvard, now that he had his royalties. For the first time in his life he was financially independent, or would have been had not Gyro Diaz siphoned off his royalties to settle his mounting debts. Burroughs mentioned his predicament to Paul Bowles, who was also published by Grove, and who wrote his editor Richard Seaver, the one-time editor of Merlin in Paris, who had gone to Grove in 1959, "Too bad what happened to Bill Burroughs, your whole advance to him for Naked Lunch lost by Gyro Diaz, and no hope of ever recovering any of it, obviously." Seaver had not realized there was a problem, and at once wrote Burroughs to ask what could be done to make sure he got his royalties. Burroughs replied that as far as collecting from Maurice, it is a question of find a lawyer and get in line, and the line is long and the till is empty. The plain fact is he spent the money to cover what he evidently considered more pressing debts, and I was barely able to squeeze out of him enough to get myself back to Tangier. Despite my understandable annoyance with Maurice, Burroughs went on, I still sympathize with his position, which could hardly be worse. More and more trouble with the French authorities, suspended sentences piling up, a 20-year publishing ban, inevitable debacle of that unfortunate restaurant venture, owing money to his staff, social security to the government, fines, lawsuits, the lot. Gyro Diaz was going under, and was frantically trying to bail himself out with every dollar that came in. In February 1964, Burroughs arrived in Paris to confront him and was greeted with the words, "I have a terrible confession to make." It was utterly hopeless. As Burroughs wrote Alan Anson on February 27, "Some people are self-destructive and want to lose money, it's a thing I read about in the Reader's Digest. What a stupid bastard he is, and you know, I found out most of the money he spends on cunt and doesn't even get that he is a John." Feeling guilty about his treatment of Burroughs, Gyro Diaz wrote Barney on March 19 that he is actually starving in Tangier and, as I am in a similar position in Paris, I simply cannot send him anything. Thus, Grove Press began to send Burroughs his 2/3 share of the American royalties direct, and by 1967 he had received a total of $39,008.52 for Naked Lunch. But there continued to be some activity in Switzerland, with Odette Hummel selling foreign rights to Burroughs' books without his knowledge. As Speaker of the House Uncle Joe Cannon used to say, "The same sun that brings out the lilies bring out the snakes." This adage could well be applied to the critical reaction to Naked Lunch. Burroughs had his share of both. Mary McCarthy praised the book in Encounter and in the first issue of the New York Review of Books, and wondered whether Burroughs felt more and more like the groom in a shotgun wedding, seeing my name yoked with his as it were indissolubly. There were other admiring reviews in Newsweek, which called the book indeed a masterpiece, in the Herald Tribune, where Richard Kluger called Burroughs a writer of rare power, and in the Sunday New York Times, where Herbert Gold called the book a booty brought back from a nightmare. There was also a chorus of disgust, about which Burroughs was understandably thin-skinned, since this was the first time he had been reviewed. He came to think of book reviewers as people who come onto a battlefield after the battle is over to finish off the wounded. The review that really drew his ire was the one in Time, because it was an inaccurate personal attack. "He is not only an ex-junkie," said Time, "but an ex-con and a killer. In Mexico, having acquired a wife, he shot her between the eyes playing William Tell with a revolver. He has even been in the army, but not for long. He reacted to being drafted by cutting off a finger joint, and was discharged with the notation not to be recalled or reclassified." Burroughs had cut off his finger joint under entirely different circumstances, and the review brought him to the boiling point. He sued for libel in London, where he was then living, and won. But the damages he collected, which the court deemed to be just compensation for the damage to his reputation, amounted to £5. In form, Naked Lunch was startling, bearing as much resemblance to the conventional novel as a videotape to the Bayeux Tapestry, or a strobe light to a candle. Instead of characters with backgrounds, families, personalities, and activities, characters that the reader might come to care about, Burroughs shuffled a series of bit players from his central casting office: the Gimp, the Vigilante, the Paregoric Kid, the Shoe Store Kid, the Rube, Pantapon Rose, Clem Snide the Private Asshole. to which he added a few non-character actors, such as AJ, Dr. Benway, and Clem and Jody. These exist usually to perform a single function, as the drone exists to fertilize the queen. Clem and Jody are Russian agents masquerading as good OL boys, whose function it is to cast the United States in an unpopular light. AJ, an agent of chaos, exists to play disgusting practical jokes. He puts piranhas in a socialist swimming pool, and adds a drug mixture to the punch at a 4th of July celebration in the U.S. Embassy. Dr. Benway is the stock figure of the outrageous doctor, going back to Molière. Nor is there any story or plot in the usual sense, for the book jumps from place to place and scene to scene in a dizzying manner, according to the original random arrangement made by the printer. There is no psychological analysis of the characters' emotions, since there are no characters and practically no emotions except fear and loathing. Instead, Burroughs delivers a series of rapid-fire sketches or routines, in which he dredges up, from his experience as an addict and wanderer, a vision of the post-bomb society. After the bomb, there was rubble and the smell of death, and dust over everything, and subterranean creatures surfacing, and that is the scene he describes. I am not a recording instrument. I do not presume to impose story, plot, continuity. Insofar as I succeed in direct recording of certain areas of psychic process, I may have limited function. I am not an entertainer. Burroughs' intention was to adopt the oldest fiction format in the world, the picaresque novel, a series of events, horrific and humorous, that occur on a trip, as in Petronius's Satyricon. The author's narrator and alter ego, William Lee, is an antihero, like Jack Wilton in The Unfortunate Traveler. Burroughs' antihero is operating from the angle of vision of the drug addict. The fragmentation of the text is like the discontinuity of the addict's life between fixes. Junk means relief, from the whole life process, from caring about the atom bomb and the cancer rent. But junk also means stagnation and fear of the police. As the book opens, the narrator, Bill Lee, is a hunted man. The addict society is divided among hustlers, marks, and cops. Junk permeates every moment, and the book is full of references to the junk sick dawn and the old junkie walk. Junk is also connected to the magical universe. It is surrounded by magic and taboos, curses and amulets. Junk is an international subculture. There is a world network of junkies, tuned in on a cord of rancid jism, tying up in furnished rooms, shivering in the junk-sick morning. In the attraction/revulsion duality of junk, there is a strong element of self-loathing, both autobiographical and visionary. For Burroughs sees addiction as a general condition not limited to drugs. Politics, religion, the family, love, are all forms of addiction. In the post-bomb society, all the mainstays of the social order have lost their meaning, and bankrupt nation-states are run by control addicts. The theory of addiction came into my head when the junk went into my arm. It was a metaphor for society. You start bending the word addiction out of shape and you see what it means. You can see withdrawal symptoms in the face of someone like Nixon, when the power ain't there no more. Addiction means something that you've gotta have or you're sick. Power and junk are symmetrical and quantitative. How much? If you're a CIA man, you don't want to be the cop on the beat. Thus the power addicts entrench themselves in self-perpetuating hierarchies using sophisticated control methods. Bureaucracy is their instrument, democracy is cancerous, and bureaus are its cancer. Corruption is another instrument, as one judge said to another, be just, and if you can't be just, be arbitrary. Political systems generate what Burroughs calls a virus power, which manifests itself in such out-of-control phenomena as the proliferation of nuclear weapons and the pollution of the environment. It's actually a common theme of 20th-century literature to view the men in charge as grotesque, as in the work of Celine, Nathaniel West, or Sinclair Lewis. Burroughs, however, isn't interested in satire but in the actual description of what he sees as a functioning system based on control and addiction. He reminds us that in the 20th century the lunatics have taken over the asylum. We have seen the rise of the pathological leader, such as Hitler, Stalin, de Gaulle, Richard Nixon, and Lyndon Johnson, with plenty of more recent minor examples, from Idi Amin to Ferdinand Marcos and Papa Doc. Things have gotten too much out of control for there to be any point to reform. To concern oneself with politics, says Burroughs, is to make the mistake of the bull in the ring, which is to charge the cloth. In exactly the same way that the bullfighter conditions the bull to follow the cloth, politics teaches the masses to follow images and illusions. We're in a state of emergency, says Burroughs, and the only thing to do is go back to the drawing board. The book may have come from the feeling that the whole human organism and its way of propagating itself is repellent and inefficient. A living being is an artifact, like the flintlock. Well, what's wrong with the flintlock? Just about everything. It's unworkable in a driving rain, it has a low rate of firepower, you have to keep cleaning out the touch hole. Whereas in the modern assault rifle, the bullets have no casings, hence no cartridges to eject. This may be getting close to the final development of small arms, but the human artifact is back there with the flintlock. They will produce themselves into the sea, as Joselito says. This prophecy of devolution is uttered by one of the characters in Naked Lunch. There are possibilities of more efficient organisms. If you don't use it, you lose it. What gives the book credibility is that Burroughs is writing out of his own experience. He's been there. The situation of the society is his situation. Every page is strewn with autobiographical clues, which the uninformed reader would not recognize. The use of the English slang word grossed, four-squealed, is a reminder of his friendship with the gangster Paul Lund in Tangier. A line from a World War II song, Eager Beaver wooing him, her, much too fast, is a glimpse of the first war years when Burroughs tried in vain to serve his country as an officer. The line Would Stand Still for Joe Gould's Seagull act evokes the Greenwich Village of the 40s where Burroughs lived. Old Ike is Old Dave, his Mexico City connection, with whom he took speedballs, morphine and cocaine. K.E. is Kells Elvins, with whom Burroughs went to Sweden. Brings you all the way down. I said, K.E., let's get right back on that ferry. Overdose of H. His old lady shaking him and holding hot coffee under his nose is a scene that took place between Burroughs and Joan in Yonkers, in the 40s. The death of Joan, the tragedy that freed him to be a writer, is obliquely described. In Mexico, Joan disappears with a pimp trombone player. Then they are smoking tea, and her flesh crystallizes, in death, and the narrator leaps up screaming, "I got the fear," and runs out of the house. A year later in Tangier I heard she was dead. The description of the political party of Interzone was based on the nationalist Moroccan party, the Istiqlal, which Burroughs came to know while living in Tangier, with its anti-colonialist rhetoric and jingoistic anti-foreigner appeals. The Istiqlal platform, translated into day-to-day life, meant a Tangier shoeshine boy snarling, "We will push you into the sea." In Burroughs' version, the one worthwhile party is the factualists, who are against the misuse of control techniques. We oppose, as we oppose atomic war, the use of such knowledge to control, coerce, debase, exploit, or annihilate the individuality of another living creature. The other parties, the liquefactionists, the divisionists, and the senders, all want to rule the world through parasitic possession. The liquefactionists want to eliminate everyone but themselves. The divisionists, who are all latent or overt homosexuals, want to flood the world with replicas of themselves and create a one-sex society. The senders, who want to control everyone through telepathy, are not even human, but examples of a virus. Under the control of these parties, the broken image of man moves in minute by minute and cell by cell. Poverty, hatred, war, police criminals, bureaucracy, all symptoms of the human virus. Each party is infiltrated by agents of the others. In fact, the agent emerges as the key figure in the post-nuclear society, which is riddled with people who are not acting on their own, but for some outside interest, and have thus given up their autonomy. Jesus was the first agent, "I am nothing compared with he who sent me." A CIA agent is nothing compared with Langley, Virginia. Agents do what they are assigned to do by whoever they represent. There's an element of deceit, since they don't represent themselves as agents, and deceit has become an addiction in itself. The agent is hostile. William Lee, the narrator, is himself an agent, representing Hassan I Sabbah, the master of the assassins. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. The world after the bomb, ruled by men addicted to power, is in a sorry state. How can the leaders, as they manufacture weapons that could end human life on the planet, expect any kind of order or restraint? How can they ask for a barrier to obscenity when the government supports the greatest obscenity of all, a nuclear arsenal? Thus, what we get in Naked Lunch, as analogy to the inventory of nuclear weapons, is an inventory of sexual fantasies and perversions that are meant to revolt. If they show anything about the author, it is his Puritan disgust with the flesh. The nuclear age means anything goes, on all levels, including the sexual, which becomes as monstrous as a pile of irradiated, ash-covered corpses. A coprophage calls for a plate, shits on it and eats the shit, exclaiming, that's my rich substance. A beastly young hooligan has gouged out the eye of his conf rear and fucks him in the brain. I am fucking the citizen. He comes to a climax and turns himself into some kinda awful crab. Burroughs is writing in the tradition of 17th century Puritan ideology, in which the sins of the flesh take you straight to hell. He is at once horrified by and attracted to the untamed part of the human personality. Acting out his most extreme impulses in writing was a way of suppressing them in real life. He also longs for the innocent pastoral pre-nuclear American landscape in nostalgic passages that summon up his St. Louis boyhood. Through the bars of East St. Louis lies the dead frontier, riverboat days. Frogs croak in vacant lots where corn grows and boys catch little green garter snakes under broken limestone stele. Behind the hanging scenes and the gangbangs and the images of discharge and defecation is an authentic American wistfulness for the way things used to be. What I want for dinner is a bass fished in Lake Huron in 1920. But post-bomb America is old and dirty and evil, always cops and always trouble. The US drag closes around us like no other drag in the world. Again, Burroughs was writing from life, from his brushes with the law in New York, Texas, and Louisiana, and from his hatred of government regulation while a farmer in East Texas. It's no fun to have such a sour vision of life, to see humanity as degraded and malign, to be on the lookout for the monstrous and disgusting to the exclusion of almost everything else. It's bound to affect you, so that you retreat into fatalism, psychosis de la vida, or hopelessness. Many of Burroughs' characters are suffering from incurable afflictions, such as irreducible neural damage. And yet Burroughs is able finally to shuck off all the pessimism and come up with a moral in the Emersonian vein, the moral of the autonomous man, who is not an agent or a creature of control systems. He is an individual, he is his own authority. There's something heroic in Burroughs' ability to tramp through the swamps without sinking, the swamp of addiction, the swamp of homosexuality, the swamp of pessimism. In a sense, he writes his way out, for his material is not composed in the ordinary way, but dredged up from dreams and Majown hallucinations. It is an articulation of his own panic. Small wonder he repeatedly invokes Coleridge, another drug-assisted writer. When Burroughs writes something scary, you can be sure that it has scared him first. A light sleeper, Burroughs was in the habit of waking after a dream and jotting it down. In this manner entire passages were transcribed from dreams. The end of Naked Lunch came in a nightmare he had while attending Dr. Dent's nursing home. He was walking through a rubbish heap after an atomic blast. 5 Arabs were coming toward him. He carries an open can of gasoline. Throw the gasoline on them and light it. I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth back from the dead. As much as Burroughs protests that he's just a recording device, he secretly knows he's more than that. There's a visionary side to Naked Lunch, perhaps only a logical result of the chaotic world he's describing, where the worst-case scenario comes true. Repeatedly, for instance, he mentions LSD, which no one then had heard of, years before Timothy Leary gave a generation its non-marking orders. In another passage, he predicts the coming of a viral venereal disease that originates in Africa, as AIDS is believed to have done. It starts in Addis Ababa and spreads from New Orleans to Cape Town. The disease shows a predilection for blacks, but whites are not immune. There is no treatment. Males who resign themselves up for passive intercourse to infected partners may also nourish a little stranger. This may have seemed fantastic when it was published in 1959, but in 1988 it's just an echo of the 6 o'clock news. Still another episode that seemed revoltingly far-fetched was that of orgasm by hanging. But this, too, has become a social phenomenon chronicled in articles in the New York Times and Vanity Fair, in a book entitled Autoerotic Fatalities, and on the Oprah Winfrey Show. It seems that there are between 500 and 1,000 such asphyxiations a year, in which thrill-seeking young men tie a noose around their necks and cut off the blood supply to the brain via the carotid arteries, to heighten the pleasure of masturbation. A little slip, a false move, and they're twisting in the wind. The product of Burroughs' fantasy in 1959 has become a documented practice a quarter century later. In fact, all of Naked Lunch, which seemed to the reviewers a sick and outlandish dream, can today be read as a literal account of what has come to pass at the end of the 20th century. There is in Naked Lunch an oracular element, as Burroughs describes certain things about to happen. It is not, however, the work of a wild-eyed and turbaned seer who reads palms and tea leaves. It is a book written by a Harvard-educated, enormously well-read man who has absorbed all of Western literature. Naked Lunch fits quite properly in the same American literary tradition as Moby Dick, of the quest without fulfillment, of the one that got away, whether a fish or a civilization. There are many literary allusions in the text, but as Burroughs' friend Alan Anson pointed out, where in Pound and Eliot they achieve the mournful dignity of old columns, in Burroughs they often lie around like discarded Coca-Cola caps. Rather than pile up references as the scaffolding for a new poem, which is what Eliot does in The Waste Land, rather than repeat passages in classical Greek or Chinese that are incomprehensible to the general reader, as Pound does in the cantos, Burroughs' allusions are often throwaway lines, so that you hardly notice them, as when someone says he's going to cowboy kill the white whale. In one scene at least, however, there is a sustained allusion, taken from Joseph Conrad's Under Western Eyes. The scene is called The Examination, in which Carl Peterson, whose sense of identity has been destroyed by the modern state, is summoned to the Ministry of Mental Hygiene to be questioned by Dr. Benway. It is based on the scene in Conrad's book in which Razumov, a student in St. Petersburg, who has turned in his fellow student Halden for committing a political assassination, is called in for questioning by Counselor Mikulin. Under Western Eyes, Mikulin's mild gaze rested on him, not curious, not inquisitive, certainly not suspicious, almost without expression. In its passionless persistence there was something resembling sympathy. Naked Lunch, for the first time the doctor's eyes flickered across Carl's face, eyes without any emotion Carl had ever experienced in himself or seen in another, at once cold and intense, predatory and impersonal. Razumov rebels under questioning, saying, "I protest against this comedy of persecution. The whole affair is becoming too comical altogether for my taste. A comedy of errors, phantoms, and suspicions. Really, I must claim the right to be done once for all with that man. And in order to accomplish this I shall take the liberty to retire, simply to retire." Carl also wants to remove himself, saying, "It's just that the whole thing is unreal. I'm going now. I don't care. You can't force me to stay." Razumov, he walked to the door, thinking, now he must show his hand. He must ring and have me arrested before I am out of the building, or he must let me go. And either way. Carl, he was walking across the room toward the door. He had been walking a long time. A creeping numbness dragged his legs. The door seemed to recede. Razumov at the door turned his head. "To retire," he repeated. "Where to?" asked Counselor Mikulin softly. "Carl, where can you go, Carl?" The doctor's voice reached him from a great distance. "Out. Away. Through the door. The green door, Carl." In both scenes, the police figure knows there is no place to hide. Razumov will be recruited by the Tsarist police to go to Geneva and spy on the Russian émigré colony. A betrayal sets off a chain reaction, and you can never get out from under, as Burroughs knew from having been set up by Paul Lund. Karl Peterson, the post-Kafka, post-Orwell, post-bomb Razumov, doesn't even know what he's charged with, but he too will become an agent. Look in the sky. Dropping down like paratroopers over Burroughs' prostrate form are platoons of doctoral candidates, their chutes billowing against the blue, loaded down with backpacks full of dissertations sauf qui peut. Actually, their interest validates Naked Lunch as an important work, one that survived the initial scandal to become a classic in its own time. There is a richness in the text that lends itself to multiple interpretations. Take for instance the talking asshole routine, which on the obvious level takes the form of an over-elaborate scatological joke. Did I ever tell you about the man who taught his asshole to talk? Dr. Benway asks. His whole abdomen would move up and down, you dig, farting out the words. Over the years serious critics have read all sorts of things into this passage. Clearly, it seems to be an attempt to overcome that great error of Western thinking, the mind-body duality, which Burroughs sees as a control method based on fraudulent, either-or differentiation. You think as much with your big toe as with your mind, Korzybski used to say. Confounding the orifice of language with the orifice of evacuation is one way of overcoming the duality. Or is it a conflict between the oral and the anal, between mouth and anus, with one organ victorious in its struggle with the ego? Is it a defense against Burroughs' psychic masochism? Or does it have to do with the relation between language and matter? Language in the wrong hands is another control method, as Burroughs knew firsthand from the career of his uncle, Ivy Lee. If anus and mouth become a single orifice, language loses its privileged position, it sinks to the same level as the shit that gets flushed down the toilet. There is a warning in the talking asshole routine about the power of language, which is not to be trusted. Documents are forgeries by nature, Burroughs says. The connection between the name and the object is arbitrary, and Burroughs is trying to liberate the reader from the snares of "in the beginning was the word." Or is it an allegory, with the talking asshole representing the body politic, and the triumph of bureaucracy, and the bureaucrats shoveling their gobbledygook shit? One critic, Robin Leidenberg, finds that the talking asshole routine connects Burroughs to a tradition of man as beast imagery that goes back to Cervantes. In one passage in Don Quixote, two aldermen try to coax a lost donkey out of hiding by imitating its braying. The two aldermen making asses of themselves seem like precursors of the talking asshole. Later, when Sancho Panza asks for a raise, his master tells him, "An ass you are and an ass you must be, and an ass you will end when the course of your life is run." The lesson is that man becomes a beast when he seeks material rewards. Burroughs is on the same track. Like Don Quixote, he seeks to transcend the earthly realm, not heavenward but by looking for ways to leave this accursed planet spaceward. All these latter-day assessments, all these critical responses, all these ingenious theories, are a source of amusement to the author, to whom they had not occurred. Inspired by the Patomane, the French vaudeville performer who could fart the Marseillaise, he merely wanted to write a routine about a man who taught his asshole to talk. He did not see the implication of what he wrote. Perhaps that is the mark of the major writer, one whose work is rich with implication, and who therefore attracts repeated critical scrutiny. Of course some critics thought the experimentation went too far. Naked Lunch was too fragmented, too episodic, too arcane. As he went along, Burroughs burned his bridges. It was as bad as Finnegan's Wake. The irony was that Burroughs never imagined he was writing an experimental work. He was writing as simply and straightforwardly as he could, just setting it down as it came to him. He was, however, trying to avoid manipulating the reader with plot twists and heart tugs. Yes, he shocks the reader with some outrageous scenes, but nothing in the book, he likes to point out, is as absurd as what one reads in the daily newspaper. He was quite open about his intention in Naked Lunch, which was not to entertain but to instruct. When the Titanic is sinking, the only sensible thing to do is point the way to the lifeboats. As Anthony Burgess noted, Burroughs' strength lies in his uninhibited prose, his ability to attack the nerves, but this prose is, in Naked Lunch, in the service of a didactic aim, not an artistic one. And yet here is another either/or, why cannot a book be both didactic and artistic, as much of Swift was, as Dante and Milton were? Surely the two have been often reconciled in Western literature. Naked Lunch continues to be read, more than a quarter century after its publication. It has never been out of print. Indeed, it remains something of a cult book among the young, and is often stolen from the shelves of college libraries. It has also become a tasty meal for doctoral candidates and critics, who recognize it as one of the important works of post-World War II American literature. As Tony Tanner put it in City of Words, William Burroughs, too often seen as a peripheral figure mongering in his own obscene nightmares and eccentric experiments, in a profound way is an important writer, concerning himself precisely with many of those themes and problems which are central to American fiction. 15. Burroughs meets Leary. 1960 to 1961. In April 1960, following his drug bust in Paris, Burroughs left for London, settling into a room in the Empress Hotel, at 25 Lily Road. He occasionally saw Ian Somerville, who was in his last year at Cambridge, and he lectured to the Heretics Club on the cut-ups. He lived quietly, writing his next novel, The Soft Machine, a cut-up work based on material left over from Naked Lunch. This material was his word hoard, a mass of notes and routines that he would continue to recycle into two additional novels, The Ticket That Exploded and Nova Express. Mired in work, Burroughs did little socializing. For relaxation, he would spend a quiet afternoon in the cemetery near the hotel. You couldn't find a more pleasant place to sit in all of London. With the publication of Naked Lunch in Paris and his growing fame as the mystery man of the literary underground, Burroughs had changed, as if he had become a character in his own book. Like his narrator, William Lee, he now thought of himself as an agent surrounded by hostile forces and menacing viruses. Writing was the all-important activity that would protect him. He had to get down on paper the instructions for survival on the planet. He sent a typescript of cut-ups by himself and Brian Geeson to Dave L. Hazelwood, who ran a small press in San Francisco, explaining that his writing was only a transcription of voices along the streets and quarters where I pass. Abstract literature. Not personal opinions. Do these plots really exist? How in the fuck should I know? Just a writer is all. Just an artisan. Not running for office. Just writing what I see and hear in my imagination. Pure abstract literature. Burroughs now dated his letters present time, and told Hazelwood that he wanted Exterminator. As the collection was called, published in response to present need. When Hazelwood asked for biographical data, he responded, I have no past life. Talk to my medium. His medium was Brian Geeson, who was not so detached from worldly concerns, for he wrote Hazelwood to complain that his name was not mentioned in the ad for the book, whereas he was the inventor of the cut-up technique. There is no literary bucking for place here, Geeson said. Times are just hard enough as it is without any misunderstanding. Like Minutes to Go, Exterminator was a book of cut-ups, with Geeson still trying to rub out the words /out the words rub, and playing with other permutations such as Can Mother Be Wrong, and Junk Is No Good Baby. Whereas Burroughs prepared his mixture as before, of newspapers and literary texts, coming up with pithy phrases such as, is this shit necessary language of life? As the flap copy explained, Burroughs in this his latest work has thrown away all traces of a polite regard for the sacred cows of narrative fiction. Magazine and newspaper articles, headlines and catchphrases of the day are cut up, scrambled and thrown at the reader, or rather, sprayed at him in the same way a machine gun sprays its target. Concerned about claim jumping on the cut-up method, Burroughs urged speedy publication. Not only were there no claim jumpers, there were practically no readers, so that when he asked for royalties, as he was short of the ready, there were no royalties, because the book, in an edition of about 1,000 copies, had not sold. Having just made a futile trip to Paris to collect some money from Girodias, Burroughs was understandably vexed, and took it out on David Hazelwood, to whom he wrote, "You seem to be running a mighty loose ship. This is the 5th letter I have sent you, and now I hear that you do not intend to publish Exterminator 2. I consider your behavior sloppy, dishonest, and downright stupid. Is that clear enough, or should I make it even clearer?" Recovering his equanimity, Burroughs accepted the failure of Exterminator. Since there was always a time lag in the acceptance of new concepts. When Paul Bowles received a copy of Exterminator from Jack Kerouac's friend John Montgomery, he wrote, "I'm not really convinced of the importance of Burroughs' new kick. Because I don't believe that abstract literature can help writing much. What does it mean, really, save the expression of unsatisfied desire on the part of the mind to be autonomous?" That March of 1960, traveling in Marrakesh, Paul found Naked Lunch on sale at the bookstore in the Hotel Mamounia. 2 tourists were looking at it, and one said, "It's rather expensive. I don't know as I want to pay £1 for it." "Oh, is it £1? I didn't realize," said the other. "Anyway, I've got the Tropic of Capricorn book. That's quite enough." Still in Paris at the Beat Hotel, Brian Geeson wrote Burroughs that May, "We had the police in again the other day and they gave me a bad moment because they would not believe that it was my passport because I looked too young." In August Ian Somerville arrived in Paris on his summer holiday and he and Brian did some mirror gazing and saw lots of powerfully hat ladies of about 1910. In London that October, the tranquility of Burroughs' life was shattered when one day there was a knock on the door of his hotel room and he opened it to find a young man of unusual beauty. 17-year-old Mikey Portman, who had the pouty lips and mischievous eyes of the Caravaggio Bacchus, the kind of face in which youthful self-indulgence is already tinged with decay, was the first of a new breed, the Burroughs worshipper. He had read Naked Lunch, had been knocked out by it, and was determined to sit at the author's feet. But as Burroughs would learn, having Mikey at your feet was not unlike having Missouri chiggers nipping at your ankles. Mikey was selfish, greedy, weak, and undisciplined. Already at 17, he had every major vice: homosexuality, drug addiction, and alcoholism. He also had, which made things worse, the funds to gratify his vices, for his family owned large chunks of London real estate. Whenever he ran out of money, all he had to do was sign a check. His father had died when he was 15, and his bubble-headed mother was wrapped up in her Greek lover. The only stabilizing factor in his life was his godfather, Lord Goodman, who was head of the Arts Council and private lawyer to Harold Wilson. Portly and avuncular, he looked like Alfred Hitchcock. He was a liberal, who refused to serve South African sherry in his home. As the Portman family solicitor, he put Mikey on an allowance and did his best to curb his excesses. Privately, Lord Goodman referred to Mikey as a poor, shattered thing. Mikey was one of those young men on whom you could smell trouble. You could almost see a sign around his neck that said "Handle at your own risk." Although still in his teens, he already had a reputation for general irresponsibility, such as smoking in bed, or borrowing clothes and not returning them. Michael Wishart, an English painter and man about town who invited Mikey to his house in the south of France, wrote in his memoir, High Diver, that when Mikey was around, the gramophone records became ashtrays and the sheets became tourniquets. His house became a rallying ground for the tout Marseille, Quartier Arabe. Mikey took Wishart's Citroën and crashed it into a ravine, escaping unhurt. He has 9 lives, That boy, his doctor often said. But he was not equipped for terra firma. Wishart concluded, he is far more beautiful, capricious, and unpredictable than any of the monkeys and marmosets I have entertained and been obliged to dispose of in despair. Burroughs at first was not amused by Mikey's craven attempt at ingratiation. Mikey wanted to take a room in the Empress Hotel at once so he could be near his idol, but Burroughs blocked his move, and he flounced out in a huff. Burroughs had been reading newspaper articles about the Soviet Party Congress, some of whose members had described KGB chief Beria as crude and rampant, and an enemy of the Soviet people. He wrote Brian Geeson that Mikey was crude and rampant. In somewhat the same way as Beria, he could be viewed as an enemy of those he wished to befriend. But Mikey kept coming back, wearing Burroughs down so that finally he felt flattered to have this young hanger-on, whose beauty, he found, produced an aphrodisiac effect. Of course, it was always touch and go, because Mikey could be infuriating, and although his family was rich, he was always broke and borrowing money and not paying his share. Burroughs tried to get him to stop using heroin, but that was hopeless. And when he was on junk he was a blank. Mikey was a definite liability, but whenever Burroughs said he'd had enough, he would come bouncing back, as in this letter in which he explains that he has split up completely with a friend who had a bad influence on him. I gather by your letter that this may be exactly the way you feel about me. I am sorry if I have hindered you by my incompetence and sloth, but please believe me when I say that, as far as I consciously am wholeheartedly for you and what you stand for, and if you think my presence is a hindrance, I will understand with no bad feelings. In the face of Mikey's mea culpas, Burroughs always relented. On January 5, 1961, Burroughs received a letter from a Harvard professor named Timothy Leary, director of the Center for Research in Personality, Department of Social Relations, Harvard University. Under the auspices of Harvard, Dr. Leary was studying the effects of consciousness-expanding drugs. He wanted to know whether Burroughs, as a leading expert on the subject, would like to try some of his magic mushrooms. There exists a group of people, Leary wrote, who are interested in the potentialities of such new substances as mescaline and psilocybin. The latter is the synthesis of the Mexican mushroom. Under the right circumstances with the right people, these drugs give not only a memorable high but leave the vision and mind uncluttered in an enduring way. We, and I refer here to mainly Allen Ginsberg and me, with counsel from Aldous Huxley, Alan Watts, etc., are concerned about the politics of the stuff. I know you see the issue. Medicine has already preempted LSD, marijuana is the football for two other powerful groups, Bohemia and the narcotics agents. Mescaline and psilocybin are still up for grabs, and it is our hope to keep them ungrabbed, uncontrolled, available. We are working along these two lines. We are turning on as many well-known opinion-making people as we can. When the issue comes up for legislation, we hope to have a strong team to fight the non-control game. I've got approval for a seminar next semester in which graduate students regularly take mescaline and psilocybin. So specifically, would you be interested in trying the mushrooms? Perhaps you have already had a go at them. In either case, we'd be pleased to have your reaction both to the drug and our Vedic aspirations, Veda being the sacred literature of Hinduism. This letter from Leary to Burroughs could be said to mark the beginning of the 60s movement. It shows Leary, at the birth of his psychedelic revolution, seeking an alliance with those 50s renegades, the Beats. At the same time, it shows how, with Leary as their mediator, Burroughs and Ginsberg made the transition from the 50s to the 60s, keeping up with the changing style of the counterculture, while Kerouac remained frozen in time, an icon of the 50s. Neal Cassady made the transition, too, from the Beats to the hippies, via Ken Kesey's Merry Pranksters, for whom he became the driver. It was like the circle closing on the first forays into the world of drugs, with Hunk in the 40s, and growing pot in Texas, and bringing it to New York to sell in mason jars, with Neal at the wheel. In the 60s, Neal was again at the wheel, driving the Merry Pranksters bus around as they celebrated acid. On the run from the anthill, the beats had been the coureurs de bois of the counterculture, blazing trails through the underbrush. They represented the affirmation of existence at a time when America seemed to be suffering from a collective nervous breakdown, the fruit of World War II, which had shaken up the society like nothing else since the Civil War. Mailer in 1957 wrote about the white Negro, the new man, who feels the danger that a black man feels from a hostile society, and who says, why not encourage the psychopath in oneself, as society is doing? Briefly, a beat movement flourished, whipped up by the media after the success of On the Road, but its energy soon flagged. Self-parody was a sure sign of decline, as when Ted Jones advertised himself in the Village Voice as a beatnik for hire at parties. And yet there would have been no Village Voice without the energy of the beats. So, with the closing of the Eisenhower years, a new set of boat rockers arrived on the scene. The mutation from beat to hippie meant a switch from grass to acid, from literature to music, from a small group of writers and artists and jazz musicians to a mass youth movement, from an anti-political stance to a coalition of anti-war, civil rights, and environmental movements, a great nest into which flew birds of every feather, from yippies to radical nuns and priests. The beat mission of expanding consciousness mutated into ecological and anti-war consciousness. The questioning of authority, the drugs, the experimental lifestyle, the leaning toward Eastern philosophy, all were a carryover from the beats. But in the 60s, concerts began to drown out poetry readings. The 60s people were on an audio trip and didn't need much more poetry than John Lennon's lyrics and Bob Dylan's lyrics, Dylan, who had started out writing long surrealist poems that he sent to city lights, and whose early songs reflected his reading of Howl and On the Road. At the heart of this transition, of this generational upheaval, was Dr. Leary, proclaiming that he had the answer in LSD, which would enlighten and free its users. There was a time in the 60s when people wore a blue and orange button that said Leary is God. Of course he had to compete for the title with John Lennon, Bob Dylan, Jim Morrison, and several other contenders. In 1960, however, Dr. Leary was not yet God. He was a Harvard professor who had not yet stumbled on LSD but who had, through some moment of aberration on the part of the university authorities, been empowered to administer hallucinogenic drugs to graduate students and prominent people in various fields. Although it's not generally known, Harvard had pioneered LSD experiments before Leary, in the mid-50s, when ads appeared in the Harvard Crimson asking for volunteers at $25 a day. The undergraduates who responded were taken to Boston's psychopathic hospital and given doses of LSD. It was part of a research program into death and dying. But when several of the volunteers freaked out, the LSD testing was discontinued. Later, Harvard gave Leary the go-ahead, in which were planted the seeds of the 60s counterculture. As the Beats got started by being expelled from Columbia, it was when Leary was fired from Harvard in 1963 and went out on his own that he became a leader of the young, up-leveling, as he would put it, failure into success. At the time that he wrote Burroughs, Leary was a boyish, aggressively clean-cut, and tweety 40-year-old, having been born in 1920 in Springfield, Massachusetts, of a Catholic mother and an army dentist father, who fixed Eisenhower's teeth, among others. An army brat raised mostly by his mother, Leary went to Holy Cross in 1938 but rebelled against the Jesuits, and then got into West Point, where he made it through Beast Barracks before falling from grace. Drunk on the troop train returning to West Point after the Army-Navy game, he missed reveille the following morning. When questioned by the company commander, he would not admit that he was the one who had brought the booze on the train, and he was ordered to report before an honor committee made up of other cadets. When the honor committee asked him to resign from the Corps of Cadets, he refused as a matter of pride. His punishment was the silent treatment. No cadet was allowed to sit next to him in the mess hall, and he had to request food by writing on a pad. He was a non-person, completely ignored. In August 1941 he went before a court-martial, which acquitted him, so the honor committee decided to demerit him out. Demerits poured down for the flimsiest of reasons, for untrimmed hairs in his nostrils, for a shaving cut cited as careless injury to government property. Leary agreed to resign from the point in exchange for vindication by the Honor Committee. He had fought the system to a draw, and would continue to fight it, for the West Point experience had turned him into a subversive, who had decided that nothing good for America can come from those gray Gothic piles. There was indeed a pattern of expulsion from military and academic institutions, from West Point, from the University of Alabama in 1942, where he had sneaked into a girls' dormitory, and later from Harvard. But he also obtained his academic credentials at Berkeley, with a doctorate in philosophy, which eventually led to his Harvard appointment. Leary's adoption of psychedelic drugs came almost by accident. Vacationing in Mexico in the summer of 1960, he took some magic mushrooms in Cuernavaca, obtained from the witch doctor of a nearby village. He went into trances, had visions, and experienced what amounted to a religious conversion. He had seen the face of God, and would never be the same. Back at Harvard that fall, Leary decided to devote himself to the study of mind expansion through the use of hallucinogenic drugs. He moved to a big house in Newton, 5 miles from Cambridge. He discovered that the Swiss chemical company Sandoz had isolated psilocybin, the active ingredient of the mushroom. On Harvard stationery, he dictated a letter asking for a supply for research purposes. The pink pills arrived labeled, "Not to be sold," for research investigation. Then Leary learned that the grand old man of psychedelic experimentation, Aldous Huxley, who had written 2 books on mescaline, The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell, was right there in Cambridge, as a visiting professor at MIT. It seemed providential. Tall, gray, stooped, and nearly blind, the 66-year-old Huxley reminded Leary's wife Susan of Gandalf the Grey Wizard in Tolkien's Fellowship of the Ring. That October and November Leary and Huxley met to design a research program. They took psilocybin together. Huxley saw it in religious terms, calling it a gratuitous grace. Leary wanted to spread the word of mind expansion, which he saw as a tool for cracking the psychotic crust that covered America. The tree of knowledge, he thought, had been the first controlled substance which Adam and Eve had been expelled from paradise for using. The Bible had enforced food and drug prohibitions. The idea was to distribute psilocybin, selectively, and to prevent the government and other meddlers from regulating it. Leary's ambition was to turn on the entire country, the clergy, the bureaucrats, the politicians, the lawyers, the military, to pop his pills down the nation's throat. But he had to start slowly, and this is where Allen Ginsberg came in. Allen had his ear so close to the ground it was full of grasshoppers, and he heard about Leary's work and asked to visit. Allen came up that December and took some pills, and began recommending people that Leary could contact, for Allen had all sorts of connections. His address book was the who's who of the counterculture. Allen of course recommended his friends. Jack Kerouac took the mushrooms, but he was a juicer, who had never liked drugs. His reaction to the claims of instant enlightenment was, walking on water wasn't done in a day. Neil Cassidy was more receptive, calling psilocybin the Rolls-Royce of dope. Leary wanted well-known people from the artistic community, whom Allen rounded up: Dizzy Gillespie, Willem de Kooning, Robert Lowell. "You've got to write a big, enthusiastic letter to Burroughs," Allen said, "and get him interested in taking psilocybin. He knows more about drugs than anyone alive." Responding to Leary's January 5 letter, Burroughs replied on January 20, "I can only say that I think what you are doing is vitally important. Yes, I would be very much interested in trying the mushrooms and writing up the trip as I have done with mescaline. I think the wider use of these drugs would lead to better conditions at all levels. Perhaps whole areas of neurosis could be mapped and eradicated in mass therapy." Leary sent him the mushrooms in February, reporting that Arthur Koestler had come to stay for 3 days. His reaction to the mushrooms had been amazingly mixed. The author of Darkness at Noon called drugs an obscene shortcut, insisting that he preferred whiskey and good wine, and yet after taking the mushrooms he admitted that they put you in touch with God. He asked Leary for a supply to take back to London so he could turn on his friends. Charles Olson, the 2-meter-tall Black Mountain poet, had turned on with Kessler, but Leary found that great writers' sparring interfered with the trip. And yet Olson, who had always been down on drugs, was now saying, "Give them all mushrooms." Leary was already moving into his second phase, which was a group therapy project in a state prison in Concord, Massachusetts, where a hip black prison psychiatrist named Madison Presnell was receptive to his ideas. They would give mushrooms to the convicts every 2 weeks and hold discussions afterwards. Leary was pretty sure they could turn on some of the guards as well. He also planned a reaching out program for ex-cons in the area, in which a few would be hired as community liaison to help other ex-cons in trouble, giving them whatever they needed: lawyers, schooling, cash, or mushrooms. Leary was in a unique position. By using the name and authority of Harvard, he had obtained an unlimited supply of psilocybin, of which he was the sole dispenser, without any faculty supervision. He was happily infiltrating the society with a substance he knew little about, except that it gave you trances and opened the doors of perception. He attributed to it miraculous, behavior-modifying properties, seeing it as a way to change such a normally unregenerate segment of society as the prison population. Riding the crest of his utopian wave, he had arranged a symposium at the annual meeting of the American Psychological Association, which was being held that September of 1961 in New York, on drugs and the empirical expansion of consciousness, and he wanted Burroughs to be a member of the panel. "We need your moral support," he wrote on February 14. "I know you will understand the tightrope we walk." The meeting could be the equivalent of the Armory show for modern art. Once the snowball starts rolling, it's amazing and really shocking to see how everyone, including the most implausible everyone, starts jumping on. I see it this way, that I'm just an academic second baseman playing in a ball game that you started, and I'd feel a lot better to have you around when we start playing the crucial series. Burroughs agreed to attend, even though he tried the psilocybin in Paris that March of 1961 and found it awful. It made him nauseated and irritable, and the visions he had were not pleasant. He saw green boys with purple fungoid gills. In April 1961, he went to Tangier to spend the rest of the spring and summer, staying at the Hotel Muneria. He was sorry to see that the Spanish were all gone, which meant no more boys. It was a changed and sadder place, and all the trees in the Gran Saco had been cut down. Coming through the sidewalk in their place were bearded, sandaled, long-haired creatures of the late beatnik or early hippie species, the female members with blackened eyes and whitened lips, who had included Tangier on their Occident to Orient itinerary. There were so many of them that the town looked like Greenwich Village. Burroughs deplored the presence of these untidy young people, who were in a sense his constituents, who read his books, and whose lifestyle he had helped to spawn. He tried a hallucinogenic powder called Prestonin, actually dimethyltryptamine, known as the businessman's buzz, because the high lasted only half an hour, made with ether, which gave him nightmarish visions, trips to the ovens like white-hot bees through your flesh. "But I was only in the ovens for 30 seconds and pretty good for a goy," they said, and showed me around a very small planet. Burroughs decided to offer some to Paul Bowles, who was still around, and who was friendly, but shifty like the color he was born, as he wrote to Allen Ginsberg. He went to Paul's apartment and said, "How do you want to take it, inject it, or sniff it?" "No injections, thank you," thought Paul. He didn't want to get hepatitis from a dirty needle. "All right, I'll sniff it." From a dirty gray bottle, Burroughs took out a substance that looked to Paul like the powder that was ground up out of fried worms to make mezcal in Mexico. He made a little paper cone and took a sniff, and then Paul took a sniff, and there was a terrific explosion inside his head. He felt as though his head was a garage, and one of the walls of the garage had blown out, and he had a vision of the side of his head burst open, as in a comic strip. Then he thought he was thousands of miles from anywhere, far far away by himself, like a baby bird melting on a bough. In the meantime, Burroughs had gone into the kitchen to shoot up some more, and came back and asked, "Well, how is it?" A terrified Paul replied, "I don't know," and Burroughs said, "You're probably getting bum kicks." Well, thought Paul, nobody could call it fun. Burroughs didn't like it much either, and was increasingly sure that hallucinogenic drugs were not for him. Going to the ovens reminded him of the ergot outbreaks in medieval France from rotten bread, known as St. Anthony's fire. It was about as unpleasant an effect as you could have with a drug. The day after he tried Prestone, a cool mist came in from the sea and covered the waterfront. In his hotel room, Burroughs started experimenting with photo montages, which would eventually fill many scrapbooks. He spread some snapshots out on the bed with a gray silk dressing gown he had bought in Gibraltar and several other objects, and rephotographed the ensemble. It was a sort of photographic cut-up of random objects. As it turned out, that summer of 1961 in Tangier was a gathering of the tribe. Allen Ginsberg, Alan Anson, and Gregory Corso turned up, and Burroughs was joined by Ian Somerville and Mikey Portman. The only counterculture statesman absent from the conclave was Jack Kerouac, who was stuck in the States with a paternity suit. His wife, Joan Haverty, had given birth to a daughter, Jan, in 1952, and Jack was sure he was not the father, having been told by doctors that he was not fertile as the result of his mumps. As he wrote Neil Cassidy that April of 1961, "One night when I went to visit her to try to tell her on the road had been rejected by Giroux because the sales manager Ed Hodge wouldn't like it, she was in bed with a Puerto Rican dishwasher called Rosario. I never knew his second name. I'm certain the girl is not my seed, and I'm going to have the court order the blood test when the time comes. This bitch is trying to take my own mother's life away. You remember as well as I do my mother worked in the shoe factory for years while I wrote most of my books. Now she's retired, on $84 a month Social Security, and I take care of the rest. But now this bitch with a shit-ass tight-faced Jew lawyer is closing in on me for what's left after taxes." There you have the salacious picture of a typical American marriage whore. Jack's conviction that the child was not his should be balanced against Jan Kerouac's striking resemblance to her father. But whoever the father was, how sad and ironic that the man who had eulogized the road was still tied to his mother's apron strings. That summer of 1961 in Tangier became known as the psychedelic summer because they all sampled Leary's pills. Leary-induced chemical euphoria was in the air, but there were many undercurrents as well, having to do with the changing identities of the principal players and with the muddying of waters caused by the presence of new players. Allen had not seen Burroughs since his departure from the Beat Hotel in 1958, and was still a little worried that Bill's obsession for him remained. In their correspondence, when Allen mentioned that he and Peter Orlovsky had gotten hot and horny with a couple of girls, Bill spitefully replied that Allen would always regret making it with women, that they had teeth in their vaginas, and so on. And then, when Allen, trying to show Bill that no relationship was idyllic, told him that sometimes he had to nag Peter for sex, Bill responded rather superciliously that he had never had that problem with his Spanish boys. They had both changed. Allen now saw himself as one of the venerables elected by youth to lead them. He had a position, his manuscripts were in demand, even the proofs were sold to a collector, which he found rather ghastly, like selling fingernail clippings. Allen noticed that after the publication of Naked Lunch, Bill seemed to go through an amazing transformation, seemed to gather strength, seemed to go beyond Allen in ordering his mind and emotions, expanding into a more solid artist role, so that pretty soon, instead of being a suitor, he became a teacher, more and more identified with his writing. His human fallibility and vulnerability dropped off, and he seemed to take on a kind of armor, so that Allen began to feel that he had lost something in the bargain. Bill was no longer dependent on him, or rather, the sexual role had been transposed into the role of editor and agent, a role that Allen gladly took on to compensate for not being able to satisfy him physically. It was another way of showing devotion. Underlying all these feelings was the conviction that they would join up again, which was realized in 1961 when Allen raised some money to go abroad with Peter Orlovsky. He went first to Paris, where in the Beat Hotel he met Brian Geeson for the first time, writing Burroughs that he considered Brian unhealthily superstitious. Brian had a big, red, garishly florid face, which frightened Alan. He was coming on with this galloping paranoia, as if everything was a plot and everyone was an agent, seeing conspiracies and correspondences everywhere. Alan was repelled by his hashish-induced performance. He wasn't really able to relax with Brian until years later, when he was giving a reading in Vancouver and looked up Brian's mother, Stella. When he told Brian, the paranoia dissolved. Alan realized that the origin of Brian's anxiety was a feeling of shame about his background. His mother was a farm girl who did not fit in with the princess circuit. Alan had been through so many twists and turns with his own mother that anyone else's mother was all right with him. He understood that Brian wanted people to think he was self-generated, whereas he had a mom like everyone else. His other reason for disliking Brian at first was that Brian had so much influence over Bill, and he was a little jealous. Somehow Brian had conned Bill, who had always been a practical and common-sense person, into playing arcane magical games. And it seemed to Alan that he had lost the authority that Brian had gained, and that Brian was making fun of him and undermining whatever authority he had left, so of course he was wary of Brian, although he was careful not to badmouth him. He did, however, feel that with the cut UPS Brian had led Bill right down the garden path. Alan liked linear narrative, and thought Bill's prose was enough of a cut-up as it was. The mind already cut material up. Then when Bill started saying that he was doing cut UPS to get messages from other worlds, well, to put it politely, Alan thought that was balls. When Alan arrived in Tangier that May with Peter Orlovsky, he found a different Bill, aloof and guarded, who seemed no longer to value the old ties of friendship. Alan wondered what it was it the influence of Brian Geeson, who with the cut-up method was pushing him into dehumanization, cutting up people the way he cut up texts? Perhaps the cut UPS were a useful passage, to see where he was going, but working in that mode seemed to be making him humanly unreachable. Or was it, Alan wondered, that Bill was still trying to work out the frustration of their old relationship, that he was now questioning habitual patterns, and asking himself why he had been so long obsessed with someone who was not receptive? In any case, Alan was startled when at their first meeting Burroughs asked, "Who are you an agent for?" Alan knew he didn't mean a government agent, he meant that one's personality was a composite of all the influences and viruses that had already been contracted, of the imprints that had already been laid on. Burroughs told Alan that he had been imprinted by Lionel Trilling at Columbia. He said he saw Trilling in his face. Alan protested that it wasn't so, but in hindsight, he recognized that the statement had some validity. There was a certain part of his consciousness that had tried to please authority figures, which was a once-removed way of pleasing his father. But Bill was using his insights in a menacing manner, which made Alan go through a period of doubting his own identity and the value of his work. And then Bill was always flanked by his two attendants or puerile bodyguards, Ian Somerville and Mikey Portman, whom Alan found difficult, possessive, and malevolent. They were living together in an arrangement that Alan never understood, although it was clear that Bill had a crush on Mikey, who was encouraging his worst tendencies. Mikey had the new wave indifference to anything classical, as well as an adolescent cattiness. He had a way of patronizing Peter when they went out to supper, which made Peter frightened and angry. Peter was made to feel unwanted, and Alan was caught in the middle. Bill, who thought Peter was dumb, encouraged the baiting. On one occasion, Alan was invited to dinner without Peter, who got upset at being so pointedly excluded, and decided to take off on his own. Alan wanted to stay in Tangier, and felt that Peter should have stuck it out. They argued to the point that Alan said Peter was a firing squad, with the usual orders, ready, aim, fire, followed by the coup de grace. But Peter felt rejected, and they parted temporarily that August, amid a good deal of grief, with Peter predicting they would not see each other again for years. Ian confided to Alan that he didn't like Mikey either, who was slavishly copying Bill. When Bill drank mint tea, Mikey drank mint tea. When Bill wore a trench coat, Mikey wore a trench coat. He even imitated the way Bill walked, with brisk, short steps. Mikey had a taste for black cock, Ian told Alan, and would probably end up with a knife between the ribs. Well, at least he had an adventurous soul, thought Alan. In spite of these problems with the crew, Alan and the others made the most of their stay. On June 4, Alan, Peter, and Gregory Corso sat on woven mats under a fig tree and drank green mint tea. Later, they smoked pot in alabaster pipes and gazed at the ocean, which seemed to Alan a vast animal back, a blue wall of living jewels and fire. They seemed to be conversing on the height of the sea. On July 9, on the roof of the Armour Hotel overlooking the beach, Alan's typewriter clicked as the window panes rattled with the roar of a levanter. He thought of his mother, Naomi, in the madhouse, the mother to whom in sex with a woman he was afraid to return. Peter was sick in bed, and Gregory was curled up in his room with a cut finger. Alan knocked off at 2 that afternoon and stopped by Bill's room. He was lying in bed with his clothes on, and Mikey Portman was at his desk, faithful as a hound dog. Bill said he had been high on Mayjown, entering a very exquisite place. He had seen the ghost of Truman Capote, with the skin rotting and hanging from his body like Spanish moss. Alan thought of Peter, who was leaving for Istanbul in August, and wept at all the years they had spent together. With his departure, Alan's sense of assurance and unity would be gone. In mid-July, Alan Anson arrived from Athens, which he reported was no cocksucker's dream, but when you could get it it was cheap, from 70 cents to $1 a crack. He had not seen Burroughs since 1957, but had much admired Naked Lunch, although he felt that some of the obscenity was unnecessary. There were too many fucks in a little room. And of course if you're trying to show sex as something nice, obscenity is a very two-edged tool. What description wants to do is suggest. Boy is a sexier word than cock. As for the cut UPS, Anson said that when you smash a mirror because you don't like what it reflects, the fragments continue to wink the old message. Only an obsessed writer can make cut UPS fascinating, but the fascination is not that of total victory. It seemed to Anson that Gregory Corso was the life of the Tangier party, part Groucho and part Harpo, saying things that no one would think to say. When they went to see Paul Bowles, Gregory asked, "Why are you so polite?" "Well, maybe I am too polite," Paul admitted. But there came a day when Gregory rose up in wrath. He didn't like Mikey Portman either, whom he called Replica Bill Burroughs. So Mikey drank this thick sugary mint tea to show what? He was a bore, really. One morning Mikey came by to give Gregory some Mayjown he had made. Now Mikey could seldom do anything right, and he had used kif mixed with tobacco to make the Mayjown, which makes it inedible. When Gregory ate it, he immediately got sick and started retching, and became convinced that he was the victim of a cabal masterminded by Burroughs, who had complete control over those two wretched kids, Ian and Mikey, the light and the dark. Doubled over in pain in his hotel room, Gregory kept repeating, "Oh my God, I been poisoned, he coulda killed me." Then he decided, "I'm goin' after the motherfuckers." He ran over to Burroughs' hotel, finding him with Alan Anson, and called him Willie the Weasel. Burroughs had no idea what he was incensed about. "You're not any big guru," Gregory said. "All you care about is getting your cock up those boys' asses." Burroughs had heard enough and said, "Get out of here, you little wop." "And ya didn't kill me with your air rifle, did ya?" Gregory said, "the way ya said ya would." Interceding, Anson said, "The trouble with you, Gregory, is that you can never be a leader of men the way William can." But Gregory, for the moment anyway, no longer trusted Burroughs. Even though he did not think he would ever encounter a more genius or dignified type, he had lost faith in him. He had bad taste in his Jason trick and in accepting Mikey the replica, who was a dolt to begin with. Every word he uttered was "Bill says this and Bill says that, the poor mother." What a sorry mess. And to think that once he had offered to aid Bill in everything, and they had been close, and now there was no more closeness. So what? Without Burroughs, the world was a less sinister hang-up. Paul Bowles often had the whole crew over at his apartment, while viewing them through his "what fools these mortals be" lenses. Allen Ginsberg had a good mind, in spite of always trying to epate one, while Peter Orlovsky didn't seem to have any mind at all. Allen talked a great deal about getting all the beats together, and somehow connecting the beat movement to the Communist Party, an idea to which Gregory Corso responded with enthusiasm, while Burroughs didn't react at all. Ian Somerville, Paul thought, was so high-strung he could explode at any moment. But he knew all about electronics, and was brilliant at repairing tape recorders. He would talk mathematics when he got high, and no one knew what he was talking about. As for Mikey Portman, he didn't know north from south. His father had left him a heavy platinum cigarette case, which he forgot at the Café de Paris, to the delight of some waiter or street Arab, no doubt. And one evening there was a party on the ground floor of Paul's building, and Mikey arrived at 7:30, and it must have been 1:30 in the morning when Mikey came pounding on his door, asking to borrow 25,000 francs. He had forgotten he had a taxi waiting the whole time. Paul thought that he should have had in his passport profession, lost soul. Now that Burroughs had been published, he was not so deferential toward Paul, and did not hesitate to disagree with him. When Burroughs went into his "we must leave the planet" routine, Paul said, "We must never allow anyone to leave this planet, and I am perfectly content to stay here with shit inside me." "Well, Paul," Burroughs said, "that's your point of view, don't expect me to share it." They were philosophical opposites. Burroughs was a visionary and Paul was an 18th-century encyclopedist. It annoyed Burroughs that Paul would not admit that he was interested in magic. As a matter of New England principle, he had to ignore such things, saying, "I have never had a psychic experience." "Nonsense, Paul," Burroughs said, "everyone has psychic experiences, it's part of life." It seemed to Burroughs that during the entire summer there were too many psychic forces jumping around, too many tensions and undercurrents, from which he protected himself by donning his Reichian character armor. Mikey Portman's West Indian friend summed it all up when he said, "Mikey, it is terrible what is going on here, spirits fighting. All the time spirits fighting." In early August, Leary arrived, hoping to fold the Beat legacy into the psychedelic movement. Allen was the bridge, the Marco Polo of the counterculture, the cultural carrier and transmitter, the electrician who connected the wires. Leary was convinced that his cultural role was more important than his poetry, and that in the final analysis they were all pawns on Allen's big chessboard. Leary took a cab from the airport to the Hotel Armour, where Allen had reserved a room at $2 a night. It was his first time in Morocco, a culture built on drugs, with the whole country basking in the soft mellow haze of hashish and pot. The royal fair was in town and the king's picture was draped around every lamp-post. You could hear the distant music of pipes and drums and see the gleam of fairground lanterns. There were tightrope walkers and jugglers on the Avenida de España. After dinner, he and Allen went to Burroughs' hotel. In his dark cave of a room, with hundreds of photographs pasted together, and 3 deliberately untuned radios blaring noise and static, Leary was introduced to a tall, stooped, courtly man, flanked by 2 handsome English boys. "Well," said Allen, "everyone's been waiting for you to arrive with the legendary mushrooms of intercontinental fame. Montezuma's medicine. Oh fabled poets." The session began in the dim-lit, crowded, smoky room in the Villa Muneria, dubbed by Gregory Villa Delirium, with the unmade bed and the paper-littered desk. Burroughs lay back on his bed, and the rest of them went out into the garden overlooking the harbor, where they could see lights twinkling in the rigging of ships. Allen Anson was laughing and shaking his head. "This can't be true," he said, as the psilocybin spread through his cells. "So beautiful. Heaven. But where is the devil's price? Anything this great must have a terrible flaw in it." It can't be this good. Will we ever come down? Alan was affected differently, being depressed over Peter's departure and the situation with Bill and the boys, which was still a bit like a Cold War. He told Leary that Burroughs was anti-love. Alan was clinging to his identity as a poet and as Peter's lover, but Peter was gone, and Bill had told him that poetry was finished, because the world was moving on to a new consciousness that might eliminate words and ideas. Alan's pride was hurt, since part of his security depended on his identity as a poet. And now that the mushrooms took effect, he was filled with anxiety upon realizing that he had no separate self, but was the same as everyone else. They went back in to find Burroughs and waited outside his door, and after a while it slowly creaked open, and there he stood, almost collapsed against the wall. He rubbed his haggard, damp face with his left hand and stared blankly ahead, like someone who has seen a ghost. "Bill, how are you doing?" Leary asked. "I would like to sound a word of warning," Leary recalled Burroughs as saying. "I'm not feeling too well. I was struck by juxtaposition of purple fire mushroomed from the pain banks. Urgent warning. I think I'll stay here in shriveling envelopes of larval flesh. I'm going to take some apomorphine. One of the nastiest cases ever processed by this department. You fellows go down to the fair and see film and brain waves tuning in on soulless insect people." Clearly, the mushrooms were not for him. He had not liked them the first time, and the second time even less. Alan Anson pointed out that he had taken a very large dose, 15 pills to Anson's 5. But Burroughs said that didn't make any difference. He had taken smaller doses, it just wasn't quite as disagreeable. The others, however, were impressed. As Ian Somerville wrote Brian Geeson, Leary arrived and laid us all low with mushrooms to the extent that even Gregory had nothing but good to say and was as friendly as hell, and universal love reared its ugly head. Then things got back to normal. Alan, his pride wounded by Bill's statement that poetry was finished, went to his room the next day and told him he wanted to see him alone. But the ever-present Mikey was there, hovering around the door as they were talking inside. When Bill told Mikey that he and Alan were going out to lunch, Mikey said, "Guess I'll come along." There was no getting rid of him. When Mikey went to the men's room during lunch, Bill, sensing Alan's annoyance, said, "He is too dependent on me, that's the problem." So that Alan began to see things less as a conspiracy of Bill and Mikey against him. Bill did want everyone included, though the basis of inclusion was that they had to alter their minds, in the sense that Alan's mind told him that he was a poet and Peter's lover, both of which Burroughs thought were pointless. Just as he seemed to think sex was pointless. When Alan told him that sex was a part of the reaffirmation and support of identity, he admitted that sex might be a way to merge souls on an egoless basis, and that he put it down only when it was corrupted, as when it was part of the power ego grab in America and other so-called civilized nations. Then things came to a head when Mikey's friend Mark Grochin arrived. A fat and loutish boy who worshipped Mikey in the same way that Mikey worshipped Burroughs, Mark was an obvious scapegoat, drawing to his pathetic person all the tensions and cruelties in the psychic atmosphere. As Burroughs recalled the incident in a conversation with Alan Anson many years later, there was an occasion at Paul's when Mark Grochin took Mayjown and flipped out with the horrors. "I have a feeling of heat," he said, and Paul said, "Oh, my God, it's hot in here, isn't it?" And Alan looked askance and said, "What in hell is Paul doing?" He was making it worse. And Leary was trying to talk to Mark and get him out of the horrors he was experiencing. "Yes," said Anson, "there's a very unpleasant side to Paul, and that was a very good example of it." "Well, you know," Burroughs said, "he gave Cyril Connolly Mayjown, and Bob Rauschenberg, who hates him to this day, saying that he gave him this stuff and he didn't know what was happening or what was in it, and he was in a state of fear, and far from reassuring him, Paul was making things worse. Saying, yes, it sometimes has these terrible effects on people. There have been a number of suicides. Just building it up. Paul enjoys seeing the discomfort of others. That isn't a very attractive trait, is it? Anson asked. Of course, his father was a dentist, a profession oblige, wouldn't you say? I don't imagine he was a particularly painless dentist, Burroughs said. He was one of those a little pain won't hurt you kinds of dentists. Ahmed Yacobi, Paul's Moroccan painter friend, was the one who had the Majoun, Anson said. It had some opium in it. I talked to Yacobi, Burroughs said, and he admitted to me that he and Paul did this quite deliberately, giving Majoun to people who often had not even smoked pot before, and enjoying their discomfort. See, the danger of Majoun is that it takes an hour or an hour and a half to hit, and people think it's had no effect and take some more. And the first thing they know, they feel terrible. Allen Ginsberg, however, describing the incident in a letter to Peter Orlovsky a few days after it happened, saw it rather differently. Bill and Mikey were too high to notice I took care of Mark, who was suffering isolation, and realized they were too fucked up to notice and care for him. I brought Mark out of it, and Bill said he was in error. I think it was nastiness on Mikey's part. When Leary left, Allen was convinced that he would start a beautiful consciousness alteration of the whole world. He was sold on the mushrooms, and on Leary's claim that they cut off the ego part of the brain in the cortex, leaving an open brain without any loss of the idea of self. Leary never imagined there could be any academic opposition to his drug experiments. He had grandiose plans to turn on people high up in government. In this, the first year of the Kennedy presidency, a new age seemed to be dawning. Kennedy's first term had begun inauspiciously, with the Bay of Pigs disaster, but no matter, Kennedy was a symbol of youth and change and a thaw in the ice age of the 50s. He had created the Peace Corps, and Freedom Riders were demonstrating in Alabama. A 20-year-old Minnesotan who had changed his name from Robert Zimmerman to Bob Dylan was singing in Greenwich Village coffee houses. Just as Kerouac, Ginsberg, and Burroughs had provided the counterculture with its primers, just as Leary was offering his psychedelic revolution package, Dylan would give the counterculture its anthems, Blowin' in the Wind, and The Times They Are a-Changin'. Leary saw a good omen in the appointment of some of his Harvard colleagues, such as the historian Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., as presidential advisors. Overflowing with optimism, he told Allen, "We'll turn on Schlesinger, and then we'll turn on Kennedy." Paul Bowles took Leary with a grain of salt, and had a vision of him as a bishop blessing 5,000 people in a cathedral. He always loved everything, and never had a disparaging word to say, and never showed any angst at all, which made Paul a bit suspicious. Maybe his mind was blown, as though he'd had a lobotomy. Burroughs, however, found Leary aware, confident, and well-intentioned, and accepted his invitation to come to Cambridge and take part in experiments in white noise and sensory deprivation. Although Burroughs had confirmed his aversion to psilocybin, Leary said there were other drugs he could try, such as peyote. With Leary's departure, the psychedelic summer ended and the little band split up. Gregory left for London, where he was knocked out by pub names such as Queen's Head and Artichoke. Allen Anson and Allen Ginsberg went to Greece, the latter feeling guilty at not having stuck by Peter. In Athens he ran into the critic Leslie Fiedler, who expounded another depressing theory, that criticism was now more important than poetry. Allen was still worrying about the problem that Burroughs had posed, that of cutting off one's identity. He did not find an answer until he met the Buddhists in Tibet, who told him that if you see something horrible, don't cling to it, and if you see something beautiful, don't cling to it. Burroughs and his two disciples returned to the Empress Hotel in London. Burroughs was fed up with Mikey Portman, who, as he put it, was always overdrawing his account. Mikey took the dent cure, establishing a pattern for years to come, of drinking himself into a stupor, going on junk, and taking the cure. What could you do with a beautiful boy who had so little sense that he drank a quart of vodka a day on top of heroin? When Mikey said he was going to Paris while Bill was in Cambridge with Leary, Burroughs warned Brian Geeson, "For God's sake, no open bank with Mikey. I pass along urgent warning, watch that little fucker. Give him the conducted tour routine and see he misses anything important. Gregory came to say goodbye to Bill before he flew off to Cambridge and found that the scene was Tangier all over again. There he was in his smoky hotel room with Ian and Mikey playing the courtiers. How could Burroughs be a good man, Gregory wondered, when he left in his wake basket cases like Sinclair Beals and Mikey Portman? What was he but a dead zombie junkie out to fuck all human beings, in spite of his surefire style of writing? Burroughs flew to Boston on August 23, all expenses paid by Leary's Harvard outfit. Leary's big, rambling house in Newton was a sort of Ivy League commune. He lived there with his son, daughter, and girlfriend, and all sorts of people came and went, Harvard people, people taking mushrooms, and distinguished hangers-on such as Gerald Heard and Alan Watts, two Englishmen who had gravitated westward to America, while their minds were turned eastward toward Vedanta and Buddhism. Heard, who was said to be a living example of the Welschian supermind, had come to California in 1937 and espoused Eastern philosophy, yoga, and vegetarianism. He was a close friend and advisor of Aldous Huxley, to whom he fed ideas for his book Eyeless in Gaza. Alan Watts had arrived in 1938 and was considered responsible, along with Allen Ginsberg and the poet Gary Snyder, for the Buddhist influence on beat writing, through his various books and articles selling mysticism without tears. A prodigious drinker and self-proclaimed adulterer, Watts was a happy mixture of hedonist and Buddhist, the very prototype of the rascal guru. Both Heard and Watts were scheduled to join Leary and Burroughs on the panel at the American Psychological Association. Burroughs went to work on his paper, on the difference between narcotic and psychedelic drugs, but his first impressions of the Leary operation were decidedly negative. He was upset by the waste and conspicuous consumption at the Leary household. Enough food to feed a regiment was left out to spoil all over a vast kitchen by Leary's overfed and undisciplined children. In the other rooms typewriters, cameras, TV sets, record players, and toys of every description were stacked to the ceiling. It was a real nightmare of surfeit, indicative to Burroughs of the unhealthy state of American society. He had been hoping that Leary would have other drugs besides mushrooms, but such was not the case. He refused to take any more psilocybin, writing Paul Bowles, "Nothing will ever get another psilocybin pill down this throat. I am of course not expressing my feelings on the subject to Leary lest he cut off the dollar dot." In early September they went to New York for the panel at the Statler Hotel. Leary felt that he was making history. Here, before the cream of the psychological establishment, he was leading the first scientific panel on mind-expanding drugs. They had him in a room seating 200, and he went to the manager of the Statler and said, "Listen, we need a bigger room, we've got some big names here." But it was too late, and he played to an SRO audience. There were people standing in the hallway. Fortified by 2 joints, Burroughs gave an effective presentation, going through the different classes of drugs, and warning against lumping them together: stimulants like cocaine and benzedrine, narcotics like heroin, sleeping drugs like barbiturates, and psychedelics, which were supposed to give you heightened awareness. Back in Newton, Burroughs was hoping to take part in serious scientific experiments. He wanted to talk about computers and brain localization and biofeedback, but all Leary was interested in was turning people on. "The scene here is really frantic," he wrote Brian Geeson. "Leary has gone berserk. He is giving mushrooms to hat-check girls, cab drivers, waiters, in fact anybody who will stand still for it." Leary could see that Burroughs was cross, that the program was a joke to him. It was clear that Burroughs saw him as a buffoon, the head coach of the mind expansion set, giving his players locker room pep talks about inner freedom. Burroughs had not come to Harvard to join psychedelic encounter sessions or to listen to blatherings about love and cosmic unity. He wanted to talk about neurological implants and brainwave generators. The rub was, as he made it all too clear, that he didn't like psychedelic drugs. All he could talk about was the wonder of apomorphine. He was not using heroin, then God knows where he could have gotten it, but he was using a lot of gin and tonic. In any case, he seemed to Leary to be growing increasingly disgruntled and paranoid. Leary tried to get him involved in the program in Concord. They visited the prison, and Burroughs talked to the inmates, but it seemed to him that the program was built on illusion. The convicts would say whatever Leary wanted them to say, all they were after was a chance of getting out. Leary gave them mushrooms, and told them the game they were playing was the wrong game, that there were better games than the cops and robbers game. With the help of mushrooms, they were supposed to see their motivations and become rehabilitated. As part of the experiment, some of the inmates were released into Leary's custody, and then one of them held up a store, which sent everyone back to the drawing board. Burroughs lasted about a month in Newton, and then quietly jumped ship, leaving behind what he called Leary and his pestiferous project. He wrote Allen Ginsberg that the project was completely ill-intentioned, and that the money came from Henry Luce and other dubious quarters. Henry Luce was reported to have said after taking LSD that he had talked to God on the golf course. They had utterly no interest in any scientific work, Burroughs said, no equipment other than a faulty tape recorder. I was supposed to sell the beatniks on mushrooms. When I flatly refused to push the mushrooms but volunteered instead to work on flicker biofeedback and other non-chemical methods, the money and return ticket they had promised were immediately withdrawn. I received not 1 cent from Leary beyond the fare to Boston. And I hope never to set eyes on that horse's ass again. A real wrong number. This was a paranoid reaction, and the low point of a friendship which has survived to this day. Leary also wrote Allen, giving his side of the story, from the moment Bill hit the USA he started putting mushrooms down. A crazy situation developed. We were facing a rising storm of opposition here and Bill was saying dreadful things about the mushrooms within our group. This left his research work in an ambiguous state. I admire Burroughs' game tremendously. But only one can play. He declined to join our game which is developing into a religious, do-good cult, etc. About 10 Harvard people are ready to junk everything to work on the project. Start a new social institution. Bill left for New York and reports filtered back that he was attacking us. Too bad. I learned a lot from Bill. I only wish he had learned something from us. Too bad. Big decision coming up. Harvard pressure. They offer protection, prestige, money if we play the research game. Thus, the initial attempt at fusion between the beats and psychedelics, soon to be hippies, was a fiasco. This was but an episode, however, for over the years the two movements merged on many levels, and Burroughs got over his peak and came to admire Leary for his feisty, let's make it happen quality, his ebullience, his optimism. Leary felt he had a mission to turn people on, and that he would become the high priest of a great awakening, and in a sense he did. For that November of 1961, only 2 months after Burroughs' departure, he found something better than mushrooms. What he found had been discovered by accident in 1938 by Albert Hofmann, who was director of research for the Swiss chemical company Sandoz. At that time, Hofmann was studying the properties of the rye fungus ergot, in the course of looking for a substance that would stimulate blood circulation, or so he said. The rumor was that he was looking for an abortifacient. He was the first to synthesize the active ingredient in ergot, which had driven an entire village mad in the Middle Ages, lysergic acid diethylamide. He called it LSD-25, for it was the 25th of the ergot derivatives he had concocted. He tried it on mice, but nothing much happened, and the project was shelved. 5 years later, in 1943, he made a new batch, and accidentally absorbed a small dose through his fingertips. He went into such a giddy condition that he had to stop work, and started home on his bicycle. This was the first acid trip this scholarly, bespectacled Swiss chemist, cycling home from his laboratory in Basel to his home in the country, with clips on his trousers, trying not to weave in the road, under the influence of the most powerful mind-changing substance known to man. He was, he later said, in a not unpleasant intoxicated condition, characterized by an extremely stimulated imagination. LSD would have such large social implications that Hoffman later told Leary that he wished he had never heard of it. He called it his problem child. The turning point for Leary came when an enigmatic Englishman named Michael Hollingshead landed on his doorstep with 10,000 doses of LSD he had obtained from Sandoz to study its effects on the web spinning of spiders. Instead, human webs would be spun, some splendidly intricate, some darkly chaotic. Leary tried it, and gave it to his friends Maynard and Flo Ferguson. The genie was out of the bottle. Leary saw himself as a psychic pioneer who would lead society down unexplored paths for its betterment. He had a single answer kind of mind, and saw LSD as the way to spiritual awakening, and to artistic and political freedom. Intuitively, he placed himself at the center of that strange phenomenon known as the spirit of the 60s. In 1962 and 1963 he conducted LSD experiments in Mexico, with strains of acid he called Morning Glory and Heavenly Blue. It was while in Mexico in May 1963 that he learned he had been fired from Harvard. It was, thought Leary, the Semmelweis effect. The Austrian Dr. Semmelweis had been banished from the Viennese medical establishment for insisting that doctors wash their hands to prevent the spread of infection. Leary was in a lot of trouble. Newspaper headlines said drug scandal at Harvard, and he was investigated by the Massachusetts Narcotics Bureau. Ah, well, he thought, he was in an honored tradition. Emerson had been banned from Harvard in 1838 for giving a lecture urging his audience to drop out of organized Christianity and find God within. Burroughs' rather ungenerous reaction to Leary's troubles was recorded in a letter to Allen Ginsberg. I see Leary has been thrown out of Harvard for distributing his noxious wares too freely, and some undergraduate decides he is God and takes off through traffic in Harvard Square. But by this time, the ripple effect was at work. A network of people had sprouted up, forming a loosenet, many-stranded psychedelic movement. In San Francisco, Ken Kesey and his merry pranksters celebrated the benefits of acid. In Los Angeles, the psychiatrist Oscar Janiger turned on the stars Cary Grant, James Coburn, Jack Nicholson. Leary moved to the Hitchcock estate in Millbrook, New York, where he set up the Castalia Foundation, after the Fellowship of Mystic Scientists in the Glass Bead Game by Hermann Hesse, a writer whose psychic quest books like Siddhartha had an audience in the millions. As the movement gained momentum, Leary was pushed step by step into political opposition. In 1965, he was arrested in Laredo for possession of marijuana. Singled out for special attention at the border crossing, a pinch of weed was found in his daughter's bra. The full weight of government might came bearing down on him, and he was given a 20-year maximum sentence, later overturned by the Supreme Court. The sentencing judge called him an insidious menace and a pleasure-seeking, irresponsible Madison Avenue advocate of the free use of drugs. Leary was placed in the same outlaw position that the Beats had earlier found themselves in. They, too, had been expelled by the system. They, too, had been hounded and arrested. They were like himself in an old tradition of civil disobedience among writers and thinkers that went back to Thoreau. Emerson, Leary recalled, came to see Thoreau, who was in jail for not paying taxes. "David, what are you doing in jail?" he asked. "What are you doing not in jail?" Thoreau replied. Burroughs and the others were in that line, Leary thought. Burroughs had been arrested a number of times, and had never given an inch. All he wanted was the freedom to live his life as he saw fit, without government interference. Leary could relate to that. Obviously, the state hated drugs because drugs gave people power over themselves, and were a tremendous tool for individual search and Socratic inquiry. After his bust, Leary bent his purpose to creating an alternative American society. He became the cheerleader for change, turn on, tune in, drop out. Turning on meant an absolute faith in the beneficial properties of acid. Allen Ginsberg proposed in the East Village Other in January 1967 that everybody who hears my voice try the chemical LSD at least once, every man, woman, and child in good health over the age of 14. Urging teenagers to drop acid seems in retrospect irresponsible, but such was the euphoria of the times that these and many other things were said ingenuously. Dropping out meant that Leary wanted nothing to do with leftist activists who were clamoring for student power, whom he called young men with menopausal minds. He did not want the psychedelic movement to become contaminated by the mirror image of a political system. Passive resistance was his response to Vietnam. The only way to stop the war, he said, is for 100 high school kids to quit school tomorrow. Don't picket, don't get involved in it at all. Leary's League for Spiritual Discovery gathered leading counterculture figures like Ginsberg, Gary Snyder, and Alan Watts, who thought up strategies for dropping out. They had a program of sorts, which amounted to a critique of conventional society while remaining in the good old American how-to tradition, for it was basically aimed at how to be a successful dropout, how to breathe, how to meditate, how to drop acid and not have a bad trip. Basic to the program was a heavy reliance on drugs, an automatic form of rebellion, since drugs were illegal. King Leary with his acid rap, in white pajamas at a league meeting, was something to see, as he went on about the lattice work of cellular wisdom, the chemical bibles of the nervous system, tumbling down the capillary networks, and the protein memory banks, waiting with 1,000,000 card files. The League was a sort of religion, trying to legalize acid, which Leary called a sacrament that should be taken in a state of grace. Paraphrasing the Gospels, he said, "I am here to lead the broken-hearted." He prescribed LSD for 7-year-olds, because children are less entrapped in their minds, while warning that for every ecstasy there is terror and paranoia. Leary and his cohorts established a sort of counterculture code of conduct. There was the idea that everyone can be good at everything, that everyone can be an artist, that desire is more important than apprenticeship. There was the willingness to take any kind of job in order to have more leisure to do the thing that mattered. There was the tendency toward communal living, so that people could pool their incomes, buy land, and live the way they wanted to. There was a contempt for urban life, Gary Snyder preaching the nauseous city New York should be leveled and made into a buffalo pasture. There was the politics of farce, Ken Kesey and the merry pranksters mixing LSD in Kool-Aid, black students on a college campus campaigning for the right to black vanilla ice cream. The head trip was passing through the national mind, rippling over the continent, affecting those who said they hated it, firing up everyone's imagination. In fact, the movement ran away from Leary, who was unable to keep it out of politics. The hippies dropped out, lit up their pipes, swallowed their acid tabs, and pelted the cops with daffodils at love-ins. And then what? They moved from rejection group to militant vanguard, from passive to active resistance. They marched and got arrested and burned their draft cards. A broad alliance formed, among the hippies, the New Left, the civil rights militants, the Vietnam draft resistors, and multiple fringe groups from the diggers to the yippies. There was a moving, shifting, meandering spectrum of dissent, which could be labeled the hippie, pacifist, activist, visionary, orgiastic, anarchist, Buddhist, psychedelic acid rock underground. The middle class blamed Leary for subverting its children, although Leary by this time was a general who had to catch up with his troops. He was, however, seen as the creator of the movement, a position he was not averse to accepting. All these young people in open rebellion against society were his flock. After all, he said, I am a religious leader and I must behave like one. In 1967, the Time Man of the Year was anyone under 25. It was the time of the ashram, of Allen Ginsberg testifying before a Senate committee on LSD, of 10,000 hippies in Haight-Ashbury. Life was like a tape on fast forward, spinning on an acid spool, with events crystallized in catchwords, flower power, black is beautiful, sit-ins, generation gap, do your own thing. Sitting out the 60s in Europe, and saved from the silly season by his own peculiar fastidiousness, Burroughs reflected that 95% of these people have no idea at all of what their own thing is. And yet he was one of their gurus, enshrined on the cover of the Sgt. Pepper album as one of the 62 faces gathered around the Beatles, along with Edgar Allan Poe, Oscar Wilde, H. G. Wells, Marx, Jung, W. C. Fields, and Lawrence of Arabia. The death of the hippie was announced in a funeral notice in the Village Voice in November 1967. According to the devil theory of hippiedom, it was all the media's fault, but what about that segment of the movement that courted the media? On the David Susskind show, Abbie Hoffman opened a box and let out a duck labeled hippie. The duck ran all over the aisle honking and flapping its wings and finally threw up. Susskind didn't want to run the footage. "But you said it was okay," Abbie said. "Yes, Abbie," Susskind said, "but the duck freaked out. You let him get out of control." That's what was happening to the movement, it was out of control. It was now making headlines through drug-related acts of deviltry, the Manson murders, which showed just how bad things could get when the love beads were broken, when a mix of ex-cons and misfits infiltrated the innocent but doomed hippie movement and contaminated it. The Altamont riot, resulting in the death of a bystander, was a classic example of deluded optimism, when the Rolling Stones gave the Hells Angels the security detail. The breakup of the Beatles was emblematic of a more widespread disintegration. Among the great public events of the counterculture, you could take your pick in terms of the horrible and the wonderful. You could toss a coin and come up Kent State or Woodstock. Woodstock was Leary's communion breakfast, with its estimated 100,000 acid trips among 500,000 participants, and its absence of violence. It was also in a sense a grand finale, both for the movement, which was wrecked by the discrepancy between its noble aims and its bad behavior, and for Leary, who was still in the grip of the Justice Department. For when the Supreme Court ruled in his favor on the Laredo bust, the feds refiled on a technicality, charging him with the transportation of marijuana, and in 1970 he was sentenced to 2 consecutive 10-year terms for possession of less than an ounce of grass. Sprung from his California jail by the weathermen, he ended up in Algiers, as the misfit ally of Eldridge Cleaver and the Black Panthers. Then, after many picaresque adventures, he went to Switzerland, and was eventually captured in Afghanistan in 1973. He once computed that during his years on the lam, he served time in 40 different jails on 4 continents. Such was the price of leading the hippie troops, you became the most visible target. Leary was released in 1976, somewhat discredited on the basis of rumors that he had given information to the FBI. But he had had his moment of triumph, continuing what Ginsberg and Burroughs and Kerouac had begun. There was, Leary would be the first to admit, some validity in saying that the hippies were second-generation beats. 16. Burroughs at large. 1962 to 1969. Following his discouraging stay with Leary, Burroughs was glad to get back to Europe in December 1961, after spending a couple of months in a basement apartment in Brooklyn working on Nova Express, for which Barney Rossett had given him an advance. He hated the New York cocktail party circuit, where people, instead of looking at you, looked at the door to see who was about to arrive. He hated the jockeying for position, what Freud once referred to as the banal hankering after priority, the inflated reputations, the shooting stars, the writers who spent 20% of their time on their work and 80% on their image. He hated the people who claimed to admire your book when it was clear they hadn't read it. He was far happier in his old Paris haunts, at the Beat Hotel with Brian Geeson and Ian Somerville, working on cut UPS and tapes. The newest twist was to record street sounds and mix them up and combine them with a cut-up text. Brian Geeson reported that he had a long cut-up poem appearing in England where it was sure to make quite a fuss, the most violent fuss, my dear. He was going to be talking on Europe 1, the most powerful French radio chain. The French, of course, were dying inside their fossil language and needed to be shaken up a bit. All this did not produce de quoi vivre, wherewithal, however, for Brian had been too busy writing to get out there and kiss asses as they had to be kissed. There's nothing I like better than kissing a nice fat ass, he wrote Paul Bowles, with only partial irony. With Ian Somerville, Brian had been working on a device which he hoped had commercial potential. It was a cylinder with slits that revolved on a phonograph turntable and produced, lit from the inside, alpha waves corresponding to 13 flashes per second, which hit the optic nerve in such a way that they induced visions. Brian called it the Dream Machine, and it was shown that December at an exhibit called L'Objet at the Musée d'Arts Décoratifs. Looking around for a patron, he heard that Helena Rubinstein, who was then in Paris, had started a foundation to help struggling artists. Brian called her secretary, Patrick O'Higgins, a charming carrot-haired former guardsman, who, it turned out, had been at Brian's old school, Downside. Brian took a dream machine to show Madame, as she was known, and she said, "Does it have to be black?" He made her a big white one, a meter in diameter, which she placed in the round window of her spectacular apartment on the Quai de Bethune. O'Higgins was fascinated by it, and placed inside it a mummified Egyptian cat, 2,000 years old, swathed in bandages. The effect was interesting, but when Madame saw it she shrieked, "Patrick! My best cat!" To give the dream machine some exposure, O'Higgins announced, "Madam, all the ladies from 7th Avenue are here for the collections and we're going to give a little breakfast for them." On the appointed morning, the dream machine was spinning, and the ladies took their places in the grand salon and shoveled down their scrambled eggs, knowing they had a long day of fashion watching ahead of them. Madame made her entrance, wearing a little Yves Saint Laurent hat that looked like a relic from the Boer War. O'Higgins was pushing her in the right direction with one finger on her shoulder, and someone was heard to say, "I think Patrick O'Higgins is the greatest toymaker in the world." It became apparent as she came closer that Madame had two black eyes. O'Higgins told Brian in a stage whisper, "Madame's money has hurt her." In the bathroom, Madame had two safe deposit boxes fitted into the wall across from the toilet. She was in the habit, in the midst of her morning ablutions, of unlocking the boxes and playing with her cash and jewelry. "Greedy old girl," Patrick told Brian. She pulled out the bottom drawer, and the other one slipped and hit her in the eyes. O'Higgins kept plugging the dream machine, which was again in evidence at a fashion show Madame gave on her roof garden. Brian was happily ensconced at the heart of the princess circuit. Madame was herself a princess, having married a Georgian prince named Gourieli. When plump Princess Mdivani arrived, her monocle screwed in one puffy eye, it was "How are you this morning, princess?" "Very well, thank you, princess, you're looking beautiful, princess, and you're looking very slim, princess." Designed by a Mexican faggot, the dresses, Brian noted, were intended to trip women up. "The cruelest clothes I've ever seen," he thought. Harry Winston was doing the jewels. Spotting a flash of green on a model's hand, Princess Mdivani called her over and took the girl's hand in one of her bear-like paws, and scrutinized the ring through her monocle. She then turned to Harry Winston, who was sitting next to her, and said with princess-like disdain, "Mr. Winston, in India the elephants wear better emeralds." Madame next placed the dream machine in the window of her shop in the Faubourg Saint-Honore. But she didn't buy it, she still had it on loan. Brian was so exasperated that one day he walked into the shop, picked it up out of the window, and walked off with it, and that was the end of Madame's sponsorship of the dream machine. Later, he took one to Venice to show Peggy Guggenheim, but Alfred Barr of the Museum of Modern Art was there, and said, "The kinetic thing is over, what it is now is pop." Brian was privy to the secret power, but could never get a piece of it. All these people who knew him and liked him, and yet always the taste of failure in his mouth. Burroughs was completely supportive of Brian. He thought the dream machine was terrific, and had strange visions peering at it. It was time, however, to move back to London and resume his life as head of household with his two acolytes, Ian and Mikey. By February 1962, he was back at the Empress Hotel, much satisfied with his move. With a good English breakfast under his belt, porridge, bacon and eggs, toast and tea, he felt like a new man and got twice as much done. He was abstaining from drugs and sex. He was shocked to learn on February 5, 1962, in a letter from Kells Elvins's mother, that his old friend had died in New York of a heart attack. He was only 47 years old, and had once had great vitality and élan. But Burroughs remembered Kells telling him that he had felt the dying feeling on a trip to Corfu. He had been in the street, walking up a hill, when sweat started pouring out of him and he had to sit down. Burroughs later learned that Kells had been in New York with his wife Mimi, who was promoting Danish fashions. They were staying at the Biltmore Hotel, and Kells had died in bed. Mimi had him buried in Texas. At that time she was broke, and she was glad to get the $150 the magazine Dude/Gent paid for one of his stories. As a writer, Kells hadn't accomplished much. When he was visiting his son, Peter, in Brighton, Massachusetts, he talked about what a committed writer he was, but Peter, who watched him fill his glass with vodka all day long, saw that his real commitment was to booze. Kells was convinced that his health had been ruined in the Marines, so why bother? He had let himself get fat and out of condition, and was always going on about his lousy ticker. Burroughs remembered a friendship that went back to childhood and had lasted all their adult lives. Perhaps each was looking at the other as someone he wished to be. Burroughs admired Kells's social ease and success with women. Boy, he sure had a way with women. Why, he could get right into any woman, and always had 3 or 4 beauties on a string. Also, it was thanks to Kells that he had started writing again, when they had collaborated on that routine about the sinking ship. If it hadn't been for that, he would have given up writing completely. Burroughs remembered that in his garden on Price Road, he and Kells had seen a black snake shaking its tail in dead leaves, pretending to be a rattlesnake, an image he had used in Junkie. Kells had once written a song called When Your Time Comes to Go, with the line I'm gonna go on booze until my time comes to go. In Burroughs' own life, the old points of argument with Mikey had disappeared, although there were some difficulties between Ian and Mikey. But Ian was one head he couldn't walk on. He wasn't tractable like Mikey, he was stubborn and high-strung, and retreated into a sullen remoteness when displeased. Mikey, however, seemed to have no identity of his own, and his faculty for imitating others was such that Burroughs began to see him as a body waiting to be possessed, perhaps by inhospitable forces. Once, when Mikey had a cold sore on his lip, Burroughs refused to see him, because a cold sore was a point of entry for those forces. Another time, Burroughs accompanied Mikey to Lord Goodman's to discuss what could be done about his heroin habit. Lady Frankow, a psychiatrist who treated junkies, was there. She was ardently opposed to the Dent apomorphine treatment, and urged that Mikey be admitted to a sanitarium. When they got back to Burroughs' basement flat in Bayswater, he saw something silvery slip off Mikey's shoulder, like silver light. He could see it quite clearly. It hit him right in the chest. He stood up to get a glass of water and passed out. A couple of minutes later he came around. Burroughs felt that he was the target of a curse which had come via Mikey from Lady Frankow. She and Dr. Dent at the time were struggling over Mikey. She was in agreement with the U.S. Department of Narcotics, which did not want the apomorphine treatment to spread. Just about that time, in 1961, Dr. Dent died, but his treatment continued to be administered by his assistants. Back in London in August 1962 after the Edinburgh Conference, he met through Brian Geeson a languid, lanky filmmaker named Anthony Balch, who had made several low-budget horror films such as Horror Hospital. He had an office in Wardour Street, the center of the marginal film business, and earned his bread by buying the rights to European softcore porn films for distribution in the United Kingdom. It turned out that Balch was a Burroughs fan, and wanted to experiment with filming some of his cut-up texts. The film's working title was Towers Open Fire, and in January 1963 they shot a scene with Anthony's antiquated wind-up World War II 35mm camera in the boardroom of the British Film Institute, in which Burroughs, as the chairman of the board, rose and said, "Gentlemen, This was to be expected after all, he's been a medium all his life. More and more, Burroughs was operating under the conviction, constantly reinforced by Brian Geeson, that his writing placed him in danger, that he was surrounded by enemies who were out to do him in. He had a kind of it's the Mora siege mentality. When Dead Fingers Talk, an amalgam of Burroughs' texts, was brought out by John Calder at the start of 1963, there were predictably hostile reviews, and Geeson wrote Burroughs, "Do you take your dish of tea with lemon or with venom, my dear?" Burroughs now saw himself as one of his characters, Inspector J. Lee of the Nova Police. He began to wonder whether Mikey was an agent sent to perturb his existence. Mikey had a sister named Suna who was fed up with his addiction and who, in March 1963, informed their mother that he was a junkie. Suna portrayed Burroughs as an evil influence who had no interest in Mikey's recovery and would be of no assistance in helping him find a cure. Mrs. Portman's Greek boyfriend recommended cutting off Mikey's allowance. Burroughs, when apprised of the situation, was irate. He had done everything he could to get Mikey off heroin, but that was something no one could do for you. As for the boyfriend, he was just an opportunist, exploiting Mikey's mother for all he could get. Seeking advice, Mrs. Portman went to Lord Goodman, who told her that Burroughs had a positive influence on her son. Cleared of all charges, Burroughs was introduced to Mikey's mother, who was cordial in that uppity British way. Burroughs wanted to spend the summer of 1963 in Tangier, but was concerned that it was infested with beatniks and hippies. Paul Bowles reported that the only way to live in Morocco now is to remember constantly that the world outside is still more repulsive. Burroughs agreed, arriving in June with Ian, Mikey, and Brian Geeson. He took a house on the Martian, the plateau overlooking the sea, at 4 Calle Larache. Alan Anson arrived, and there was a new crop of Americans on hand. Irving Rosenthal, who had edited Naked Lunch for Grove, the New York writer Alfred Chester, the tall, bearded, rabbinical writer-photographer Ira Cohen, and that diminutive veteran of the Beat Hotel, Harold Norse. Harold thought of himself as Dark Horse Norse, ignored and unpublished. He harbored bitter thoughts about his colleagues, whom he thought had more success than he did, while deserving it less. Irving Rosenthal he considered a monstrous shit, aberrated and power-struck, a diseased faggot clear through. He didn't trust Brian, whom he called O'Brien. He had to be the prima donna, and for all his charm, there was a spurious side. These days he talked only to Burroughs, who talked only to God, with contempt for all else. When the Russians announced that they were sending a woman into space, Harold was amused to see Brian's and Bill's reaction. They thought it was an ominous threat to carry the matriarchy, the cunt, the bitch goddess, into space. What new turn, Harold wondered, would this lead to in Bill's work? Lesbian colonels attacking fish boys on Mars? Allen Ginsberg was in India, and one day Burroughs said to Norse, "Allen's always talking about attaining an egoless state through Indian meditation." "Hell, I can do that anytime." "What do you mean?" Norse asked. "Well, man, like your personality disappears and you're not in your body. Look, watch." Burroughs stood up and his eyes went dead. His face was blank. Norse felt as if he was looking at an Egyptian mummy. He called, "Bill, Bill," but there was no reply. Finally, Bill looked at him and said, "See what I mean?" Norse told him the story of the two magicians, each trying to scare the other. The first one went through a series of elaborately frightening tricks, and then it was the other one's turn, and the other one said, "Boo." As for the other leading beats, Jack Kerouac had moved to Northport, Long Island, in December 1962 with his mother. The house and garden were surrounded by a 6-foot-high Alaskan cedar fence so that nobody could see him reading in the sun, or walking among his tomato plants, or Mimir feeding the birds. Mimir protected him from the outside world and pain-in-the-ass visitors. She smilingly approved of his retreat from all-embracing acceptance into blinkered redneck suspicion. Of the white civil rights activists, Kerouac said that they would hire Negroes to wash their toilet bowls, and the Jews had flung the Negro at America so that we'd forget anti-Semitism. When friends showed up, Mimir repeated her favorite joke, "I sure had a hard time when I made Jack, and he's still giving me a hard time." Publicly, she bemoaned his drinking, but privately, she encouraged it by matching him drink for drink, and kept a bottle of Southern Comfort under her bed. Jack wrote drunken letters to friends excoriating women forever. Some dopey Jap Vassar cunt, he complained, had psychoanalyzed him by using the material in Subterraneans. It was a real square Vassar shot, with some idiot conclusions. So the heroine was based on a living woman. What did they want him to do? Screw cadavers. Jack had a horrible vision of the two muteness of the world of his mind essence completely blasted by music, people, books, papers, movies, games, sex, talk, business, taxes, cars, asses, gases, etc. He wanted to return to the simplicity of former times. As for Gregory Corso, he was now a heroin addict, enthralled to the White Muse. He had married Sally November, a one-time girlfriend of Bob Dylan's, and had a daughter, but had lost both, as well, he was sure, as the talent that burned within him. All these years the muse and the companionship of his fellow poets had carried him, but now he would be deathly ill without the White Muse. He had been a poet, writing with chastising arrogance, his name and fame were spread far and wide, and it had felt good to be recognized. But suddenly it no longer felt good, he became immensely shy, his life was split in two. The boy with 6 sets of parents who had gone to jail surfaced from his subconscious and made him feel his fame was not deserved. The poet and the boy fluctuated back and forth. Unlike those who took drugs for kicks, he wanted to get off, he had never enjoyed the blood running down his arms. And yet there were some good moments. At a Larry Rivers party in early 1963 in New York, he had overheard an elderly lady asking her husband, "Is that Gregory Corso?" and the husband admonished her for being so embarrassingly fan-like, and led her away down the elevator, and Gregory raced down the steps and met them outside and put his arms around the woman and said, "I am Gregorio and how are you and lo spring is coming." When he said goodbye he could see that she and her husband were glowing, that he had made them happy and was admired by them, and it made him feel wonderful all over because he knew that he was through with that creepy time when he and Alan and the others were seen as spider-eyed conspirators when in truth they were the best people in the world. In Palm Beach, Billy Burroughs was growing up with his grandparents, whom he loved. Except that sometimes he secretly thought, if they were dead, my father would have to take care of me. Palm Beach, where the police were so polite, and the lawns were so cropped and green, and the members of the Coral Beach Club suffered from terminal complacency, and strollers on Worth Avenue wore pastel clothes. At Cobblestone Gardens, on Worth Avenue, Laura and Moat sold Victorian chairs with taloned paws, porcelain dogs, music boxes, green pine cones from Maine, and large red strawberries made out of soap. At the end of the day, after dusting the artificial flowers, they drove home to their 2-bedroom, 1-story house at 202 Sanford Avenue, a street lined with royal palms at the north end of town. The house was a bit run down, the sliding windows didn't slide, their aluminum frames being corroded by the salt air. Laura played records on a Victrola in a wooden box. One of her favorites was Que Sera, Sera. The song seemed to Billy to reflect a fatalistic strain in her character. She did not wish to face things, and one of her sayings was, "Some things are better left unsaid." It seemed to Billy that Moat loved Laura so much that he had allowed her to submerge his identity. Moat told Billy that he must never look over his shoulder while driving, because if you did your hand might turn the wheel without your realizing it. A certain European king had been killed that way. Billy later reflected that this was his grandfather's worldview, expressed in Moat language. Sometimes Billy asked himself, what do I really remember? He didn't even know what his mother looked like, never having seen a photograph. In Mexico there was a tiled circular staircase, always cool, and a friend downstairs who kept a rabbit that hopped across the courtyard and bit him on the toe, after which his mother bought him a pair of shoes. His father was a vague and distant figure, who came to visit from time to time. Once he took Billy to Stouffer's and told him a story about two little monsters who cut off a cat's head with garden shears. It was refreshing to Billy to hear something that wasn't 100% wholesome. Even though Billy rarely saw his father, they kept in touch. Surprising items arrived in the mail: a collection of beautiful Amazonian butterflies in little glass cases, an edition of Rimbaud's poems with the English translation on the facing page. Everything he received from his father Billy kept in a locked green tin box in the bottom drawer of his bureau. Also locked away, as yet unexamined, was Billy's dilemma: how would he be able to love the man who had, as he knew from his grandmother, killed his mother and abandoned him? How would he be able to emulate and respect this man? Every weekday Billy rode his English bicycle to a Palm Beach private school, where he attended classes with Kellogg's and Dodges and Posts. He wrote his father that he had won the trophy for being the outstanding boy in the 5th grade. He had made the safety patrol, the football team, the scholastic honor roll and the citizenship honor roll. "I'm afraid there is an awful lot about me in this letter," he wrote. Under his signature there was a heart with an arrow through it. In the 7th grade, he informed his father he had written an essay on the value of turning in homework. He grew into his teens, an overweight boy with a high forehead, large apprehensive eyes, and brown hair that fell across his brow. Once he grabbed a potato chip from a buffet table set up for a school function and was reprimanded by the principal, who called him chubby. In 1960, at age 13, Mote reported, "Billy was quite a big boy, plump as a partridge, but he was lazy and his marks were not very good, though he had a good vocabulary and wrote well, but he tended to inject an irreverent sense of humor that was not appreciated by his teachers. He was being tutored 4.5 hours a week in Latin and 3 hours a week in French. He had 6 book reports to write, including one on Henry James's Turn of the Screw, which seemed to Mote beyond the comprehension of a 13-year-old in its extremely difficult and involved sentences." As he grew older, Billy was less interested in schoolwork than he was in fun and games. He sneaked into the North Tower of the Biltmore Hotel, a vantage point for peeping at the naked ladies in the solarium, and came upon a baby owl. Forgetting the naked ladies, he wrapped the little white creature in his shirt and exited bare-chested through the elegant lobby, restoring it to health and freedom. With a friend, he heisted one of the big bronze lions off the steps of the public library and somehow hauled it. It felt like it weighed a ton down the Via Mizner to the back door of one of the richest persons in town. 3 days later it was back on its perch in front of the library. He broke a front tooth showing off to some girls that he could drink champagne from the bottle. "Just call me Zorba the Schmuck." His grandmother took him to the dentist to have a good tooth put in and told him, "Try to keep your mouth closed whenever possible." In 1962, when he was 15, Laura and Mote gave him a motorbike for his birthday. One summer evening he was drinking Roma port cooking wine with Bobby Fury and Al Morton, names changed, who broke the empty bottle and held a jagged spar against his forearm. "Think I'm chicken?" "Oh, ho ho yes," roared the other two. Pearls of blood formed on his arm like red sweat. Billy took him to the emergency room on his motorbike. Billy's best friend, Lawrence Reeves, had an air rifle with which he shot woodpeckers, on the pretext of keeping them out of his father's mango trees. When Billy saw their stove-in backs and the deeper red on the red feathers he felt real fear. Mote's sons had grown up with guns, and he gave his grandson a .22 rifle. One day in the fall of 1962, Larry and Billy were in Billy's room after school. Larry was sitting on the bed and Billy sat across from him on a chair, aiming his .22 at him, sighting through the scope. In the circle he saw Larry's face, a little quizzical, a little scornful, the crosshairs intersecting right between and a little above his eyebrows. His finger twitched, there was a concussion in the air, and he saw a red dot the size of a thumbtack on Larry's neck, an inch to the right of his Adam's apple. He had been certain the gun was empty. At the same time he was surprised that it had fired so low. The sound of his friend's voice screaming, "He shot me," rang in his ears. Then there was the pandemonium of ambulance calling and hand-wringing, and the arrival of Larry's parents, and the look and passing blow Larry's father gave Billy. The doctor said that if the bullet had struck half an inch in any other direction, Larry would have been killed. The next day the police came with a stenographer who had a little machine on a tripod and took Billy's statement. They also took the bullet. He and Larry never spoke again. Billy wondered to what extent he was destined to duplicate the acts of his father. Cursed would be a better word. Was there something inside him that made him act out, in compulsive repetition, what had gone on before? Was he but an echo of his father's voice? After the shooting, Billy was depressed. His schoolwork was increasingly erratic. Laura and Moat thought he needed a change. Billy said he wanted to be with his father. Burroughs agreed to take him. It was arranged that Billy would join him in Tangier in July 1963, when he had turned 16. There was an American school in Tangier, the headmaster was Omar Pound, son of Ezra, that he could attend in the fall. And so it was that Billy said goodbye to his grandparents and flew to New York, where he connected with a flight to Lisbon. In the Lisbon airport, on the other side of the customs barrier, an odd-looking man, wearing a suit and a hat in the summer heat, waved at him. He looked like an English bank clerk. When he approached, greeting him with awkward gestures and a smile that seemed forced, Billy noticed that his fingers were stained a dark nicotine yellow. Almost at once, to relieve the tension, he lit a cigarette from a pack of Players. For Burroughs, bringing Billy to Tangier was an overdue attempt to connect with his estranged son. He was loaded with guilt because of Joan's death, and because he had so long avoided his responsibility as a father. He would now make it up to Billy by taking care of him. But raising a son in Tangier had about as much chance of success as growing orchids in the Moroccan desert. Billy was being brought into a homosexual household consisting of Burroughs and his two lovers, one of whom was barely older than he was, a household in which drugs were regularly and freely used. Through his father, Billy would meet the members of Tangier's expatriate homosexual set. It was a bizarre and dislocating setting for a suggestible 16-year-old. In assuming the responsibility for his son, Burroughs was inadvertently contributing to the delinquency of a minor. They arrived at the house on Calle Larache after dark. Billy was exhausted, and everything was disorganized. His father had not given any thought to where Billy would sleep, and blankets were hastily thrown over a couch. The lights weren't working. Burroughs lit candles until Ian arrived and hit a power pole with a broomstick. Mikey at once started one-upping him, saying, "You needn't insist you're fresh from America." The next morning, Billy was awakened by Ian, who sat on his bed and talked to him and gently took his hand and tried to draw it to his groin. He hadn't been there 24 hours and they were already putting the make on him. What next? After breakfast, Burroughs said, "Ian, take Billy down to the Gran Saco and help him pick out a pipe." That evening he had his pipe and smoked his first kif, pleased to be included in his father's entourage rather than treated like a child. It was a job adapting to his father's way of life. In a sense he had more freedom in Palm Beach, where he could be out of the house with friends his own age. Here he had to hang around while his father banged away on his typewriter or sat in his argon box in the upstairs hall, or smoked kif. When they went to bars, he had to fight off the advances of the simpering Tangier queens. "We all knew you were coming and wondered what you looked like. I know I'm old, but I really haven't lost my figure, dear. Well, baby. I mean if you ever want your nuts blowed." Burroughs took Billy to the American school to introduce him to the headmaster, but he was surly and uncooperative. He didn't open his mouth. When school started in September, he attended for 3 days and quit. Burroughs asked him what the matter was, and Billy said he didn't want to go to school, it was too much trouble. He had brought his guitar with him, and said he wanted to learn to play flamenco. Burroughs, whose life and work were devoted to the cultivation of unfettered personal freedom, was unable to tell his son that he must go to school. He was in no position, either by temperament or logic, to be a disciplinarian. One night, when Burroughs lay in bed, listening to Billy play the guitar in the next room, he was filled with an overwhelming sadness. "Where are you, Billy, where are you?" he asked himself, and there was no reply. He knew they were not connecting. Their conversations were strained and hollow. The right thing was said at the wrong time, and the wrong thing at the right time. It was all so stilted and difficult. What could you do when someone was operating out of a deliberate flaunting mechanism? Every suggestion Burroughs made was resisted. It was Billy's way of making his old man pay. He told Billy, "I don't want you to leave the kiff and the dope right out on the goddamned living room table where anyone can walk in and see it. What if it gets back to the consulate?" But every goddamn time he'd find it out there and put it away himself and find it out there again the next day. What struck Burroughs the most was that when he was 16 years old the idea of going to Tangier would have been the most romantic thing he could imagine. Smoking hashish in the native quarter. Drinking mint tea in an Arab cafe. To an imaginative 16-year-old schoolboy that was nirvana. But Billy never seemed to give a shit. He had no enthusiasm whatever. He never wanted to go anywhere. It did not impress him that he was in contact with a new reality. Where was his sense of wonder? At 16 Burroughs would have been transported, but it did not make any more difference to Billy than if he was in Toledo, Ohio. Too bad, thought Burroughs, because no matter how badly you wanted to get back at somebody, it wasn't worth doing at the cost of total apathy. You had to have something of your own. Father and son soon came to realize that the arrangement was not going to work out. Billy made Burroughs uncomfortable, hanging around like a living reproach. Billy began to miss Palm Beach and his grandparents, old and square as they were, screening his friends, telling him this boy's parents had each been divorced twice, and that such and such a girl seemed to be quite loose. With all its drawbacks, Palm Beach seemed like an improvement over the weird and aimless Tangier life and his father's homosexual clique. He realized that his father was making as much of an effort as he was capable of. He was trying to make the house more of a home, and had fashioned a 10-foot-long mahogany table from some wood he had bought. He was having Billy tutored in math by Ian, and was doing some English tutoring himself. But Billy knew that wasn't enough, and he had to think about graduating from high school. Finally it was Ian, who had become protective of Billy after his initial pass, who told him, "You don't want to live in a household of fags." Billy told his father that he wanted to go back to Palm Beach and get his high school diploma, and to put a brighter face on his departure, added, "I'm sure this Tangier is where I'll wind up." The day came in January 1964 when Burroughs took him to the airport and said goodbye. His last words were, "Billy, for God's sakes don't try to take anything out with you back to the States." Billy swore up and down he was clean. He must have looked awfully nervous at the customs line in New York because he was singled out right away, and it didn't take them long to find the Majown. He was lucky, the customs supervisor let him go, saying, "You're much too young to spend the night in jail." But from then on, the Burroughs name was on their books. Burroughs went into a depression after his son's departure, mulling over what had gone wrong. When Billy was a baby, he thought, I was absolutely devoted to him. I carried him around and fed him more than Joan did. But then I lost him. There was just such a gap, he wasn't the same person. We didn't connect. It was a total failure. He was here 6 months, and we never got to know each other at all. From the beginning to the end, Billy had been inaccessible and emotionally dead. Burroughs blamed himself for his inability to communicate. He knew that he was suffering from a deep emotional blockage that made him unable to really level with Billy and explain to him the true circumstances of Joan's death. The opportunity for catharsis, where father and son might have wept and hugged and shared their grief, had come and gone. It was that frustrating family trait, the inability to express emotion. It also made him unable to show anger with Billy. There was never an overt quarrel. In the Burroughs family, to make a scene was unthinkable. He had never heard his mother or father raise their voices to each other. It was good in one way, but bad in another, for making a scene cleared the air, and in Billy's case it would have broken the logjam. It may have been because of Billy that the trouble with the neighbors started. Billy had made the mistake of going up on the roof, where unveiled women did the wash and gossiped. For a Nazarene to see them without their veils was a major infraction of the Quran, and retribution was swift. Mud was flung at their front door. Or it may have been Ian, who was then going through a very difficult paranoid period. Ian had hot brains, as one of his Moroccan friends put it. He was being deliberately promiscuous with Arabs, as a way of freeing himself from what he felt was the hold that Burroughs had over him. He was trying to get away from that merging of souls side that Burroughs had pushed on Alan. Ira Cohen, the writer-photographer, recalls standing with Ian in front of the Hotel Muniria, located at the bottom of a hill. Ian had his back to the top of the hill, where Burroughs suddenly appeared. Ira saw him but didn't show it. Suddenly, as Ira was talking to him, Ian began walking backward up the hill as if pulled by a magnet, and kept walking without turning around until he was level with Burroughs. It was spooky. There seemed to be some occult takeover of personality at work. Actually, at that time, Burroughs was trying to demonstrate an absence of possessiveness. He told Ian he did not require fidelity, and did not object to his liaisons with Arabs. But Ian was in a bad state. He started seeing a deaf mute, who forced him into degrading situations with other Arabs. He even began to speak a little Arabic, which was not helpful, because he began to understand what they were saying about him. Ian was no empire builder. If anything, he felt inferior to the Arabs. Ian's abandoned behavior with local young Arab men may have earned the disdain and hostility of the neighbors. Burroughs and company were the only foreigners on Calle Larache, and they made the mistake of not employing Muslims. If you employed a Muslim or two, they told the others, I work for these people and they are all right. Burroughs began to feel under siege. Every time he stepped out the door, he was showered with insults. People pounded on the door at 6 in the morning, shouting Arabic imprecations, and he was not sure why. What exactly had they done? Children threw rocks at the house, and on one occasion they broke the skylight. One evening, Burroughs heard a low wailing in the street, a sort of and stepped out on the balcony, and there was a group of 50 veiled and white-robed women gathered in front of the house, chanting away. He thought of Orpheus, torn to pieces by madwomen, and stuck out his arm, spreading the fingers of his hand. With that one gesture, the women scattered. They obviously know, he thought, that I am not a friend of women. Burroughs badly wanted to move to another part of town, but he was broke. It infuriated him that Gyro Diaz owed him $5,000. His royalties were not yet coming directly from Grove in New York, and in January 1964 he made a special trip to Paris to collect, only to be met by Morris's I am helpless shrug with hands widespread to illustrate the utter void of his financial situation. So put me in jail, Maurice said, holding out his hands for the cuffs. I don't want to put you in jail, Burroughs said. I want what you owe me for Christ's sakes. But it was hopeless. Stopping off in London on the way back to Tangier for a television interview, he had another nasty surprise. The customs official at Heathrow checked his name against a list, crossed out the 3 months on his visa, and stamped permitted to land on condition does not stay longer than 2 weeks. Why have you come to England, Mr. Burroughs? He inquired. Deadpan, he replied, for the food and the climate. He was indignant at being treated like an undesirable character. Having a 2-week visa looked bad on his passport. It was the Lenny Bruce treatment. He vowed not to return to England unless he was treated like any other visitor. For lack of money, he was forced to remain at Calle Larache, but despite the harassment, he was able to work. He was still producing cut UPS, and wrote the New York poet Ted Berrigan that to me the most interesting aspect of the cut UPS is that it introduces the unexpected into writing, That is, you never know what will happen next, and many of my best characters have cut in from the cut UPS. Also lines of straight narrative arise from cut UPS. He was contributing an Uncle William column to my own mag, a creation of the London counterculture figure Jeff Nuttall. This satire on the standard corny advice column had its moments, as in, "Dear Uncle William, I am dating a transvestite and wonder whether I should go all the way. Sincerely yours, Prince Philip. Dear Phil, watch out for the I've got the rag on, let me pull you off routine. Uncle William. Dear Uncle William, I hear the bugle calling me to the service of the flesh. Should I go? Yours truly, Tommy Atkins, Homo sup. Not much choice, Tommy. Uncle William. One has to think of writing as any other job, Burroughs wrote his mother. You work at it all day and every day if you want to make a living. His mother reported that Billy was having problems with schoolwork, and wondered whether he should see a therapist. Burroughs was against it, having had unrewarding experiences in that direction. Responding like a true alumnus of the Los Alamos School, with its emphasis on physical fitness, he recommended that Billy take boxing and jiu-jitsu, which would build up his confidence. Burroughs himself had been made to take boxing at Los Alamos and had loathed it. When Burroughs told Paul Bowles about his neighbor trouble, Paul just shrugged and kept his thoughts to himself. The trouble with Burroughs was that he never seemed to realize that he was living in Morocco. He wouldn't have anything to do with Moroccans, which was not quite the right attitude. His problems probably started with some tiny thing. Some kids may have annoyed him, and he may have slapped one, whereas one had to go out of one's way to be friendly. But Paul couldn't tell him that, because he didn't want to be playing the role of the old Morocco hand. He did not think A could save B from trouble. Nor did he think A should try. But A always did, or nearly always. He felt that people only learned when their ignorance made them suffer. Look at Alfred Chester, who seemed to Paul totally unsuited to life in Morocco. Brooklyn-born, Chester had studied to become a rabbi, but a fever had deprived him of all facial and body hair, and you couldn't be a hairless rabbi. His mother made him wear a toupee. Paul noticed that when he went to the bathroom he would stay there for half an hour, and when he emerged there would be a strange odor of collodion in the air. Paul thought he was shooting up, but all he was doing was regluing his reddish wig. Once he invited Paul and Jane to lunch, and when they got there he was lying on the floor as though unconscious, completely bald. I want to read you a letter, he said. I've just written my father and I want to see if you think it's all right. Paul read the letter and said, well, he shouldn't be too upset by it. After all, if that's the way you feel. I know, said Chester, but there's a great problem. I don't know where to send it. Isn't he with your mother, and if not, wouldn't she be able to give you his address? He died 8 years ago, Chester said. Paul thought at first he must be joking, but he wasn't, he was absolutely serious. Chester was an interesting writer, Paul thought. He had a story in the O. Henry Prize Stories, and another in Best American Short Stories, and he contributed a monthly review column to Book Week, but to call him bizarre was an understatement. One summer he rented a house on the beach at Arcilla, a pretty coastal town 20 miles south of Tangier, and he filled one entire room with several tons of oranges, which of course rotted. He took in 2 runaway dogs who bit several small children, and he had to pay bribes and fines. Since it was a very hot summer, he fixed a pulley on the roof, and paid some urchins to bring seawater up in buckets, so that he had a perfect roof pool for himself and his dogs. Of course the water leaked through into the entire house and wrecked everything. Chester fell under the spell of a Moroccan named Driss. Like Brian Geeson, he was dying to know all about magic. But as soon as he began to practice it, he became convinced that it was being practiced against him. He started hearing voices, and went to see Paul to demand that he stop broadcasting. No matter what Paul said, Chester replied, I know, you don't know what you're doing, do you? Because of the magic, ordinary objects took on an ominous significance. Paul had a sweet potato hanging in his hall and Chester told him to get rid of it, saying, "It's evil, it grows too fast." Paul said he wanted to see how long the vine would get. The next time Chester came he gave an awful cry and shouted, "It has the evil eye," and lurched forward and fell on the floor. At that time, the entrepreneurial writer-photographer Ira Cohen was soliciting contributions from tangier writers for a magazine he wanted to put out called Newa, after a spiritual brotherhood of Moroccan trance dancers. He had heard their incredible music, and it was precisely that kind of energy he wanted in his magazine. Through his duties as editor, Ira was caught in a little drama where egos clashed and behavior spilled over into the irrational. Apparently, Irving Rosenthal, one of the contributors to Newa, was annoyed because he always had to visit Paul and Paul never came to visit him. To express his pique, he changed a line in his story, which originally said, "Some of the campiest queens I know have cocks drier than the mouth of an Arab caught between Taroudant and Tafra out with plenty of teeth and no water," substituting Paul Bowles for an Arab. Ira Cohen did not know what to do. If he cut the line, Irving would withdraw his story and the magazine was already in proof. But Paul had also contributed a story, which Ira wanted to lose even less. When Ira showed the proofs to Paul, he zeroed in like an eagle on that line of Irving's, before looking at his own story. Paul asked Ira what he was going to do, and Ira said, "Maybe I should just print a different copy of the magazine for each of the contributors." Then Burroughs, having gotten wind of the incident, and being a contributor himself, came by Ira's house that March. Ira knew he was not there just to see the proofs, he wanted to know what all the fuss was about, and Ira told him. "Well," said Burroughs, "I guess controversy is a good thing." Now it happened that when Burroughs dropped by, Alfred Chester was visiting Ira. When Ira unbolted the front door and said, "Hello, Bill," Chester jumped up and ran upstairs. He had written a negative review of Naked Lunch in Commentary, and knew that he had done it in a glib reviewer way, and that he couldn't stand behind what he'd written, and he was too embarrassed to face Burroughs, who, incidentally, had not seen the review. Alfred Chester took the quarrel between Paul Bowles and Irving Rosenthal as a matter of crucial importance. A few days later he burst into Ira Cohen's house as though he was on fire and said, "I've got it all worked out. You know that thing of Irving's? I've made an appointment to see Jane and I'm going to tell her that for $5,000 I will get you to drop that line." "Listen," Ira Cohen said, "you're out of your mind." "Don't worry," Chester said, "you'll get half the money." "You should give Irving half the money," Ira Cohen said. "Fuck Irving," Chester said. "You want to give Irving anything, you give it to him out of your share. You're in this up to your neck and you're in it with me." "You're totally crazy," Ira Cohen said. Then Chester said, "Give me that letter." He was referring to a note that Paul Bowles had sent Ira. Paul prided himself on never showing any emotion, but Alfred Chester had so infuriated him that he had thrown a dish on the floor and broken it. It was after losing his temper that Paul wrote Ira in a jocular vein, "Alfred Chester is being impossible and I've arranged to have him knocked off." Ira had unfortunately told Alfred Chester about the letter, which he now demanded, to help him in his scheme to collect $5,000. He would tell Jane that he had received a death threat from Paul and that he was going to send a copy to the State Department in Washington. "Don't do it," Ira said, but then another visitor arrived, and Ira told his girlfriend Rosalind, "Look, Alfred is totally out of his mind, just keep him busy while I deal with this other thing." A few minutes later, Chester raced out the door, screaming, "I've got it, ha ha ha." It turned out that Rosalind, instead of calming him, had given him the letter and urged him to ask for $10,000 instead of $5,000. Alfred Chester went to see Jane Bowles, who, as he explained his scheme, kept saying, "But Alfred, I love you." "Don't talk to me about love," he said, "I want the $10,000 and I want it in unmarked bills." Getting nowhere, Chester went to see the American consul and said, "Paul Bowles is trying to assassinate me through Moroccans." The next thing Paul knew, he was summoned before the consul, a man named Schultz, who said, "You must understand that I don't take this seriously, but I'm obliged to ask you about it, because an American citizen says that you threatened to kill him. He has requested the protection of the Marines." Schultz accepted Paul's explanation but shook his head and said, "In my entire consular career, this is the only place I've ever been posted where I understand nothing of what is going on." Even in Tangier, where there was a high degree of tolerance for eccentric behavior, there were limits, which Alfred Chester exceeded, and soon after the death threat incident, the Moroccan authorities deported him. He moved to Jerusalem, where he committed suicide. He was, in a sense, Paul reflected, one of the casualties of Tangier, a city which tended to intensify whatever tendencies one had. That May of 1964, Burroughs' first substantial payment from Grove Press arrived, which allowed him to move into a penthouse in the heart of Tangier, at 16 Rue Delacroix, in the Lateria building. Proud of being financially independent at last, he wrote his mother that he had $2,000 in the bank at Gibraltar and was planning to see a good lawyer so that he could set up a trust fund that would provide Billy with a comfortable income for life. His mother replied with a mild dig about the obscenity in his books, "Someday I wish you would write a book that we can read and dedicate it to Billy, he would like that." Paul came to visit Burroughs in his splendid penthouse, which had a distinctly nautical look, with porthole windows and leather chairs, and a huge balcony like the deck of a ship. All around the living room there were shelves, and each one was piled with large folios filled with newspaper clippings and photographs and bits of pasted-up prose. "I'll show you how I work," Burroughs said, and Paul followed him around the room as he dipped from notebook to notebook. "Let's see," he said, "New York Times, April 16, 1917, yeah, tornado in Illinois." Then he picked up another and said, "Herald Tribune, March 5, 1934, tornado in Oklahoma." "See," he explained to Paul, "I get them all put together, I collate them." Paul did not tell him what he thought of the cut-up system, but was amused by Burroughs' ultimate defense of it, "It works in the hand of a master." Burroughs continued to have trouble with the locals in his new neighborhood. One time, as he was coming home from a rather festive evening, an Arab shoeshine boy began to shout insults at him. Enough was enough. Burroughs slammed an elbow in his face and chased him into a vacant lot where the cornered Arab picked up a rock and threw it, hitting him in the knee, which was cut and bruised. That summer there was another infestation of hippies. Jane Bowles was right, thought Burroughs, when she said they were a menace to her way of life. She was afraid that the resident foreign colony would suffer as a result of the attention they attracted. There were periodic crackdowns and arrests. One man, arrested for photographing Arab boys in pornographic poses, was sentenced to 5 years and served 5 months. The Istiqlal, the nationalist party, which was anti-foreign and anti-Qur, was putting on pressure to rid Morocco of these degenerate foreigners. In October, Burroughs wrote Brian Geeson that he was disgusted with Tangier like I turned sick with the sight of crabs. The whole town solid cunt territory and everyone knocks himself or herself out to show you how worthless they can be. All this happened since about the time of the Kennedy assassination. I must get out before I open up with laser guns on the wretched idiot inhabitants. These people are going to fight Israel? What you see here is the Arabs at their worst. There is not even material here for a riot. No guts left in this miserable town. Burroughs decided to leave for New York, since Brian Geeson was going to be there marketing his dream machine. He claimed to have signed a contract with a toy manufacturer who was going to produce them en masse, and was ready to pick the money tree. Skeptical as usual, Paul Bowles said of the dream machine, "It promises a new kick to the juvenile delinquents." Burroughs arrived in New York on December 8, aboard the Independence, gratified that he had been invited to the captain's cocktail party as a famous author. Upon landing, however, he got the right this way treatment. He was detained at customs for 3 hours while two narcotics agents named Ahern and Cohen went through 7 suitcases filled with books and papers. It was, Burroughs was certain, the fallout from Billy's Maytown bust at the airport in January. What, more books, they complained. More folders. Where was the kilo of hashish? They read his diaries and saw something about feeling sick, and asked, does this refer to narcotic withdrawal? Such was the police mind, Burroughs reflected, as limited as a beagle's. They found nothing to confiscate, and when they released him, they said, we treated you like a gentleman. But they told Brian Geeson, who was waiting outside, are you a friend of that man in there? He sure writes some filthy stuff. Burroughs had a return to St. Louis assignment for Playboy, and took the train from New York on December 22. The long train ride put him in mind of former trips with the family, the green hat in his mother's lap, a delicate gray cone forming on the tip of his father's cigar. He was on the lookout for all signs of offensive change. Where were the old brass spittoons? Where was the smell of worn leather? In other words, who put the sand in the spinach? Gazing out the window, he saw acres of rusting car bodies, streams crusted with sewage, American flags over empty fields, crooked crosses in winter stubble Church of Christ. A knock on the door, half an hour out of St. Louis, sir. The nudes were still there across from the station. Burroughs remembered hitting a parked car one night long ago, and being thrown out of his car, and rolling across the pavement, and standing up and feeling for broken bones right under those monumental bronze nudes by Carl Millis, depicting the meeting of the Missouri and Mississippi River waters. At the Chase Plaza Hotel, he bounced on the bed and tested the hot water taps, like a good European. The next day he took a walk in Forest Park and thought of the times he had gone there with his Welsh nurse, who always said, don't ask questions and don't pass remarks. The first part of that injunction he had been forced to disregard for professional reasons, while for years he had remained uncertain as to what exactly constituted the second part, finally settling for you spilled gravy down your tie. He looked for anything that might remind him of 1920, a store sign, a lamp post, sunlight on a vacant lot. Down Pershing Avenue to 4664, its solid red brick facade unchanged. Do you mind if I take pictures? I used to live here, you know. Where, he wondered, was Rives Matthews, his next-door neighbor? His mother had been to dancing school with Tommy Elliott, whose socks wouldn't stay up. That evening, he had dinner with Miggy and Mort, still an engineer with Emerson Electric. They lived at 6617 Pershingham, 4664 and 6617 added up to 20. It seemed emblematic of the permanence and sameness of Mort's life. The next day, he drove around with Mort and took pictures. Clayton and the suburbs were built up beyond recognition. At the John Burroughs School, he looked for the locker room door where he had stood one afternoon, watching the sky turn black and green. In the center of town, there was the old courthouse. The arch, still under construction, had an ominous look, as though it might one day be the only landmark to survive an atomic blast. Cobblestone streets along the levee, a remnant of riverboat days. The River Queen and the Admiral, just like they used to be, floating down the Mississippi on a quiet afternoon. MacArthur Bridge just there, a truck will crash through the guardrail and fall 75 feet, Burroughs imagined, killing the driver. He could see the dotted line in the Post-Dispatch picture. Rejected by Playboy, Return to St. Louis was published by the Paris Review. Back in New York with the new year, 1965, Burroughs checked into the Chelsea Hotel, which was very much to his liking. It had suites with large fireplaces that reminded him of Sherlock Holmes's Baker Street days, and Stanley Bard, the proprietor, was a patron of the arts known on occasion to accept paintings in lieu of rent. Arthur C. Clarke, the science fiction writer, had a suite on the top floor, and invited Burroughs to look through his pride and joy, a $3,000 Questor telescope. He claimed that he could read a newspaper over someone's shoulder in Union Square, 9 blocks away. He showed Burroughs a man and a woman eating dinner in their apartment across the street, and you could see exactly what it was they were eating and lip-read their dinner conversation. Clark struck Burroughs as being like one of his own science fiction characters. He had a way of sliding around the margin of your vision like some semi-visible intergalactic mentor. They talked about life on other planets, and Burroughs said that whatever could be written about must exist. In any case, they didn't all have to breathe oxygen. Clark showed him a cartoon, a creature staggering out of a spacecraft and gasping ammonia. Also on hand was the composer George Kleinsinger, who kept a menagerie of exotic animals in his room. He was worried about his python's loss of appetite. He tried canned quail, mice, and white rats. Once the python had to be rescued from a white rat that was biting it. "Oh, you lazy serpent," Kleinsinger said. Herbert Hunk, who all these years had been in New York, living by his wits and off his friends, scoring when he could, stealing when he must, in and out of jail, heard that Burroughs was in town, and was offended that he did not get in touch. That was Bill, thought Hunk, he really didn't give a damn about old friends. But then Bill called and they arranged to meet. On January 19, 1965, however, Bill cancelled their appointment because his father had just died. From his tone of voice, Hunk assumed that Bill was taking it in stride. Burroughs went to Palm Beach for the funeral. His mother seemed to be taking it well. She and Moat had given up Cobblestone Gardens and had been living the senior citizen Palm Beach life. Billy was not there. He was away at boarding school, and for some reason could not get back in time, but his brother, Mort, was there. Mortimer Burroughs had died of heart failure a few months short of his 80th birthday. He had always been an enigma to his son. Mortimer's own father, the inventor, had had no time for his children, and had been unable to express his affection, and perhaps this was the root of his father's reticence. The list was long of subjects he wouldn't discuss: sex, Uncle Horace the black sheep, Mrs. White, the woman Burroughs' inventor grandfather had married shortly before his death. Burroughs knew that she had come to the house once to ask for money and Mortimer had refused to see her. Why? Too late to ask. As he thought of his father, his own identity faded out into a gray, impalpable world. It seemed amazing that so close a tie as father and son could have existed between two men who had known each other hardly at all. He wished it could have been otherwise. He would have liked to have told his father that he was grateful for all the years of financial support. Over and out from Cobblestone Gardens. Back in New York, Burroughs found a loft through Finkelstein, the Loft King, also known as the Artist's Friend, at 210 Center Street. On the ground floor there was a machine shop called Atomic Machinery Exchange, a name that fitted right into his scheme of things. The loft's sparsely furnished austerity suited him. There was a bed, a table, a few chairs, and a refrigerator in the corner. An interviewer who came to see him shortly after he moved in reported that instead of finding a warped genius like the Marquis de Sade, he had found a gentleman of the old school, a courteous scholarly person with the serenity of a Chinese sage, who quietly brewed tea, having sworn off drugs. His thoughts were on saving mankind from nuclear destruction, which would occur, he said, just as soon as the US and Russia sign a mutual non-aggression pact. When you read about that, run for the South Pole. The bombs will start dropping on China before the ink is dry. Wanting Ian Somerville to join him, Burroughs sent him $450 in traveler's checks. But Ian did not seem eager to leave London. He wrote that with a visitor's visa he would not be able to work. Did Burroughs really need him there? Burroughs did not insist, and later reflected that the year in New York had been the crucial turning point in their relationship. If he had come to America, then things might have been very different. Or would they? The Egyptian hieroglyph for question was reeds and water. In the meantime, Brian Geeson was trying to market the Dream Machine and found a young literary agent named Peter Matson, who was working in his Uncle Harold's literary agency, to help him. Matson ended up as the agent for both Bryan and Burroughs, but the Dream Machine project came to nothing. Bryan had thought it might work as a psychedelic toy, an emblem of the 60s, but the businessmen were scared off by reports that flicker machines caused epileptic seizures. No one wanted to risk lawsuits. Bryan began to think of New York as a city of darkness, a nest of Jews and matriarchy, where hostile forces worked against him. Burroughs, on the other hand, was a hit, taken up by the downtown crowd. On April 23, 1965, he gave a reading in the Bowery loft of Win Chamberlain, an action painter who served a useful social function as a connector of people and giver of parties. In the vapor lamp dusk, a line of derelicts waited for admittance to the Bowery Mission, while across the street, at 222 Bowery, a former YMCA, the glitterati assembled to meet a man whose reputation had been enhanced by his absence from the New York scene. The sculptress Marisol was there, with a green bow tie in her hair, and the poets Ron Padgett and Ted Berrigan and Frank O'Hara, and the photographers Diane Arbus and Richard Avedon, and the painters Larry Rivers and Larry Poons and Barnett Newman and Andy Warhol. It was a quorum of the downtown art scene, a charged, electric, high-energy event, recognized as such by the New York Times, who sent a reporter to cover it. Mac Thomas, Burroughs' friend from the Beat Hotel days, recently sprung from a Texas jail, read from his boyhood memoir Gumbo and sang Methodist hymns with his East Texas drawl. Then Burroughs read, striking the Times reporter, Harry Gilroy, as a latter-day Will Rogers, cracking dry jokes. As he read, he ripped down a white sheet backdrop to reveal a giant rubber tarantula on the wall, illustrating his text. Someone described Burroughs as a hotspot, that is, a figure that others converged around. He gave another reading at a tiny, 129-seat theater on East 4th Street, produced by the American Theater for Poets at $2 a ticket. The word had spread among the young village people that Burroughs was in town, and they wanted to take a look at the mystery man of the underground, whom they knew only through his work. They sat there in tight, buzzing intimacy, the lank-haired chicks in boots and leather, the guys with long hair and shades, carrying copies of Nova Express, passports to the hip scene. Burroughs appeared through yards of furled red curtains, in complete antithesis to the sartorial informality and East Village chic of his constituents. He removed his topcoat and felt hat, placed them carefully on top of a white chair, positioned his polished leather briefcase on the table in front of him, and eased his thin frame, encased in a three-piece suit, into a high-backed leather chair. Part of the effectiveness of his reading had to do with the contrast between his proper and conservative appearance and the improper and far-out content of his material. It had the incongruous effect of a classic surrealist juxtaposition, the umbrella on the operating table, or a mother superior naked from the waist down. The response to the Burroughs blend of extravagant humor, read with a slightly nasal, slightly raspy Midwestern twang by a man who looked as though he should have been addressing a convention of morticians, was unrestrained laughter. It was as though he was up there doing pratfalls instead of merely reading. Burroughs then played a tape that was a collage of four themes: a plane crash over Jones Beach, an official dispatch from the American forces in Vietnam, the last words of Dutch Schultz, and a cops and robbers caper. "I do all the voices," he explained. It was the audience's first exposure to cut UPS, but they sat still for it. After about an hour, Burroughs got up, and without acknowledging the applause, gathered his belongings and vanished behind the red curtains, leaving some in the audience wondering whether they had really seen him or whether it had all been done with mirrors. Burroughs was lionized. People wanted to press the flesh and get his autograph. Conrad Rooks, a young man who had come into a family fortune, wanted him to act in his avant-garde film with Jean-Louis Barrault and Ravi Shankar, whom Tim Leary called the Liberace of India. He did a period gangster sequence with black 1930 Cadillacs in which he and Rooks, who was starring as well as directing, mowed each other down with Tommy guns firing blanks. Then Rooks fired his cameraman, Robert Frank, and hired some character he met in a bar who didn't know his ass from a light meter and who underexposed the film, and they had to shoot the sequence over. There was a kind of New York hostess in the 60s who collected the poets and artists of the counterculture. The reigning member of this species was probably Punna Grady, the daughter of a Hungarian aristocrat, Tibor de Kolnoky, and an American heiress named Louise Marie St. John. Punna grew up on a country estate in Greenwich, Connecticut, came out as a debutante, and went to Wellesley. Then she transferred to Berkeley, where she was exposed to the San Francisco poetry renaissance, and met Allen Ginsberg. To the world of privilege and formality she preferred the world of the Beats, who were so unconstrained and outspoken and who revealed themselves with a candor that dispelled secretiveness, deception, and tactics. In the 60s, Punna married a poet named Grady, who looked like an Irish bartender, moved to New York, and bought a spectacular apartment in the Dakota, where she threw memorable parties that brought the downtown people uptown. She had formed the idea of having a salon, after the 18th century French tradition of Madame de Rambouillet, which would give her entree to the art scene as a patroness and hostess. She loved art, which was pure and refreshed the heart. She gave, and all she asked in return was the company of artists. According to Brian Geeson, the Mick Jagger line "You think you're the queen of the underground" in the Rolling Stones song Dead Flowers was about her. When she met Burroughs, the mystery man of the underground, she was mesmerized and felt something akin to love. She loved his humor, his serious clowning, the way he stretched things until one had to laugh, his tight-lipped chortle, his endurance and lack of greed, his haunting and tranquil old soul's eyes, his decency and good manners, and his infallible insight into others. When she was with him, she knew that she was being seen attentively by an undistorting intelligence. He took her into account without passing judgment, without misunderstandings, quarrels, competition, domination, or crowding. She even liked his remote side, the side that left people alone and things unsaid. He never told you his troubles. And she liked his gentleman's hat that seemed to top off the ghosts of his respectability. In the spring of 1965 she gave a party in his honor that had all the elements of a cultural event. It was an incredible mingling of every New York scene, the Beats, the Flower Children, the famous and trying to be, the Warhol people, the eminent English novelist, the cliques and the claques, and the hostess's uptown friends, peering down their noses at the fringed jackets, bandanas, beads, and long flowing skirts. So many crashed that Punna Grady had to tell the doorman not to let anyone else in. It was then that Leroy Jones arrived and got into a tussle with the doorman, resulting in a broken arm. Accounts differed as to whose. Another footnote to literary history was that Norman Mailer went up to Anthony Burgess and said, "Burgess, your last book was shit." Burgess thought that, considering the amount